The first matter upon my return to life. I directly chose to ingest 999 sleeping pills. Simply because I am aware that the game is about to descend into reality. The initial entry into the game must occur while in a state of slumber. In order to assist my starstruck sister, I relinquished my opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of success. Little did I anticipate that after acquiring the enigmatic eye of the ancient deity, I would fall victim to a treacherous betrayal, resulting in the loss of both my eyes. It was thus that they lost their lives. At this moment, as I open my eyes, I cannot help but feel a sense of bewilderment. I have inexplicably been reborn 9 years into the past. Before I could ponder further, a chilling, mechanical voice abruptly echoed in my mind, while a series of enigmatic characters materialized before my eyes. The Eye of Judgment is now activated. You have been bestowed with the authority of judgment. This voice, both familiar and foreign, evokes a sense of intrigue. The Eye of Judgment? An artifact of the ancient gods. Has this object accompanied my rebirth? I hastily closed my eyes, uttering a soft murmur. In the encompassing darkness, it felt as though an ancient gaze confronted me. Immediately thereafter, a succession of words emerged. The Eye of Judgment. Activated. Sole attribute. The authority of judgment. The most authentic and ancient primordial power of the universe. A dominion that transcends rules and order. For a long time, it has been proclaimed. You do not possess divinity. Thus, you are temporarily unable to wield this authority. Yet, passive effects will take effect. Passive of authority. Upon entering the Forsaken game, it is proclaimed that you shall automatically attain the highest tier of talent. It is proclaimed that the measure of time shall unfold. Jiao speaks of the vastness of the universe. My heart is profoundly shaken. Rules and order. These are indeed the ultimate powers in the game forsaken by the divine. In the 7th year since the arrival of the game abandoned by the gods, a formidable warrior has finally emerged from the forsaken realm of the divine, reaching the land of order. It is here that a glimmer of hope to harness the power of order has been granted. And now, I have unexpectedly acquired the primal authority that transcends order and rules. Although I currently lack divinity and cannot wield this power, the passive effect remains invincible. In my previous life, my talent was of emerald caliber. The talents of the Forsaken game. Gear, skills, and various tiers. Total 13 grades. Which are as follows: inferior, common, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, mythical, ancient, and immortal. This signifies that, this time, I may possess a talent of immortal caliber. Upon this realization, I hastily retrieved my mobile phone. It was precisely 8 o'clock in the morning, and the game, forsaken by the gods, had quietly arrived. As I lay back down on the bed, I prepared myself to drift into slumber. As my consciousness entered the realm forsaken by the divine, my body began to take on an ethereal quality. Though it remained visible to the naked eye, it became impervious to touch, existing in an invincible state beyond selection. Meanwhile, before my eyes, the familiar scene remains unchanged. Welcome to the forsaken realm of the divine. You are about to enter the land abandoned by the gods. Please select your profession. Upon choosing your profession, you will be randomly bestowed with talents that align with your chosen path. Wishing you the best of luck. As the sound faded, a spinning wheel materialized before me. The roulette displayed a multitude of professions: warrior, mage, archer, assassin, and other fundamental classes. However, I am aware that beyond these options, there exists another choice, that of a random profession. By opting for a random profession, one may have a slight chance of acquiring a hidden vocation. In order to safeguard Qin Xiaoyou, I have chosen the warrior profession. Although warriors possess formidable survival capabilities, their mobility remains decidedly lacking. In this life, since I no longer require the safeguard of her presence, and possess the authority to be passive. Without a moment's hesitation, I chose a profession at random. In the next moment, the gray wheel before me began to spin. A phantom grayish-white pointer gradually came to rest upon a section marked with a question mark. Vegetable. Immediately thereafter, the question mark slowly morphed into a dark symbol. and an aura of murderous intent swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Ding! Congratulations, you have attained the profession of Shadow. The sole concealed profession is the Grim Reaper in the shadows. Passive Skill 1. Duration of invisibility is doubled. Passive Skill 2. Invisibility level is increased when launching an attack. If not within the enemy's line of sight, the damage of that attack is doubled. Hidden Profession. A surge of joy welled up within me. This is indeed the deity of solo play. It is essential to understand that in the Forsaken game, the ability to survive is of paramount importance. In the Forsaken game, although one may not truly perish upon death, one inevitably forfeits half of their remaining lifespan. Once their lifespan reaches 0, they shall meet the same fate in reality. In reality, if one were to be killed by another, it would result in immediate death. To ensure one's prowess in reality, one must expend their lifespan to extract the equipment and skills from the realm of the game into the tangible world. Thus, lifespan has become the universal currency of the future world. The Shadow profession, in terms of both survivability and damage output, is indeed quite formidable, significantly surpassing that of an ordinary warrior from the previous era. Soon after, I began to examine my initial skills. Inferior. Shadow Veil. Enter a stealth state lasting 8 seconds. Attacking will reveal your presence. The first attack after stealth will have its power increased by 30. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Backstab Enhancement. Inferior. Passive effect. When attacking from behind the target, damage is increased by 10. With a furrowed brow, I realized the passive effect of my Shadow profession. The duration of invisibility is doubled, extending to a remarkable 16 seconds. However, the cooldown remains at 30 seconds, which leaves much to be desired. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. In the next moment, the passive effect of the Authority of Judgment takes effect. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent of infinite evolution. Initial talent. Gray-white quality. Current evolution points, 5. In single-player mode, you will have a chance to earn evolution points without slaying monsters. These points can be utilized for skill evolution. You will automatically receive 5 evolution points every 24 hours. Defeating a boss-level monster in single-player mode guarantees the acquisition of evolution points. I was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Isn't it supposed to be an immortal-level talent? Why is it a primordial-level talent of grayish-white quality? I have never encountered such a grade before. However, the true strength of a talent ultimately lies in its effectiveness. Consequently, I expended 1 evolution point and opted to enhance the Shadow stealth skill. In the next moment, the skill indeed underwent a transformation. Ordinary. Enters a state of invisibility lasting 12 seconds. Attacking will reveal the user. The power of the striking blow that breaks invisibility is increased by 60. Cooldown is 28 seconds. The duration of invisibility has increased? A spark of realization ignited within me. I promptly expended 2 evolution points once more to enhance it further. Bronze. Shadow Veil. Enters a stealth state lasting 16 seconds. Attacking will reveal the user. The power of the first strike after stealth is enhanced by 90. Cooldown period is 26 seconds. Seeing this, my heart was filled with joy. The combination of the Shadow profession's passive ability, which doubles effects, and the prolonged duration of stealth, lasting a total of 32 seconds, means that the cooldown of my skills has been surpassed, allowing me to attain infinite invisibility. Each time I emerge from stealth to strike, an additional 90 points of attack power will be granted. Do not underestimate the additional attack power of 90 points. In the early stages of this Forsaken game, professions such as mages, archers, and warriors possess an attack power that barely reaches 30 points. Additionally, under the passive ability of the Shadow profession, if an attack is executed while the opponent is devoid of vision, the damage is doubled, effectively translating to an additional 180 points of attack. Upon contemplating this, I could not help but inwardly marvel at the extraordinary talent of the primordial essence. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. Subsequently, I continued to opt for evolution, as the enhancement of the Shadow Strike skill required 3 evolution points. Consequently, I could only select the evolution of the Backstab enhancement skill, with its damage increased from the original 10 to a refined 15. After completing all of this, I raised my hand to register for myself a gaming alias, named Sound and Shadow, and chose to enter the forsaken realm of the deities. In the next moment, the scene before my eyes shifted, revealing a dilapidated little town. Long have I spoken of the vast expanse of the unknown. Soon after, a familiar chime resounds once more, welcoming you to the forsaken realm of the divine. Here, life is not a commodity. Countless creatures of darkness roam freely. So tread carefully, for they are ever poised to rend you asunder, seizing your very essence. Venture forth from the village. Slay the malevolent beings. And in return, you shall be rewarded with a life that can be bartered. Yet, beware, for should you perish within this realm, half of your remaining lifespan, both the barterable and the non-barterable, shall be forfeited. Disregarding everything else, I began to examine the map. Shell Town. A zone of tranquility. An area devoid of monstrous creatures, where players are incapable of inflicting harm upon one another. This region is characterized by its gentle nature, with the passage of life occurring at a rate of onefold. Indeed, the location has changed. Due to the varying times of entering the Forsaken game, the places of arrival are also different. In the realm forsaken by the divine, there exist over 100 million novice towns, commonly referred to as safe zones. Each novice town can accommodate a maximum of 1,000 individuals. Once filled to capacity, subsequent players will be allocated to other initial towns. However, the initial town is distinguished by region and the time of entry. In other words, the players here all hail from Jianghaishi in the Great Xia Kingdom. Upon reviewing the map information, I promptly summoned the attribute panel. Codename, Shadow. Profession, Shadow. Attribute points, 5. Level. Non-tradable lifespan, 75 years. Strength. 3. Strength, 10-3. Self-allocated attribute points, 5. Constitution, 10-3. Constitution. Agility, 10-8. Spirit, 10-5. Free attribute points, S. Upon finishing, I was taken aback. It is essential to understand that in the Forsaken game, all players commence with an initial 4-dimensional attribute score of 10 points. In my previous life as a warrior, I was initially bestowed with merely 3 points in strength and constitution. The Shadow profession has additionally granted 8 points in agility and 5 points in spirit. The attribute of strength influences physical attack power. Physique attributes influence physical defense and vitality. Agility attributes influence movement speed, attack speed, and the casting speed of skills. The spiritual attribute influences elemental attack power and elemental resistance. Many individuals opt to enhance their strength or spirit at the outset to bolster their offensive capabilities. In truth, agility is of paramount importance. In the Forsaken game, even the most trivial of monsters can effortlessly annihilate novice players. In the initial stages, one must prioritize survival. Regardless of the profession, it is essential to enhance agility. Only by possessing an advantage in speed can one hope to slay the monstrous beings. After all, in the Forsaken game, death can indeed cost one their lifespan. Without a moment's hesitation, I promptly allocated all 5 of my free attribute points to agility. Subsequently, I donned the novice dagger and set forth towards the outskirts of the town. But in the next moment, several beams of white light suddenly appeared before my eyes. Following that, 5 figures materialized before me. I hesitated momentarily, nearly forgetting that this was a resurrection point, and thus resolved to circumvent it. Amidst the resurrected, there stood a young girl clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, her complexion somewhat pallid. Beside her were 3 men and 1 woman, evidently a team that had just returned from the wilderness, having faced death together. The wild creatures are exceedingly fierce, aren't they? A single bite reduces one to half health. Sister pair, what shall we do now? The gazes of several individuals converge upon the leading young lady. The young girl, her hair fashioned into a single ponytail, clutched an ancient longbow worn by the passage of time. However, I can discern at a glance that she possesses a concealed profession, for an ordinary archer wields a short bow as their initial weapons, W and Q. If we cannot prevail, let us assemble another ally. The girl known as Sister Pair gazed at me. It seems this gentleman possesses a concealed vocation. Perhaps we should extend an invitation to him. After all, the limit for our team is 6 members, and we are still 1 short. Upon hearing these words, the long-haired maiden approached with intent. Will you join our team, brother? The wild creatures outside are formidable, and one cannot prevail alone. Our party has already faced annihilation once, and we possess considerable experience. Upon hearing these words, a smile tugged at my lips. Experience? Surely, it must be the experience of courting death. I shook my head and proceeded straight towards the outskirts of the town. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of several individuals darkened. The leader, Sister Pear, let out a chilling laugh. Let us follow and observe how he meets his demise. Perhaps we may uncover the patterns of the creature's movements. But in the next moment, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment, for the instant I stepped out of the safe zone, I suddenly vanished without a trace. Sister Pear furrowed her brow. Where is everyone? She glanced around. The 4 individuals beside me were also taken aback, glancing left and right in astonishment. The tall male assassin beside me scratched his head, a look of perplexity etched across his face. Is this the stealth skill? To possess such an ability from the outset, this profession is simply exhilarating. In contrast, he perceived his chosen profession of assassin as nothing short of a jest, remarking that at the outset, he lacked even the ability to become invisible. After a prolonged search, few could find even a trace of one another. Fearful of the perils that lay beyond the safety of the zone, they reluctantly returned to the quaint shell town. For a prolonged moment, I spoke of quantity. At this juncture, I articulated my thoughts on imagery. With the power of my cloaking ability, I swiftly arrived at a sparse grove of trees. Before long, a distant silhouette came into view, curled beneath the great tree. Creeper. Level 1. Ordinary. Grade. Advancing. Grade, Ordinary. Upon witnessing this, my gaze narrowed. This creature had just slain 5 players, and it was now, with great deliberation, consuming their lifespans. In the realm of endless tales, I have witnessed such occurrences on numerous occasions. After devouring the very essence of players, the monstrous beings ascend to a higher echelon. Yet the preceding crawler, in its insatiable greed, has consumed so much. Clearly, it could have seized the opportunity to find a place for advancement, yet it lingers here, evidently desiring to hunt even more. I pressed my lips together, a faint sneer emerging from the depths of my heart. Since that is the case, then let it be revealed. Casting a fleeting glance around, I sought a secluded corner to crouch down. As the duration of invisibility came to an end, I once again unleashed the shadow veil skill, seamlessly transitioning from one shroud to the next. With a rusted dagger firmly in hand, I stealthily approached my target. As I drew closer, the putrid stench emanating from the creature intensified, inducing a profound sense of nausea. The silhouette gradually came into focus. Before me stood a faceless entity with gray skin. Its limbs elongated and slender. Enveloped in a mist of gray. A tangible manifestation of its dwindling lifespan. Signifying that this crawler was exhausting its vitality. Striving for ascension. Without a moment's hesitation. The short blade in its hand twirled. Then, in an instant, pierced the creature's nape. The blade sliced through the air, a glimmer of cold light precisely landing upon the nape of its neck. This was one of the vulnerabilities of the crawler. Should one strike this weakness, the damage would be amplified by 50%, resulting in 1.5 times the usual harm. With a faint sound. Weakness exploited. Grayish-white blood gushed forth. Its body crumpled to the ground in an instant. I covered my nose and let out a soft sigh. This shadow profession is undeniably excessively powerful. However, I am acutely aware that the lethal strike just delivered, apart from the advantage of my profession, derived much of its potency from the 2 enhancements of my skills. The additional 90 points of attack power have effectively multiplied my damage by 2 or 3 times. Had it been the initial inferior version of the skill, such an accomplishment would have been utterly unattainable. You have vanquished the creeper. You have earned 10 experience points. In addition, upon the corpse of the crawler, the ashen mist swiftly thickened, ultimately coalescing into a luminous sphere the size of a fist. I reached out and grasped it, feeling a warmth radiating from the palm of my hand. You have gained 3 days of life tradable. You have acquired 54 years and 155 days of life. Upon hearing the system's prompt, I silently shrugged. A faint, resigned smile gracing my lips. The conversion rate is truly a classic display of unscrupulousness. The lives of 5 individuals amount to a loss of at least a century of longevity, while I have merely acquired 54 years. Yet, it matters little. For I am acutely aware that non-tradable lifespans hold no immediate value. As long as one breathes, they will perpetually dwindle, offering no further worth beyond that. What truly matters is the tradable lifespan, for it serves as the essential resource that empowers players to defy fate and reshape their destinies. By consuming transferable life, one can extract equipment, skills, and professions into reality. One can only slay a minor creature to acquire a mere 3 days of tradable lifespan. Such a meager reward is utterly insufficient, failing to yield any equipment or skills. Without further contemplation, I bent down, retrieving 2 fallen spoils from beneath the corpse of the crawler. A pair of tattered boots and a tome of arcane skills. Inferior quality. Corrupted skin boots. Gray quality. Physical defense. Movement speed 5. Equipment requirement. Skill book, Ice Spike Common. Common. Mage class skill book. Learning requirement. Level 1. Fortune smiled upon me, as I fortuitously lost 2 at once, causing a subtle smile to grace the corners of my lips. I casually donned a pair of tattered boots. While the increase in speed was negligible, it was better than nothing. As for experience points and evolution points, they utterly fail to facilitate my advancement or the enhancement of my skills. I can only persist in unleashing my shadowy manifestations, delving deeper into the woods. Approximately 10 minutes later, the distant shell town gradually became bustling with activity. Evidently, some players have begun to tentatively venture beyond the confines of their safe zone. Among them are not a few players who form teams, as well as bold individuals or pairs. However, without exception, these individuals possess no experience whatsoever. At this moment, a young couple quietly arrived at the very spot where I had just hunted down the crawler. The woman's name is Qin Xiaoyou, and she is a pastor. The man is named Niu Gang, a valiant warrior, embodying a rather commonplace yet formidable combination of strength and resilience. Qin Xiaoyou appears both vigilant and cautious. Yet Niu Gang exuded an unmistakable overconfidence, standing beside the lifeless body of the crawler with a smug smile gracing his lips. It seemed that someone had dispatched a monster. Perhaps this game is not as challenging as it appears. He touched the back of his head and waved at the girl behind him, Xiaoya. Soon, something strange will emerge. Watch as I teach you what it means to wreak havoc indiscriminately. Qin Xiaoya cast a glance at him, clearly unimpressed by his boastful demeanor. She tightened her grip on the inferior priest's staff in her hand, her gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. However, at that very moment, a sudden gust of wind swept down from above, accompanied by a haunting whisper. The 2 individuals lifted their heads, only to confront a vast and indistinct shadow. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, 2 stark white and resilient strands of spider silk descended from above, swiftly ensnaring them to the trunk of a nearby tree. Suddenly, a colossal, 2.5 meter tall jet-black spider descended slowly from its web, its multifaceted eyes glinting with a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. What manner of creature is this? Niu Gang's face shifted from pale to flushed. And a tremor of fear finally crept into his voice. Qin Xiaoya, however, appeared as if she had been struck by lightning, her gaze fixated intently on the imposing figure of the spider. Finally, a scream escapes. Spider! Just as they found themselves in despair, the information on the system panel suddenly emerged. Caregiver. Level 1. Grade, Bronze. Bronze tier minor boss. This is no ordinary novice creature. In terms of health and strength, it is entirely beyond the capabilities of this inexperienced couple. Concealed in the shadows, I linger, observing everything with keen eyes. A faint, sardonic smile graces my lips as I utter the word retreat. The bronze-level nurturer stands before me, exuding an aura of warmth. Its health fluctuates between 1,500 and 2,000, rendering it an insurmountable challenge for an ordinary novice. Moreover, it is highly likely that this diminutive boss commands a legion of lesser spiders beneath its dominion. I swiftly assessed the situation in my mind, yet I was unprepared to intervene. As expected, with the faint rustling sounds surrounding me, an increasing number of tiny black spiders emerged from the dense forest, swiftly converging along their silken threads. Each diminutive spider possesses a pair of pristine white fangs, while the 4 pairs of compound eyes glimmer with a perilous light. Level 1. Nurturer, Offspring Spider. Grade, Common. These long-legged spiders, measuring nearly a meter in length, move with astonishing speed and ferocity, encircling Niu Gang and Qin Xiaoyou in mere seconds. At this moment, the two individuals were ensnared tightly by a web, rendering them completely immobile. In their lowly state and with their feeble attributes, it was utterly impossible for them to break free from their bindings. Xiaoya. Wandering. For a long time, it has been said that wandering. How can such a creature still exist? Niu Gang attempted to struggle. Yet the voice had already lost its usual bravado and grandeur. Save me! Qin Xiaoyou's scream resonated with despair. She gazed in horror as an increasing number of tiny spiders drew perilously close, mere inches away from her. In the very next moment, the first tiny spider decisively sank its fangs. Immediately thereafter, a multitude of spiders descended upon them, their fangs piercing the skin of both individuals. Ah, ah, ah! The two emitted a heart-rending cry simultaneously, as a series of damage figures erupted above their heads. In but a moment, their lives were abruptly reset. Descending from the web, suddenly, silence enveloped them. The lifespan that has been revealed transforms into a grayish-white orb, gradually hovering in the air. Ultimately, it was overwhelmed by a swarm of dozens of juvenile spiders, leading to its disintegration and consumption. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed by, momentarily crossing the eyes of the bronze-tier nurturer weak-point attack. Suddenly struck by a devastating blow, the nurturer fixated upon me in an instant. Before it could unleash its silken threads, I had silently vanished, completely disappearing from its presence. Upon witnessing this, the caregiver was momentarily taken aback. The tiny spiders, feasting on the essence of life, remain undeterred, persistently vying for the longevity of the couple. Until 26 seconds later, the cooldown of the shadow skill had concluded. In an instant, I materialized on the opposite side of the nurturer, my dagger slicing through the air once more, launching a critical strike upon its other eye. Critical strike. Swiftly, he once again concealed his presence and retreated rapidly into the distance. It is evident that the caregiver's health bar remains just slightly above half. It will require 3 more strikes, however, it is improbable that it will remain passive.
The nurturer leaped with agility, swiftly scaling a nearby tree. Only 2 more attacks remained. Qin Feng remained unfazed. Once the cooldown for his shadow cloak ability expired, he picked up a small stone from the ground. In the Forsaken game, various objects on the map possess attributes. For instance, this fist-sized stone in his hand boasted a physical attack power of 2. Qin Feng found an advantageous angle and hurled the stone with force. Bang! The stone struck the nurturer's soft abdomen. 279, weak point attack. Since Qin Feng's primary source of damage stemmed from the additional attack of his shadow cloak, even a thrown stone could inflict astonishing damage upon hitting the enemy. Having succeeded with the strike, Qin Feng once more cloaked himself in shadows. The nurturer, now frantic, scurried through the woods in an attempt to escape. Meanwhile, the more than 10 spiderlings had finished feasting on the lifespan dropped by the couple of players and were desperately searching for Qin Feng's whereabouts. Alas, before they could locate him, Qin Feng had already materialized over 20 meters away. Another small stone was hurled towards the fleeing nurturer. This bronze-level creature, not particularly strong or swift, had a large physique, making Qin Feng's attacks exceedingly easy to land. 279, weak point attack. You have slain the nurturer, bronze level. You have gained 300 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 2. Congratulations on acquiring 2 evolution points. Congratulations on unlocking the Shell Town leaderboard, earning 1 prestige point. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in the minds of all players in Shell Town. Player Shadow has slain the nurturer, bronze level, being the first to reach level 2, unlocking the Shell Town leaderboard. At this moment, Shell Town boasted over 300 players, all hailing from Jianghai City. Given that it was morning, most players were in their 20s or 30s, with scarcely any elderly or children present. They were all astonished, pondering how they had ended up in such a peculiar place despite merely having fallen asleep. Suddenly, the system notification rang out. Those searching within the town, including Sister Pair and the recently respawned Niu Gang and Qin Xiaoyou, were left dumbfounded. Chapter 8, Shock Town. Zlaying a bronze solo. Sister Pair, whose codename is Duck Pear, along with her 4 teammates, were scouring every nook and cranny of the town, determined not to overlook anything. Unfortunately, their efforts had yielded little success. Just then, the system notification announcing Qin Feng's rise to level 2 and the unlocking of the town leaderboard resonated, leaving the 5 members of Duck Pear's team in utter disbelief. What was happening? Wasn't he this shadow, the one who ventured out alone just moments ago? How could he have reached level 2 so swiftly? The most astonishing part was that he had slain a bronze-level creature. While our team struggles against ordinary monsters, he can single-handedly defeat a bronze? What a joke. Yet, the system notification could not be mistaken. Surely, he must have teamed up after going out? No. Look at the leaderboard. He is the only one listed. On the leaderboard of Beak Town, there exists but a solitary name, that of a shadow, standing alone at the summit. This revelation left the 5 members of the Yali team in disbelief. Sister Lee, wielding her longbow, was momentarily struck dumb. Having experienced the formidable strength of monsters outside, she was baffled. The quintet had ventured forth together, only to be brutally slaughtered by a mere level 1 common creature. They hadn't even managed to reduce its health by half. Yet now, the shadow, whom she had deemed foolish for venturing out, had single-handedly slain a bronze-level foe? This defied all logic. Sister Lee began to question her very existence. Niu Gang and Qin Xiaoyou had just revived in the town center, receiving the system notification that half of their lifespan had been deducted. Originally possessing 4 to 5 decades, they now found themselves with merely 20 years remaining. This revelation cast a pall over their expressions. Qin Xiaoyou's face turned pale as she inquired, Niu Gang, do you think this lifespan deduction could be real? Niu Gang vigorously shook his head, asserting impossible. There is no way such a bizarre phenomenon exists in this world. Qin Xiaoyou's expression was a mix of emotions, but we clearly just fell asleep. How could we awaken in this place? This is evidently not a dream. If it's a game, then it is far too realistic. Niu Gang too felt a growing uncertainty. At that moment, a notification regarding Qin Feng's slaying of the broodmother, elevating him to level 2, echoed in the minds of the couple, startling them. What was happening? Had that towering 2.5-meter spider truly been vanquished? Who was this shadow that could bring down such a creature? It was inconceivable. That spider had more than a dozen smaller spiders at its beck and call. Niu Gang and Qin Xiaoyou found themselves grappling with their existential doubts. In the face of that monstrous spider, they had stood no chance. Yet, this shadow had dispatched it with apparent ease. The leaderboard featured only this solitary shadow, leading the pair to speculate that the shadow had achieved a solo kill on the broodmother. This revelation sent shivers down their spines. As more players found themselves in this forsaken realm, the number in Beak Town rapidly swelled to 500. The town square became teeming with newcomers draped in dark robes. New arrivals, eager for answers, approached others with questions, but unfortunately, no one could provide clarity. Most were in a state of bewilderment, though a minority began to grasp the gravity of the situation. A young man with golden hair stood in the square, gesturing and speaking. Everyone, we seem to have fallen asleep and awakened in this so-called forsaken realm of the divine. We cannot exit the game just yet. According to the notifications, defeating monsters will grant us additional lifespan, while dying will have it. Regardless of the truth, let us proceed with caution and refrain from venturing out alone. Many players have already succumbed to the monsters outside and lost their lifespans. I propose we form teams for safer exploration. Those willing to join me, please come forward to register your class. The golden-haired youth's words attracted some attention, while others were indifferent. Meanwhile, at another exit of the town, 3 men and 3 women had already formed a party. At the forefront stands a robust and formidable figure named Wang Meng. He gazes from afar at the central square of the small town, listening to the distant voice of a golden-haired youth, yet pays it little heed. Addressing the 5 companions beside him, he declares, in this forsaken game, we shall err on the side of belief rather than skepticism. Let us treat it as a conventional game and venture forth to explore. As long as we can slay monsters and level up, it shall bring us no harm. Regarding our lifespans, let us all be cautious to avoid demise. Wang Meng a holy shield warrior, possesses an invincibility skill from the outset, capable of absorbing damage on behalf of his comrades, allowing them to focus solely on unleashing their full potential. His allies have been meticulously chosen based on Wang Meng's observations, each possessing hidden classes. This assembly of talent undoubtedly boasts formidable power. Meanwhile, within Beak Town, a group of gaming enthusiasts who typically team up to climb the ranks find themselves united in the Forsaken game. This game's arrival is an opportunity for us to truly showcase our prowess. Charge forth, they exclaim. While they may not excel in other areas, when it comes to gaming, who can rival the Five Brothers? In this Forsaken game, a maximum of 6 members is permitted in a team, leaving them in search of an additional companion, a charming young lady to serve as their healer. It is not merely Beak Town that is affected. Thousands of towns have sprung up, with players gathering in ever-increasing numbers. All these individuals, who were asleep at this moment, have had their consciousness transported to the realm abandoned by the divine. Whether in the Great Xia, North America, or the West, players entering the Forsaken game appear bewildered. A portion of these players, however, adopt a cautiously optimistic attitude, ready to engage with the game seriously. Many strong individuals have already begun to distance themselves from others right from the outset. Among them is Qin Feng, who has reached level 2 and unlocked the leaderboard, earning a point of prestige. Glancing at the system notification, he takes little notice. Prestige, of course, is advantageous. More is better, as it can be exchanged for advanced items in the future. At this moment, Qin Feng stands concealed before the corpse of a bronze-level nurturer prepared to reap his rewards. First, he claims his lifespan. Qin Feng extends his hand, drawing in the grayish-white orb of light hovering above the giant spider's remains. You have gained 46 days of lifespan, tradable. This yield is akin to that of over 10 ordinary monsters. Typically, it would require several fully equipped teams to tackle such a foe, and even then, the lifespan would be divided amongst them, resulting in minimal gains. However, Qin Feng, having single-handedly defeated the creature, reaps considerable rewards. Next, from beneath the carcass, Qin Feng retrieves 3 loot items. One of them, a skill book, catches his eye, promising fortune. Skill book, Greedy Hand, bronze a skill book for the assassin class. Upon learning, it can be applied to monster corpses, granting a 20 chance of acquiring an additional loot reward. Learning requirement, level 1. Though the 20 chance seems modest, the crucial aspect is that Qin Feng can evolve this skill. Chapter 9, Golden Level Greedy Hand. The world transforms. Besides the skill book, the bronze level creature also yielded 2 pieces of equipment. Qin Feng, however, refrains from inspecting the gear just yet. Initially possessing 1 evolution point, he has now gained 2 more, totaling 3. This new skill can evolve twice. From now on, every time I slay a monster, I will possess a heightened probability of acquiring an additional loot. Qin Feng realized that he had taken flight. The skill, Greedy Hand, was classified as a rare ability, with its highest tier being bronze. In his previous life, anyone who had mastered this skill became a vital member of the guild, enjoying a status of superiority. Imagine the arduous efforts people expended, only to slay a creature. And with just the use of Greedy Hand, they could potentially receive an extra reward. What a concept! Most importantly, the spoils mentioned in this skill include tradable lifespan. However, it remains uncertain whether it encompasses evolution points. Strictly speaking, evolution points are also a form of loot obtained from slaying. Thus, Qin Feng felt a twinge of curiosity. Never mind, he decided to evolve the skill and discover the outcome. Qin Feng issued the evolution command. You have consumed 1 evolution point, remaining 2 points. Greedy Hand, bronze-silver assassination skill, can be used on monster corpses, with a 20 to 40 chance of acquiring an additional loot reward. The probability had directly doubled. The evolution effect of this skill dazzled Qin Feng. He pressed on, consuming all 2 remaining evolution points. You have consumed 2 evolution points, remaining 0 points. Greedy Hand, silver-gold assassination skill, can be used on monster corpses, with a 40 to 70 chance of acquiring an additional loot reward. Transitioning from silver to gold, the skill's effectiveness saw a significant enhancement, soaring from a 40 chance to 70. If it evolves once more, would it not reach a full 100? Qin Feng's heart raced. In the Forsaken game, this skill was only at the bronze level. Yet, through his primordial talent, he could infinitely evolve it, amplifying its effects without limit. In the future, every monster he slays could yield a guaranteed double reward, perhaps even more than double. Without hesitation, Qin Feng maintained his stealth and directed his focus towards the corpse of the nurturer, releasing the greedy hand skill. Surrounding the corpse were a total of 12 spiderlings, completely unaware of his presence. As he unleashed the skill, a golden hand emerged from the earth, reaching out to grasp the nurturer's corpse. Skill Greedy Hand has successfully activated. You have acquired 2 evolution points. You have gained 46 days of lifespan, tradable. As the system notifications arrived beneath the nurturer's corpse, 3 additional loot items erupted forth. Success. The 70 probability had proven true. Thankfully, it was not a game of twisted vines. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. The 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan were invaluable. As for the loot that had dropped, it was of lesser significance to Qin Feng. Although 6 items had emerged, apart from the Greedy Hand skill book and an assassin's weapon, the remaining 4 were not of use to him. Items from other professions would eventually be sold in town. However, at this stage, who could afford to buy anything? Qin Feng shook his head. In the Forsaken game, the currency of trade is the exchange of one's lifespan. At the onset of the game, only a select few can afford the price. He cast his gaze upon the assassin's weapon. Corroded dagger, bronze attack power 35, agility 4. Equipment requirement, level 1. Without hesitation, he replaced the scrap iron shortblade. Originally, Qin Feng had ascended to level 2, acquiring 2 points across all attributes, raising his attack power to 25. Upon equipping the corroded dagger, however, Qin Feng's attack power surged to an astonishing 50, effectively doubling his prowess. Nevertheless, this did not equate to a doubling of his damage output, as a most significant portion of his damage stemmed from the additional stealth attack of his shadow skill. Among the 4 spoils, 3 were pieces of equipment, and 1 was a skill book, though they were of ordinary quality rather than bronze. He commenced clearing minor monsters, hoping to obtain some evolution points. Beside the carcass of a nurturer, 12 juvenile spiders remained, and Qin Feng had no intention of sparing them. As he emerged from the shadows, he swiftly sliced through one spider's abdomen, delivering a decisive blow that felled it instantly. By the time the other juvenile spiders registered his presence, Qin Feng had vanished once more. With his limitless stealth capabilities, he needed not concern himself with survival in the early stages. Meanwhile, in the real world of Blue Star, at Jianghai Normal University in Daxia, Qin Xiaoyou was attending class with her close friend, Chu Yan. Suddenly, an unusual occurrence in the classroom drew everyone's attention. A male student was slumped over his desk, lost in slumber. Upon falling asleep, his body transformed into a semi-transparent, ethereal state. "What on earth, Wego, what's happened to you?" His roommate, glancing over, was startled by the transformation. The roommate's exclamation captured the attention of the entire class. The Mediterranean middle-aged teacher, passionately lecturing moments before, paused and looked towards the boy, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Many gathered around, murmuring in astonishment. The roommate and teacher soon reached out, only to find their hands pass through the boy's body as if he were non-existent. Such a sight caused the entire class to gasp in shock, their expressions a mix of astonishment and anxiety. "Xiaoyu, do you see what's happening with Zhang Wei over there?" Chu Yan, a short-haired girl, tugged at Qin Xiaoyu, her eyes reflecting concern as she pointed towards a few rows ahead. Qin Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. Clad in a flowing white dress, she appeared pure and immaculate. With her striking looks, she had garnered many admirers at school, which contributed to her somewhat lofty self-regard. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around her right front, compelling her to rise gracefully. Unfortunately, her height was insufficient. She had to stand on tiptoe to finally glimpse the boy at the desk, sleeping with his body rendered semi-transparent. She decided to conduct an online search. Returning to her seat, she retrieved her phone and began to browse. Soon, she uncovered some chat records shared from various groups, along with several intriguing images. The images depict individuals in slumber, akin to the boy resting with his head down. The internet has been rife with speculation, yet, as no one has awakened from their sleep, the truth of the matter remains elusive. Chapter 10. I shall not initiate contact with him. The classroom erupted into chaos. The Mediterranean middle-aged teacher bellowed, "Students, this lesson will conclude here for now. I must confer with the school administration." With that, he hastily departed, intent on making inquiries. In the ensuing clamor, the students began to murmur and whisper among themselves, pulling out their phones to capture images and share them online, engaging in fervent discussions. Qin Xiaoyou and Chu Yin, however, refrained from joining the fray, remaining in their seats as they scrolled through their phones. Soon, Qin Xiaoyou furrowed her brow. It seems this phenomenon is occurring worldwide. Particularly in some countries where it is night, many are succumbing to this state of slumber. Chu Yin expressed her concern. "What is happening? I need to contact my parents." "Xiaoyou, shouldn't you reach out to your brother to see if he has encountered any issues?" Qin Xiaoyou shook her head. Responding curtly, "I have no intention of initiating contact with him." Chu Yin, exasperated, replied, "Given the current circumstances, is it really necessary to remain at odds with family?" Qin Xiaoyou chuckled lightly. "Family? All he does is exert control over me. Can that truly be considered family? Frankly, I am disinclined to engage with him unless he apologizes first." If Qin Feng were to witness this scene, he might find it amusing. In her previous life, Qin Xiaoyou exhibited a similar attitude. Not only did she refrain from reaching out to Qin Feng, but she also ignored his messages and calls. It was not until the evening when Qin Feng came to the school to seek reconciliation and apologize that she was finally persuaded to return home with him, entering the Forsaken game together. However, this life is entirely different. She does not wish to contact Qin Feng, and he is even less likely to reach out to her. In his eyes, the sister he had cared for over a decade had become virtually non-existent since she had gouged out his eyes. This bizarre phenomenon continues to unfold around the globe. After thorough investigation, various governments issued statements indicating that anyone who falls asleep enters a semi-transparent, illusory state, with the cause remaining unknown. They urged the populace to refrain from sleeping while awaiting expert analysis. Thus far, no one has awakened from this slumber, leaving those outside utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in the Forsaken lands, within various small towns, players who have entered the Forsaken game upon falling asleep have begun to take action. They formed squads and ventured forth to slay monsters. To log out after initially entering the Forsaken game, one must reach level 3. Qin Feng relentlessly slaughtered in the dark woods. The difficulty of leveling up within the Forsaken game is exceptionally high. In the early stages, solo play was nearly impossible. In a team, experience and a lifespan available for trade would be divided, resulting in a painfully slow progression. It wasn't until the 20th minute after the leaderboard was activated that anyone else in Shell Town reached level 2. This milestone was achieved by a team of elite hidden class players led by an individual known as Wang Ming. 6 players ascended to level 2 simultaneously, claiming the 2nd to 7th spots on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, a young man with golden hair had ventured out with dozens of players to hunt monsters, only to soon discover a horrifying truth. Not a single creature dared to approach their gathering. Regardless of the type of monster, upon sighting this group of players, they would promptly flee. Consequently, this ensemble reaped little reward from their efforts, the sole gain possibly being a slight familiarity with the terrain outside the town. Finally, Qin Feng accumulated 3 evolution points. Upon slaying a level 1 crawler with a swift strike, he was greeted by a system notification that lit up his eyes. Moments before, he had methodically dispatched the small spiders surrounding the nurturer, eliminating them one by one. 12 juvenile spiders yielded a meager 2 evolution points, one of which was scavenged through the greedy hand skill. This underscored the challenge of amassing evolution points solely through the slaughter of minor creatures. After vanquishing the spiders, he scoured the vicinity for other monsters. Maintaining his stealth, Qin Feng glided through the shadowy woods, soon dispatching 5 additional level 1 crawlers. At last, the 5th crawler he felled granted him another evolution point. It was time to evolve. He accessed his attribute panel and chose to further enhance Greedy Hand. You have consumed 3 evolution points, remaining 0. Greedy Hand, Gold Platinum, a skill within the assassin category. Can be used on monster corpses, with a 70 chance to receive an additional loot reward. The effects of the evolution surpassed all expectations. Qin Feng understood that in the godforsaken game, probabilities exceeding 100 would indeed take effect. The 110 probability of Greedy Hand meant a guaranteed additional loot, with a 10 chance of acquiring yet another, resulting in a potential third reward. Excellent. Upon completion of the evolution, Qin Feng directed Greedy Hand towards the corpse of the crawler before him. Skill Greedy Hand assessment successful. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have received 3 days of lifespan, tradable. You have received 3 days of lifespan, tradable. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This action had triggered the 10 chance, granting him 2 additional rewards. He was invincible. Qin Feng was astonished. He decided to withhold the 2 evolution points for the time being. To evolve the same skill for the 4th time required 5 evolution points, rather than 4. It appeared that the required evolution points did not follow an arithmetic sequence. The precise pattern would become clear upon his next evolution of Greedy Hand. For now, Qin Feng lacked neither damage nor survival, and he could manage any encounters with relative ease. All advanced skills that enhance his development speed are beneficial. The Greedy Hand stands out as the optimal choice. Qin Feng glanced at his status. He currently possesses 146 days of tradable lifespan. However, extracting equipment and skills into reality requires a minimum of 2.5 years, specifically 900 days. Additionally, he must reach level 10 first. Maintaining his stealth, Qin Feng continued to navigate through the forest. Suddenly, he sensed the sounds of battle ahead, stealthily approaching. A surge of excitement filled his heart as he beheld yet another bronze-level creature, a level 2 monster. Swift Runner, 2. Grade, bronze. Before him stood a 6-legged humanoid crawling creature, devoid of eyes atop its head, yet possessing a decaying mouth. It moved with remarkable speed, at least twice that of novice players. Encountering this beast would spell misfortune for any newcomer, leaving them with no opportunity to flee. Slaying the Swift Runner proved to be a greater challenge than vanquishing the Nurturer. Chapter 11. Instant Kill of the Polluter. Wang Meng's astonishment. Upon spotting the Swift Runner, Qin Feng instinctively glanced at his agility. Thanks to the Shadow class bonus and the agility enhancement from the bronze-level Corroded Dagger, his agility had soared to 34 points. In the godforsaken game, doubling agility does not equate to doubling movement speed. Rather, it follows a correlated calculation formula, with an initial agility of 10 points. His normal movement speed was approximately 3 meters per second, reaching up to 95 meters per second when sprinting. Now, with 34 points of agility, his normal movement speed was 583 meters per second, while sprinting reached between 17 and 18 meters. Qin Feng's speed nearly doubled that of some novice players. Even so, it merely matched the Swift Runner's pace. Nevertheless, it sufficed to ensure he could catch up to the creature, alleviating concerns of its escape. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Feng peered ahead, observing the Swift Runner relentlessly pursuing a party of players. At the forefront stood a burly man wielding a substandard shield, valiantly fending off the Swift Runner's attacks while retreating. This man was none other than Wang Meng, the second-ranked player in Shell Town. Behind him, 5 players of hidden classes were solemnly unleashing their skills, attempting to strike the Swift Runner. Unfortunately, whether archer or mage, the 2 ranged characters struggled to land their attacks on the elusive creature. The Swift Runner darted about, utilizing its decayed claws and sharp fangs, swiftly reducing Wang Meng's health to half. It is worth noting that the Holy Shield Warrior possesses a significantly high base tankiness, with health and defense exceeding those of other novice players by over 30%. The entire team had progressed to level 2 under Wang Meng's protection, having faced minimal danger until now. Yet, confronted with this bronze-level Swift Runner, it was evident that Wang Meng was faltering. In stark contrast, the Swift Runner still boasted at least 90 of its health. At this moment, the young archer in Wang Meng's team had missed his shots twice, his expression decidedly grim. This speed is too rapid. It is exceedingly difficult to hit from a distance. Wang Ming maintained his composure, urging, just keep attacking. Even if we cannot slay them, we can whittle down their health and revive to strike again. Alas, Wang Ming's optimism proved somewhat misplaced. As the battle reached a stalemate, other monstrous entities emerged from the adjacent woods. Polluter 2. Grade, Ordinary. These were level 2 ordinary monsters, similarly humanoid in form, but cloaked in a deep brown sludge, specialized in ranged attacks. Within the forest, 3 polluters appeared, launching their sludge assaults directly at the rear of Wang Ming's team. Thud! A beautiful girl, slender with a staff in hand, was suddenly struck in the chest by a mass of sludge. The force of the blow caused her dark robe to ripple tumultuously. 32. Ugh, how foul. The lovely maiden was overwhelmed by a wave of putrid odor, feeling utterly disgusted. This was merely the beginning. Masses of sludge began to fly rapidly towards the rear of the team. The speed of the sludge projectiles was such that evasion was nearly impossible. Compounding the danger was the presence of a bronze-level rusher right before them. If they scattered to evade the ranged attacks, Wang Ming would be unable to shield them from the rusher, and should they be attacked, their demise would be swift. In an instant, the 6 members of Wang Ming found themselves in a perilous predicament, their health dwindling rapidly. Wang Ming and Qin Feng narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing the unfolding chaos. To be candid, Qin Feng recognized this individual, though not in the present context, but from his previous life. Back then, Qin Feng was among the top 100 strongest players globally, although he ranked at the tail end of that elite group as a mere ordinary warrior. Achieving such acclaim as an unremarkable class was nothing short of legendary. Countless individuals idolized Qin Feng, including the very Wang Ming before him. Wang Ming, as a hidden class Holy Shield warrior, possessed class enhancements and skills far superior to those of Qin Feng's ordinary warrior. Nevertheless, Wang Ming's combat prowess fell short of Qin Feng's, earning Qin Feng's profound respect. Their acquaintance stemmed from Wang Ming's role as the representative for the Great Xia official faction, collaborating with Qin Feng to establish the God-Slaying Guild. Whenever Qin Feng acquired surplus gear or skill tomes that were unnecessary within the guild, he would pass them to Wang Ming, who would then sell them to the Great Xia authorities in exchange for transferable lifespan. In his previous life, Qin Feng had founded the guild to better protect Qin Xiaoyou. In this new existence, the need for such measures was rendered moot. However, Wang Ming remained a worthy acquaintance. Qin Feng now intended to convert all surplus equipment and skill tomes in a transferable lifespan to enhance his own capabilities. Thus, establishing a reliable sales channel was of paramount importance. Wang Ming, being relatively trustworthy, represented an official faction with ample financial resources. Since these monsters were to be vanquished regardless, it would be prudent to lend him a hand. Qin Feng had no intention of abruptly forging a connection with Wang Ming. He merely sought to leave a favorable impression. He surveyed the situation and swiftly approached one of the contaminants from behind. Without warning, he launched a surprise attack. This particular contaminant was frantically hurling sludge at a beautiful girl wielding a staff, completely unaware of the assassin lurking behind. The corrosive dagger glimmered with a cold light as it struck the back of the contaminant's neck. A critical hit. In an instant, the contaminant dissolved into a puddle of sludge, spilling onto the charred earth. You have slain the contaminant, too. You have gained 20 experience points. You have acquired 1 evolution point. You have received 4 days of lifespan, tradable. The system prompt echoing in Qin Feng's mind took him by surprise. It seemed fortunate that this minor creature granted evolution points. He casually activated the skill, Greedy Hand. Skill Greedy Hand, check successful. You have obtained 4 days of lifespan, tradable. Unfortunately, no evolution points were awarded. The probability of ordinary minor creatures yielding evolution points was already low. Furthermore, the additional reward from Greedy Hand entailed a further drop check, akin to slaying another identical creature rather than duplicating a reward. Hence, the lack of evolution points was entirely reasonable. It remained true that only by slaying could one ensure a steady return of evolution points. After dispatching a contaminant, Qin Feng was not in haste. Before the magical creatures and players in the arena could react, he entered stealth once more. Witnessing a contaminant suddenly collapse into sludge, Wang Meng and his companions were left dumbfounded. They had only seen a fleeting black figure, and in an instant, the contaminant lay dead. How could this be? Even a level 1 crawler would require over 10 seconds of combined effort to defeat. How could a level 2 contaminant be slain in an instant? In that moment, all 6 members of Wang Meng's team were astonished. Chapter 12, Venomous Dart, a skill. And it was done. One contaminant had been eliminated. The pressure on Wang Meng and the others in the rear diminished significantly. The beautiful girl with the staff, her eyes sparkling with excitement and eagerness, thought, "Is there a powerful ally here to assist us? Could it be the shadow from the leaderboard?" In truth, the girl could not discern her beauty through the grime and blood that covered her. Her health was also critically low, yet her figure remained alluring, drawing lingering gazes. Her long legs moved with agility, displaying a lively and resilient demeanor. "Hold on." Wang Meng, with a solemn expression, unleashed his skill, Divine Barrier. A golden radiance enveloped his sturdy frame, granting him a 3-second invulnerability, allowing him to endure a moment longer beneath the onslaught of the rusher. The others found space to evade. With one less contaminant, the remote threat had significantly decreased. Nearly half a minute later, Qin Feng reappeared behind another contaminant. With no forewarning, he struck once more. Another contaminant fell. No evolution points were awarded. Greedy hand. "Oh, did I just obtain a skill book?" Qin Feng casually picked up the skill book, dropped by the contaminant. He examined the skill book within his backpack. Venomous Dart, normal assassin class skill. Throws a poisonous dart with a maximum range of 12 meters. Inflicts an additional 40 points of attack damage upon impact, along with the venom status. Cooldown of 5 seconds. Learning requirement. Level 2. Venom inflicts 30 attack damage per second, with no weakness bonus, lasting for 5 seconds and cannot be stacked. At last, an offensive skill had arrived, and it was a mid-range, damage over time ability. Even for an ordinary player, acquiring such a skill early on would significantly enhance their growth rate. However, the drop rate for skill books from common monsters is exceedingly low. Qin Feng had slain countless ordinary monsters and had only obtained skill books twice. The first instance was from the first crawler, which dropped a spellcaster's ice spike. The second instance was this time extracted by the greedy hand. Equipment and skill books tend to have a higher drop rate, but without the foundational equipment and skills, ordinary players would find it nearly impossible to defeat even the weakest bronze-level foes. Qin Feng pondered. Without hesitation, he utilized his remaining 3 evolution points and directly evolved the Venomous Dart twice. Venomous Dart, normal bronze, silver assassin class skill. Throws a poisonous dart with a maximum range of 121,314 meters. Inflicts an additional 408,0120 points of attack damage upon impact, along with the venom status. Cooldown of 5 seconds. Learning requirement. Level 2. Venom. Inflicts 304050 damage over time, with no weakness bonus, lasting for 5 seconds and cannot be stacked. After evolving this skill twice, the total damage had more than doubled. Qin Feng acted swiftly, picking up the skill book, learning it, and evolving the skill all in one fluid motion. The last polluter had just turned around, poised to unleash a sludge attack at Qin Feng, but he was quicker. With a swift motion, he launched a venomous dart that struck the polluter squarely in the head. Any other novice player would find it impossible to achieve such accuracy in their attacks. However, Qin Feng had spent 9 years in the Forsaken game before, honing his skills in long-range combat to perfection. He effortlessly hurled the venomous dart, directly hitting the weak point on the head. 237 weak point attack. The damage number appeared modest, as it lacked a stealth strike, backstab, and the opponent had already detected Qin Feng, rendering the Shadow class's passive ability ineffective, resulting in no double damage. Yet, after Qin Feng struck, he immediately concealed himself. As the polluter was hit by the venomous dart, it turned a vivid green. 2 damage numbers promptly emerged above its head. 158. 158. Enduring 2 instances of venom damage over time, the polluter finally succumbed. The continuous damage was quite substantial. Moreover, after initiating the attack, His invisibility allowed the ongoing damage to benefit from his class passive, effectively doubling the damage. Qin Feng was acutely aware of damage metrics and quickly recognized this phenomenon. The third passive ability of the Shadow class doubles the damage inflicted when not in the enemy's line of sight. Since he was invisible, he was certainly not within the enemy's view. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the damage over time to be doubled. Unfortunately, this final polluter also dropped nothing. Only the last bronze-level rusher remained on the scene, marking the climax of the encounter. At this moment, Wang Meng was drenched in sweat, struggling to maintain his composure. The middle-aged priestess in their party continuously cast healing spells on him, yet the effects were regrettably limited. Wang Meng's health bar steadily approached its nadir. It was evident that, although the team had leveled up to level 2 by vanquishing lesser foes, they had not acquired any useful equipment or skill books, resulting in a rather rudimentary combat style. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the rusher. As the rusher targeted Wang Meng for an attack, a deadly poison dart hurtled towards its head. It struck with pinpoint accuracy. 845, critical hit. All bonuses, stealth, backstab, and critical hit were maximized. A single shot to the soul. As Wang Meng and his companions anxiously watched, the rusher's health bar plummeted by nearly half in an instant, causing their eyes to widen in disbelief. What the hell? Wang Meng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Their entire team had spent ages chipping away at the rusher's health, barely managing to inflict less than 10 points of damage. Yet this mysterious figure had dealt half its health in one skill, and this was merely the base damage of the poison dart. What followed was even more terrifying. 324, 324, 324, 324. As the rusher's body turned green, for consecutive damage numbers appeared, leaving the creature no chance to struggle before it collapsed before Wang Meng. Of course, Wang Meng and his crew could not see the damage numbers inflicted by others. They could only observe the health bar above the rusher's head. With each drop in the bar, their hearts raced in sync with its descent. They watched helplessly as the creature that had almost wiped them out was succumbing to poison. Is this damage even humanly possible? Wang Meng wondered incredulously. Could this player really have entered the game at the same time as us? They had missed the crucial detail. This figure had managed to accurately strike the rusher's head, even while moving erratically. While it was a challenge for their ranged attacks to hit, this player effortlessly targeted weaknesses. The 6 members of Wang Meng's team gasped in unison. They beheld a plethora of loot drop from the defeated rusher. It was clear they had no right to claim it. In a game godforsaken, the ownership of loot from monsters belonged to the team or individual that dealt the most damage. Since Qin Feng had dealt the final blow, claiming the rusher's remaining 90 health, it was only natural that he held all rights to the spoils. Chapter 13. So many crawlers, what the hell? You have slain the rusher, bronze level. You have gained 600 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 3. Congratulations. You have gained 2 evolution points. You have acquired 55 days of lifespan, tradable. At the moment the rusher fell, a series of system notifications echoed in Qin Feng's mind. After throwing the poison dart, he activated his stealth once more, vanishing from sight. With a cooldown of 26 seconds remaining on his stealth ability, he felt it was still quite lengthy. The efficiency of monster hunting was somewhat affected. However, possessing evolution points made advancing the greedy hand the most desirable option Qin Feng used. He stealthily approached the corpse of the swift runner and began to collect a heap of spoils. To the eyes of Wang Meng and his companions, this scene appeared exceedingly bizarre. Without a shadow in sight, the loot beside the corpse had vanished suddenly. Thank you, my friend. Wang Meng, aware of the presence of the formidable individual nearby, solemnly clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank me? Qin Feng replied coolly, his voice echoing as if emanating from all directions. In the wild, do not trust others so easily. These words instilled a sense of solemnity in Wang Meng. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, brother. In the game of the Forsaken, only the town served as a safe zone. Outside the town, players could kill one another, and upon death, whether it was a tradable life or a non-tradable life, one would lose half of it. Of course, players could only collect tradable lives. As for non-tradable lives, they could not be directly retrieved unless through monsters where the monster absorbs it, and then killing the monster would yield a conversion of 50. It was evident that if Qin Feng wished ill upon Wang Ming, he could easily eliminate them, but it was unnecessary, for they offered no valuable loot. These individuals were simply too impoverished. At that moment, Wang Ming also comprehended that if this esteemed individual had any ulterior motives, he would not have offered them a word of caution, which deepened his gratitude. Then we shall take our leave and not disturb your equipment appraisal any further. My name is Wang Ming. Should you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out. Wang Ming, displaying great understanding, intended to lead his companions away. However, the beautiful girl, covered in mud, suddenly waved her hand around, exclaiming, "Esteemed one, I am Black Plum Dali. May I add you as a friend?" Upon hearing the girl's self-introduction, Qin Feng nearly burst into laughter. He recognized her, of course, from his previous life. She adopted this alias due to her real name, Lin Liu, with her father's surname being Lin and her mother's surname being Li, thus giving rise to Black Plum Dali. This girl was indeed lovely, with a lively and charming personality, and her figure was alluring. As for her profession, she was a hidden class prophet, significantly stronger than an ordinary mage. In his previous life, Qin Feng had collaborated with her several times. It appeared she had begun her journey similarly to the last time, teaming up with Wang Ming, eventually becoming an official member of the Great Xia. Qin Feng shook his head inwardly. He felt no need to forge a connection with her at this moment, and simply replied, "I apologize, but I'm not interested in Black Plum Dali." Unwilling to give up on becoming friends with Qin Feng, the girl attempted to persist, but was helplessly pulled away by the middle-aged female priest in their party, who turned and left. Watching their departing figures, Qin Feng felt a twinge of sentiment. Wang Ming's class, the Holy Shield Warrior, was indeed robust. Furthermore, the middle-aged female priest in their party was also a hidden class oracle priest, with an initial healing capacity double that of a standard priest. Otherwise, their party would not have been able to endure for so long. My attacks, it seemed, were merely instant kills. However, constrained by the cooldown time of the Shadow Strike, the interval between attacks was excessively prolonged. It took nearly 2 minutes to eliminate this and 3 other corruptors. In that span, a typical team would have been utterly annihilated by the runners. Qin Feng shook his head, not dwelling on it. This wave yielded him abundant rewards. After Wang Ming and the others departed, Qin Feng unleashed his greed hand upon the corpse of the runner. "Congratulations. You have acquired 2 evolution points. You have gained 55 days of lifespan, tradable." A bronze-level enemy provided Qin Feng with a total of 4 evolution points, in addition to 110 days of tradable lifespan and 5 pieces of loot. The haul was commendable. Among the drops, there were 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books, of which only 1 piece was suitable for Qin Feng. In the game of divine abandonment, with such a plethora of classes, it is common for items belonging to other professions to drop. Runner's leather greaves, bronze equipment for assassins. Physical defense, 9. All elemental resistance, 5. Cooldown speed, 15. Equipment requirement, level 2. The defensive attributes and elemental resistance of this equipment held little significance for Qin Feng. However, a cooldown speed of 15 was quite beneficial. He donned it immediately. The cooldown time of Shadow Strike was reduced from 26 seconds to 61 seconds. An impressive effect. In the realm of divine abandonment, there is no cooldown reduction in conventional attributes, only cooldown speed. In the later stages, cooldown speed attributes can be stacked to several 100%. For instance, a cooldown speed of 400 equates to a 4-fold acceleration, making a skill that originally had a 20-second cooldown now only require 4 seconds. In essence, final cooldown time, base cooldown time, 1 cooldown speed. Continuing to grind monsters. Qin Feng needed just 1 more evolution point to evolve Greed Hand to Emerald level. He maintained his stealth as he ventured deeper into the dark woods. Simultaneously, his tradable lifespan had reached 268 days. He possessed a considerable number of other professions' equipment and skill books. Once his backpack was full, he would return to the town to exchange items for tradable lifespan, at which point he could contemplate extracting equipment skills back to reality. It is no exaggeration to say that Qin Feng's developmental pace was more than 100 times faster than in his previous life. It may sound as though his previous growth was exceedingly sluggish, but that was unavoidable. As the number of players in the town increased, the monsters outside would also congregate. The difficulty for new players to hunt monsters would rise sharply. Conversely, many player teams were being relentlessly hunted by swarms of monsters, continuously losing lifespan. For instance, in the current shell town, Wang Ming, accompanied by his hidden class team, had returned to an area closer to the town, where only level 1 monsters appeared. Rather than level 2, they were astonished to quickly spot a 6-player team besieged by over a dozen crawlers. While many teams could manage to defeat a single crawler, facing more than 10 at once, this was utterly overwhelming. A youth, overwhelmed by panic, shouted in anger, only to be immediately beset by 3 crawlers, who tore into him with savage ferocity. Chapter 14. Offer 10 million for the Shadow Lord to upgrade. Prepare for battle. Wang Ming's expression turned grave as he brandished his inferior shield. They had taken a brief respite along their journey, their health and mana nearly restored. Meanwhile, Lin Liu, the enchanting maiden wielding a staff, was still troubled by her failure to add Qin Feng as a friend, believing her muddy appearance might have deterred him. She was on the verge of tears, yet before she could wallow in sorrow, the scene before her left her utterly astonished, prompting her to grasp her staff and ready herself for combat. Over a dozen crawlers. In mere seconds, they annihilated an entire 6-member player team. Initially, Wang Ming was solemnly preparing for battle, but then those crawlers glanced back at their group, seemingly sensing their unusual strength. They hesitated, then turned to flee. Of course, before their departure, they absorbed the untradeable lifespans dropped by the 6 players. Although the monsters required time to digest the lifespans, the absorption was swift. Once completed, the crawlers hastily retreated into the depths of the forest. They ran. Wang Ming and his companions were momentarily taken aback. These creatures were utterly unpredictable. Moreover, the speed of those crawlers was indeed impressive. While not as swift as the sprinters, they were far beyond Wang Ming's ability to pursue. If they wished to flee, there was little chance of catching them. These monsters displayed a discernible sense of caution towards the weak. Wang Ming, Lin Liu, and the others found the situation perplexing, deepening their awe of this forsaken game. The creatures within this realm were not like the typical NPCs waiting to be slain. Instead, they coordinated to hunt players and plunder their lifespans. As for the purpose behind the monsters stealing players' lifespans, Wang Ming and his team remained unaware. But the mere thought was chilling enough. Let's proceed. Wang Ming directed his team onward. Soon, they encountered another 6-member group, of whom 3 lay dead, while the remaining 3 were desperately fleeing. Unfortunately, their speed was insufficient, as 5 crawlers relentlessly pursued them, mercilessly attacking. It seemed imminent that they would be overwhelmed. Arcane Orb. Triple shot. The 2 ranged members of Wang Ming's team launched their attacks from afar, striking 1 crawler each and inflicting approximately 10% of their health and damage. Surround them. Do not let them escape. Wang Ming charged forward with his shield, executing a powerful leap that crashed down, stunning the 5 crawlers in their tracks. Throughout Shell Town, such events were unfolding everywhere. Creatures that were once thought to be mere fodder for experience points were now banding together, turning the tables to ambush players. At the revival point in the town square, beams of white light flickered incessantly with not a moment's pause. Each revived player bore a grim countenance, a reflection of their harrowing ordeal. To ascend to level 3 and return to reality seemed a simple task at first. However, it became apparent that even the monsters had formed alliances, compelling one to risk their life to achieve this level. A pressing concern arose. If we were to remain forever unable to reach level 3, would we not be eternally trapped here? Will we not become mere vegetables in the real world? We must rally more allies. A 6-person team is insufficient. Thus we shall form 2 or even 3 groups to venture forth together. Yet with too many individuals, we risk attracting unwanted attention. Just recently, a 40-member guild was decimated by a curse-wielding foe who dispatched over 30 of them in an instant, instilling fear in countless others. At that moment, They noticed on the leaderboard of Shelltown that the top-ranked player, Shadow, had attained level 3. Incredible. How could Shadow be so formidable? We struggle to defeat mere minions. Yet he ascends with such ease? It appears he is engaging in solitary conquests, as he stands alone at such a lofty rank. Surely, he is a solo player, which is astonishing. The onlookers were left in disbelief. By now, many had ventured beyond the confines of the town and had come to understand the brutal nature of the monsters outside. Given these circumstances, how could Shadow manage to level up single-handedly? What immense power that would entail. At this juncture, the player known as Sister Pair, with the code name Duck Pair, revived alongside her teammates in the square. The young woman clad in a black short-sleeved shirt bore a countenance as dark as coal. This marked her third death. Her once 80-year lifespan had dwindled to a mere 10, signifying a substantial loss. Though she remained uncertain of the veracity of this lifespan, it weighed heavily on her psyche. Beside her, a soft-spoken girl with long hair trembled as she spoke. "Sister Pair, what shall we do now?" She cast a worried glance at her experience bar. Their team had managed to slay 4 crawlers, yet each member had barely gained 10 experience points, leaving them far from the 100 points required to reach level 2, let alone 3. Even these 4 crawlers had proven difficult to defeat, as they would flee when injured. Sister Pair, utilizing her hidden class and her longbow, was the only one adept enough to eliminate the fleeing foes. Without her, they would have been unable to overcome even these 4. In summary, they could not afford to die again. Sister Pair's face darkened as she suddenly spotted the leaderboard, where Shadow had indeed reached level 3. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope within her. "Everyone disperse and spread the word," she commanded. "I will offer 10 million for Shadow to assist me in leveling up to 3. We must return to reality. Given his rapid progression, it should be a simple task for him to help me." Thus, this news swiftly circulated throughout Shelltown, announcing that a noble lady was willing to pay 10 million for the assistance of the top-ranked player, Shadow. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was hastening back. After vanquishing the swift predator, he continued to traverse the dense forest, swiftly slaying a dozen or so crawlers, ultimately grasping a single point of evolution with his greedy hands. He promptly evolved his greedy hands. You have consumed 5 evolution points, remaining 0 points. Greedy hands, platinum emerald, a skill of the assassin class, can be used on the corpses of magical creatures, with a 110,160 chance to receive an additional loot reward. The acquired extra loot has a 20 probability of being elevated by 1 tier. The evolution of Greedy Hands to the Emerald level surprisingly bestowed an additional special effect. There exists a 20 chance to enhance the extra loot by a tier. Invincible. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This effect was undeniably delightful. If he were to continue evolving, would it not guarantee a tier enhancement? By slaying bronze creatures, he could obtain silver equipment. By defeating silver ones, he could unearth golden gear. Perfect. Qin Feng had already memorized the location of a certain creature. The Cursed One, a withered Trent-like creature, seemed to have dispatched dozens of players and was lurking somewhere in the forest, rapidly consuming lifespans. Soon, the Cursed One would ascend to the silver tier. Chapter 15. Selling Ice Spike Spell. The Lady from Above. However, the advancement required some time. Since no one could defeat it at present, he decided to grant it some time to evolve. First, he would return to manage his belongings. Qin Feng glanced at his backpack. He was currently at level 3.5, and his mere 10 slots were already filled to capacity. Within were items and skill books not suited to his profession. For Qin Feng, these items held little value. It would be best to exchange them for tradable lifespan. Yet for the other players in Shelltown, these were excellent items that could significantly bolster their strength. For instance, the Mage Skill Book, Ice Spike. Once learned, this skill could slow down targets upon hitting them, and even had a chance to freeze the target. Of course, it was challenging to control against high resistance, but it was undoubtedly a formidable weapon against minor creatures. On his way back to Shelltown, Qin Feng observed numerous players being relentlessly pursued and slain by crawlers, their faces devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Such occurrences were commonplace in the early stages of the game. It would not be long before players realized that the remedy for such situations lay simply in increasing agility. With heightened agility, one could move swiftly enough to evade death, rendering any number of crawlers ineffective. Moreover, should the crawlers attempt to flee, one could pursue them with speed. This was precisely why Qin Feng aimed to enhance his agility. As Qin Feng approached the safety zone of Shell Town, he finally ceased his stealth. However, he activated the facial concealment feature on the system panel. In the game of Godforsaken, players' appearances mirrored their real-life selves, with no adjustments possible. In reality, he was still an ordinary person, temporarily devoid of extraction abilities. He must not expose his identity. Qin Feng was acutely aware of this. Should his identity be revealed, given his position as the foremost player in Shell Town, trouble would undoubtedly ensue, potentially leading to dire consequences. He had witnessed such matters all too often in his previous life. After activating the facial concealment feature, a shroud of impenetrable black veiling enveloped his face. He was clad in a primitive black robe, with brown speed-enhancing leg guards adorning his legs, and his feet encased in decayed leather boots. Beneath a black veil, only his cold, indifferent eyes were visible. In Shell Town, these garments were worn by players from Jianghai City, each wearing a countenance of despair. They yearned to reach level 3 to return to reality. Yet now, they could not even defeat a single crawler. When confronted, they were met with a swarm, leaving them utterly helpless. Thus, they all congregated in Shell Town, incessantly discussing strategies. Upon Qin Feng's return, his chilling demeanor instantly captured the attention of the surrounding players. The leg guards, boots, and a corrosive dagger in his hand were clearly equipment dropped by wild monsters outside. Notably, the dagger and leg guards shimmered with a faint bronze hue, unmistakably indicating their bronze tier quality. Who is this person? Such ostentation, with 2 pieces of bronze equipment. How could one not flaunt it? Could it be that he is the illustrious Shadow Overlord, currently reigning at the top of the leaderboard? Indeed, it seems so. Overlord, someone is offering 10 million for you to assist them in leveling up. Overlord, I don't need your help, but I can offer you 100,000 if you merely share how you soloed those monsters. Woe is me. Overlord, I've already perished 4 times. If you're willing to guide me, I would do anything you ask. I am but a novice. In an instant, a multitude surrounded him, some pleading for his assistance in leveling, others inquiring about his solo strategies. Unfortunately, Qin Feng paid them no heed. He strode directly towards the town's square-S center and settled beside a dilapidated flower bed. Activating the stall feature, he displayed 10 pieces of equipment and skill books for sale. The shop's title read, Equipment and Skills Clearance Sale, available for 10 minutes only. Act fast. With many players in town, Qin Feng estimated that 10 minutes would suffice. As his stall opened, it immediately captivated the attention of everyone nearby. Overlord, truly the Shadow Overlord. Incredible. He is even selling equipment, including 2 bronze pieces. Did he really slay a bronze monster? I heard that the cursed bronze creature had slain over 30 of Huang Mao's party. Indeed, is it possible that someone can actually defeat such a formidable bronze foe? Players from all walks of life began to gather. Before long, a woman clad in a gray robe approached, accompanied by her teammates. She regarded Qin Feng with a mixture of curiosity and scrutiny. How much for the ice spike skill? The gray-robed woman inquired, having activated her facial concealment feature as well. Yet, Qin Feng recognized her. She was likely the Gray Rose, currently ranked 11th in Shell Town. The robe she wore appeared to be a low-quality garment dropped by ordinary monsters, which suited her moniker rather well. Qin Feng glanced at her and replied, 100 days of transferable lifespan. The Gray Rose furrowed her brow. 100 days? That is too much. I cannot afford it. Could you lower the price? Qin Feng shook his head, disinterested in further conversation. The ordinary level skill, Ice Spike, significantly enhances the early monster farming speed for magic classes. And 100 days was already a bargain. The Gray rose and asked, May I pay in cash? Qin Feng spoke softly, If you possess ample cash, you may first purchase lifespan from others before negotiating with me. Should no one offer a higher price, I can retain the item for you. Gray Rose gently bit her lip, replying, Please wait a moment. She stepped aside with her teammates and engaged in conversation within the team channel for about half a minute. Upon returning to Qin Feng, she stated, All right, 100 days of lifespan. let us proceed with the transaction. Having accumulated a total of 268 days of lifespan, Qin Feng was aware that Grey Rose had also reached level 2, having led her team to slay at least 30 to 40 crawlers. However, the lifespan dropped by the crawlers had been evenly distributed among her and her teammates. At this moment, Grey Rose had pooled the available tradable lifespan of her entire team to purchase the Ice Spike skill, allowing for swifter development. You have sold the Ice Spike skill book, and you have gained 100 days of tradable lifespan. Tradable lifespan, 268 days, 368 days. Just as the transaction concluded, a few individuals forcefully pushed through the crowd, approaching Qin Feng. Leading them was a ponytailed girl dressed in a black short-sleeve shirt, known as Sister Pair, with a codename Duck Pair. The girl had evidently torn the initial black robe sleeves provided by the system, giving her a lively and refreshing appearance. Shadow? The young lady looked down at Qin Feng, who was seated by the flower bed, and arrogantly proclaimed, "I offer you an opportunity. Elevate me to level 3. Upon returning to reality, I will reward you with 10 million. My father is the chairman of Dajiang Industries, so you need not worry about my ability to pay." The crowd erupted in astonishment. 10 million, just for elevating her to level 3. The onlookers were astounded. Surely, it would not be a challenge for a player of Shadow's caliber to assist her. It seemed like an effortless way to earn 10 million. However, to their surprise, Qin Feng, who remained seated by the flower bed, glanced at the girl without the slightest change in his demeanor and calmly replied, "I decline." Chapter 16. The Ruthless Jiang Li. Is money so easily acquired? Unbeknownst to others, Qin Feng was silently scoffing. When he first encountered Duck Pair, he failed to recognize her. After all, he had met countless individuals in his previous life. It was impossible to remember them all. Yet upon hearing the name Dajiang Industries, he recalled that this young lady was none other than Jiang Li, the daughter of the chairman of Dajiang Industries. In his past life, she had committed numerous ruthless acts. For instance, she had acquired tradable lifespan with cash, only to later deny her obligations upon returning to reality, pretending to offer cash while seizing the opportunity to eliminate the individuals in real life. At least a dozen people fell victim to her treachery. During that time, society was already in chaos, and incidents of murder in reality were becoming increasingly common. Jiang Li rapidly ascended, leveraging the tradable lifespan she acquired, coupled with her hidden profession. Qin Feng recalled that it wasn't until the 4th or 5th year of the game's decline that Jiang Li faced retribution. Of course, these matters held no relevance for him, as his previous journey alongside Qin Xiaoyou did not involve rapid leveling, resulting in little interaction with Jiang Li. As for now, Qin Feng certainly does not believe her deceptive words. 10 million? In the present context, that sum may prove useful, but it ultimately depends on whether one can survive to claim it. At this moment, although Qin Feng excels in the Forsaken game, surpassing all others, he remains an ordinary individual in reality. Jiang Li's backing, the formidable Jiang Industrial, employs a multitude of enforcers. Would Qin Feng dare to retrieve cash? It could be said that doing so would equate to certain death. Moreover, in this world, cash will soon lose its significance. The global currency for transactions will swiftly become lifespans. Thus, Qin Feng remained indifferent, utterly disinterested in Jiang Li standing before him. His demeanor left Jiang Li momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by his complete disregard for the allure of 10 million. Jiang Li furrowed her brow. Shadow, while you may be formidable in this game, presently, no one truly comprehends its nature. If you were to align yourself with me, I assure you a future of indulgence, cars, houses, women, everything you desire. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. If you're not here to conduct business, kindly step aside. Do not impede my dealings. You. Jiang Li was nearly infuriated to the point of exasperation. Having been the cherished jewel in her family's palm since childhood, she was accustomed to being the beloved daughter of Jiang Industrial, doted upon by the chairman, who would dare to bully her. Indeed, Jiang Li had never been treated in such a manner. A fleeting glint of ferocity crossed her gaze as she looked at Qin Feng, but she quickly concealed it. She forced a smile. Very well, if you are unwilling, then so be it. Turning on her heel, Her expression darkened once more. Qin Feng paid no heed to her departing figure. At this juncture, no one was aware that lifespans could be exchanged for extracting equipment and skills into reality. No one knew that the Forsaken game would unravel the fabric of order in the real world. Only one's own strength constituted the essence of everything. As for Jiang Li, the prestigious background of Jiang Industrial that she held in such high esteem would soon become utterly meaningless. After leaving the central square of Beak Town, Jiang Li began to devise a plan to uncover Qin Feng's true identity. Just then, a youth with bare arms, adorned with a tattoo, approached her. "Sister Li, I am Mao Li Jun, but you can call me Old Mao." The youth grinned and continued, "I am currently at level 2 and possess some insights into leveling up. I can assist you in your advancement. Does that 10 million still stand?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "Insights? What insights?" The youth known as Old Mao replied directly, "I wouldn't share this with just anyone. However, since it's you, Sister Li, as a gesture of goodwill, I will reveal that in the current situation, to level up, one must allocate all initial 5 attribute points to agility. This way, our running speed will surpass that of the crawlers just enough. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Li felt as if a light bulb had illuminated her mind. Yet, her expression soon soured again. She had already assigned her initial 5 points to strength, believing that high damage was paramount. She had not anticipated being overwhelmed by hordes of crawlers. "All right, leave me to level up." Soon, Jiang Li cheerfully remarked, "However, you are not as formidable as Shadow. I can offer you 5 million. Will you accept? Take me to level 3, and upon our return to reality, I shall provide you with cash." Lao Mao gladly acquiesced, saying, "No problem." As he spoke, he mused internally, though Shadow is powerful, he seems to lack common sense. To reject such an easy 1 million. How foolish. Unfortunately, he was oblivious to the true nature of Jiang Li. This 5 million was not so easily acquired. On Qin Feng's side, he swiftly sold off all his items. Compared to skill books, equipment was considerably cheaper. He had 2 pieces of bronze-level gear, one for warriors and another for priests, both of average attributes, thus selling for merely 30 to 40 days of tradable lifespan. As for the other subpar equipment and skill books, their prices plummeted even further. After selling 10 pieces of equipment and skill books, Qin Feng amassed nearly 300 days of tradable lifespan. Tradable lifespan, 546 days. A satisfactory harvest. By this time, the Cursed One should have advanced to silver level, right? Qin Feng closed his stall and departed from Shell Town, swiftly heading in the direction of the Cursed One while remaining invisible. Along the way, he noticed a youth named Lao Mao leading Jiang Li out, seemingly preparing to assist her in leveling up. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng could foresee Lao Mao's fate. However, he had no intention of offering a warning. For Qin Feng, as long as he wasn't provoked, he had no interest in other matters. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Feng ventured deep into the shadowy forest, arriving at the location where he had previously encountered the Cursed One. Sure enough, it had advanced to silver level, surrounded by swirling gray mist, and was still in the process of evolving. The transition from silver to gold would require at least 7 or 8 hours. Growing impatient, Qin Feng decided to take action. With an abundance of gold-level foes ahead, there was no need to linger. Eliminating this one to grow stronger was the true path. This place was fraught with danger, teeming with monsters. Only Qin Feng could traverse here thanks to his permanent invisibility. Without hesitation, he stealthily approached the Cursed One, reminiscent of a withered treant, and unleashed a deadly poison dart that struck its head with precision. Silver-level creatures possess 2 to 3 times the health of their bronze counterparts, meaning it would take 2 or 3 poison darts to finish the job. Qin Feng threw the dart and vanished from sight. The Cursed One was instantly severely wounded, losing nearly a quarter of its health while continuously suffering from toxin damage. Yet, as it turned to retaliate, it found no trace of its assailant, prompting an enraged outcry. Raising its frail, desiccated arm, gray elemental energy began to coalesce and swell around its hands, culminating in a massive area attack skill, over 20 meters in diameter, which erupted and engulfed its surroundings. Chapter 17. Slaying the Silver. Golden Level Equipment. The Cursed One was a magic-type creature, primarily utilizing area attacks with high damage output. After launching the poison dart, Qin Feng retreated at the utmost speed, barely escaping the attack range in time. What close call! Had I been exposed, given my current health and defenses, I would have faced certain demise. Qin Feng gazed at the expansive eruption of gray mist before him, his heart racing. This curse bearer had slain over 30 players, advancing to the silver tier in a single swoop. The lifespan it had plundered was sufficient for it to ascend to gold, or even higher. Alas, it had encountered Qin Feng. As the adversary unleashed another wave of gray mist, Qin Feng did not draw near. Instead, he distanced himself, awaiting the cool down of his stealth skill. The curse bearer repeatedly raised its hands, releasing blasts of gray mist into the surrounding air. While these minor skills lacked extensive range, they posed a significant threat to Qin Feng. Should they strike him, he would be doomed. Fortunately, he remained cloaked throughout, evading any trace of danger. Once Qin Feng's stealth skill had cooled down, the curse bearer appeared somewhat fatigued after casting its spells over a dozen times, its mana waning. Vigilantly, it surveyed its surroundings and began to venture deeper into the dense forest. Suddenly, a figure emerged behind it, and another venomous dart struck its head. 659, weak point attack. 219. Qin Feng's form flickered and vanished. From approximately 10 meters away, the dart found its mark with remarkable accuracy. This level of precision in ranged attacks was beyond the capability of other players. Qin Feng dared not approach too closely, aware that he would not escape the area of effect in time. It could be said that his apparent prowess was formidable. However, much of it stemmed from the extensive experience he had amassed over 9 arduous years in his previous life. With 2 venomous darts launched, the curse bearer's health had dwindled to a mere third. The curse bearer, unable to discern the enemy's location, fled frantically deeper into the forest. A frail, emaciated figure, its long arms dangling to its knees, was fleeing at an astonishing pace. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astounded. No one could fathom that a creature that had ascended to the silver tier could be pursued by a mere player. It was known that this entity had annihilated dozens of players even while at the bronze tier. At that moment, a shadow appeared once more behind the curse bearer. Another venomous dart. Once again, the curse bearer's body became tainted with green. Under the relentless damage of the poison, its health finally plummeted to 0, and it perished, its frail body collapsing upon the decaying, damp forest floor. You have slain the curse bearer, silver tier. You have gained 1,800 experience points. Congratulations. You have reached level 5. Congratulations. You have earned 4 evolution points. You have acquired 124 days of lifespan, tradable. The substantial experience points propelled Qin Feng to a remarkable ascent of 2 levels, achieving level 5. Furthermore, attaining the silver tier bestowed upon him 4 evolution points. With a grasp of avarice, Qin Feng promptly looted the corpse. A golden hand emerged from the void, seizing the withered body of the curse bearer. Skill Greedy Hand activation successful. You have received 4 evolution points. You have obtained 124 days of tradable lifespan. Remarkably, this solitary silver entity has granted Qin Feng a total of 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Furthermore, upon utilizing the Greedy Hand, a golden glimmer flickered beneath the corpse. Could it be the emergence of an item of golden quality? Truly, the Greedy Hand of the Emerald level is impressive. Qin Feng understood that this was the activation of the additional effect of the Emerald level Greedy Hand, which boasts a 20 chance to elevate the quality of extra loot by 1 tier. While the thrill was undeniable, Qin Feng gazed at the 7 or 8 pieces of loot beneath the corpse with a hint of frustration. With only 10 slots available in his backpack, it would be impractical to return after each kill, as it would be a waste of time. He hoped fervently that this cursed being would drop a storage ring or something similar, thereby increasing his inventory space. With anticipation, Qin Feng extended his hand toward the pile of loot beneath the corpse. Simultaneously, as Qin Feng vanquished the silver level foe and ascended to level 5, Countless individuals within Shelltown were left astounded upon witnessing the leaderboard. Level 3, suddenly leaping to level 5? What formidable adversary had been slain? Just over 10 minutes prior, they had observed the expert selling equipment, and now he had ascended 2 levels so swiftly. This was utterly ridiculous. My sister is 18 this year. I truly hope the expert takes notice of her, allowing me to share in his glory and elevate my own status. Come on. He wouldn't even spare a glance at someone worth $1 million, let alone your sister. At the town center, Wang Meng and his team of 6, Lin Liu, managed to reach level 3. They instinctively glanced at the leaderboard. What? Exclaimed the sharp-eyed archer in disbelief. We just reached level 3, and that expert is already at level 5? Is there no room left for us? Wang Meng wore a stunned expression. Yet, he soon shook his head and gravely stated, let's not dwell on that for now. We must return to reality and inform our loved ones about the godforsaken game. The world may soon descend into chaos. At the very least, we must prepare those close to us. Wang Meng's identity was that of a police officer. The reason he had dozed off in the morning was that he had spent the previous night surveilling a criminal suspect. He had just returned from his shift and unexpectedly found himself in the godforsaken game. Upon hearing Wang Meng's words, Lin Liu and the others nodded solemnly. They each returned to reality, their forms in the godforsaken game gradually becoming ethereal until they vanished. Amidst the astonishment of countless onlookers, Qin Feng also experienced a bountiful harvest. From this silver-level cursed being, he not only acquired 12 evolution points, but also 372 days of tradable lifespan. Even his non-tradable lifespan surged by over 200 years. Presently, my non-tradable lifespan has reached 418 years and 271 days. It seems like a considerable amount. However, in the higher zones of the godforsaken game, or in the reality that follows the initial spread of desolation, the passage of time will accelerate the depletion of lifespan. Shaking his head, Qin Feng refrained from overthinking. He turned his gaze toward his backpack. First, let us examine that piece of golden-grade equipment. Cursed Ring, golden usable by all classes. Grants 8 to all attributes, 26 dark element resistance, and a critical attack multiplier of 1. Required level 4. A ring that enhances all attributes. Qin Feng found this quite satisfactory. With an increase of 8 to all attributes, it equates to an impressive total of 32 attribute points. This single ring provides the equivalent of what others would need to achieve through 3 levels of advancement. The additional dark element resistance proves beneficial against numerous magical creatures. The initial critical attack multiplier stands at 15. With this ring, it escalates to 16, which is rather commendable. In this Forsaken game, there is no concept of critical hits. Rather, there exists only the critical attack multiplier for striking weaknesses. In essence, this multiplier is akin to the critical damage found in some online games. Next, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to a skill book. In comparison to equipment, he clearly harbored a greater affinity for skill books, as they allowed for the infinite evolution of skills. At that moment, a silver-grade skill book dropped from the cursed one, igniting a spark of excitement within Qin Feng. Chapter 18, Shadow Slash. Diamond-grade Greedy Hand. Shadow Slash, Silver Assassin class skill. Teleports in a specified direction up to 15 meters, entering a state of invisibility, lasting 5 seconds, and inflicting 3 slashes on all enemies in its path. Cooldown, 10:43 seconds. Learning requirement, level 4, slash width, 21 meters. Each slash inflicts an additional 100 points of attack power, considered a backstab with 100 certainty. Qin Feng grasped the skill book and immediately commenced learning it. Had he acquired this skill earlier, the time required to eliminate that silver-grade cursed one would have been halved. Most importantly, this skill not only allowed him to maintain his invisibility, but also served as an area damage skill. As for the cooldown period, 12 seconds represents the base cooldown, while 1043 seconds denotes the actual effective cooldown time, considering Qin Feng's 15 cooldown speed attribute. An attack range of 15 meters in length and 21 meters in width is particularly exhilarating for dispatching minor foes. Through evolution, it should enhance the range, but there is no need to rush. Qin Feng then focused his attention on Greedy Hand. Having evolved Greedy Hand 4 times previously, he was now poised for the 5th evolution. The required evolution points were 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8 respectively. Thus, it seemed that the evolution points needed for each skill's evolution equaled the sum of the previous 2 evolutions. If he was not mistaken, the 6th evolution of any skill would require 13 points. As Qin Feng pondered this, he expended 8 evolution points to evolve Greedy Hand once more. You have consumed 8 evolution points, leaving you with 4 points. Greedy Hand, Emerald Diamond Assassin class skill, can be used on the corpses of magical creatures, providing a 160,220 chance to acquire an additional loot reward. The obtained extra loot has a 20/40 chance of increasing by 1 grade. Upon witnessing the effects of a skill enhancement, Qin Feng inhaled sharply. Now, with each monster he slays, he would assuredly receive 2 additional pieces of loot. Defeating 1 creature equates to what others would achieve by vanquishing 3. Moreover, there exists a 20 chance to receive 3 extra rewards, along with a 40 probability of elevating 1 grade. As this skill evolved, Qin Feng felt increasingly formidable. Upon examining the next evolution requirements for the Greedy Hand, he discovered, as anticipated, that the evolution now demanded 13 points. Without the Greedy Hand, acquiring these 13 evolution points would have taken him considerable time. However, with the Greedy Hand at his disposal, the evolution points came with remarkable ease. With 4 points remaining, he decided to enhance his combat prowess first. Qin Feng realized that he could no longer effortlessly dispatch silver-tier enemies. Thus, it was imperative to bolster his strength. Otherwise, encounters with higher-tier foes could lead to prolonged battles and potential mishaps. You have consumed 3 evolution points. 1 point remains. Shadow/silver gold. Platinum teleports in a specified direction, up to 15, 18, 21 meters, entering a state of invisibility, lasting 567 seconds, dealing 345 slashes to all enemies in the path. Cooldown, 12, 1, 043 seconds. Slash width, 212, 631 meters. Each slash adds an attack power of 100, 150, or 200 points. Evolving Shadow slash did not reduce the cooldown time. That was somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, relying solely on Shadow slash, I could achieve infinite invisibility. Transforming 3 slashes into 5 resulted in explosive damage. With only 1 evolution point left, and no skills available for further evolution, Qin Feng turned his gaze to the remaining spoils. There was nothing of use to him, but he did possess a silver-tier warrior skill book, Battle Roar, which, when unleashed, would augment the entire team's attack and defense by 20 points. Once learned, this skill book would effectively double the team's damage and durability in the early stages. Had this been in his previous life, a warrior with such a skill in the early game would have been invincible. Alas, this skill book was destined for sale. Qin Feng felt a twinge of regret. Maintaining his invisibility, he surveyed his surroundings. This dense forest had evolved into a level 45 monster spawn area. The once level 2 cursors had ascended to level 4 due to their consumption of life force, which allowed them to drop level 4 loot for Qin Feng. Not far off, within the shadows of the forest, 3 decayed limb crawlers were cautiously observing the corpse of the fallen cursor. Before they could react, he unleashed Shadow Slash. 725, 725, 725. The level 4 common monsters boasted approximately 1,000 health points. Yet, with a single Shadow Slash, Qin Feng briefly manifested for about 0.1 seconds before instantaneously traversing over 10 meters. Along his path, the 3 limb crawlers each suffered 2 slashes and were swiftly eliminated. You have slain a limb crawler for. You have gained 80 experience points. You have acquired 5 days of life, tradable. A flurry of system notifications echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Having effortlessly dispatched the 3 minor foes, he returned to their remains and activated the Greedy Hand. Fortunately, the Greedy Hand was not on cooldown. However, each monster corpse could only be touched once, which was somewhat regrettable. If anyone were to learn of Qin Feng's thoughts, they would likely scold him vehemently. Did he not find the triple reward sufficient? Did he wish to touch more times? Was there no sense of shame? After learning Shadow Slash, Qin Feng's efficiency in monster hunting had dramatically increased. It appears that ascending to level 10 will only take a couple of hours. A smirk curled at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. Just as he was preparing to challenge level 10 and extract his abilities into reality, in Blue Star's reality, individuals around the globe began to reach level 3, promptly returning to the real world. Initially, an increasing number of people had entered the Forsaken game due to slumber. In reality, their bodies transformed into a semi-transparent, ethereal state, instilling panic among those around them, while various doomsday proclamations swiftly spread. However, as level 3 players gradually returned to reality, the truth was finally unveiled to the public. Upon falling asleep, our consciousness inexplicably travels to a realm abandoned by deities. The Forsaken game? Is it akin to an online game? Can one grow stronger merely by playing? I, Zhuo Benwei, am indeed invincible. Yet, do not be overly optimistic. It is said that the majority of individuals are perpetually dying, each death deducting half of their lifespan. Can slaying monsters in the game yield additional lifespan? Wouldn't that imply the possibility of immortality? Who can ascertain the veracity of such claims? The notion that everyone worldwide enters the game upon slumber. What power can explain this? Indeed, there is an old man in my small town whose days were already numbered. After dying a few times, he succumbed on the spot. The entire town received a death announcement, leaving the reality of his death uncertain. Across various nations, countless discussion threads emerged on major internet forums. The Forsaken game has surged to become a trending topic on all global websites. In Jianghai City, at Jianghai Normal University, Qin Xiaoyou and Chu Yan, who had returned to their dormitory to rest, were equally informed about the Forsaken game. Chapter 19 Qin Xiaoyou. Those who have reached level 3 are undoubtedly formidable. In the dormitory, the 4 girls engaged in fervent discussion regarding the Forsaken game. The short-haired girl, Chu Yan, who is also Qin Xiaoyou's close friend, remarked while tidying her belongings, "It is said that individuals from the same area, if they fall asleep simultaneously, will appear in the same novice town. I must return to bring my parents. They have never played games, and I fear they may struggle to adapt." One girl lamented, "Don't put yourself at risk as well. We could develop ourselves first and then bring our parents along later." Another girl, wearing glasses, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, we can hardly ensure our own proper development." Qin Xiaoyou glanced at her phone. In truth, she was awaiting an apology from Qin Feng. Yet, until now, Qin Feng had not sent a word. This only fueled her ire further. With such a significant matter at hand, why had he not come to apologize? Was he so proud? However, it was even less likely for her to apologize to Qin Feng. Most importantly, Qin Xiaoyou felt that skipping the exam to attend Song Fei's concert was not a mistake. In her eyes, how rare was Song Fei's concert? How could a mere exam compare? Exams could be retaken, but missing the concert meant forever losing the chance to be close to her idol. Thankfully, Chu Yan had accompanied her. It was the closest she had ever been to her idol. The mere thought of Song Fei filled Qin Xiaoyou with sweetness. At the concert's commencement, when Song Fei expressed his longing for them, it instantly evoked a sense of nostalgia in Qin Xiaoyou that lingers to this day. One wonders when Brother Song Fei will venture into the Forsaken game. Given his prowess, he will undoubtedly exert great effort and excel within the game. It is rather amusing to note that, in Qin Xiaoyou's mind, the image of her brother is predominantly that of Song Fei, rather than Qin Feng. In her previous life, Qin Feng was oblivious to this fact. Following the emergence of the Forsaken game, Qin Feng even visited the school to seek out Qin Xiaoyou, offering apologies and requests, ultimately joining her in a game. However, in this lifetime, she seems indifferent to the circumstances. Yet, the situation has shifted due to Qin Feng's choices. In her previous life, although Qin Feng was delayed due to work and did not reach out to Qin Xiaoyou immediately upon receiving news, he consistently sent her messages of apology to keep her reassured. This time, however, Qin Feng has entirely disregarded her. Apologies? What good are they? Consequently, it is highly probable that Qin Xiaoyou may enter the Forsaken game ahead of schedule under these conditions. But what bearing does this have on Qin Feng? Suddenly, Chuyan glanced at her phone and exclaimed with delight, "Sisters, look! Zhang Wei has surprisingly leveled up to level 3 and emerged from the Forsaken game." Qin Xiaoyou was somewhat taken aback. "So impressive? Anyone reaching level 3 this early must be a big shot." With that, she picked up her phone and tagged Zhang Wei in their group chat. Zhang Wei was the boy who had dozed off on his desk during class. His appearance in the chat sparked a wave of admiration from the entire class. "Big brother Zhang Wei, do you have any strategies to share?" The flattery from her classmates made Zhang Wei feel rather elated, especially Qin Xiaoyou's comment, which led him to think, isn't this the perfect opportunity to win her over? Typically, Qin Xiaoyou carried herself with considerable poise. Zhang Wei was not one to fawn over her. But why turn down an opportunity with a girl who showed interest? Thus, he promptly initiated a private chat with Qin Xiaoyou, boasting confidently, "Rest assured, Xiaoyou, as long as someone in the town reaches level 5, the town's teleportation array can be activated. At that point, we can teleport between starting towns. You should find a small town, assemble a casual team to level up, and I'll come find you to help you soar." He added, "Here's a secret. Allocate all initial attribute points to agility. Otherwise, you won't be quick enough and will be overwhelmed by monsters." Upon reading Zhang Wei's message, Qin Xiaoyou felt a flicker of confusion. She inquired, "What if I'm a magic-type profession? Should I still allocate points to agility?" Zhang Wei replied earnestly, "Yes, agility is not entirely useless for magic types. It can hasten casting speed, which is particularly crucial in the early stages." Qin Xiaoyou responded, "Got it." Gazing at her charming profile picture, Zhang Wei felt himself soaring with delight, even fantasizing about winning her affections. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Xiaoyou's heart only belonged to her brother Song Fei. She held no interest in anyone else, viewing them merely as tools to aid her in leveling up. Qin Xiaoyou thought of Qin Feng and couldn't help but smirk. "How bold of you not to come and apologize yet. Truly a show of audacity." With that, she decided to enter the game to level up. Once someone in Zhang Wei's town reached level 5, he could teleport to her. "Qin Feng, by the time you enter the game, we might have surpassed you in levels." She believed that with a formidable ally, her leveling speed would be exceedingly rapid. Little did she know, Qin Feng had already ascended to level 5. If Zhang Wei was considered a powerhouse, then what did that make Qin Feng? The teleportation array in the starting town was bidirectional. Thus, merely lighting up a single town's teleportation array was futile. It required players from other towns to reach level 5 as well. This was why Qin Feng had not rushed back to activate the teleportation array. Moreover, his intention was to swiftly reach level 10 and head to the main city, for that was when the true essence of the game, divine abandonment, commenced. However, the ability to teleport freely between towns made one ponder. Which town was Song Fei currently in? As Qin Feng leisurely farmed monsters in the dim forest, he squinted, deep in thought. In his previous life, shortly after the game began, Qin Xiaoyou had attempted to seek out Song Fei, but Qin Feng had intervened and prevented her. Thanks to Qin Xiaoyou, a fan group of Song Fei had discovered the initial town where he resided. It seemed to be called Firefly Town. Excellent. He would upgrade there and confront Song Fei time and again. A murderous intent swirled in Qin Feng's eyes. The in-game hunts were merely a prelude, designed to instill fear before they logged off. The true hunt would follow soon after. Qin Feng glanced at the level leaderboard of Shell Town. Currently, he alone had risen to level 6, while others remained at level 3. It would take time for players from other towns to achieve level 5 and activate inter-town teleportation. He continued to slay monsters. Shadow Slash. 754. 754. 754. Creatures that appeared fierce and terrifying to other players fell before Qin Feng in an instant, transforming into experience points, lifespans, and loot. Meanwhile, in the real world, in Jianghai City, Wang Meng returned to reality and swiftly drove to the bureau to report the situation. "What? You say someone in Shelltown has already reached level 5, and they did it solo? Their codename is Shadow. Reaching level 5 now means they must be the first in the world." In the bureau, over a dozen high-ranking officials listened to Wang Meng's report, all wearing expressions of astonishment. Chapter 20, Shock. Could Shadow be a transmigrator? At that moment, some prominent figures from the Jianghai city government had gathered together. A few of them were gamers themselves and were quite intrigued by this game, Divine Abandonment. Naturally, as officials of the Great Xia, their primary concern was stability. After hearing Wang Meng's report, one official frowned and said, "Wang Meng, if what you say is true, then Shadow was already level 3 half an hour ago. Why has he not returned to reality? Does he have no family to notify?" Wang Meng shook his head. "I cannot say. Perhaps he truly has no one." At that moment, a melodious and charming female voice rang out. Could this Shadow be a traveler? Aren't travelers typically orphans who rise to prominence swiftly? The crowd was taken aback, turning their gazes in unison. There stood a beautiful policewoman, elegantly clad in uniform, her expression adorably innocent. Her long, straight legs and well-proportioned figure were quite captivating. Upon noticing the attention directed at her, the lovely policewoman blushed and remarked, "Did I say something wrong?" A senior official sighed. "Aniu, in such a serious setting, you ought to refrain from indulging in novels and making such jokes." "Oh," the policewoman replied, sticking out her tongue and falling silent. The officials resumed their discussion regarding the Shadow. Based on Wang Meng's description, the Shadow seemed to possess a decent temperament. Indeed, while its demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar, the fact that it rescued Wang Meng and the others indicated that it was not malevolent. It seemed prudent to cultivate a relationship with the Shadow. After a brief deliberation, the officials swiftly reached a decision, assigning Wang Meng and Aniu the task of befriending the Shadow within the game. Their objectives were threefold. First, to ascertain the Shadow's character. Second, to uncover its true identity in the real world. And third, to establish a collaborative relationship on behalf of the authorities. Regarding lifespan, the higher-ups had already confirmed the authenticity of the lifespan data. Several elder individuals had perished upon entering the godforsaken game, and subsequent data collection and comparisons verified that these deceased had experienced multiple deaths within the game, with their lifespans continuously halved. If the remaining lifespan fell below a day, any death would result in a forced deduction of 1 day's lifespan, leading to demise. Consequently, this game was deemed extraordinary, prompting nations worldwide to take the godforsaken game with utmost seriousness. At present, officials had two pressing priorities. One was to maintain social stability, and the other was to explore the godforsaken game. The fate of human lifespans being governed by a mysterious and bizarre game necessitated that governments worldwide pay heed to this phenomenon. Of course, currently, both the officials and the global populace were only aware of the game's capacity to influence lifespan. The real crux of the matter lay in the fact that once someone reached level 10, a system notification would be issued, allowing them to extract all levels, attributes, equipment, skills, and more from the game into reality by consuming tradable lifespan. It was then that global chaos would truly commence. Over an hour later, Qin Xiaoyou forced herself to sleep in her dormitory, entering the godforsaken game. As in her previous life, she opted for a random profession and obtained the hidden class of Life Priest. This vocation boasted a higher healing capacity than that of a typical priest, maximizing the survival environment for her teammates. In her previous life, Qin Feng was merely an ordinary warrior, which led Qin Xiaoyou to regard him with disdain, despite his formidable combat prowess. Yet, little did she know that Qin Feng had chosen the warrior class solely to protect her within the game. In this life without her, Qin Feng directly acquired the unique hidden class of Shadow. Though both were hidden classes, their tiers were distinctly different. The Life Priest was merely an ordinary hidden class. Others may also attain such professions, but Qin Feng's Shadow possesses a uniqueness. Its strength surpasses that of ordinary hidden careers. How splendid! I have obtained a hidden profession. Surely, I am worthy of Song Fei now, right? Qin Xiaoyou beamed with joy. Yet, upon recalling Qin Feng, she furrowed her brow. Why hasn't he come to apologize yet? No matter, with the emergence of the abandoned god game, I now have a hidden profession. He better not come begging me to help him level up. Having acquired her hidden profession, Qin Xiaoyou felt an inflated sense of self-worth. Furthermore, with Zhang Wei already promising to assist her, her confidence soared. However, she had clearly underestimated the game's difficulty, which would undoubtedly challenge her to her limits. In Shell Town, Qin Feng filled his backpack with spoils. Planning to return, and sort them out. Fortunately, he had acquired a storage backpack, albeit with only 5 slots, yet it could still hold 5 items. Within the Abandoned God game, players initially possess a 10-slot backpack, worn at their left waist. Now, Qin Feng sported a black cloth bag at his right side. Adding 5 more slots, he calculated that these items could fetch at least 500 days of tradable lifespan. It is worth noting that after defeating the Silver Cursed One and grinding for a while, he had barely managed to accumulate just over 600 days of lifespan. 500 days was indeed a considerable amount. As he stealthily made his way back, he caught sight of 2 figures. Jiangli from Jiang Industrial? Qin Feng silently passed by her side, overhearing her conversation with a young man from her team. Old Mao. Miss, you've reached level 3. It's time to fulfill your promise. Right? Duck pair. Rest assured, our Jiang Industrial can certainly afford this little sum. We'll return to reality now. Just give me your phone number, and you can contact me. By the way, sell me your tradable lifespan. For each day, I'll offer 10,000. What do you say? Old Mao, sure, huh? The young Mao Lijun was merely an ordinary profession, having chosen the archer class and prioritized agility at the start, which facilitated his early leveling. Now, having brought Duck Pair to level 3, it was time to reap the rewards. Although the Shadow had reached level 7, it was merely a game. Like me, seize every opportunity to convert gaming prowess into cash. Now, that is true wisdom. Even if this game affects lifespan, lifespan can be replenished. Why the rush? Mao Lijun reveled in his impending fortune of 5 million, no, over 600,000, which thrilled him immensely. In his lifetime, he had never seen such a sum, which filled him with excitement. Qin Feng, of course, had no interest in the two. He soon returned to Shell Town, maintaining his invisibility as he made his way to the basement of the central square. Descending the stairs, he encountered a petrified teleportation portal. He reached out to touch it. Congratulations! You have activated the teleportation array of Shell Town. Shell Town is now connected with other initial towns in Jianghai City, Great Xia Kingdom. You can teleport for free once a day. Multiple teleports require consuming tradable lifespan. You have gained 1 point of reputation. Having completed this task, Qin Feng returned to the square. The shadowy figure, cloaked in a veil that concealed their face, re-emerged in the sight of the players in the quaint town, inciting a wave of envy, jealousy, and admiration. Chapter 21. The Spatial Ring. Golden Tier. In Shell Town, the Shadow is a being of reverence for all. While the majority of players struggle to even reach level 3, this enigmatic figure has already attained level 7. If this were an ordinary online game, people might merely express their astonishment and reflection. However, in this forsaken game, where one's lifespan is at stake, how could they not feel envious? Under the countless envious gazes, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town, first activating the teleportation portal in the basement of the square, earning a point of prestige. He then returned to the square and set up his stall once more. Originally, several others had been peddling their wares around the broken flower bed. Yet, upon seeing Qin Feng, they all gravitated toward him. The esteemed player has finally arrived. I have prepared 150 days of lifespan, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to purchase items from him. The last time he appeared, he sold the Ice Spike spell, propelling Grey Rose to the 2nd rank on the leaderboard. Truly formidable. Of course, items from such a prestigious player cannot be ordinary. Many hopefuls gathered, fully aware that Qin Feng's inventory contained numerous tiered items. At this stage, many players can defeat common monsters, yet they are unable to vanquish stronger foes. They can accumulate lifespan and defeat lesser monsters to obtain subpar equipment and a meager supply of ordinary gear. But acquiring high-tier equipment and skill books from Qin Feng is currently their sole avenue. After all, they cannot hope to conquer the stronger adversaries. Any useful equipment or skill book in Qin Feng's possession is guaranteed to be in high demand. For instance, the Silver-tier Warrior skill book, Battle Roar, dropped by the Cursed One, was secured for a staggering 300 days of lifespan. Such a price is undeniably steep. A single skill book exchanged for nearly a year of life. Many warriors yearned to acquire that Battle Roar, yet could not afford such a price, left only to envy the level 4 warrior who purchased it. Is it worth 300 days of lifespan for a skill book? Without sufficient funds, living longer is merely torment. It is better to trade lifespan for wealth. Thus, your vision is rather myopic. The individual who acquire that skill book will double their efficiency in hunting monsters. What is a mere 300 days of lifespan in comparison? Indeed, as long as one possesses enough strength, not just 300 days, but even immortality could be within reach. In addition to the skill book, there are various low-tier equipment and skill books available. Items of inferior, ordinary, and bronze quality exist. Those with favorable attributes command higher prices, such as footwear that enhances movement speed or skill books that provide control or acceleration effects, which would be sold for 50 to 80 days of lifespan. The rest are priced considerably lower, around 20 to 40 days. Besides selling items, Qin Feng also indicated a desire to acquire storage bags and similar items. Before long, a striking young woman adorned in a black robe, her figure elegantly graceful, approached Qin Feng, a staff gracefully draped at her waist. Indeed, it is the concealed vocation of Wang Meng's team, codenamed Black Bramble, the young Oracle. The Oracle, belonging to the mage class, is capable of donning magical attire. Due to the inherent passive abilities of the profession, the Oracle possesses a considerable advantage over ordinary mages, particularly evident in their damage output. My esteemed mentor, I have what you seek, the enchanting maiden said as she approached Qin Feng with grace. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence as she extended her delicate hand, revealing a ring before him. Qin Feng glanced at it. Spatial ring. Contains 12 slots of storage space. Does not occupy a slot in rings or backpacks. Upon seeing this item, Qin Feng felt a surge of astonishment. Typically, players are limited to carrying 3 storage backpacks, capping their capacity. However, the spatial ring is a unique storage apparatus that does not occupy any backpack slots. In essence, it provides additional storage space. Although such items can drop from any creature, the drop rate is exceedingly low. In his previous life, a single spatial ring could be traded for a decade or more, equating to over 650 days. Curious, Qin Feng inquired, how do you intend to sell it? Black Bramble, with an air of mystery, replied, I do not seek your lifespan, esteemed one. I merely desire to add you as a friend, and additionally, I wish to request your assistance in defeating a creature together. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng sent her a friend request. Player Black Bramble has accepted your friend request. Player Black Bramble has sent you a private message. Qin Feng opened the private chat interface. After conversing briefly with the maiden, he swiftly learned the situation. It appeared that after Wang Meng logged off, he had yet to return, and the beautiful girl, feeling somewhat bored, had been wandering about, slaying monsters, ultimately stumbling upon a golden tier creature. She knew she could not defeat it alone. Initially, she had planned to wait for her comrades to log in, but upon reflection, she realized that even with her entire team, they would likely struggle against it, especially after the profound impression left by the previous bronze-tier Swift Runner. Having fortuitously encountered Qin Feng, she decided to introduce herself and, with the spatial ring, barter for his assistance in vanquishing the creature. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and asked, what is the name of this golden tier creature? Black Bramble shook her head. I was too far away to see clearly. However, its health bar was quite evident. It was perched upon a dilapidated ship in the marsh. A ship? Qin Feng nodded, gaining insight. He replied in the private chat, I can assist you in defeating it. Should any equipment or skill books drop that you can utilize, they shall be yours. All other items, however, will belong to me. What say you? The beautiful maiden appeared taken aback. What about Captain Wang Meng and the others? Her initial intention was for Qin Feng to join her team, allowing them to split the spoils evenly. Yet, that seemed rather inequitable to Qin Feng. He shook his head. Your team has a diverse array of professions. If nothing drops that benefits my assassin, would I not be laboring in vain? After some consideration, Black Bramble conceded, recognizing the difficulty of the golden tier creature. Thus, she acquiesced. Let us proceed as you propose. However, I have a request. If Captain Wang Meng's team has their equipment available, could you offer a slight discount when selling it to us? Qin Feng nodded. That is certainly feasible. The beautiful maiden replied, all right. We shall set off as soon as the captain comes online. Observing that he had sold most of his items, Qin Feng shook his head and said, "No need to wait. Just take me there. I can handle it alone." Upon hearing this, the black-clothed plum, Dali Z, was momentarily taken aback. What? The maiden was stunned. Soloing a golden-level creature? Wasn't that rather presumptuous? In her eyes, although Qin Feng leveled up quickly, dealt significant damage, and could move stealthily. The monsters in this Forsaken game were formidable, especially the golden-level ones, whose skills were unknown. How could this individual be so confident in his ability to slay one alone? Was that not excessive? Chapter 22. Stalking? Instant kill. The frenzied zone. In truth, Qin Feng's assertion was not baseless. From the maiden's description, he deduced that the golden-level creature was a rare and special golden ghost ship. Such creatures could appear at any level tier. If found near the initial town, it would likely be level 5. Its health and attack were comparable to ordinary golden-level monsters, but it possessed a multitude of skills, making it exceedingly difficult to conquer. Most importantly, it would drop a highly valuable special item. This item would be unattainable even after thousands of years in the later stages. Encountering a golden ghost ship so early in the initial town was indeed fortuitous, and a level 5 golden ghost ship was the easiest to defeat. Had it been a higher level one, its skills and damage would have been extraordinarily outrageous. A few minutes later, after selling his last 2 items, Qin Feng departed the shell town alongside the maiden, Lin Liu. He tallied his earnings. The items sold amounted to a total of 650 days of lifespan, bringing his accumulated tradable lifespan to 2,174 days. However, it was still insufficient to extract the levels, attributes, professions, and equipment skills from this Forsaken game into reality. 6 or 7 years of lifespan would be wholly inadequate. He was not far from reaching level 10. Before that, he needed to accumulate as much lifespan as possible. This unexpected discovery of the Golden Ghost ship would serve as another turning point for Qin Feng. Once he vanquished it and obtained that special item, his development would accelerate. Qin Feng, accompanied by Lin Liu, left the town. This exquisite maiden, whose real name was Lin Liu, had wide, expressive eyes that reflected a sense of astonishment. She found it difficult to fathom how Qin Feng would manage to solo a golden-level creature. Surely, a golden-level adversary would possess extensive area attacks, right? Even if he could turn invisible, it would be impossible to remain unscathed. With his assassin's physique, a single hit could spell disaster. Suddenly, Qin Feng returned to her side. "You are moving rather slowly," he remarked casually. "There are individuals trailing us." Lin Liu's eyes widened in surprise. What should we do?" The notion of being followed was clearly ominous. If ambushed during battle, it would be quite troublesome. Qin Feng replied, "Just keep walking. I will be right back." Lin Liu did not look back. She adorned herself in a black robe, her graceful form advancing across the scorched earth, while Qin Feng silently concealed his presence. Mere moments later, he retreated to a grove several dozen meters away, catching sight of 5 players trailing him. In an instant, he executed a swift strike. His silhouette flickered through the darkened woods, and a gleaming blade erupted forth. 817, 821, 798. 4 damage numbers floated before Qin Feng's eyes. The 4 pursuers collapsed instantly. The 5th, witnessing the rapid demise of his companions, paled and attempted to flee, only to be struck by a venomous dart that found its mark at the back of his head. 948, critical hit. He fell without a breath. Regrettably, these 5 individuals were impoverished. The total lifespan they dropped amounted to merely 10 days. It was akin to vanquishing a couple of minor foes. Qin Feng departed the grove with a sense of calm. "Let us hasten," he urged as he returned to Lin Liu's side, lifting her effortlessly and placing her upon his shoulder. What? Lin Liu, taken aback, found the position quite absurd, akin to being seized by a mountain king as a captive bride. Yet, her astonishment quickly transformed into awe at Qin Feng's speed. Currently, his agility totaled 72 points, allowing him to traverse 85 meters per second under normal circumstances, and when sprinting at full capacity, he could reach an astonishing 25 meters per second. This meant he could cover 100 meters in a mere 4 seconds, far surpassing the limits of former humanity. Upon reaching level 10, these attributes could even be transmuted into real life, granting him such prowess in the tangible world. Qin Feng mused. It must be said, Lin Liu possessed an admirable physique. Her slender waist and long legs were noteworthy. Though this was a game, the representations mirrored reality. In the world of the Forsaken game, players' heights, weights, and appearances bore no distinction from the real world. This fact contributed to the swift consensus that the Forsaken game was indeed extraordinary. The technology employed was far beyond the capabilities of current civilization in Blue Star. At this moment, although Qin Feng could not render Lin Liu invisible alongside him, carrying her while sprinting at remarkable speed rendered him untraceable. Despite his strength, he lacked means of counter-invisibility and could only eliminate visible foes. Should anyone stealthily follow him, he would remain unaware. Thus, he continued with Lin Liu, advancing at unparalleled speed, making it impossible for anyone to pursue them. Guided by Lin Liu's hints, Qin Feng navigated through the dark grove, dispatching minor creatures with ease using swift venomous darts. Lin Liu observed in awe, marveling at Qin Feng's formidable prowess. After a span of over 10 minutes, the duo finally reached a cliff. Standing at the precipice, they gazed ahead to behold a small cliff approximately 10 meters high, revealing a mist-laden swamp below. Amidst the mire lay a vessel, a tattered ship faintly gleaming with a golden hue. Even from over 100 meters away, the health bar aboard the ship was discernible. It was extensive and adorned with a golden border, unmistakably marking it as the fabled Golden Ghost ship. Upon observing the dilapidated vessel, Qin Feng's heart began to race. He gently set Lin Liu down on the cliff's edge, cautioning her, "Stay here and be vigilant against any potential ambush. I shall attend to matters." Without waiting for her response, he sought a narrow path beside him and descended the cliff. As he stepped into the marshy expanse, a system notification resonated in his mind. Due to the influence of the ghost ship, this area has transformed into a berserk zone. Lifespan depletion rate within the zone, 100 times. In this marsh, the rate of lifespan depletion surged to an alarming hundredfold. This meant that merely lingering in the berserk zone for approximately 15 minutes would exhaust an entire day's worth of life. Naturally, such temporary berserk zones posed minimal threat. However, 1 month following the arrival of the Forsaken game, the first wave of desolation would erupt, transforming the entirety of Blue Star into berserk zones, along with even more terrifying disaster zones and nightmare realms. At that juncture, humanity's true calamity would commence. For the moment, Qin Feng paid little heed to the system notification. He had already entered a state of invisibility and traversed the marshland. Even in this treacherous terrain, a player in stealth would leave no trace of footprints. He advanced towards the heart of the marsh. Soon, the gray mist parted like clouds, revealing a dilapidated ghost ship, nearly 5 meters in length, before him. Upon its deck stood a skeletal figure, precariously holding a paddle, while at the bow, a bell enveloped in golden, ghostly flames beckoned. Golden Ghost Ship 5, Grade, Golden, Special, Existence Countdown, 45 minutes and 25 seconds, Chapter 23, An Opportunity to Take Over, Instant Annihilation. Fortunately, there remained 45 minutes. Qin Feng exhaled with relief. Such peculiar entities were bound by time constraints. They existed only for a limited duration before vanishing. With 45 minutes remaining, Qin Feng felt confident he could vanquish this Golden Ghost ship. He commenced his assault. With a glance at his Shadow Strike skill, now fully recharged, he launched an attack on the Golden Ghost ship. Shadow Slash. 549, 549, 549. A series of 5 damage figures erupted from the ghost ship. Qin Feng flickered out of sight, only to reappear as he unleashed a venomous dart upon the golden bell atop the ship. 621, weak point attack. 207, 207. The ghost ship's vulnerability lay not with the skeletal figure wielding the paddle, but rather with that golden bell. After executing his 2 skills, Qin Feng swiftly activated stealth, retreating with utmost haste to a safe distance. Then, the paddle-wielding skeleton aboard the Golden Ghost ship emitted a creaking sound, its hollow eye sockets igniting with ghostly flames. In the surrounding marsh, torrents of water began to surge. Dozens of powerful jets of water erupted from around the ghost ship. Qin Feng comprehended that with his current fragile state, being struck by these water jets would spell certain doom. Fortunately, he had prepared himself. After the sudden ambush, he swiftly retreated. Nonetheless, columns of water erupted around him, nearly sealing his fate. The closer he drew to the ghost ship, the more densely packed the water spouts became. Only a warrior clad in silver armor could possibly withstand a single onslaught from these torrents. Qin Feng remained composed, skillfully evading the relentless jets of water with precise predictions and agile movements, distancing himself from the ghost ship. Simultaneously, as the water columns subsided, a horde of decayed water ghosts emerged from the marsh. There were a total of 12 of these grotesque apparitions, each possessing the combat prowess of silver rank. Moreover, slaying these putrid specters yielded no rewards whatsoever. This is the most insidious aspect of the Golden Ghost ship. Choosing not to confront the water ghosts could lead to an overwhelming defeat, as the 12 silver-level minions were sufficient to annihilate any team. Conversely, engaging them would be futile, as killing them would offer no recompense and waste a considerable amount of time. The most terrifying aspect was that the Golden Ghost ship summoned 12 more decayed water ghosts every 3 minutes. If the team's damage output was insufficient, the number of water ghosts would only increase, leading to eventual obliteration. As for the ghost ship's health, even with Qin Feng's current damage output, his 2 skills only managed to deplete a mere tenth of its health. This indicated that its total health was a staggering 40 to 50,000. For players who typically dealt 20 to 30 points of damage per skill, vanquishing this Golden Ghost ship was nothing short of a pipe dream. Xiaohei, I will die once shortly, Qin Feng remarked while dodging skills, simultaneously initiating a private chat with Lin Liu, instructing her, "You need not worry during this time. Just wait for my return." Lin Liu, upon receiving this message, was momentarily taken aback. "Who is Xiaohei?" she inquired. "Aren't you Xiaohei?" Qin Feng replied. Lin Liu nearly found herself exasperated, left speechless by her own choice of the name Black Plum Bigley. Meanwhile, in Shell Town, several players were scouring the path leading to the marsh. "Damn it, do they really think I, Iron Man, am easy to bully?" A middle-aged man, clad in heavy armor, bearing a cross-shaped scar on his face, scowled as he searched for Qin Feng's whereabouts. This man, known by the codename Iron Man, had just lost a follower to Qin Feng's swift strike. Back in my legendary days, conquering one shabak after another, this brat was still in diapers. Iron Man held a keen interest in Qin Feng. He had always wanted to follow Qin Feng, but upon exiting the town, Qin Feng had rendered himself invisible, evading capture. At last, he had an opportunity. Qin Feng had ventured out with a woman. Youth is indeed impetuous. He couldn't resist taking her out so soon. Iron Man chuckled to himself, thinking that while Qin Feng could conceal himself, the woman certainly could not. He believed that by merely following her, he would uncover Qin Feng's secrets. However, to his astonishment, Qin Feng turned around and eliminated all of his subordinates. Now, Iron Man was accompanied by around 20 men, relentlessly searching in the direction that Qin Feng had fled. During this pursuit, many of his underlings fell victim to the encroaching monsters, yet Iron Man remained unfazed. As long as he could unveil Qin Feng's secrets, every sacrifice would be worthwhile. At last, one of his lackeys reported, "Boss, we've spotted that woman atop a cliff." Before them lay a swamp, where Shadow engaged in a solitary battle. This discovery filled Iron Man with immense excitement. He promptly summoned his subordinates, a total of around 20 individuals, and they hastily made their way towards the swamp. Meanwhile, Qin Feng deftly evaded the myriad water element attacks unleashed by the Golden Ghost ship, seizing the opportunity to execute his shadow strikes and venomous darts repeatedly. However, due to the frequency of his assaults, Qin Feng found limited chances to strike. By the time he reduced the ship's health to half, approximately 10 minutes had elapsed. This indicated that he could only find an opportunity to attack roughly every 2 minutes. Just as the Golden Ghost ship's health dipped below 50%, the ghostly bell at the ship's bow suddenly rang. releasing an invisible wave of spiritual energy that spread outwards for over 100 meters. Upon being touched by this wave, Qin Feng was immediately immobilized. Even in his stealth state, the spiritual energy swept him into visibility. In the next instant, a powerful water column erupted beneath him, engulfing him. The damage was a staggering 1059. This instantaneously obliterated Qin Feng. This was a mechanism of the Golden Ghost ship at half health. A 5-second area immobilization that could not be evaded, leaving one with no choice but to endure it. This, however, was anticipated by Qin Feng. You have died. You have lost 326 years of lifespan, non-tradable. You have died. You have lost 1,087 days of lifespan, tradable. He lost half of his lifespan in an instant. Such a loss was substantial, yet it bore little impact. As long as he returned, he could reclaim the tradable lifespan that had been dropped. As for the non-tradable lifespan, even if retrieved from monsters, it would incur a loss of 50. Of course, this minor loss paled in comparison to the potential rewards the ghost ship could yield. Just as Qin Feng was respawning, Iron Man and his subordinates arrived on the scene. They beheld the sight of Qin Feng's demise and the lifespans scattered around him. Haha, truly, the heavens favor me. This fool has become overconfident, daring to challenge a gold-tier entity? Brothers, let us seize the opportunity and collect the lifespans dropped by that shadow. Look at that large gray-white orb. It must contain several hundred days of tradable lifespan. Iron Man exclaimed as he charged towards the Golden Ghost ship with his companions. However, mere moments later, within the swamp, 3 to 4 dozen silver-tier putrid water ghosts, in conjunction with the water columns from the Golden Ghost ship, annihilated the 24 men on the spot. They did not even manage to approach the location of Qin Feng's death. The gray-white lifespan orbs burst forth throughout the swamp. Such a unique adversary, one that even required Qin Feng to die to defeat, was not easily conquered. Upon respawning in the quaint shell town, Iron Man and his subordinates were left utterly dumbfounded. How could this be so formidable? How on earth did that shadow manage to reduce its health by half? This is absurd. Chapter 24. The first golden kill in the entire server. Shocking the world, Iron Man and his 23 subordinates transformed into beams of white light, resurrecting in Shell Town, each with a grim expression. They had intended to take over the battle against the golden tier entity that the shadow was engaged with. But they had never anticipated such overwhelming strength. It is utterly absurd. We had just stepped into that marsh when we were surrounded by the silver monsters. The water jets were spraying everywhere, leaving us no chance to evade. Although I managed to react, my speed was insufficient. How could that shadow dodge those water jets? It must have an extraordinarily high agility, right? Surely, it has invested entirely in agility. But how could it deal such damage? How could it possibly inflict half my health? Indeed, we had just been dealing damage for a while, and we only managed to reduce its health by 3 points, while it single-handedly took out half of ours. How is this even possible? Iron Man's expression darkened. The losses they incurred this time were substantial. According to Iron Man's theory, dying results in a loss of non-tradable lifespan, which is not a major issue. The crucial point is to become strong enough before exhausting that non-tradable lifespan. However, this time, they had purely thrown their lives away. Let us move forward. Iron Man, unwilling to concede, led his team to continue their journey amidst the astonished gazes of many in Shell Town. Their situation had indeed drawn considerable attention. It was rare to witness such a collective annihilation of so many players. Consequently, others began to follow in their wake, leaving the town and heading toward the marsh. Nonetheless, Qin Feng was far swifter than they. By the time Iron Man set out again, Qin Feng had already returned to the marsh. Shadow Slash, Venomous Dart. He continued employing the same tactics against the Golden Ghost ship. After reducing its health by half, the Golden Ghost ship acquired several additional skills. One of these was a wide-area attack. As the skeletal oars of the ship swept, waves of water spread outward. With Qin Feng's current attributes, being caught in those waves would mean certain death. However, for Qin Feng, evading this was quite manageable. When the waves approached, all he needed to do was leap into the air. Yet, the propagation of the waves was erratic, sometimes fast, and sometimes slow, demanding exceptional reflexes from the players. Those who reacted even a moment too late, within 100 meters of the Golden Ghost ship, would find only death awaiting them. As for other skills, most were single target. Since Qin Feng remained invisible, those skills would not be activated. He merely needed to evade the area attacks. Just as he had a quarter of his health remaining, Iron Man finally arrived with his team once more, observing the multitude of lifespan orbs scattered throughout the marsh. They were eager to rush in and slay the shadows to seize them. However, as they were about to leave the woods and step into the marsh, a streak of lightning suddenly shot from the trees, striking Iron Man and arcing to several others around him. 39, 34, 36. This was the damage level for the majority of players at this stage. To prevent anyone from disturbing Qin Feng, Lin Liu concealed himself among the trees and launched a sudden ambush. Moreover, Wang Ming had assembled an elite team, well aware of the importance of agility in this game. Lin Liu's speed was significantly faster than that of an ordinary player. The ambush struck true, and seeing the opponents turn around, Lin Liu instantly fled. Qin Feng, engaged in a tactical dance with the Golden Ghost ship in the marsh, observed this scene from a distance without paying it much mind. Indeed, even if those individuals were to enter the swamp, it would likely lead to their demise. Shadow Slash. Venomous Dart. Qin Feng seized the opportunity, executing another series of strikes, leaving the foe with merely 5,000 health points, a mere tenth of its total. Just as another group of players, trailing behind Iron Man and his comrades, arrived at the edge of the swamp, Qin Feng completed his final Shadow Slash, piercing through the Golden Ghost ship. 5 successive flashes of blades erupted, slicing through the hull. 549, 549, 549. You have slain the Golden Ghost ship, Gold Tier. You have gained 4,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 8. Congratulations. You have earned 7 evolution points. You have acquired 216 days of lifespan, tradable. Simultaneously, a server-wide announcement resonated in the minds of all players of the Forsaken game. Player Shadow, Shelltown, achieves the server's first kill of the Gold Tier, earning 3 points of prestige. This announcement echoed 3 times, plunging players both domestically and internationally into a state of shock and bewilderment. Gold? First kill? Goodness. Who is this Shadow? So formidable. My word, I can barely defeat a minor creature. And here they're taking down a Gold Tier? Which nation does Shelltown belong to? The player achieving the first kill of the Gold Tier must undoubtedly be a formidable warrior from our Great Han nation. No, this Shadow must surely be a master from our Sakura nation. Players worldwide who had ventured into the Forsaken game were momentarily astounded. Even in reality, anyone who had entered the Forsaken game heard the server-wide announcement. For instance, Wang Ming, who had just finished reporting a situation and was on his way back, was left utterly flabbergasted upon hearing the announcement. Just moments ago, he had claimed that the Shadow could only contend with bronze. Yet suddenly they had single-handedly defeated a Gold Tier. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? I am barely managing to battle bronze with my hidden class team, and this Shadow has slain gold? Wang Ming instantly found himself questioning life. In the Forsaken lands, while countless players around the globe were in awe, Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. After all, in his previous life, he had also achieved first kills, albeit with a team. Yet he had triggered server-wide announcements numerous times for gold, platinum, emerald, and diamond tiers, each calculated based on their respective ranks. For instance, a first kill of the Gold Tier is only counted once. Now that Qin Feng had triggered it, should anyone else slay a Gold Tier afterward, it would not be recognized as a first kill. However, for those achieving Epic Tier, each kill would be announced with a name. This time, Qin Feng had not teamed up with Lin Liu, hence only his name appeared in the announcement. As the last Shadow Slash was unleashed, the Golden Ghost ship shattered, scattering treasures across the ground. Before Qin Feng could collect them, a throng of players surged into the swamp. Guang, use your skills, find that guy, eliminate him, and we shall monopolize the rewards from the gold drops. A tall, slender youth, with pale skin, gazed at the scattered treasures with gleaming eyes, clearly intent on seizing them. Gold Tier. In other words, the treasures scattered across the ground are at least of the silver grade, accompanied by skill books. Moreover, a golden radiance is evident, indicating the presence of loot of the golden grade. Immediately, a hunter player behind him raised his hand to summon a spectral horned eagle, which soared into the sky, unleashing ripples of pale blue energy that radiated outward. This energy ripple possesses the capability to reveal hidden entities. According to the player's strategy, they intended to locate the concealed shadows and eliminate them. However, as the spectral horned eagle flapped its wings, emitting waves of pale blue ripples, it failed to uncover any hidden players. Chapter 25. The Epic Greed of the Hand. Ghost Firebell. At this stage, the anti-stealth skills obtainable by players are all at level 1. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, as a shadow class, inherently possesses a level of stealth. Thus, these players were oblivious to Qin Feng's presence. As for the loot on the ground, Qin Feng was unhurried. After all, there was a protection period for ownership, preventing others from claiming it. Observing those players summoning the spectral horned eagle, Qin Feng discerned their intentions. Did they still wish to kill him and seize the treasures? Such thoughts were indeed naive, he mused with a sardonic smile. Like an unseen specter, he drifted nearby, his presence barely perceptible. There were about 10 players in total, all congregated close to the remains of the golden ghost ship. They speculated that Qin Feng had fled, for there was no reason they should be unable to locate him after releasing the spectral horned eagle. Clever of him, remarked a tall, thin youth with a sneer, raising a hand. But let us not be complacent. Stay prepared for battle. The protection period for ownership of the loot lasts 5 minutes, and after that, it belongs to us. The spectral horned eagle hovered above them, its anti-stealth energy ripples instilling a sense of security. Suddenly, a figure flashed through their line of sight, accompanied by a flurry of blades that erupted among the group. They were greeted with a deluge of damage numbers rising around them, and then darkness enveloped their vision as they fell lifeless to the ground. Shadow Slash. If the opponents had dispersed, it would have posed a challenge for Qin Feng. However, since they had huddled together, he could not be blamed for their demise. Almost perish. As the blades flashed, 12 grayish-white orbs of life materialized beside the shattered remains of the golden ghost ship. The entire marshland finally descended into silence. By the way, where did that girl Lin Liu run off to? Qin Feng glanced around the marsh but saw no sign of her. He did not hasten to activate the greed of the hand on the golden ghost ship's remains. Instead, he first opened his skill panel. Previously, he had accumulated 6 evolution points, and with an additional 7, he neatly totaled 13 points. Evolve Greed of the Hand. Greed of the Hand, Diamond Epic skill of the Assassin class. Grants a 220,300 chance to receive an additional loot reward. The extra loot obtained has a 100 chance to increase by 1 grade. Epic Greed of the Hand. A qualitative transformation. A guaranteed grade enhancement? Was this not invincible? Qin Feng's breath quickened. Even after 9 years of navigating the treacherous realms of the Forsaken game, he had never encountered such an outrageous skill. There is nothing to discuss. I shall proceed to loot the corpse. A series of system notifications flooded in, causing Qin Feng's heart to race. In one fell swoop, he acquired a total of 21 evolution points and 648 days of lifespan. He collected all the tradable lifespan dropped by everyone in the swamp, including his own over 1,000 days. Upon glancing at his tradable lifespan, he found it to be 3,115 days. Moreover, he had gained 21 evolution points once again. He contemplated further evolving the skill, Greedy Hand. As he opened the skill panel, a system prompt interrupted his thoughts. The skill Greedy Hand has reached the epic level. To continue, its evolution requires 10-fold evolution points. Would you like to consume 210 evolution points to evolve this skill? Qin Feng declined. Where would he procure such a vast quantity of evolution points? Evolving from epic to legendary necessitated 10-fold more points, which meant even greater demands ahead. With a sigh, he found solace in the fact that he was now acquiring evolution points at a quicker pace. With the epic level Greedy Hand, a golden level evolution would only require 28 evolution points. Thus, he resolved to divert his evolution points towards enhancing other skills for the time being. Shaking his head, he refrained from acting hastily and instead began to inspect the spoils he had gathered from the Golden Ghost ship. Among the treasures, the most coveted item was undoubtedly the special artifact he desired. Ghost Fire Bell, special item when carried, death will not result in the loss of lifespan. This effect has a cooldown of 1565 seconds. Soul Absorption passive. When you kill a monster, the lifespan dropped increases by 20. Panic active. Shaking the Ghost Fire Bell causes all enemies within a 100-meter radius to be immobilized for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 521 seconds. This special item was something that, in the later stages of the Forsaken game, could scarcely be purchased even with thousands of days of lifespan. Its most significant effect was undoubtedly the soul absorption. The lifespan gained from defeating monsters increased by 20. In the Forsaken game, the importance of tradable lifespan cannot be overstated. It is not only essential for extracting capabilities into reality, but also required in numerous facets as one progresses into the mid to late game. In summary, the more tradable lifespan one possesses, the stronger the player becomes. Moreover, the Ghost Fire Bell does not count as equipment. It is merely an item. It occupies only one slot in the backpack, making it exceedingly convenient to use. With the Ghost Fire Bell, there is an opportunity every half hour that allows the bearer to die without losing lifespan. For Qin Feng, this greatly enhanced his margin for error. After all, although he could remain invisible indefinitely, his physical form was still quite fragile. Of course, there was yet another delightful surprise for Qin Feng. Even upon defeating the Golden Ghost ship, the drop of the Ghost Fire Bell was not guaranteed. According to statistics, the drop rate for this item hovers around 30%. However, this time, with my basic drop and the additional 3 drops from the Greedy Hand, I astonishingly acquired 2 Ghost Fire Bells. In my previous life, no one had ever obtained 2 Ghost Fire Bells. Consequently, Qin Feng was left wondering whether the effects of this item could stack. Upon examining his detailed attributes, he discovered the entry for increased enemy kill lifespan, which boldly indicated a value of 40. Astonishing. Qin Feng was taken aback. The effects of the 2 Ghost Fire Bells could indeed stack. Henceforth, the lifespan acquired for monster kills would increase by 40. Alas, within the realm of the Forsaken game, the special effects of identical items share a cooldown. The passive effect of not losing lifespan upon death, once triggered, would cause both Ghost Fire Bells to enter cooldown simultaneously. The active effect of the Soul Fright would similarly cool down both upon use. This was a fundamental rule of the Forsaken game. Having played for 9 years, Qin Feng was all too familiar with this. Nevertheless, even if only the soul absorption effect could stack, it was already exceedingly formidable. His growth rate was already rapid, and now it would accelerate even further. Continuing to inspect his spoils, Qin Feng, benefiting from the Greedy Hands effect, collected over 10 items after defeating the Golden Ghost ship. Among them were 11 pieces of golden equipment and skill books, alongside 2 pieces of platinum-grade equipment and 1 platinum-grade skill book. Chapter 26, Qin Xiaoyou's Delight. Is the shadow deity from our city? Traditionally, the golden gray drops consist predominantly of 24 pieces of silver gear, with a small chance of yielding golden equipment. However, due to the epic effect of the Greedy Hand, any dropped loot would increase in tier. This directly elevated 3 of the golden items to platinum grade. Among these spoils, 3 items were suitable for the assassin class. Qin Feng examined them in turn. First, he encountered a platinum grade assassin weapon. Ghost Ship Twin Blades, platinum assassin class weapon. Attack power, 136, agility, 22. Attack speed, 24, armor penetration, 17. Equipment requirement, level 5. Unique effect. Your each normal attack inflicts damage twice. This effect held little significance, as I primarily relied on skills for damage output. Nevertheless, the weapon's base attack power was notably high, complemented by an additional 22 points of agility. The increased attack speed would also enhance skill casting speed and reduce skill cooldowns, rendering it not entirely useless. As for the armor penetration attribute, its benefits were considerable. Just moments ago, when facing the Golden Ghost ship, the damage dealt through skills was evidently lower than against other monsters, attributable to the ship's high defense. The gains from armor penetration were quite commendable. Without hesitation, Qin Feng equipped this weapon. Next, he inspected the subsequent item. Ghost Fire Leather Armor, Golden Physical Defense, 25. Fire Elemental Resistance, 50. Damage Block, 14. Health Points, 419. Equipment Requirement, Level 5. This was a commendable piece of armor, particularly due to its damage block attribute. Once donned, most players at this stage would struggle to penetrate my defenses. Moreover, I have not augmented my constitution during my upgrades, resulting in a mere 350 health points. This piece of attire, however, grants me an impressive 419 points. After all, it is a piece of golden tier equipment. The attributes of a single item surpass those of an entire set belonging to others. Lastly, there lies a skill book. Phantom Shadow, golden tier skill of the assassin class. Grants a passive 15 evasion rate. Triggering an evasion renders one immune to all damage. Upon witnessing this skill, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, a survival skill for assassins has arrived. Evasion builds are not the mainstream in the Forsaken game, primarily because the evasion rate is often hard to stack. Even with a 50 evasion, one can easily meet their demise. However, I possess the ability to evolve skills infinitely. Achieving an 80 evasion rate would yield substantial effects. Qin Feng glanced at his current evolution points, totaling 21. For others, faced with such an array of skills, deciding which to evolve first would be a daunting task. Yet for Qin Feng, the decision came swiftly. He chose to amplify his damage output first. The higher the damage, the stronger the foes he could conquer, thus acquiring superior loot. For the time being, he disregarded the newly acquired Phantom Shadow and opted to evolve the Shadow / first. You have consumed 35 evolution points, leaving 13 points remaining. Shadow / Platinum, Emerald, Diamond teleport in one direction, up to 212 for 127 meters. Entering a state of invisibility, lasting 789 seconds, dealing 567 slashes to all enemies in the path. Cooldown, 12-1-0-43 seconds. Slash width, 313, 641 meters. Each slash adds 200, 250, or 300 points of attack power. By evolving Shadow / twice consecutively, its damage has at least doubled. Even when not in a state of invisibility, without breaking stealth, a single use of this skill can inflict approximately 3,000 damage. If stealth is broken and a back attack is executed, the total damage from 7 slashes can soar to 6 or 7,000, with 13 evolution points remaining. Qin Feng chose to enhance an initial skill, Backstab. You have consumed 235 evolution points, leaving 3 points remaining. Initial skill, Backstab Enhancement, Common, Bronze, Silver, Gold. Passive effect, damage increases by 15, 20, 25, or 30 when attacking from behind a target. This provides a stable increase in damage. Undoubtedly more beneficial the higher it is. Having organized these enhancements, Qin Feng's combat prowess has increased considerably. Should he face the Golden Ghost ship once more, he could defeat it in no more than 5 minutes, with a high probability of survival. After all, his agility has increased by 20 to 30 points, considerably boosting his speed, allowing him to evade even the full-screen attack of the ghost ship at half health. Shortly thereafter, Qin Feng turned his gaze to his backpack. Within it, he still possessed a piece of platinum equipment and a platinum tier skill book. The equipment was tailored for archers, while the skill book belonged to priests. Platinum tier items were not suitable for sale at this juncture. It was prudent to hold on to them for now. Qin Feng was not fearful of exposing his greedy tendencies. After all, as long as he was sufficiently strong, what was there to fear? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that, at this stage, no one could afford platinum tier items. Equipment of this caliber could last a minimum of 5 to 6 years, and skill books, even more valuable, could easily maintain a 10-year lifespan without being deemed excessive. In addition to the platinum-grade equipment, there are also 7 or 8 pieces of gold-grade gear and skill books that can be sold to Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. A mage skill book and a magic ring. These are intended for Lin Liu. It was previously agreed that he would provide her with her items, which is entirely reasonable. After all, Qin Feng had acquired a spatial ring from her, which holds significantly greater value. Moreover, items belonging to warriors, priests, and archers could be sold to Wang Meng's team at a 10% discount. They might not be able to afford it at the moment. But Qin Feng trusted Wang Meng's character. It was acceptable to owe him for now. After all, Qin Feng had collaborated with him for several years in his past life and was well aware of Wang Meng's reliability. A rough calculation revealed that these items amounted to several thousand days of lifespan. Once he had organized everything, Qin Feng departed from the swamp and opened a private chat channel with Lin Liu. Little Black, where are you? Lin Liu could hardly tolerate the moniker Little Black and regretted choosing such a name. But since the game did not allow name changes, she helplessly replied, I was caught by Iron Man and his crew and returned to the town. Fortunately, all the transferable lifespan of our team is with the uncle. The uncle she referred to was Wang Meng. Wang Meng's survival skills were formidable, making it relatively safe to entrust lifespan to him, thus avoiding the loss associated with death. All right, wait for me to return. I will give you your items. Qin Feng entered stealth mode and made his way back toward Shell Town. Shortly thereafter, he happened upon Iron Man and over 20 others, still heading toward the swamp. Upon seeing these players, Qin Feng regarded them as mere wild monsters and initiated an attack. Meanwhile, in another town belonging to Jianghai City, Moonlight Town, Qin Xiaoyou, having acquired the hidden profession of life priest, found a team in Moonlight Town that was struggling to level up outside. They were discussing the recent global first kill of a gold-tier creature. Hey, I heard that Shell Town is the starting town for our Jianghai City. Does that mean that the shadow deity is one of us? The crowd buzzed with excitement. As a priest, Qin Xiaoyou was healing from behind and was secretly thrilled to overhear her teammates' conversation. The shadow, this super elite who achieved the global first kill of a gold-tier monster, was actually from Jianghai City? This revelation sparked a bright idea in Qin Xiaoyou's mind. She resolved that once someone from their town reached level 5, she would venture to Shell Town to seek out the shadow deity. She held a significant disdain for her current temporary teammates, who took ages to defeat even minor monsters and sometimes found themselves being chased by wild creatures, which was utterly embarrassing. She mused, if only she could team up with that shadow, leveling up would surely be a swift affair. Chapter 27. Shadow Bro? The girl's astonishment. The first player in each town to reach level 2 would unlock the town's level leaderboard and earn 1 point of reputation. The first to reach level 5 would light up the town's teleportation array and also earn 1 point of reputation. However, as it stood, apart from Qin Feng, who had achieved level 8, no other player in any town had reached level 5 yet. A multitude of level 4 players were diligently battling monsters, striving for level 5. Only when a player reached level 5 and illuminated the teleportation array could that town connect with others. There was also a specific rule. In a quaint town within the Jianghai region, which is solely connected to other towns in the same area, Qin Feng found himself on the path back to Shell Town, unexpectedly confronted by Iron Man and his 23 subordinates. Qin Feng noted that this group exhibited a degree of vigilance, seemingly aware of his area of effect skills, as they refrained from clustering together. However, armed with his platinum-grade ghost ship twin daggers, even a basic attack from him could eliminate a player with just 2 strikes. He carefully selected the optimal angle and unleashed a shadow slash. The results were staggering. 1225, 1219, 1231. Qin Feng transformed into a shadow, swiftly traversing through the enemy ranks, leaving behind a flurry of damage indicators. With a single execution of Shadow Slash, he had already dispatched over 10 adversaries in an instant. Without a hint of hesitation, he eschewed stealth, wielding his daggers with remarkable speed, embodying a spectral assassin as he advanced upon the remaining dozen foes. Iron Man and his gang stood frozen in sheer terror. Hurry, take him down. One individual against our numbers? He must be delusional. Watch out for his invisibility. As the shadows materialized, they attempted to retaliate, but soon despair enveloped them. In this forsaken game, there was no such thing as attack locking. Qin Feng's agility far surpassed theirs. He effortlessly evaded every control skill aimed at him. The few attacks that did land inflicted only negligible damage, with many unable to break through his defenses. With a higher level and superior equipment, particularly the golden-grade Ghost Fire leather armor. Qin Feng wielded overwhelming power against these players. Iron Man and his cohorts cried out in desperation, "Stay back. He is too fast. How do we even fight back?" One of them pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I have less than a year left to live." Qin Feng harbored no intentions of showing mercy. Initially, he had considered taking them under his wing, but after being ambushed and subsequently wiped out, he had no inclination to engage further. Yet, they dared to disturb him again, expecting him to spare them. Like a specter, Qin Feng glided through the darkened woods, ultimately eliminating 22 individuals, including Iron Man. As the remaining few scattered in panic, 2 managed to escape, not because Qin Feng could not pursue, but because they had fled in different directions, and he deemed it unnecessary to waste time on the chase. Regrettably, the lifespans dropped by these individuals amounted to a mere 30 days, quite pitiful, he mused, shaking his head. During this encounter, a system prompt alerted him that, due to his excessive killings, he had acquired a level of the killer negative status. At the first level of this status, death would result in a loss of 75 current lifespan. At the second level, it would be 875. In essence, each level of the killer status meant that upon death, a player would effectively lose additional lifespan. However, Qin Feng possessed a ghost fire bell, which ensured that even in the unfortunate event of his demise, he would not lose any lifespan. Consequently, he paid little heed to the ramifications of the killer status. Regardless, this state would neither diminish his attributes nor hinder his development. As long as he did not perish consecutively, it would have no impact on him whatsoever. In no time, Qin Feng returned to Shelltown, adorned in his ghostly fire leather armor, which bore dark crimson flame patterns on a black base. He exuded an aura of both elegance and menace, immediately capturing the attention of all around him upon his return. Is that the shadow? Goodness, this leather armor is extraordinarily stylish. Is it of golden quality? I am truly envious. He single-handedly defeated a golden opponent. Haha, in my opinion, this fellow must have exploited some trick to achieve that feat. Would you care to give it a try from upstairs? Amidst the envious and resentful gazes of countless onlookers, Qin Feng made his way to the central square of the town. Suddenly, a group of individuals approached him with utmost reverence, led by a tall, pale young man. Just moments ago, he had attempted to seize the spoils of the Golden Ghost ship with his teammate, the spectral Horned Eagle, only to be swiftly dispatched by Qin Feng. "Brother Shadow, I sincerely apologize," the tall youth said, adopting a humble demeanor as he approached Qin Feng. "Here, we have pooled our resources to purchase this assassin skill book. Please accept it, and let us consider this incident as if it never occurred, shall we?" This unexpected turn of events caught Qin Feng off guard. He glanced at the skill book being offered. Stab, normal assassin skill book. A single target skill that adds 20 points of attack upon hitting and inflicts a 2-second stun. Cool down, 22 seconds. It was a control-type skill book. When someone offers a gift, one should graciously accept it. Qin Feng casually took the skill book and replied, nonchalantly, "Very well." With the skill book in hand, he learned it instantly. He then waved his hand dismissively, signaling for them to depart, and at last reunited with the waiting girl, Lin Liu. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, the tall youth known as Xianyun watched his departing figure with a glint of malice in his eyes. What significance does being formidable in the game hold? As long as I find you in reality, I can imprison you and make you my slave, tasked with gathering lifespans for me. Once the other towns activate their teleportation arrays, I shall send a woman to extract his information. Xianyun, whose real name was Dongfang Xian, was notorious in the Jianghai city circle as a wealthy second-generation heir. He sneered inwardly. That voice I just heard from the shadow is unfamiliar. He surely does not belong to my circle, which indicates he is merely a pauper. I shall send a professional beauty his way. I cannot believe he will not fall for it. Upon meeting Lin Liu, the girl, clad in a black robe, was scanning her surroundings with her sparkling, water-like eyes. Upon spotting Qin Feng, she involuntarily felt a surge of nervousness. "Here you go." Qin Feng casually tossed her a golden-level mage skill book along with a piece of golden mage equipment. Initially apprehensive about whether Qin Feng would have anything to offer, Lin Liu extended her hand and caught both items. One was a fire-type area damage skill, boasting an impressive attack addition of 150 points. The other was a magical necklace that provided an extra 15 points of spirit and 3 points of mana regeneration per second. Lin Liu's mind buzzed. These two items were simply extraordinary. In this moment, she took off. Chapter 28, The Temple of Faith. A visitor to Yishel Town. Initially, Lin Liu merely hoped that Qin Feng would provide her with a piece of silver-grade magical equipment or a skill book, which would have been quite satisfactory. However, she never anticipated receiving 2 golden-grade items. The skill and necklace she obtained multiplied her damage several times over, and her mana recovery more than doubled. Previously, Lin Liu restored 2 mana points per second. Now, adorned with that necklace, she regained 5 mana points every second. Her sustainability had surged dramatically. It could be said that her efficiency in monster farming now surpassed that of her entire team combined. You're truly remarkable. Thank you so much, Lin Liu exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes, brimming with astonishment, nearly moved to tears. Qin Feng shook his head. There's no need for gratitude. It is merely fulfilling our agreement. Please hand over the spatial ring. Moreover, the young lady had once faced pursuit by Iron Man's team in her effort to assist Qin Feng. While it was evident that he did not require her assistance, he recognized her admirable character, deeming her worthy of friendship. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Liu came to her senses and promptly handed him the 12-slot spatial ring. Oh, and by the way, Lin Liu pondered while I was fleeing in the woods. I stumbled upon a cave that seems to be an entrance to a relic. Are you interested? A relic entrance? Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. There had been a saying circulating among officials that Lin Liu was a lucky charm, and it appeared to hold true. First, the golden ghost ship, and now this entrance to a relic. Looking at the lovely girl before him, Qin Feng felt that forging a connection with her was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Of course, he mused, had he not bestowed any equipment moments ago, she might not have shared the information about the relic's entrance with him. Sincerity, it seems, is reciprocal. It appeared that these 2 golden-grade items had won her over. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He slipped the spatial ring onto his left little finger. His storage capacity had finally expanded to 27 slots. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. The inventory space in this Forsaken game was exceedingly scarce, and the starting town lacked any facilities for storing items. With 27 slots available, everything became much more convenient. He said to Lin Liu, "Your captain hasn't logged in yet. Let's wait until he arrives to sell the items to you. I will first explore the relic you mentioned." The young girl nodded enthusiastically. Producing a rolled-up sheepskin map from her backpack, she marked a location for Qin Feng. "This is the entrance to the relic, a stone slab on the ground. I intended to move the slab and hide inside, but after only taking a few steps in, I heard ghostly wails from within, which terrified me into fleeing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been caught by Iron Man and his crew." As Lin Liu described the entrance to Qin Feng, he listened attentively. "Understood," he replied, committing the location to memory. In fact, every starting town's terrain mirrored that of the outside world. These novice towns were entirely replicated landscapes. However, relics and golden ghost ships appeared randomly. Some towns possessed them, while others did not. Regardless, the town he had inhabited in his previous life lacked such treasures. Unexpectedly, this shell town harbors ancient relics and has triggered the emergence of the golden ghost ship once more. Qin Feng bid farewell to Lin Liu and entered a state of invisibility, departing from Shell Town once again. Initially intending to seek a location to grind his way to level 10, he realized that with the presence of relics, there was no need for other pursuits. Clearing the relics would undoubtedly lead him to level 10. The relics that appear in starting towns primarily fall into 3 categories: the tomb, the cursed ruins, and the temple of faith. The tomb is straightforward, inhabited by a multitude of magical creatures, making it quite challenging to cleanse, but ultimately yielding gold. The creatures within the cursed ruins are those cursed by ancient or malevolent deities, once perhaps human, now transformed into specters, some driven mad while others perished. The beings in the temple of faith are followers of these ancient or evil gods. They can be slain or spared, yet the temple's layout is exceedingly intricate. Successfully navigating the latter two can reward one with unique items or skill books. For instance, Qin Feng's Eye of the Ancient God, known as the Eye of Judgment, originates from a temple of faith. Regardless of which type of relic Lin Liu mentioned, Qin Feng would not let it slip by, for within these relics, even the lesser foes are at least of bronze rank, if not silver. This signifies an abundance of evolution points for Qin Feng. With his current epic level greedy hand, defeating a bronze creature would yield 8 evolution points, while a silver foe would grant a remarkable 16 points. Compared to slaying higher tier foes, dispatching numerous lesser creatures clearly results in a greater accumulation of evolution points. Soon, maintaining his invisibility, Qin Feng arrived at the location marked by Lin Liu on the map. Amidst the grayish-black grass, he indeed discovered a stone slab. Qin Feng moved it aside, revealing a descending staircase. As soon as he shifted the slab, eerie cries echoed from the depths of the passage, lamenting and sorrowful. However, Qin Feng was undeterred. He entered the passage and replaced the stone slab. Instantly, the surroundings plunged into darkness, save for a flickering yellow light ahead, illuminating the stone walls on either side of the passage. By the dim glow, Qin Feng's expression shifted as he noticed that the murals on the walls bore an uncanny resemblance to those in the Temple of Faith from his previous life. This was indeed the Temple of Faith. Moreover, it was likely the sanctuary dedicated to the Judgment Ancient God. Qin Feng possessed the Eye of Judgment, wielding the authority of judgment. The appearance of this temple here felt extraordinary to him. He took a deep breath, maintaining his invisibility, and proceeded down the passage. Meanwhile, players from various starting towns were fervently leveling up. Naturally, their rate of experience gain could not compare to Qin Feng's exploits within relics. However, given their lower levels, the experience required for them to level up was considerably less. Before long, some players had reached level 5, activating the teleportation array in their respective towns. Each player is afforded a single free teleportation opportunity each day, allowing them to venture to other starting towns. In a quaint shell town, a multitude of players from various other towns swiftly began to teleport in, drawn by the presence of the renowned player, Shadow, who had achieved the world's first kill of the Golden Tier. The town was bustling with an ever-increasing crowd. Chapter 29. Qin Xiaoyou joins the squad? The Arbiter. What a throng! Wang Meng exclaimed. Logging in once more to find the number of players in Shell Town had multiplied exponentially since his last visit, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Upon his initial entry into the Forsaken God game, players were required to reach level 3 before they could exit, essentially logging off. To log back in, one merely needed to close their eyes for more than 10 seconds, prompting an option to return to the realm of the Forsaken Gods. Wang Meng, who previously ranked among the top 10 players at level 3 in Shell Town, now found himself relegated to over 20. Time was of the essence. He quickly messaged his teammates, Hybulin, Dolly, and others, only to discover that 2 of them had yet to log in, one of whom was the middle-aged priestess. We need another priest, he concluded. Gathering the remaining 3, Wang Meng was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Liu, who wore a delicate golden necklace that shimmered softly against her chest. Both he and the others were momentarily stunned. What is this? Lin Liu smiled and recounted her encounter with Shadow. She concluded, it seems Shadow has equipment and skills for your class as well. I'll reach out to him and see if we can purchase them at a discount. Wang Meng chuckled. The silver tier is manageable, but if it's golden tier equipment, we might not be able to afford it. Meanwhile, the sharp-eyed archer in their group expressed a hint of envy. That's fantastic. You've actually befriended the esteemed Shadow. Let's put in some effort. If we can get close to him, we might enjoy the spoils too, haha. Lin Liu shot him a disdainful glance. Look at you, relying on others for success. Reflect on your own efforts. Have you been diligent in grinding and leveling up? The archer rolled his eyes, dismissing her remarks. Though they had met in the Forsaken God game, their camaraderie had flourished. Wang Meng had even taken the time to investigate their real-life circumstances, fostering a deeper understanding of their backgrounds. With their profiles checked, it was time to solidify their team. Wang Meng then stated, we need to find a priest to join us for monster hunting. Let us start with 5 members. I have a colleague in a neighboring town who will join us once her town has someone reach level 5. Lin Liu inquired, what about Wang Jie? Wang Jie referred to the middle-aged priestess from their previous team. Wang Ming shook his head. Wang Jie has gone to another town to find her son, which is why I mentioned we are without a priest. Unlike Qin Feng, who can tackle challenges solo, we require both a tank and a healer for our team. Thus, Wang Ming set up a stall, not to sell items, but to post a notice, looking for team members specializing in the priest class. Such recruitment stalls were commonplace. Yet the soft golden necklace adorning Lin Liu's neck drew considerable attention from passersby. Golden tier equipment? Many were left questioning. However, drawn by the striking beauty of Lin Liu, several young pastors quickly came forward to express their interest. Yet, upon learning that they were required to provide their real identities and that their information would be officially recorded afterward, they all hesitated and withdrew. At that moment, a long-haired girl approached. She was none other than Qin Xiaoyou, who had already advanced to the 3rd level as a life priest. Qin Xiaoyou displayed remarkable politeness, inquiring, I am a hidden class life priest. May I join your team? Wang Ming glanced at her, his expression unchanged. A life priest, a hidden class, sounded promising. However, he sought a partner for a long-term collaboration. Thus he needed to verify her real identity. Qin Xiaoyou, undeterred, candidly revealed her background. I am a freshman at Jianghai Normal University. My parents have passed away, and I only have an older brother, whom my parents adopted. He is not my biological sibling. Emphasizing her circumstances, she received a nod from Wang Ming. Qin Xiaoyou it is. You may join the team for a trial. Xiaoyou has joined the team. In truth, Qin Xiaoyou had initially intended to use Xiaoyou as her code name. However, as she arrived later, the name had already been taken, and she preferred not to append a number, thus adding the character Yo instead. Upon joining the team, a smile graced Qin Xiaoyou's lips. Seemingly inadvertently, she stole a glance at Lin Liu's golden necklace, a prestigious accessory awarded for being the first global kill in Shell Town, claimed by the Shadow. This necklace was likely linked to the Shadow. Such developments were beyond Qin Feng's expectations. In this life, his rise had been astonishingly swift. The golden level first kill had made his alias, Shadow, renowned worldwide, garnering enough fame to captivate even Qin Xiaoyou. Meanwhile, Qin Feng traversed the corridors of the Temple of Faith, soon arriving at a spacious hall. The hall was devoid of furnishings, occupied only by 2 humanoid demonic entities, bowing and kneeling, their hands raised above their heads as if bearing something aloft. The eerie cries heard at the entrance emanated from these 2 beings. Ancient goddess devout followers, Judge Tin, rank, silver, maintaining his invisibility, Qin Feng entered the hall. Observing the 2 kneeling devotees, he immediately unleashed his skill, Shadow, Slash. Breaking invisibility. Back attack. All applicable damage bonuses triggered, aside from the weak point attack. The nature of the Shadow, Slash skill made it difficult to strike a weak point, as the attack's targeting was random. This limitation could not be compensated for by technique. However, the skill's base attack was significantly high. 1058. 1058. 7 damage numbers erupted above the heads of each devoted follower. Yet, their health bars diminished by only a fraction. After all, as level 10 silver entities, their health was more than double that of the curse bearers Qin Feng had previously vanquished. The combined health of the 2 devoted followers exceeded that of the golden level golden ghost ship. Initially, Qin Feng had been preparing to evade their attacks. As a result, the 2 devout worshippers kneeling on the ground not only refrained from launching an attack on Qin Feng, but instead redirected their stance, once more prostrating themselves in the direction of his concealed presence. These 2 were mere adjudicators, while I wield the authority of judgment. Could it be that they would not assail me? A notion flickered in Qin Feng's mind, tinged with surprise. To validate this hypothesis, he deliberately emerged from his cloaked state, maintaining a distance from the 2 pious supplicants. He soon discovered that, indeed, the ghastly figures resembling ghouls made no attempt to harm him. Rather, upon beholding him, they completely lowered their upper bodies to the ground. Chapter 30. Devout Worshippers. The Underground Maze. Initially, Qin Feng had contemplated slaying the 2 in order to acquire evolution points and experience. However, The current circumstances left him somewhat bewildered. Even after 9 arduous years in his previous life, he had never encountered such a situation. It must be due to my possession of the authority of judgment, Qin Feng surmised. The presence of this peculiar temple of faith may indeed be connected to my judgment eye. This temple harbors secrets. Pondering this, he attempted to speak. Are you familiar with the way? Let me. Upon hearing his words, the two devout worshippers appeared somewhat perplexed, clearly unaware of his intentions. In truth, Qin Feng understood that these forsaken creatures of the divine were remnants of other civilizations, now eroded and corrupted, driven mad, and transformed into beasts that preyed solely on the life force of humans. These two, however, seemed to retain a semblance of rationality. Just as Qin Feng contemplated this, the two worshippers suddenly became alert. A fierce expression emerged on their decaying faces as they abruptly turned and charged towards the entrance of the hall. Qin Feng heard the sound of chaotic footsteps echoing from the corridor outside, suggesting the arrival of other players. Huff! Huff! The two devout worshippers conjured 2 orbs of green flames in their hands, hurling them towards the depths of the corridor. Oh no, it's 2 silver tier. We can't even handle one, and now there are 2? Run quickly. The chaos and panic escalated in the corridor as the green flames were unleashed, accompanied by frantic footsteps and cries. Qin Feng re-entered his cloaked state and approached the entrance of the hall, peering into the corridor. He beheld the entire passage engulfed in a sea of green flames, within which 6 players were caught unawares, being reduced to ashes. A gray rose? Qin Feng recognized a familiar silhouette amidst the flames. It was a mature woman from whom he had previously purchased the Ice Spike spell. Unexpectedly, she too had discovered this temple of faith. Regrettably, her team's strength fell short. The 2 silver tier guardians swiftly dispatched her. The corridor was far too narrow, leaving no room for evasive maneuvers against the flames of the devout worshippers. One would naturally deduce that entering the hall first would provide ample space for retreat. Qin Feng shook his head, observing coldly as the 6 individuals succumbed to the green flames. Soon, 6 grayish orbs of life force materialized within the corridor. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng stepped forward to collect the spoils, discovering that the group had surprisingly yielded over 100 days of tradable lifespan. To his astonishment, the 2 devout followers displayed no interest in this newfound lifespan. After eliminating the 6 individuals, he returned to the hall and once again prostrated himself in the direction where Qin Feng had just vanished. For the moment, Qin Feng chose to ignore them, instead searching the hall thoroughly, only to find no pathways leading elsewhere. Could it be that this was all there was? 2 silver-tier minions? Qin Feng felt a profound sense of confusion. Continuing his exploration yielded no further results, prompting him to take decisive action and eliminate the 2 devout followers. As he had anticipated, regardless of his assault, the 2 followers showed no intent to retaliate, and thus fell victim to Qin Feng's relentless onslaught. You have slain the ancient god devout followers of the Arbiter, silver tier. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 9. Congratulations, you have received 4 evolution points. You have acquired 188 days of lifespan, tradable. Having dispatched the 2 devout followers, Qin Feng ascended to level 9. He immediately employed his greedy grasp on their corpses. In short order, he had processed both silver-tier minions, amassing a total of 32 evolution points and 1,504 days of tradable lifespan. The epic greedy grasp was exhilarating. Moreover, he had discovered 4 pieces of golden-tier loot, along with a dozen silver-tier items, including a golden necklace suitable for assassins. De vous pendant golden assassin accessory. Agility 15, cooldown speed 20. Equipment requirement, level 8. Unique effect, summons a silver-tier devout follower to fight alongside you, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. The attributes of this necklace were commendable, particularly the 20 cooldown speed. Upon equipping it, Qin Feng found that his Shadow Step cooldown was reduced from 226 seconds to 192 seconds. The cooldown for his Deadly Dart decreased from 43 seconds to 37 seconds, while the cooldown for his Shadow Slash was cut from 104 seconds to 88 seconds. Monster grinding became significantly more efficient, Qin Feng mused. As for the other loot, they were all level 8 gear, which would find no buyers at this stage. So he decided to set them aside for now. Just as Qin Feng was about to depart, the floor in the center of the hall suddenly shifted. The death of the two devout followers had finally triggered a mechanism. Was this an elevator? Qin Feng glanced around. In the hall's center, a circular stone plate had risen. Such contraptions were familiar to him from his previous life. He promptly stepped onto it. Immediately, the stone plate emitted a rumbling sound, lowering him downward. In the center of the hall, a circular pit emerged. As Qin Feng was transported down, two semicircular stone blocks slid from the sides to seal the pit. Everything returned to its original state, as if the circular stone plate elevator had never existed. Should anyone else arrive here, they would only behold the lifeless bodies of the two devout followers, with nothing else in sight. Boom! With a resounding crash, the circular stone disc bearing Qin Feng descended to the ground. Fragments of stone and loose earth scattered around him. Qin Feng felt that this stone disc had carried him down at least 300 to 400 meters. Upon arrival, the surroundings were surprisingly illuminated. On either side of the stone walls, flickering torches cast a warm, yellow glow at regular intervals. Indeed, this place was a labyrinth. Qin Feng glanced around and let out a sigh. He had traversed many such mazes in his past life, finding them relatively easy to navigate. However, a thorough exploration would still require considerable time. Most importantly, the labyrinth contained numerous traps. Given Qin Feng's current attributes, triggering those mechanisms would almost certainly lead to his demise. Fortunately, he had just acquired this artifact. Qin Feng caressed the pendant of his acolyte hanging from his chest. Using its special effect, he summoned a silver-tier devotee. A gray-skinned humanoid creature materialized before him, ready to scout ahead. Under Qin Feng's command, the devotee began to crawl on all fours, embarking on the exploration of this underground maze. With a subordinate paving the way, Qin Feng felt significantly more at ease. Taking advantage of the moment, he opened his skill panel, preparing to utilize the 32 evolution points he had just earned to further enhance his abilities. Chapter 31. The Ephemeral Ghostly Shadow. The Enigma of the Long-Legged Femme Fatale. With 32 evolution points, combined with the previous 3 points, he had a total of 35. The Greedy Hand skill required 210 points for further evolution, so he decided to leave that for now. Given the potential dangers within this temple of faith, he opted to evolve his passive skill, Evasive Shadow, instead. You have consumed 1235 evolution points, remaining 24. Evasive Shadow, Golden Epic skill of the Assassin class. Passively grants a 1575 evasion rate. Triggering evasion renders one immune to all damage. Once the skill reached the epic tier, the points required for further evolution increased tenfold. Initially needing only 8 points, evolving from epic to legendary now required 80. Qin Feng shook his head, temporarily setting the skill aside. A 75 evasion rate was already quite formidable. He then proceeded to evolve Shadow Slash, advancing this skill to the epic level as well. You have consumed 13 evolution points, remaining 11. Shadow Slash, Diamond Epic teleports in a chosen direction, up to 2,730 meters, and enters an invisible state, lasting 912 seconds, delivering 79 slashes to all enemies in the path. Cooldown, 1288 seconds. Width of the slash, 415 meters. Each strike inflicts an additional 300 to 500 points of attack damage. Transitioning from Diamond to Epic Tier, the additional attack power of Shadow Slash increased by a remarkable 200 points. Moreover, the number of slashes rose from 7 to 9. The total damage nearly doubled. How astonishing. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Qin Feng had only learned epic-level skills several years later. In this life, he had such skills right from the outset. Although these abilities bore relatively low values due to their initial tier, they had the potential for infinite evolution. However, the transition from epic to legendary requires a tenfold increase in evolution points. Therefore, evolving skills of a higher initial tier proves to be significantly more advantageous. Qin Feng calculated that if a skill is already of epic tier, The initial evolution to legendary tier requires only 1 evolution point, which, when multiplied by 10, amounts to a mere 10 points. This allows for a swift evolution to legendary, mythical, or even ancient and immortal tiers. Conversely, if a skill begins as a mundane one, advancing it to epic tier necessitates 7 prior evolutions. At that stage, the required base evolution points would escalate to 21 or even 34 points. When multiplied by 10, this results in 210 or 340 points, a considerable loss. Nevertheless, there is a silver lining, regardless of the tier of skill learned. I can evolve them to epic tier at minimal cost. This implies that all my future skills will, at the very least, be of epic tier. With 11 evolution points remaining, Qin Feng contemplated and proceeded to evolve his initial skill, Shadow Veil. You have consumed 35 evolution points, remaining 3. Initial skill, Shadow Veil, Silver, Gold, Platinum. Enter a stealth state lasting 162,024 seconds. Damage of the first strike while hidden is increased by 90120,150. Cooldown, 262,422 seconds. The base cooldown of the final skill is 22 seconds. However, due to Qin Feng's cooldown speed attribute of 35, the effective cooldown is ultimately 163 seconds. This stealth skill has a rather lengthy cooldown, and the damage dealt upon breaking stealth appears insufficient. It will surely need to be replaced. Having expended all evolution points, Qin Feng redirected his attention to the labyrinth before him. The pious followers, crawling on all fours, advanced at a relatively brisk pace. As they rounded a corner, suddenly, a massive iron ball shot forth from the wall, launching the follower into the air. 6,666. 99,999. The first instance of damage was inflicted by the iron ball, while the second resulted from the follower colliding with the wall, leaving them utterly flattened. An unfortunate sight indeed. Qin Feng momentarily halted his advance, biding his time for the cooldown of summoning the pious follower to elapse. The labyrinth was intricate and fraught with danger. Thus, he could only rely on his summons to scout ahead. Qin Feng sighed. Although this would consume considerable time, this temple of faith was evidently linked to his eye of judgment, and he must explore it thoroughly. Otherwise, no one could ascertain what secrets he might overlook. As Qin Feng delved into the temple, at the entrance, the long-legged lady, Grey Rose, accompanied by her teammates, 2 men and 3 women, returned cautiously. Upon preparing to confront the 2 silver-tier creatures, they were astonished to discover that the 2 silver-tier adversaries had already been slain. Grey Rose, with her flowing black curls and clad in a gray robe that accentuated her exquisite figure, frowned upon seeing the corpses of the 2 pious followers. They had been killed. At this stage, only a shadowy figure would possess the capability to dispatch 2 silver-tier beings so swiftly. Could it be that the Shadow Master had arrived here? Her companions behind her were equally stunned. Gazing upon the 2 devout gray-white corpses, they began to converse, a shared sigh of relief escaping their lips. Despite their preparations, the fear of defeat lingered. Another death was a prospect they dreaded. Only the Grey Rose, observing this scene, appeared somewhat perplexed. During her last visit, she seemed to have glimpsed a shadow conversing with the Silvers. Was that the shadow? Had she misperceived it? Or was there more to it? On her previous visit, the Grey Rose had already ventured halfway into the hall when her keen eyes caught sight of a dark figure engaging with the Silvers. However, upon hearing the Silvers roar, she instinctively retreated, ultimately succumbing to the Silvers' green flames. Reflecting on that moment, she pondered, was that dark figure indeed the shadow? The Grey Rose harbored doubts. She was confident in her vision, yet why did the Silvers not attack the shadow? Could it be that the shadow possessed some means of deception? Such abilities might explain the numerous deaths. Regardless of her speculations, the truth eluded her grasp. As time elapsed, the influx of players in a shell town grew increasingly overwhelming, leading to a bustling crowd within the town. A small town could accommodate a maximum of 10,000 inhabitants, and Shell Town was now teetering at its capacity. Consequently, The surrounding monsters became utterly insufficient to meet the demands of nearly tenfold the player influx. The creepers and polluters had never anticipated such a surge in visitors, scattering in fear to conceal themselves. Yet, players relentlessly dug them out, ruthlessly exterminating them. Under these circumstances, even elite teams like Wang Meng struggled to maintain a swift pace in monster hunting. After a full 3 hours, they had only managed to reach level 5. Lin Liu's golden tier skills remained untapped. Wang Meng furrowed his brow, realizing they would need to teleport to less populated towns to enhance their leveling speed. Lin Liu responded affirmatively, stating, "No problem. However, we must wait for Brother Shadow to complete our transaction before we leave." Wang Meng nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyou quietly listened to their conversation, unable to suppress a smile creeping upon her lips. Chapter 32. The Mysterious Woman. Assassin S. Divine Skill. Graceful Liberation. Deep within the Faith Temple, 3 hours had passed. Based on my exploration speed, I should be nearing the end. Drawing from experiences of my past life, the Faith Temple contained little of substance. For others, it might take dozens or even hundreds of deaths to navigate. Yet, with Qin Feng's extensive experience and the ability to summon silver-tier devout followers to scout ahead, failure was not a possibility. At this moment, Qin Feng arrived at a corridor adorned with starlight. The azure glow transformed the entire passage into a celestial boulevard. The devout followers crawled before him, with Qin Feng trailing behind, proceeding towards the corridor's luminous terminus. Before him stood an ancient bronze door. "Open!" Qin Feng commanded the devout followers. They crawled forward to push the door, only to discover it would not budge. The bronze door remained immovable. After ensuring that no danger lurked nearby, Qin Feng stepped forward, with a mere lift of his hand, as he made contact with the bronze gate. He sensed a stirring emanating from the door, which began to creak open. As the door slowly parted, Qin Feng took a step back, poised for combat. However, what unfolded before him was a grand hall illuminated by starlight. At the center of this hall stood an altar. Beside the altar was a woman clad in a flowing white robe, her visage obscured by a white veil, rendering her features indistinguishable. The woman in white crossed her arms over her chest and slightly bowed toward the starlit altar. When the bronze door swung wide, Qin Feng refrained from entering immediately. Casting a glance at the woman, to his astonishment, he was unable to discern any information about her. As he stood at the threshold of the hall, the woman slowly turned, revealing a graceful figure beneath her robe, and she knelt before him on one knee. Her head bowed, she seemed to murmur something, as stars flickered in her hands. In the next moment, her entire lithe form dissolved into starlight and vanished. Had she truly disappeared? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Almost immediately, he noticed an ancient treasure chest materializing upon the altar, radiating a dazzling golden glow. Unlike a typical golden chest that gleamed faintly, this chest shimmered brightly, suggesting that it contained an epic-grade item. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was unaware of the identity of the mysterious woman, but she likely bore a connection to his judgment eye. Moreover, she appeared to regard him with great reverence. Regardless, caution was paramount. Qin Feng opted for prudence, refraining from any rash actions. Observing the treasure chest, he commanded his silver-grade summon, the devout follower, to approach the altar within the hall. Upon reaching the chest, the devout follower extended a hand and opened it without incident. Soon after, the follower retrieved a skill book from within the chest and presented it to Qin Feng. This skill book was the assassin's divine technique. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. Gift of Liberation, Epic Grade Assassin Class Skill Book. Passive effect, 100 correction to weak point hits. Double damage multiplier for weak point attacks. Throat slit. Active use, causing the next attack to inflict a throat slit effect, dealing 100 of the attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 60 for 144 seconds. This skill possessed both passive and active effects. The passive effect was extraordinarily formidable. The doubling of damage for weak point attacks was easily comprehensible, while the correction to weak point hits was even more intriguing. For instance, the head and heart of a person are considered weak points. Typically, one must strike precisely to trigger a weak point attack. However, Acquiring the gift of liberation effectively magnified the opponent's vulnerabilities. The higher the correction value, the more effortlessly one could strike an opponent's weak point. Even for Qin Feng, this passive effect proved immensely beneficial. At his current stage, he primarily faced humanoid monstrosities, making it relatively simple to target their heads. Yet, he would soon encounter numerous otherworldly entities, such as certain creatures devoid of heads, where the weak point might merely be a glowing spot on their bodies. For an ordinary player, hitting such a weak point would be nearly impossible. However, with the passive effect of the gift of liberation, striking that glowing spot would become a manageable task. The system will automatically correct, allowing players' attacks to align more closely with their target's weaknesses. A critical hit correction of 100 effectively doubles the size of the opponent's vulnerable area. As for the active effect of the Grace of Liberation, it is truly outrageous. It directly inflicts a throat-cutting effect on the next attack, akin to a 3-second bleeding effect. For instance, when Qin Feng activates the throat-cutting ability and strikes an enemy, he inflicts 300 points of damage. The throat-cutting effect ensures that the target suffers an additional 300 points of damage every second for the next 3 seconds. In total, that amounts to 300 plus 900, equating to a staggering 200 points of damage. In simpler terms, the throat-cutting effect of the Grace of Liberation triples the subsequent damage, although it requires 3 seconds to fully manifest. If it were a skill like Shadow Slash, where 9 strikes are counted as a single attack, the damage from the throat-cutting effect would accumulate. This epic skill has exponentially enhanced my combat prowess. Moreover, this initial epic skill can be evolved to legendary status with just 10 evolution points. Currently, Qin Feng possesses only 3 evolution points, to his surprise and disappointment. There are no monsters within this underground labyrinth. After all, in previous mazes, various devout followers and zealous acolytes were formidable foes impeding players' exploration. As for the nature of this temple of faith, Qin Feng remains uncertain, suspecting it might be related to my eye of judgment. He shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. Overthinking would bear no fruit. Should he encounter that mysterious woman in the white robe again, he would certainly attempt to engage her in conversation. Though he missed that opportunity this time, it was of little consequence. With the assassin's skill, Grace of Liberation, now in his possession, Qin Feng's damage output has become terrifying. Should he confront a level 5 golden ghost ship now, a single Shadow Slash might very well obliterate it. A few minutes later, Qin Feng stood atop the circular stone platform in the Starlight Hall. As the platform ascended 500 or 600 meters, he finally returned to the ground. Upon his ascent, the circular stone platform transformed into a layer of blackened earth, as if it had never existed. Given the time that has passed, Wang Ming and the others should have logged him by now. Qin Feng primarily needed to sell off his belongings, as his inventory was nearly full before setting out to level up. When he finally contacted Lin Liu, he was unexpectedly informed of a piece of news. Qin Xiaoyou. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Chapter 33. Truly impressive, Qin Xiaoyou. Qin Feng was genuinely taken aback that Qin Xiaoyou had arrived at the forsaken land of the gods at this time. Moreover, she had come to Shell Town and joined Wang Ming's team. Qin Feng instantly grasped her intentions. Perhaps she sought to connect with the shadows to forge alliances? If not for that purpose, what reason would she have to come to Shell Town? Nevertheless, she was perceptive enough to notice my connection with Lin Liu, exhibiting a hint of cleverness. Qin Feng smirked. In his previous life, having spent every day with Qin Xiaoyou, he was well aware of what his sister was thinking. During the early stages of the Forsaken game, when Qin Feng had yet to rise, Qin Xiaoyou had always sought to join the ranks of other powerful players, but he had consistently thwarted her attempts. Fortunately, Qin Feng swiftly rose within the Forsaken game. Following Qin Xiaoyou, she obediently accompanied him. It seems that in this lifetime, the timeline has experienced some alterations. Qin Feng felt a twinge of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Since Qin Xiaoyou was part of Wang Ming's team, there was no need to sell the priest's equipment to them. Even by mere coincidence, Qin Feng would not allow Qin Xiaoyou to gain any advantage, nor could he afford to show any signs of recognition towards her. After all, there were far too many eyes fixated on the name Shadow. I have yet to extract my abilities into reality. If my true identity were to be revealed, it could lead to considerable, even deadly, trouble. However, once I reach level 10, I will at least be able to extract the invisibility skill, providing me with a modicum of self-preservation in reality. Even a simple handgun could claim Qin Feng's life. Therefore, revealing myself now would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, Qin Feng was not far from level 10. Soon, he would be able to extract extraordinary abilities and manifest them in reality. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. By the time he finished exploring the Faith Temple, it was already afternoon in the Great Xia. In Jianghai City alone, there were hundreds of initial towns activated, meaning that tens of thousands had entered the Forsaken game. However, Qin Feng never anticipated such a throng within Shell Town. As he surveyed the scene, it was a veritable sea of people, densely packed. When Qin Feng appeared in his striking ghostly fire leather armor, he captured the attention of everyone in the town. Shadow! Shadow! Brother Shadow! Can we be friends? You are Shadow. I am the chairman of the Run Ding group in Jianghai City, and I would like to invite you to join our group. Great Shadow, do you need any underlings? I can shout 666. Boss, this is my sister. She is your die-hard fan. No ulterior motives, just eager to meet you. With a mere shadow strike, Qin Feng traversed a distance of 30 meters and entered a state of invisibility, undetectable by any onlookers. He first eluded those who had approached him, then arranged to meet Lin Liu in a more secluded location before making his way there. Wang Meng and the others from Lin Liu's team were waiting behind the ruins of a house, with Qin Xiaoyou anxiously beside them. The young girl was visibly excited and nervous, alternating between squeezing her left and right hands while glancing around. When Qin Feng appeared before Lin Liu, his gaze swept over Qin Xiaoyou, entirely devoid of recognition. He remained silent, directly retrieving a collection of items from his backpack. He first added Wang Meng as a friend and then privately messaged him. This is a golden level warrior's equipment with decent attributes, priced at 300 days of lifespan. But I will sell it to you for 280 days. This is a golden level archer skill, not particularly useful, priced at 550 days of lifespan. But I will sell it to you for 520 days. Qin Feng presented the previously stored equipment to Wang Meng, meticulously pricing each item. These prices were exceedingly reasonable. Brother, I only have a total of 925 days of lifespan, Wang Meng replied with a wry smile. Don't worry, you can owe me, Qin Feng casually remarked. The combined total of these items amounts to a lifespan of 200 days, which, given the official financial resources, can be repaid swiftly. Wang Meng pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, expressing his gratitude. All right, thank you, big brother, for trusting me. He first traded 900 days of lifespan to Qin Feng, retrieving the equipment and skill books, and repeatedly thanked him. With these new items and skills, their team's efficiency in monster hunting would ascend to new heights, allowing them to even contend with silver-tier challenges. Oh my goodness, the Shadow Master is truly remarkable. I can use golden equipment so soon? This golden tier skill is absolutely exhilarating. My output has surged by more than threefold. Moreover, he has graciously allowed us to defer payment. This is a testament to his trust in us. Wang Meng and his companions were left in awe and astonishment. However, they soon noticed a significant issue. Hey, where are the items for the priest? This query left Qin Xiaoyou, who was waiting nearby, to contribute, momentarily speechless. The absence of priest items elicited no reaction from Qin Feng, who silently turned invisible, vanishing from their sight. In truth, Qin Feng did possess priest items, including a golden tier priest staff and a golden tier skill book. Yet, there was no way he would allow such valuable items to fall into Qin Xiaoyou's hands. Not only would he refrain from giving her anything, but he also intended to recruit a different priest to forcibly integrate into Wang Meng's team, thereby ousting Qin Xiaoyou. After all, Qin Feng planned to leverage the official channel to sell off surplus equipment and skill books extensively, saving time in the process. Keeping Qin Xiaoyou within this team would inevitably jeopardize his collaboration with the officials. Just then, Qin Feng received a system notification. Player Xiaoyou requests to add you as a friend. Verification message. Hello, Big Shot. I am the priest of Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng frowned. She was so polite to outsiders, yet displayed impatience before him. You really are something, Qin Xiaoyou. He ignored her completely, neither accepting nor rejecting the request. His friend request list was overflowing with players. Treating Qin Xiaoyou as a stranger was the simplest course of action. Rejecting her amidst a sea of names would be far too conspicuous. At that moment, Qin Feng arrived at the town square, preparing to teleport to Firefly Town. Song Fei's starting town was indeed Firefly Town. This fellow had just held a concert in a neighboring city yesterday, and after the show, he had come to Zhanghai City to spend the night with 2 girls. When the game descended, Song Fei was assigned to the initial town of Firefly Town in the Zhanghai City region. Since the town teleportation was now available, it was only fitting to hunt down Song Fei a few times. A cold smile crossed Qin Feng's lips. Although it was Qin Xiaoyou who had made him drink the soul-wandering water in his previous life, the true culprit was Song Fei. While Qin Xiaoyou's foolishness was one matter, it was Song Fei who truly warranted his vengeance. To eliminate him, in reality, he first needed to instill fear and drive him away in the game. Otherwise, if one remains online indefinitely, the opponent enjoys an invincible status in reality, while cowardly hiding in the safe zone within the game. No matter how formidable Qin Feng may be, he cannot eliminate his adversary. Chapter 34, Firefly Town. Song Fei's admirers. For Qin Feng, the location of monster farming bears no significance. Upon arriving at Firefly Town, he can conveniently eliminate Song Fei a few times, achieving a dual purpose, albeit not entirely vanquishing him. However, it is possible to force him offline, thus creating an opportunity for complete annihilation. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Xiao Xue is also present in Firefly Town, providing a chance to encounter her. Gu Yixue, codenamed Snowy Day, is one of the administrators of the Slaying God Guild from Qin Feng's previous life, occupying the role of a White Bird Priest. The White Bird Priest is a powerful hidden class within the healing profession, accompanied by a white bird that aids in healing and bestowing beneficial states. While Qin Xiaoyou is also a hidden class life sacrificer, this pampered young lady is hardly adept at combat. In his previous life, Qin Xiaoyou merely lingered behind Qin Feng, responsible for healing him and applying buffs, always sheltered by his protection. However, Gu Yixue had once single-handedly conquered epic-level challenges. She was an indispensable ally to Qin Feng. Should he encounter her, he intends to invite her into Wang Meng's team. If Gu Yixue joins, it would naturally displace Qin Xiaoyou from her position as a fellow priest. Qin Feng wishes to prevent any variables from arising during his development, and Qin Xiaoyou represents such a variable. In summary, he cares not for her circumstances. He simply hopes she does not appear before him. Additionally, by making this request, he can gauge Wang Meng's reaction. In this life, Qin Feng's progress has been exceedingly swift, leaving him somewhat uncertain of the current official stance. Thus, this serves as an opportunity for observation in Firefly Town. This locale is an initial town situated within the Zhanghai City region. Cloaked in invisibility, Qin Feng utilized his free teleportation for the day and quietly arrived at this town. Compared to the bustling Shell Town, Firefly Town is notably more tranquil. Although numerous players traverse the town, it does not feel crowded. Some players are hawking their wares in the square, while others materialize in a flash of white light, the newly revived players displaying less than favorable expressions. Qin Feng strolled about the town, failing to spot either Song Fei or Gu Yixue. Just then, he overheard several recently revived players engaged in conversation. Hurry up. Don't let anyone take advantage. That silver rank has less than half health left. Damn it. With Song Fei bringing along so many admirers, who could possibly compete with him? I really don't understand how a mere little star could have such a legion of brainless fans. I refuse to accept this. I must take down that pretty boy today. As these players expressed their indignation, they marched toward the outskirts of the town. Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Oh, a lead has surfaced. So, Song Fei is outside battling silver rank foes, accompanied by a horde of infatuated admirers? A smirk played on Qin Feng's lips. One can only imagine that had the shadow not appeared, and if Qin Xiaoyou had also descended upon Firefly Town, she might have found herself among that very crowd of adoring fans. Song Fei is not a hidden character, but rather has flamboyantly chosen the mage profession. With a legion of devoted female fans, he rose swiftly in the early stages, but his potential waned by mid-game, rendering him increasingly ineffective as time progressed. Ultimately, it remains unclear how it came to light that Qin Feng, one of the top 100 players globally, was once a fan of his younger sister, Qin Xiaoyou. Regardless, in this life, Qin Feng is determined to ensure that Song Fei does not enjoy his gaming experience. He plans to eliminate him and subsequently harness his abilities in the real world for a direct assassination. At this moment, Qin Feng stealthily followed a group of indignant players. Departing from the town area, maintaining his invisibility, he found secluded spots to renew his stealth whenever it was on the verge of dissipating. After leaving the town, he ventured into a shadowy forest and then arrived at a foreboding valley known as the Wailing Valley, a level 5 monster spawn area. Here, the monsters are known as Firebringers and Chainbearers. The Firebringer is a ranged attacker with high fire elemental damage, albeit with a rather singular attack method, lobbing fireballs. The Chainbearer, on the other hand, is a melee combatant physically restrained by shackles, relying solely on its jaws to bite. Both types of monsters possess eerily distorted facial features, which can frighten even the most timid players to tears, leaving them utterly paralyzed in the face of such horrors. Soon after Qin Feng entered the ominous valley, he was met with the cacophony of battle cries and curses from numerous players, interspersed with the youthful voices of women hurling insults, each more ferocious than the last. Advancing cautiously, he soon beheld a towering 3-meter-tall, two-headed Firebringer unleashing torrents of blood-red flames into the surroundings. This two-headed creature, a silver-tier monster, bore a massive frame engulfed in crimson fire, with its eyeless heads grinning maniacally, exposing a frenzied smile. It had 4 arms, each capable of delivering simultaneous attacks on 4 targets. Within the fray, many players surrounded the beast, launching their assaults, and chaos ensued as players began to attack one another. Amidst this turmoil stood Song Fei, clad in a black robe and wielding a staff, exuding an air of ostentation, flanked by a throng of devoted female admirers. His gaming alias, Heaven-Defying Mage, epitomizes his over-the-top persona, yet it has incited a fervent following among his fans, surrounded by eager players wishing to attack him. Song Fei was shielded by his protective legion of female fans, each prepared to sacrifice their lives to defend their cherished brother Song Fei. The ground bore witness to the fallen bodies of players, both of his admirers and those who dared to assault him. Meanwhile, Song Fei, alongside his 5 fellow mages, relentlessly attacked the silver-tier, two-headed Firebringer. Indeed, his team comprised 6 mages, with no need for tanks or priests, as the loyal female fans formed an impenetrable human wall around him. As for healing, he felt no need for a priest. Why require one when he was shielded from harm? Upon entering the Forsaken game, Song Fei had but a singular task: to unleash his skills, vanquish foes, and reap experience and longevity. Although numerous sisters perished in his defense, what concern was that to him? Chapter 35, Song Fei. Am I dead? Song Fei found himself perplexed. His foray into the Forsaken game was not excessively tardy. After all, he had spent an entire night playing alongside 2 sisters, only to doze off after breakfast in the early morning. Moreover, in the quaint village of Firefly, he had an abundance of sisters to assist him. Initially, he believed his leveling would be swift. Yet, to his astonishment, the Shadow and Shell Town was advancing at a pace that utterly eclipsed his own. Furthermore, it had even claimed the first kill of a golden-level foe. Surely, that individual must have exploited some form of trickery to achieve such a feat, for if even silver-level creatures posed such a challenge to slay, how could anyone possibly solo a golden one? Nevertheless, overall, Song Fei felt quite elated. With dozens of sisters safeguarding him, he navigated the Forsaken game with remarkable ease. Though merely an ordinary mage, he ascended to level 6 with astonishing speed. In Firefly Town, he was the one who ignited the teleportation array. If he could just defeat this silver foe, he would reach level 7. It was said that the Shadow and Shell Town had lingered at level 9 for quite some time. He resolved to seize the moment and surpass it, claiming the title of the foremost player in the Forsaken game. With such aspirations, Song Fei was determined to take down the two-headed firebringer before him. Accompanied by dozens of sisters, they surrounded and attacked. The other players in the vicinity were also targets of their hunt. Under the current circumstances, it was all but certain that Song Fei would dispatch the silver-level creature. However, just as the two-headed firebringer's health dwindled to a third, an unexpected turn of events ensued. A figure clad in chilling leather armor materialized beside Song Fei, who was shielded by his sisters. The apparition appeared for but a fleeting moment before vanishing from sight. Almost immediately, 9 blades of light erupted from the bodies of Song Fei and several nearby sisters. 1995, 2052, 2009. Song Fei could only watch as a flurry of damage numbers ascended before him, and then darkness enveloped his vision. You have been slain by the shadow. You have lost 1,106 days of life tradable. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of life non-tradable. A system notification left Song Fei in a state of bewilderment. When he reopened his eyes, he was astonished to find himself back in the square of Firefly Town. I'm dead. Song Fei wore an expression of disbelief. Victory had been within grasp. The silver foe merely a third of its health remaining. Yet suddenly a shadow emerged to slay him? Impossible. How could a shadow appear in Firefly Town? Among the many starting towns in Zhanghai City, it chose his, and it had encountered him, stealing his victory? The oily, effeminate visage of Song Fei contorted in frustration. Behind him, 5 sister mages from his party had also been slain and returned, all equally bewildered. I'm dead. How could this be? How can my brother also perish? It was the shadow. However, why does the shadow seek to eliminate us and our brother? Surely, it aims to seize the silver rank. How wicked. Taking advantage of our brother's moment of inattention to launch a surprise attack. Truly despicable. Oh dear. Brother Song Fei, shall we return to exact vengeance? I believe it is unnecessary. Our other sisters will avenge our brother. The 5 sisters, engaged in fervent discussion, gazed affectionately at Song Fei. With a flamboyant toss of his hair, Song Fei donned a confident smile and proclaimed, while the assassin's stealthy ambush is indeed formidable, once revealed, he shall become our living target. Just watch, he will soon be dispatched by our comrades. Yet, soon he sensed that the situation was amiss. The number of players resurrecting in the square was increasing, and remarkably, most of them were from his sisterhood, as more and more sisters returned to life. Song Fei felt somewhat disoriented. How could this be? Were you all slain? This defies logic. The shadow may have ambushed once, but could he truly butcher you like cattle? Song Fei's expression darkened. The resurrected sisters, on the verge of tears, chattered frantically. Brother Song Fei, we apologize. We were utterly useless, but that shadow was just too swift. My attacks couldn't reach him at all. Yes, and it seems he possesses an evasion ability. Many of our strikes, which should have landed, were evaded. Even when my ice spike hit the shadow, it dealt a mere 2 points of damage. The situation deteriorated rapidly. Soon, there were no members of Song Fei's sisterhood around the silver-ranked two-headed fire wielder. All of Song Fei's companions had been driven back to the town by Qin Feng. In the Valley of Mourning, after swiftly eliminating Song Fei, Qin Feng did not depart, but instead commenced a massacre of the devoted fans among his adversaries, leaving them wailing in despair. Of course, these sisters possessed a particular skill, their vocal prowess. They unleashed a torrent of curses, vehemently denouncing the shadow. Yet, they could only vent their frustrations through words. Given their capabilities, they could barely lay a finger on Qin Feng, even if they managed to graze him. Qin Feng retained a 75 evasion rate, rendering him immune to damage. Moreover, the defense of the golden-ranked Ghostfire leather armor was beyond their current ability to breach. Amidst the onslaught of dozens of sisters, Qin Feng moved as if in a realm unchallenged, swiftly dispatching them within a mere minute or two. Nearby, some scattered players, initially united in their competition against Song Fei, stood in stunned silence. It is worth noting that this group of scattered players comprised more than 10 or 20 individuals. However, during their confrontation with Song Fei, many had been eliminated, with some even falling 2 or 3 times. Thus, they were acutely aware of how terrifying and reckless Song Fei's sisterhood was. Yet, now an assassin had appeared, wreaking havoc. The sisters could only seethe in impotent fury, being cut down like lambs amidst their defiant curses. My goodness, this is astonishing. Who is this assassin? Could it possibly be the Shadow? Surely, it must be that renowned global player at the pinnacle of the game, the one who has achieved the first kill at the golden level. Who else could it possibly be? I, too, find it perplexing why the Shadow would venture into our humble Ember Town. Everyone stepped back, making way for the esteemed figure. The casual players, recognizing greatness, retreated to the valley's rear with admiration and respect. Soon, only Qin Feng remained by the side. Faced with this situation, Qin Feng executed a stealth maneuver, entering a state of invisibility. Just as the onlookers anticipated his quiet departure, he unleashed a venomous dart that struck one of the heads of the two-headed Firebringer with astounding precision. The scene that unfolded left the surrounding crowd astounded. The dart hit its mark, and the health bar above the creature's head was instantly depleted. Chapter 36. With counter-invisibility and control, what need have I to fear assassins? In a moment, the 10 or so players who had stepped aside stood dumbfounded. What in the world? A single dart, and it was dispatched? With only a third of its health remaining, is it so unusual for it to be eliminated? Do you even realize the absurdity of your words? Even with a third of its health, a silver-level creature possesses several thousand hit points. To be taken down in an instant is hardly normal. Is this truly the work of the Shadow? Initially, I presumed the esteemed player relied on car mechanics for their golden prowess. Yet this is clearly not the case. The damage output is simply astounding. We deal damage in the tens, while they inflict thousands with a single skill. Are we playing the same game? Are they utilizing values from a different realm? The crowd was utterly shocked, their eyes wide as they beheld the two-headed Firebringer, its health bar empty, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. The corpse of the two-headed Firebringer burned with crimson flames, leaving charred marks upon the valley floor. Qin Feng emerged beside the fallen body, toying with his platinum-level ghost ship daggers, gazing at the casual players as one might observe prey. Leave quickly. Panic set in. Surely, the esteemed player does not intend to slay us as well. We cannot linger here. The players hastily fled the mournful valley, disappearing into the woods. Their retreat swifter than flight. There was no alternative. In this forsaken game, death meant a reduction in lifespan. They dared not take the risk. Although the Shadow had appeared and dispatched Song Fei and others, it did not imply that the Shadow would align with their faction. The earlier events had made it abundantly clear, should the Shadow wish to eliminate them, it would be akin to butchering sheep. How could they not flee? Observing the retreat of the crowd, Qin Feng remained unperturbed. He activated the eerie effect of the ghostly bell, unleashing a chilling sound that resonated across a 100-meter radius, immobilizing all enemies within. Any targets in a state of invisibility would be revealed and rendered motionless. Fortunately, as the sound reverberated, the area was devoid of any lingering foes. Qin Feng turned and raised his hand, casting Greed's grasp upon the corpse of the two-headed Firebringer. In an instant, 3 additional rewards materialized from the silver-level body, shimmering in silver light, with even a hint of golden radiance. Calmly, Qin Feng collected the spoils. His inventory was nearly filled by a single item, and he knew he must reach level 10 and depart from the starting town to unlock further capacity. With a shake of his head, Qin Feng contemplated his next move. The experience required to ascend from level 9 to level 10 is quite substantial. After vanquishing this silver-tier opponent, he found that his level had not yet reached 10, but rather he was still a third short. Qin Feng couldn't help but wish that the Hand of Greed could provide additional experience points. However, such an enhancement would render the effects of the Hand of Greed excessively exaggerated. Nevertheless, the most significant reward from this encounter was the acquisition of 16 evolution points. Qin Feng accessed the skills interface and proceeded to evolve the skill bestowed liberation. You have consumed 10 evolution points, remaining 9. Bestowed liberation, epic level. Legendary grade passive effect. Weak point attack correction 100 to 200, weak point attack multiplier doubled. Active use causes the next attack to inflict a throat-cutting effect, dealing 100 to 150 of the attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 30, 222 seconds, reduced to 25, 185 seconds. The weak point hit correction had increased by another 100, reaching a total of 200. This effectively magnified the target's weak point damage by twofold. Did this mean that all enemies before him now appeared as easy targets? If it could be amplified further, his shadow slash could also benefit from weak point damage. Qin Feng inhaled sharply. Although the weak point attack multiplier had not improved, the throat-cutting damage had seen a significant enhancement, and the cooldown had been reduced from 30 seconds to 25 seconds. Originally, it dealt an additional 3 times damage. Now, it had escalated to an astonishing 4.5 times. He could truly eliminate gold-tier foes with such power. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of this assassin technique. This skill had propelled his damage output to an entirely new echelon. The initial epic-level skill was indeed exhilarating. With just 10 evolution points, it could be advanced to legendary status. However, the leap from legendary to mythical level required an astounding 100 times the evolution points. The second evolution of skills typically required 2 evolution points. But transitioning from legendary to mythical would demand a staggering 200 points. Qin Feng clicked his tongue in disbelief. It was undeniable that evolution points were perpetually insufficient. Following this pattern, the epic-level Hand of Greed would require 210 evolution points for its evolution, and by the time it reached the legendary level, it would necessitate a daunting 400 points. Qin Feng felt a profound sense of responsibility weighing upon him. Fortunately, with the Hand of Greed at his disposal, once he departed from the initial town, accruing several hundred evolution points would not be overly challenging. Qin Feng noted that he still possessed 9 evolution points. Thus, he expended 8 points to evolve the skill Backstab Enhancement. You have consumed 8 evolution points, remaining 1. Initial skill, Backstab Enhancement Gold Platinum. Passive effect, damage increased by 30 to 40 when attacking from the target's rear. After finalizing this upgrade, Qin Feng collected all the white life orbs in the vicinity, amassing over 1,400 days of tradable life. Additionally, he surprisingly still held several decades of non-tradable life. With everything accomplished, he returned home. After cleaning up the battlefield, Qin Feng activated his invisibility once more and departed from the Wailing Valley. At that very moment, Song Fei, having returned to the town square, could not swallow his indignation. Soon, one of his subordinate sisters, a marksman, had learned a skill. Eagle Eye. The young lady approached Song Fei with eager anticipation, exclaiming, "Brother Song Fei, my Eagle Eye skill can detect stealth." Another sister, wielding a staff, enthusiastically volunteered, "Brother Song Fei, I have learned the area control skill, Ice Storm. Even that shadow cannot evade our grasp." Song Fei burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Let us go vanquish the shadow. With detection skills and area control at our disposal, what need do we have to fear an assassin?" With such a formidable group, they would first uncover the shadow's location, then ensnare it. Each of them could unleash their skills and obliterate the foe. Instantly, several sisters nearby chimed in with playful banter. That shadow relies on its assassin stealth, disregarding the code of honor. To dare strike at our brother, it must face the consequences. Indeed, once we have it controlled, we shall let our brother deliver the final blow, teaching it a lesson for trifling with us. The sisters, each referring to him as brother, would surely make Qin Feng retch if he were to overhear. Thus, Song Fei, accompanied by his legion of sisters, set forth once more towards the Morning Valley. Chapter 37. The Death Notification. Song Fei questions his existence. Song Fei, leading his band of sisters, advanced with great vigor and presence. Numerous players in the vicinity, witnessing the spectacle, hastily distanced themselves. What does this little celebrity intend to do now? You're not aware? He just returned from being slain outside. What a thrill. What? How could he be killed with so many sisters to protect him? The opponent is a shadow. What do you expect? Incredible. The shadow is audacious. Yet, I suspect the mental state of these women is somewhat unstable. Many players, upon hearing the news, were left astounded. Some, observing the composition of Song Fei's team, shook their heads in disbelief, sighing, "That shadow is doomed. I see a hunter in Song Fei's party capable of countering stealth. Indeed, I was once hidden, ready to ambush, only to be spotted by that girl hunter's eagle eye. If the shadow's stealth proves ineffective, it becomes nothing more than a fragile assassin. Moreover, I recall the mage in their group possesses numerous control skills. The shadow's demise is inevitable." Many spectators expressed regret at the unfolding situation but chose to follow at a distance, eager to witness how this dramatic encounter would ultimately conclude. Song Fei, buoyed by confidence, led his retinue of sisters, indifferent to the throng of players trailing behind. "Excellent," he mused with a sardonic grin. "With so many witnesses, once I dispatch that shadow, they shall realize that a lone warrior, no matter how formidable, is of little consequence, particularly when it comes to an assassin. A frail little assassin can hardly be compared to my esteemed mage." Song Fei held a sense of satisfaction regarding his profession. Though merely an ordinary mage, he believed that even an ordinary mage surpassed any hidden class. For instance, the shadow. Unbeknownst to him, the shadow's class was indeed that of an assassin, a hidden profession. Yet what of it? Soon, it would serve as my stepping stone. You may secure the first kill, but I shall claim your life. Such is the hierarchy of existence. The young lady with the eagle eye skill now stood beside Song Fei, feeling immensely privileged. With a face full of pride, she surveyed her surroundings. Just as Song Fei was slain, her eagle eye skill had just concluded, and she found herself devoid of mana to cast it again. This left her feeling deeply remorseful. "My mana should have been devoted to maintaining the eagle eye state. Brother Song Fei died once, and it's all my fault. Woe is me." The sister was overwhelmed with guilt, yet she felt a sense of pride in being able to assist Song Fei. She longed to press herself against him. However, this sister was not particularly pleasing to the eye. Song Fei showed little interest in her, merely regarding her as a tool. After all, the lifespan she had accrued through combat was freely given to him. Wasn't that delightful? As their group made their way towards the Valley of Mourning, Qin Feng, who had returned while remaining invisible, happened to catch sight of them. Their aggressive demeanor suggested they were seeking revenge against him. Qin Feng smiled, maintaining his stealth due to the innate level of invisibility afforded by his shadowy profession. He was virtually undetectable at this stage. At that moment, Qin Feng had approached the haughty Song Fei and did not strike directly. Instead, he reached out and patted Song Fei's shoulder twice. "Who?" Song Fei was startled, turning around but seeing no one. Since Qin Feng's shoulder pat did not constitute an attack, it did not disrupt his invisibility. As Song Fei turned to find no one, a ghostly voice whispered in his ear, "Just so you know, you're about to die." Upon hearing this voice, Song Fei immediately realized it was the shadow. "Protect me! Protect me!" Song Fei was utterly terrified. Before those around him could react, Qin Feng's figure darted through the crowd, and in an instant, the blade of shadow illuminated the space around Song Fei and the few sisters beside him. 2,218, 2,275, 2,197. With a swift strike, Qin Feng once again eliminated Song Fei. Though Song Fei had promptly cast a magical shield, it could only absorb 300 to 500 points of damage, which was shattered in an instant by Qin Feng's blade. Furthermore, Song Fei keenly noticed that compared to their last encounter near the silver tier, Qin Feng's damage had inexplicably increased. What the hell? Song Fei opened his eyes once more, finding himself back in the town square. He felt dazed, his face pale as if he were suffering from constipation. Having died consecutively, the approximately 2,000 days of tradable lifespan he had accrued was now reduced to a mere 500 days. All of this was the result of the sisters' efforts. Now lost to the shadow. How could this be? Didn't you activate Eagle Eye? Didn't you see him approaching? Song Fei's eyes widened as he glanced at the archer sister who had revived alongside him. She, too, appeared bewildered, in a state of panic. She exclaimed, "I did activate Eagle Eye, but there was no one in my line of sight. I looked in every direction, yet saw not even a shadow." This sister was now both frightened and distressed. The distress stemmed from her blunder, though she remained oblivious to the root of the problem. She had once again caused the demise of her beloved Song Fei. What troubled her was the fear that her repeated blunders might lead to her being cast aside by Song Fei. Nevertheless, Song Fei bore no resentment towards his sister. After all, her ability to thrive indicated that she possessed some merit, and he would certainly not resort to reprimands or abuse when it came to his fans. He began to seek answers. Why was it that even the keenest eyes could not perceive the shadow? Unable to contain his curiosity, he posed a question in the team channel. Soon, a sister randomly assigned the assassin class timidly remarked, "I noticed that my attribute panel includes a level of stealth. Could it be that the shadow possesses a higher level of invisibility?" This prompted the archer's sister to nod in agreement, saying, "Yes, indeed. My eagle-eye skill has a counter-stealth level of 1, which allows me to see only level 1 invisible targets. If the opponent's stealth level is above 2, I cannot perceive them at all." This revelation cracked the case wide open. Song Fei realized that he had provoked a terrifying entity with a stealth level of 2. A chill ran down his spine. This individual appeared and vanished without a trace. If they intended to strike him, how could he possibly defend himself? Fear gripped Song Fei. Initially contemplating a confrontation with the shadow, he was now utterly devoid of any desire to engage, for capturing the opponent was an impossibility. The moment they revealed themselves, it would spell his doom. The shadow might even have the leisure to tap him on the shoulder and deliver a death notice. The weight of this pressure was overwhelming. Chapter 38. The White Bird Priestess, Gu Yixue. Qin Feng once again eliminated Song Fei. That fellow had quite a wealth of lifespan. Qin Feng calculated. The first time he vanquished Song Fei, he acquired over 1,000 days of lifespan. The second time, he garnered more than 500 days. This indicated that Song Fei originally possessed over 2,000 days of lifespan. However, why was it that none of the surrounding sisters seemed to have any lifespan at all? Did they all relinquish their lifespan to Song Fei? Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Did these women truly believe that this forsaken game was merely a game? Of course, even if that lifespan were genuine, Qin Feng suspected that these sisters would still willingly bestow their lifespan upon Song Fei. Were it not for their own non-tradable lifespans being inalienable, they would likely have offered even their own lifespans. Such blind adoration is truly frightening. Qin Feng shook his head, gazing at the myriad of lifespan orbs scattered about, all of which were non-tradable. They collectively amounted to several hundred years. Regrettably, he could not claim them and would have to leave them for the surrounding monsters. Soon after, when Qin Feng returned to the town square, he found no trace of Song Fei, nor of the sisterhood. Had they ventured to another town, or had they logged off? In no time, he concealed himself within the town to gather information, soon learning that Song Fei had taken the sisters to another direction for leveling up. Although he was aware of their departure direction, he remained unaware of their destination. Qin Feng felt a sense of trouble brewing. In such circumstances, even with his speed, locating Song Fei in the wilderness would not prove easy. Yet, just then, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Before him stood a young maiden clad in a white priestly robe, gracefully passing by with a white, owl-like bird perched upon her shoulder. This young woman was none other than Gu Yixue, a pivotal member of the god-slaying guild that Qin Feng had established in a previous life. Qin Feng was already well acquainted with her, although in this lifetime, she evidently did not recognize him. The white bird, a divine messenger, possessed extensive detection abilities. Perhaps he could solicit her assistance and, in doing so, introduce himself in this new existence. After a brief contemplation, Qin Feng manifested before Gu Yixue. Her in-game alias was Snowy Day. He positioned himself directly in her path and said, "Excuse me, could you lend me a hand?" Gu Yixue, with her fair complexion and pure appearance, particularly captivated by her crystalline eyes that radiated innocence, was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the man before her. "Ah, are you Shadow?" she exclaimed, her lips parting in surprise. It dawned on Qin Feng that in this incarnation, he had achieved a level of notoriety. The moniker Shadow was now renowned among countless players worldwide. Thus, it was indeed plausible that Gu Yixue could recognize him at a glance. "Yes," he affirmed. choosing to be succinct rather than engage in idle chatter. I have heard that your profession allows for extensive target searching. Could you assist me in locating Song Fei? As compensation, I will be willing to part with this golden grade staff at a reduced price. As he spoke, he revealed the golden grade priest staff that had previously dropped from the golden ghost ship. Initially, he intended to sell it entirely to Wang Meng. But with the priest of Wang Meng's team now being Qin Xiaoyou, he could not possibly bestow it upon her. Thus, offering it to Gu Yixue was perfectly fitting. Gu Yixue's eyes sparkled at the sight of the golden staff. Absolutely. But wait, how did you hear that I could search extensively? I haven't told anyone. Qin Feng shook his head. That's not your concern. Do you want this golden grade weapon or not? Gu Yixue nodded eagerly. Yes. But I might not be able to afford it. Qin Feng replied, 500 days of life is hardly steep. Its original price is at least 700 or 800. Gu Yixue tilted her head. Oh, I actually have that much. Shall we finalize the deal? Agreed. Now, please find Song Fei's location. With a playful grin, Gu Yixue opened a trade interface and placed all 500 days of her lifespan onto the table. Although she was a hidden class priest, her solo play had not been without challenges. Fortunately, her skills and understanding of the game were exceptional, which ultimately led to her becoming a core combat member of the God-Slaying Guild. This young lady was certainly more than just a support character. To put it simply, her healing was potent. As she held the golden grade staff, she couldn't help but beam with joy. Now, let's get to business, Qin Feng prompted, waving his hand before her. Oh, the young girl, as if awakening from a dream, displayed no hint of embarrassment and chuckled. Aren't you afraid I might take the item and run? Qin Feng smiled. What, are you a fan of Song Fei? Gu Yixue narrowed her eyes. You know that I don't support Song Fei? You must be a friend of mine in real life, right? However, judging by your voice, you don't seem like one. Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Guess. Gu Yixue shook her head, too lazy to guess. Just go. With a wave of her hand, she sent the little white owl perched on her shoulder, soaring into the sky. Her eyes transformed into a pristine white, indicating that she had switched her perspective to that of her white bird. The bird soared gracefully above, encompassing a 10-kilometer radius around the entire Firefly town. With so many sisters accompanying Song Fei, his intentions were unmistakably clear. Soon, Gu Yixue obtained the coordinates of their location and relayed this information to Qin Feng. After sharing the coordinates, she continued, I can't guarantee they won't move, so by the time you arrive, they might have her located. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, add me as a friend. Keep an eye on them and inform me of their latest whereabouts. Gu Yixue exclaimed, Huh? You want me to watch them continuously? For how long? If it's too long, She clearly appeared somewhat apprehensive. What if he expected her to monitor them for an entire day and night? Just a little while, Qin Feng said dismissively, sending a friend request before turning to head towards the location where Song Fei and company were, instantly activating his invisibility. Only then did Gu Yixue relax. Just a little while, then it's fine. With a sense of joy, Gu Yixue gazed at her weapon, chuckling foolishly as she accepted Qin Feng's friend request before switching back to the perspective of her white bird, keeping a watchful eye on Song Fei and his companions. Indeed, Song Fei and his group were on the move. He, accompanied by his sister entourage, was advancing along the desolate riverbank. Along the way, they effortlessly dispatched numerous monsters, as if they were mere twigs being snapped. I thought to myself, I have no enmity with that shadow. After it stole my silver grade item and killed me twice. Isn't that enough? Surely, it wouldn't pursue me here. Song Fei felt that he had no grievances with the shadow. It was simply unreasonable. Chapter 39, Emerald Grade Skill. Blooming Curse. Was fortune finally smiling upon Song Fei? In this locale, Song Fei, along with his sister fan club, was diligently clearing out monsters along the riverbank. Many creatures, upon seeing such a crowd, attempted to flee. However, Song Fei and his sisters had significantly increased their agility, darting forward in a frenzied rush, leaving the monsters with no time to escape as they fell one after another. Song Fei was reveling in the thrill of it all. Little did he know, the shadow was swiftly approaching his position. Guided by Gu Yixue, Qin Feng made his way to the riverbank where Song Fei was located. Along the journey, He casually dealt with any monsters he encountered. Yet, these creatures were of low level, yielding minimal experience. Just as he arrived before a grand tree, he suddenly halted. "Hey, where are you now, big shot?" At that moment, gouged unexpectedly sent a private message. She had been keeping an eye on Song Fei, but was unable to see Qin Feng's position, as he remained cloaked in invisibility. "Pray do look around. Are there any other grand trees in the vicinity?" Qin Feng emerged, gesturing towards the majestic tree before them. Gouged, somewhat bewildered, responded, "Huh? Aren't we searching for Song Fei? Why the sudden interest in trees?" Nevertheless, this task posed no challenge for her. Approximately 20 seconds later, she relayed the information. 2 additional trees of similar stature were within 100 meters of Qin Feng. Qin Feng meandered around the trio of magnificent trees, and upon inspecting their trunks, he discovered peculiar symbols inscribed upon them. Gouged, intrigued, inquired, "What do these symbols signify?" Qin Feng playfully retorted, "What do you think?" He traced one of the symbols on the trunk of one tree with his finger. He then approached the other 2 trees, uncovering 2 distinct symbols, which he similarly traced. As his fingers glided over these remarkable symbols, they began to glow. When the trunks of all 3 trees illuminated with different symbols, a faint image of an emerald-hued treasure chest materialized amidst them. Gouged's eyes sparkled with wonder. Wow! Ignoring her excitement, Qin Feng stood before the ethereal treasure chest, eagerly awaiting its solidification. Unexpectedly, he encountered the blessing of an ancient deity in the novice village. An expression of joy graced his face. The blessing of the ancient deity could manifest anywhere within the forsaken realms of the gods, typically represented by a myriad of strange symbols. In this instance, the 3 trees bore a collection of 30 to 40 different symbols, each illuminating distinct combinations that yielded varied effects. Some might summon malevolent creatures, while others could evoke swarms of lesser monsters. There are also treasure chests and unique rewards to be found. As for the method of symbol combination, it remained a mystery for novice players at this stage. However, Qin Feng was no ordinary player. He was a reincarnate. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous blessings from ancient deities over the span of 9 years. Additionally, many patterns have been compiled on online forums. Thus, Qin Feng effortlessly devised the optimal combination to yield the coveted emerald-grade treasure chest. To achieve such a reward purely by chance would have a probability of less than 1 in 1,000. Open. As the emerald chest solidified before him, Qin Feng reached forth to unlock it. This scene rendered Gouged, who observed from above, utterly astonished. Her eyes widened in disbelief. An emerald-grade treasure chest. How extraordinary! This chest must be worth at least 1,000 days of lifespan, right? That translates to millions. Given the current circumstances, many in the outside world were already buying up lifespans. According to Qin Feng's recollections, the tradable lifespan on the first day typically had a ratio of 110,000 to 120,000. Thus, 1 day's worth of tradable lifespan could fetch between 10,000 to 20,000 in cash. However, this price was merely the initial rate. By the second day, it had escalated to 150,000 or more, and the cost continued to rise until cash lost its purchasing power entirely worldwide. This was precisely why the authorities held such formidable power. In the early stages of the Forsaken game, governments across nations had amassed vast quantities of tradable lifespans. In terms of purchasing lifespan with cash, the authorities could print money without limit. Who could compete with that? She hurriedly took note of the scene, her heart racing as she fixed her gaze intensely on the 3 trees, determined to commit their appearance to memory. Turning back, she intended to leverage her scouting abilities to explore the wilderness further. However, the locations where the ancient gods bestowed their blessings varied each time, and the symbols that appeared were also distinct, with countless permutations and combinations numbering in the thousands. If it were up to Gouged herself to find an emerald treasure chest, Qin Feng was skeptical. He did not believe she possessed such fortune. Even managing to open a golden chest was exceedingly rare, and it was far more likely to yield a horde of monsters, resulting in minimal rewards after a lengthy struggle. When Qin Feng opened the emerald chest, he reached in, and a system notification echoed. You have opened an emerald grade treasure chest. You have obtained the emerald grade skill book, Blooming Curse. Upon hearing the system prompt, Qin Feng felt a moment of bewilderment. Blooming Curse? What kind of skill was this? In his previous life, spanning 9 years, he had never encountered skill by that name. He gazed at the skill book in his hand, which faintly emanated an emerald hue, its cover adorned with an eerie crimson flower, marked with bizarre patterns resembling a sinister smile. Upon inspecting the skill, he found Blooming Curse, Emerald Grade, a universal skill book. When used on a player's corpse within 15 seconds of death, it causes cursed flowers to sprout from the enemy's body. The cursed flowers will continuously drain the target's transferable lifespan until it reaches 0. No cooldown time. After reading the skill description, Qin Feng inhaled sharply. This skill was extraordinarily powerful. It could be activated after defeating a player, allowing him to drain their transferable lifespan. Of course, he was aware that the cursed flowers would have health points, meaning they could be destroyed. However, as long as he eliminated anyone nearby, there would be no one to destroy those flowers, ensuring a prosperous fate for Song Fei. A smirk curled at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth as he immediately learned the Blooming Curse skill. Typically, when a player was killed, they would drop half of their transferable lifespan. Yet with this skill, every time Qin Feng eliminated an opponent, he could extract their entire transferable lifespan. All he needed to do was guard the enemy's corpse, allowing the cursed flowers to absorb their transferable lifespan completely. It was clear to envision how this skill would become a nightmare for countless foes. Chapter 40. Song Fei's Breakdown. Shadow, are you out of your mind? If that were the effect, then it did ring a bell. In his previous life, someone indeed acquired this skill, though he had been unaware of its name. So, this was what it was called. After learning the skill, Qin Feng entered stealth mode once more. Meanwhile, Gu Yixue, despite her envy, remained focused on her duties, keeping a close watch on Song Fei and his group of companions. After acquiring the Blooming Curse skill, Qin Feng continued his swift approach towards the riverbank where Song Fei was located, moving with remarkable speed, covering 100 meters in approximately 3 seconds. As the distance between Song Fei and the looming threat diminished, he found himself at the riverbank, grappling with a level 7 bronze-tier corrosive claw. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, a sudden voice echoed in his ear. I must inform you, you are about to die. Startled, Song Fei leaped into action, sprinting forward without a backward glance. In that instant, a venomous dart sliced through the air, striking the back of his head. 2115 Weakness Attack. Although Qin Feng's venomous dart skill was only at the silver level, rendering its damage less formidable than an epic level shadow slash, it sufficed for dealing with Song Fei. This fragile little mage had a total health pool of no more than 1,000. Moreover, the dart inflicted lingering poison damage, even if Song Fei's health were quintupled. He could not withstand this assault from Qin Feng. What on earth is wrong with you? Darkness clouded Song Fei's vision as he spiraled into a frenzied state. He had been contemplating whether the shadow would come to eliminate him, reasoning that there was no vendetta between them to warrant such relentless pursuit. Yet here he was, felled once again by the shadow. This realization led him to believe that the shadow was somewhat deranged. Why fixate on him? Out of jealousy for his sister? Song Fei felt his sanity fraying. He was now convinced that the shadow was indeed intent on his demise. This being had even ventured to the Firefly Town solely because of him. While he outwardly appeared to have no grievances with the shadow, he was acutely aware of his own allure. Over 2.5 years of practice had garnered him a legion of adoring female fans. Is it your infatuation with women that makes you my fan? What does that have to do with me? He mused, teetering on the brink of tears. In the real world, he would not fear such troubles, for the law of the Great Xia would offer protection. However, in the Forsaken game, the laws of Great Xia held no sway over anyone. After all this, the shadow turned out to be a failed suitor, unable to attract women and blaming him for it. With a cold laugh, Song Fei's disdain for the shadow deepened. Regardless of his thoughts, his negotiable lifespan plummeted by half once more. Originally 2,000 days, after dying twice, he was left with over 500 days. Yet upon venturing out, The surrounding female admirers replenished his lifespan by 300 days, bringing his total to 800 days of negotiable lifespan. However, Song Fei quickly realized there was an issue with his negotiable lifespan. Initially at 860 days, having it should have left him with 430 days. Yet now, why was his lifespan under 400 days? And it continued to dwindle? Confused, he watched helplessly as his negotiable lifespan dropped from 390 days to 380, then to 370, and continued to decline. What on earth was happening? Was there a punishment for dying too often? Before long, his female admirers returned, having been vanquished by Qin Feng. They chattered in a panic, "Brother, brother, something terrible has happened." The shadow unleashed a skill, and a blood-red flower appeared atop my brother's corpse, seemingly absorbing something vital from him. Upon hearing this, Song Fei gasped in horror. "A flower is blooming on my corpse? Is it siphoning off my lifespan?" Song Fei was utterly devastated, realizing that the shadow's tactics were far more ruthless than he had anticipated. At the riverside, the scene of Song Fei's demise unfolded. Qin Feng appeared alone, while Song Fei and his 30-odd sisters lay lifeless around him, having slaughtered so many in one fell swoop. The negative status of slaughterer on Qin Feng escalated to 4 layers. At the 4th layer, death resulted in a loss of 96,875 current lifespan, equivalent to a total loss. For other players, this was an unbearable affliction. However, for Qin Feng, it mattered little, as he possessed the Ghost Fire Bell, which ensured that he would not lose any lifespan upon death, effectively negating the adverse effects of the slaughterer status. The riverside was strewn with corpses, and on each one, a blood-red flower had blossomed. The health points of these flowers appeared to correlate with the level of the deceased. The flower on Song Fei's corpse had 600 health points, corresponding to his level of 6. The flowers on the corpses of other women, with levels 4 and 5, bore 602, 500 health points, respectively, presumably the square of their levels. Currently, for other players, destroying these flowers posed a significant challenge. Yet, as each player's damage capability increased, annihilating the flowers would become relatively straightforward. Thus, the emerald-grade skill, Curse of Blooming Flowers, was not invincible. However, as long as Qin Feng eliminated all potential threats, no one could possibly destroy these blood-colored flowers. The 30-odd blood-red flowers collectively drained the tradable lifespans of the players, leaving Qin Feng astonished. An additional 1,000 days of lifespan accrued from their numerous kills. This scene was also witnessed by gouged, who switched to her white bird vision, surveying from above and absorbing the entirety of the spectacle. Wow, wow, wow. Is this the power of the shadow? One person annihilated an entire team of Song Fei without any resistance. And were those red flowers on the corpses? They looked so eerie. Gouged observed the scene with a hint of trepidation, her delicate figure beneath the white robe shivering involuntarily. This formidable figure was truly extraordinary. Song Fei had brought this calamity upon himself. Meanwhile, Song Fei had intended to swiftly ascend to level 10, surpassing the shadow. Instead, he was killed thrice by it. Although dying in the game Godforsaken would not result in a loss of levels, he had completely depleted his tradable lifespan. Upon respawning, the Death Flower drained his lifespan, and within a mere minute, his tradable lifespan was entirely consumed, leaving him with scant non-tradable lifespan. If he continued to perish, he would lose his very existence. Song Fei grasped the gravity of the situation. Chapter 41. The sisters were stunned. Would losing their lifespan truly lead to death? In fact, Song Fei had another choice. Thus, they were transported to other towns to engage in monster hunting. In such circumstances, Qin Feng might not be able to locate him. However, Song Fei could hardly tolerate such indignation. After painstakingly training for 2.5 years, he had finally achieved his current prowess. How could he be bullied within a mere game? Ladies, let us log off for now. I shall venture into the real world to purchase some lifespan and return to exchange it for equipment. When we are fully armed, our combat strength will soar, and we shall confront him once more. After conveying this to his sister and his ardent fans, Song Fei logged off within the Firefly town. Upon hearing his words, The dozens of sisters surrounding him also logged off together, experiencing a bittersweet farewell. They were elated to have had such close proximity to their idol, Song Fei, yet pained by the fact that they had been subjected to the game's wrath, mercilessly slain by the shadows. Oh my goodness. I am so fortunate to have been so close to Brother Song Fei in the game. Whoa, his skill-casting appearance is so handsome, although it is merely a game. Following Brother Song Fei is simply wonderful. Everything had been splendid until that shadow appeared, attacking like a rabid dog. That shadow was truly deranged. Surely, it was envious of Brother. No worries. It seems that cash can be used to purchase lifespan. Let's pool our resources to buy more for Brother. At this moment, these fervent fans of Song Fei were largely unaware of the true implications of lifespan within the game. After all, they had remained with Song Fei since entering the game, oblivious to the official announcements from various nations regarding lifespan in the real world. It was precisely for this reason that they recklessly offered their lifespan to Song Fei, even when repeatedly slain, without uttering a word of complaint. It was only upon returning to reality that they finally learned of the official news. The game of Divine Abandonment was indeed a genuine, extraordinary experience. The tradable and non-tradable lifespans within it were all authentic. Once lifespan reached 0, players would meet their demise in reality. Upon receiving this shocking revelation, these sisters were struck as if by a bolt from the blue. How is this possible? Isn't this just a game? We were killed by that shadow 3 times. Our tradable lifespan is now 0. Our non-tradable lifespan is reduced to merely a few years. I originally had over 70 years of lifespan, and now only a little more than a year remains. How could this be? How could dying 3 times result in such a loss? I have eliminated numerous other players, and with the state of a killer, dying once equates to losing 2 lifespans. Whoa, oh heavens, I also have merely 2 years left. This lifespan is actually real? I refuse to believe it. Many of these sisters immediately began to feel regret. They had presumed this was merely a game. Thus, within it, they devoted everything to Song Fei, assisting him, even sacrificing themselves to shield him from harm. Yet, the outcome revealed that divine abandonment was indeed a reality. Once lifespan reached 0, one would face death. Even in the face of monstrous adversaries, countless devoted fans of Song Fei found themselves besieged, leading to their untimely demise. Many, in their fervor to assist Song Fei, ended up eliminating numerous other players, only to be met with the grim fate of being slaughtered thrice by Qin Feng, leaving them with a mere year or 2 of untradable lifespan. Does this not imply that we are left with only a year or 2 to live? The realization struck these fans like a thunderbolt, plunging them into a state of shock and regret. Yet, there were those among them who were already so enamored that they deemed proximity to Song Fei worth the paltry lifespan they had remaining. Meanwhile, Song Fei himself commenced an aggressive acquisition of lifespan, eagerly purchasing at exorbitant prices. Over 10,000 a day for tradable lifespan, he was determined to buy, for his current assets amounted to over 100 million. Frustration welled up within him as much of his wealth had been siphoned by the agency. Nevertheless, he resolved to procure several thousand days of tradable lifespan, stock up on equipment and skill books, convinced that the shadow could not possibly vanquish him again. Upon logging off, Qin Feng could no longer pursue him within the game. However, unbeknownst to him, the true peril awaited in the real world. Returning to the square of Firefly Town, he found Gu Yixue anxiously awaiting him. If Song Fei logs in, notify me, he instructed. Gu Yixue nodded, her trepidation evident. Ever since witnessing the Shadow's massacre of Song Fei and his followers, a psychological shadow had been cast over her. Qin Feng produced a skill book, proclaiming, "This contains a golden level skill for priests. Are you interested?" The skill book was the Sword of Holy Judgment, a formidable single-target output skill, one of the few offensive abilities available to priests. Upon seeing it, Gu Yixue's eyes sparkled with eagerness. "I want it," she exclaimed. 500 days of lifespan. Qin Feng stated matter-of-factly. Gu Yixue faltered, her hands fidgeting as she hesitantly asked, Great one, could I perhaps buy it on credit?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng replied, "If you agree to one condition, I can sell it to you at half price." Gu Ishu eyed him suspiciously and took a step back. Just to clarify, I have no intention of selling myself. Qin Feng pondered her thoughts, bemused. After some explanation, Gu Ishu grasped that this formidable figure merely wished for her to join his circle of friends, specifically Wang Ming, Lin Li, and Yu. To extricate Qin Xiaoyou from the team, Qin Feng needed to bolster their ranks with a powerful priest, and Gu Ishu was a perfect fit. She tilted her head, considering, before finally agreeing. All right, but if they prove too incompetent, I shall lodge a complaint with you. Qin Feng chuckled. It won't come to that. Their skills are quite satisfactory. Should Wang Ming overhear this, he might be compelled to choke on his own blood. For among ordinary players, their team was indeed among the elite. Yet in Qin Feng's eyes, they were merely adequate. After finalizing the arrangement with Gu Ishu, Qin Feng proceeded to contact Wang Ming. Wang Ming, I have an individual here, a hidden class white bird priest with commendable abilities. Would your team be interested? Qin Feng initially thought that Wang Ming might defer, but to his surprise, a swift response came from Wang Ming. Chapter 42, Qin Feng's Fan, the unique hidden dragon swordsman. Wang Ming, brother, if you say her abilities are commendable, they must indeed be substantial. Since you have spoken, it is certainly not an issue. Qin Feng did not anticipate such smooth sailing. Thus, he privately messaged, all right, she is currently at Firefly Town, where monster spawns are scarce. Please take a look and see if you wish to come over. Wang Ming promptly replied, no problem. There are simply too many players at Shell Town. We were just considering changing locations for leveling up. Please hold on. We shall arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng signaled to Gu Ishu, and the two stepped aside to wait at Shell Town. When Wang Ming received the private message from Qin Feng, the frown that had been etched on his face finally relaxed. In truth, even without Qin Feng's message, Wang Ming had already been contemplating a change in personnel. This was due to Qin Xiaoyou's undeniable lack of skill. As a priest class, one is typically required only to apply buffs and maintain the team's health. However, Qin Xiaoyou was always flustered when attempting to heal. In the game Godforsaken, there is no locking mechanism for any skills, including healing spells. There were instances when, while Wang Ming was evading monstrous attacks, Qin Xiaoyou would miscast her healing spells, plunging the entire team into peril. Such occurrences were intolerable for Wang Ming. Just as he was about to switch maps and change players, Qin Feng approached him. It is worth noting that Wang Ming had received directives from the official leadership, and he was keen on accommodating all requests from the Shadow faction to foster good relations. Was this not a perfect opportunity to do a favor? Ah, Xiaoyou, there are simply too many people at Shell Town now. Wang Ming carefully chose his words. We need to find another location for leveling. You must have exhausted your free teleportation attempts coming from other towns, right? Qin Xiaoyou was momentarily taken aback. Yes, she secretly rejoiced, thinking Wang Ming was going to subsidize her for the second teleportation, which would require 100 days of lifespan. Yet, Wang Ming continued, the town we are heading to has our colleagues, and we have just managed to assemble a party of 6. This left Qin Xiaoyou somewhat bewildered. Ah, okay, I understand. She felt a pang of disappointment, realizing this was an attempt to dissuade her. It was a pity, for since entering the game, she had joined many teams, none of which were as strong as Wang Ming's. In Wang Ming's team, she merely needed to coast along to gain experience and lifespan. Wang Ming concluded politely, regardless, you have me as a friend. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to reach out. All right, thank you, Brother Wang. Qin Xiaoyou sighed in relief. With Wang Ming's assurance, her spirits lifted once more. Her current thoughts revolved around leveraging her connection with Wang Ming to meet the Shadow faction. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Ming's words were merely a polite gesture. He and Qin Xiaoyou were not closely related, and once they parted ways, who would still concern themselves with her? The casual assistance may prove beneficial, yet when it requires a considerable investment of time, Wang Ming hardly has the luxury to spare. In truth, Wang Ming's ability to endure discomfort while accompanying Qin Xiaoyou for such an extended duration reflects a commendable temperament. Once he managed to dissuade Qin Xiaoyou, Wang Ming engaged in a private conversation with Qin Feng to ascertain the town and its location. With the remaining 3 teammates, they teleported to the Firefly Town. Qin Feng, accompanied by Gu Ishu, awaited Wang Ming and his trio of companions. Aside from Lin Liu, there was a sharp-eyed young archer and a middle-aged man with a concealed profession of cardmaster. This hidden vocation belongs to the magic output category, yet it cannot wield a staff nor learn conventional magical skills, rendering it rather unique. Upon encountering Qin Feng, Wang Ming initiated a trade, bestowing upon him 800 days of lifespan. With a wry smile, Wang Ming remarked, "I still owe you 500 days of lifespan. When Captain arrives, I shall settle that." The concept of lifespan in this game is indeed difficult to accrue. Captain, Qin Feng expressed mild confusion but did not dwell on it. He accepted the 800 days of lifespan and called Gu Yixue closer, stating, "This is Shui Tian. His name is Wang Ming. You two can introduce yourselves." At that moment, a striking figure of a woman emerged from the teleportation chamber in the square, clad in silvery light armor that accentuated her curvaceous form. She bore a long sword at her waist, her flowing hair cascading behind her, and her long legs exuding elegance, her physique remarkably voluptuous. She appeared somewhat exhilarated and eager, unmistakably the charming police officer, and you, who had previously attended the meeting with Wang Ming, seemingly a bit airhead, yet undeniably captivating. She, alongside Wang Ming, was responsible for liaising with the shadows. As she sprinted toward them, there was an invigorating wave of energy. Qin Feng was taken aback upon catching sight of her. "Is it truly in you?" The soul-hidden profession, dragon swordsman, who ranked among the top 20 global elites in the last life and served as a pillar of the Great Xia. However, I distinctly remember that in the previous life, this woman was not on the same team as Wang Ming. Qin Feng momentarily paused, but the enchanting figure soon stood before him. "Shadow Boss, oh, what an honor it is to meet you. I am in you, and I admire you greatly." With a face full of admiration, and Yu extended her hand. Qin Feng could not help but reflect on this being his first encounter with a formidable player from the previous life who had ranked above him. Recalling the dragon swordsman in Yu, known by the code name Justice Executioner, she was a nightmare for many foreign adversaries. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, Qin Feng would not stand a chance against her. After all, in the last life, he was merely an ordinary warrior, whereas in Yu wielded the unique hidden profession of dragon swordsman, on par with his current shadow vocation. Observing the admiration in Yu's demeanor, Qin Feng felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, considering that Yu was merely a level 5 calamity at present, he found solace in the fact. In this life, Qin Feng's developmental pace was exceedingly advanced. Not only did he possess the soul-hidden profession, but he also harbored an unprecedented innate talent, allowing him to far surpass even someone of Yu's caliber. "Hello." Qin Feng responded with a composed demeanor, extending his hand for a brief handshake. "The Shadow Master, your rate of development is astonishing." And Yu chuckled softly, her beautiful face and eyes filled with admiration. "I previously wondered if you might be a time traveler or perhaps someone reborn," giggling. Qin Feng's face, obscured by a black veil, bore a smile that was neither here nor there. A time traveler? A reborn individual? And Yu's imagination is indeed quite vivid. However, she could never fathom that Qin Feng embodies both roles. At that moment, Yu extended her hand towards Qin Feng. "Let's trade, master. Wang Ming still owes you 500 days of lifespan, which I possess." Qin Feng nodded. It was evident that Yu had officially represented Jiang Haishi, acquiring a considerable amount of tradable lifespan. Her hidden profession as a dragon swordsman endowed her with remarkable survival abilities. Entrusting her with lifespan would surely appease the authorities. Very well. Qin Feng nodded once more and swiftly received 500 days of lifespan from Yu. Yu gazed at Qin Feng, blinking as she spoke. "If you possess any equipment, feel free to sell it to us. We desire everything. Furthermore, all the lifespan belonging to Jiang Haishi's authorities is in my possession. So you wouldn't harm me, would you?" This seemingly naive girl is in fact quite astute. Her words were clearly a test of Qin Feng. Should he lose control and eliminate her, it would undoubtedly affect how the authorities would treat him in the future. Chapter 43. The First Global Level 10. The assassination plan commences. In this life, Qin Feng need not fear the authorities. Yet, there is no reason to foster animosity. After all, The equipment and skill books he acquires from monster hunting and leveling up must still be sold in collaboration with the authorities for optimal profit. Establishing a long-term partnership is far more lucrative than executing a single heist for a few days' lifespan. Moreover, who knows how much lifespan this woman possesses? If a single strike yields only a few days, it would indeed be a significant loss. Thus, Qin Feng nodded and said nothing further. After tossing Gu Yixue into the opposing team, he turned and departed to level up. He glanced at his experience points, noting he was a third away from reaching level 10. If all goes as planned, he would attain level 10 in less than half an hour, enabling him to extract his abilities in reality. On another front, after leaving Wang Meng's team, Qin Xiaoyou logged off for a brief moment. Thanks to Wang Meng, she possessed nearly 200 days of tradable lifespan and intended to convert it into cash. After all, the current exchange rate allowed 1 day of lifespan to be sold for 150,000 in cash. Naturally, she was tempted. However, upon returning to reality and instinctively opening her phone's messaging app, she was confronted with a shocking and unfathomable message. My heavens, the shadow has slaughtered Brother Song Fei and killed him 3 times. Qin Xiaoyou stood in bewilderment. Having teamed up with Wang Meng and the others for some time, she was fully aware that the lifespan in the Forsaken game was genuine. Once 1's lifespan reached 0, death would ensue. Thus, upon learning that Song Fei had been killed thrice, she felt as though her heart had been brutally wrenched. Even though he originally possessed 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, 3 deaths had reduced it to just over 12 years. But why would the shadow wish to kill Brother Song Fei? Qin Xiaoyou simply could not comprehend. Originally, she was unequivocally aligned with Song Fei. However, now her heart is ensnared in turmoil. After all, she believes she has a chance to befriend the enigmatic Shadow Brother, who has achieved the remarkable feat of a global first kill at the Golden Tier. Observing the conversation within the group, she noted that he had managed to eliminate Song Fei 3 times amidst an onslaught of dozens. His prowess is utterly terrifying. Moreover, considering that Song Fei has only just entered the game, how is it that he has already mingled with so many admirers? Qin Xiaoyou feels a sense of exclusion, akin to being left behind. This sentiment has cultivated a tinge of resentment towards Song Fei. Yet despite her reflections, her long-standing admiration for him leaves her disposition somewhat ambivalent. Song Fei or Shadow, whom should she choose? Having been dissuaded by Wang Meng and hearing the news of Song Fei's demise thrice, Qin Xiaoyou's mood soured considerably. Ultimately, she resolved to sell her lifespan. Initially, she intended to reach out to her classmate Zhang Wei, who had previously engaged with the Qian group and facilitated face-to-face sales of transferable lifespan at a ratio of 1:15,000. However, upon viewing the announcements in Song Fei's fan group, she discovered an administrator rallying support. Song Fei needs assistance. Sisters in Jianghai City. You can approach him and sell your transferable lifespan at a ratio of 1:10,000. A golden opportunity to profit while aiding our brother. Upon seeing this message, Qin Xiaoyou could no longer restrain herself. Song Fei is a Dajiang square? No, I cannot stand idly by and watch him lose his lifespan. With a resolute heart, she decided to bear any losses and sell her lifespan to Song Fei. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was on the brink of executing his assassination plan. He was tirelessly grinding in the high-level monster area of Firefly Town, mere experience points away from reaching level 10. Each initial town is situated on an island, surrounded by the sea. The town lies at the center, and the closer one gets to the coast, the higher the level of the monsters. With his speed and damage output, Qin Feng swiftly arrived at the island shoreline, annihilating the level 10 monsters along the coast. He encountered Tidebringers launching water element spells, elusive burrowers that could vanish underground, and the crimson-armored lobster warriors. These minor foes were no match for Qin Feng's skills, swiftly transforming into experience points, contributing evolution points and lifespan. Although he encountered no significant challenges, after half an hour, Qin Feng had amassed a considerable number of evolution points, thanks to his epic skill. Greed's Grasp. Observing his attribute panel displaying 13 evolution points, he accessed the skill panel and upgraded his backstab enhancement. You have consumed 13 evolution points. remaining 0 points. Initial skill, backstab enhancement, platinum emerald. Passive effect, increases damage by 40 to 50 when attacking from behind the target. From an initial 10 increase to now 50. The effectiveness of this skill has become increasingly pronounced. Shortly thereafter, with a swift shadow slash, he dispatched 2 crimson armored lobsters, finally reaching level 10. Congratulations! You have reached level 10. Your 4-dimensional attributes have reached level 2. You have acquired 5 points of free attribute points. You have unlocked career advancement. You are the first player to reach level 10 within the Jianhai City area, earning 7 points of reputation. You are the first player to achieve level 10 in the entirety of the Daxia Kingdom, gaining 14 points of reputation. You are the first player globally to attain level 10, receiving 21 points of reputation. Once there are 7 level 10 players within Jianhai City, the teleportation function to the abandoned continent of the deities will be activated. The world's first level 10 player. Even though Qin Feng spent 3 hours exploring the temple, he remains the first globally. After all, he soloed, defeating monsters with remarkable speed and efficiency far superior to others. At this stage, even top-tier teams like Wang Ming's require at least half a minute to eliminate a single minor monster, and the experience is shared among team members. How could they possibly compare to Qin Feng's leveling efficiency? Apart from Qin Feng, the highest level worldwide is merely level 8. It seems to be quite similar to the previous life. In the last iteration, the first level 10 player emerged only by night, hailing from North America. A smirk graced Qin Feng's lips. Currently, many players find themselves in dire straits. Numerous teams are unable to defeat even a minor monster, facing complete annihilation. Few players manage to level up steadily, let alone efficiently farm monsters. When Qin Feng reached level 10, it triggered a server-wide announcement, once again igniting a fervent discussion globally. Chapter 44. Skill Extraction. Life is insufficient. Indeed, it is Shadow. The golden level first kill is his, and he is the first player globally to reach level 10. Shadow is formidable. Moreover, I just heard that he recently defeated a minor celebrity several times. Song Fei, right? I saw him post on Weibo, claiming he wants to acquire life. It's laughable. This fool surely doesn't think he can seek revenge on Shadow, does he? Song Fei barely reached level 6. Escorted by dozens of sisters, yet he wishes to compete with Shadow? In Daxia, on forums, and in towns, players are abuzz with discussions. No one has faith in Song Fei amidst the conflict with Shadow. As for foreign players, they have become even more impressed by the moniker Shadow. Alas, this Shadow is actually from Daxia? Unbelievable. The highest level in our Sakura nation is merely level 7. I cannot accept this. Damn, my smith has only reached level 8 with a hidden profession. So what is the deal with Shadow? With 15 billion people in Tianzhu, is there not one who can keep pace with Shadow? I've heard this Daxia player has been soloing, hence his rapid leveling. Impossible. The minor monsters in this game are so difficult to defeat. How could anyone possibly solo and progress so quickly? Countless individuals around the globe are astounded. Many wish to uncover the true identity of this Shadow. Even the Daxia authorities are secretly investigating. Yet as of now, no one knows Shadow's real-life identity. In Firefly Town, after reaching level 10, Qin Feng glanced at his attribute panel. Code, Shadow, Class, Shadow, Unique Hidden, Level 10, Non-Transferable Lifespan, 1,219 years and 128 days. Transferable Lifespan, 7,455 days. Strength, 39. Constitution, 39. Agility, 111. Spirit, 41. Reputation, 47. The transferable lifespan of merely over 7,000 days proved insufficient. Qin Feng sighed and subsequently logged off. Upon reaching level 10, the experience points required for advancement multiplied by more than 10 times, making it excruciatingly slow to level up solely by defeating low-level monsters. Moreover, after attaining level 10, experience points would also be consumed for class promotion. This promotion not only enhances 4 primary attributes, but also unlocks additional class-specific skills, which is particularly vital for hidden classes. The strength of a hidden class fundamentally lies in the exclusive skills obtained after promotion. Next, he faced a choice: either to hunt or await the ascension of 6 others to level 10 before departing the initial town. However, before that, he first needed to address a matter in the real world. Qin Feng closed his eyes, and his indistinct figure in the coastal area of Firefly Town gradually faded away. In the Great Xia, Jianghai City, in a nondescript residential complex, Building 11 of the Shanshui Impression, on the 11th floor, a simple and refreshing bedroom housed the ethereal form of Qin Feng, which slowly began to solidify. As Qin Feng opted to log off, having reached level 10, he received a system notification. Would you like to consume transferable lifespan to extract abilities into reality? Yes or no? Qin Feng selected yes. A list of extractable abilities materialized before him. 1. Extract class and level 2. Extract equipment. 3. Extract skills. 4. Extract bloodline, temporarily unavailable. 5. Extract divinity, temporarily unavailable. He began with the extraction of his class. The game, godforsaken, treated all classes equally, whether ordinary or hidden. Extracting class abilities into reality required the consumption of 1,000 days of lifespan. Without hesitation, Qin Feng chose to extract his unique hidden class, Shadow, into reality. You have consumed 1,000 days of lifespan, transferable. You have extracted Shadow, unique hidden class. You have acquired Shadow, unique hidden class, passive abilities activated. Your strength, 3. Constitution, 3. Agility, 8. Spirit, 5. Next came the extraction of his level. Extracting level primarily enhances attributes in reality. It does not permit the redistribution of free attribute points. The distribution method in the game would remain fixed upon extraction. Before level 10, the cost of extracting each level was a consistent 1,000 days of lifespan. Thus, he decided to extract level 2 into reality. You have consumed 2,000 days of lifespan, transferable. You have extracted level 2. Your level in reality has risen to level 3. Your strength, 4. Constitution, 4. Agility, 14. Spirit, 4. This left him with a remaining lifespan of 4,455 days. Next comes the most delightful skill extraction for Qin Feng. My talent allows me to evolve skills. Originally, the higher the grade of the skill, the more lifespan was required for extraction, often increasing exponentially. To my surprise, the lifespan consumed for skill extraction is based solely on the skill's initial grade. For instance, the skill Shadow Veil, which Qin Feng has evolved to the platinum level, would typically require over 10,000 days of lifespan to extract according to the algorithm. However, now only demands a mere 900 days. Furthermore, the extracted skill is synchronized with the in-game platinum level. As the skill continues to advance within the game, its counterpart in reality will also progress without the need for additional lifespan expenditure for extraction. How delightful! Qin Feng swiftly selected 2 skills for extraction. You have consumed 900 days of lifespan, tradable, to extract the skill Shadow Veil, platinum level. You have consumed 2,262 days of lifespan, tradable, to extract the skill Venomous Darts, silver level. After extracting these 2 skills, Qin Feng was left with only 1,292 days of lifespan. The consumption was considerable, yet the benefits were extraordinary. Previously, Qin Feng was merely an ordinary individual in reality, but now his attributes had nearly doubled compared to the average person. Particularly, his speed had surpassed human limits. In reality, Qin Feng now possessed 32 points in agility, allowing him to sprint 100 meters in just over 5 seconds. Unfortunately, he no longer had sufficient tradable lifespan. However, it mattered not. With these attributes, he had enough power to eliminate Song Fei. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Having endured 9 years of apocalyptic chaos, he was already accustomed to bloodshed. He would not grant Song Fei any chance for resurgence. Extracting the platinum-level Shadow Veil at the cost of a low-grade skill was indeed a remarkable bargain. Coupled with his professional passive ability, his invisibility duration had doubled, enabling him to achieve infinite stealth. Along with the Venomous Darts, which could be launched from a distance of 14 meters, he could easily find an opportunity to eliminate Song Fei. The only remaining challenge was to ascertain Song Fei's whereabouts. If following the trajectory of the previous life, locating him would not be easy. However, at present, Song Fei was actively acquiring lifespans. To trade lifespans, one must do so face-to-face. In other words, Song Fei's position in reality was effectively exposed to the public. Qin Feng had a plan in mind. In Jianghai City, in the afternoon, Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes in his bedroom. Once he completed the extraction, his body became fully solidified. He clenched his fist, moving it slightly to acclimatize to his attributes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was time to set forth. Just as he was about to take action, his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 45. Assassination Under Broad Daylight. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He casually picked up the phone, glancing at the screen to find it was his former boss from the office, Hu Qibin, calling. Hu Qibin, he remembered in his previous life, being late for work today had led to a scathing reprimand from this rotund man. Now, Qin Feng had no intention of entertaining him. He promptly hung up the call, tossing the phone onto the bed. Just as he intended to leave, the phone rang again. It was still his boss, Hu Qibin. Qin Feng swiftly ended the call and blocked the number in one fluid motion. However, shortly thereafter, Hu Qibin sent him a message. Qin Feng, are you seeking your own demise? The young lady is looking for you and says this is your final chance. If you continue to disobey, consider the consequences. Qin Feng did not even finish reading the message before he deleted the contact and blocked the number. The world around him fell silent. He set off, with a clear objective, Song Fei. The destination, Dajiang Square. Through Weibo, Qin Feng had learned that Song Fei was personally present at Dajiang Square in Jianghai City, engaged in the acquisition of lifespans. The square was merely 7 or 8 kilometers away from Qin Feng's residence. Given his current speed, he could invisibly jog to the location in approximately 10 minutes. He left his phone behind in his room, donned a gray mask, and slipped into a black coat, his figure becoming ethereal and transparent until it vanished completely from sight. This scene would undoubtedly astonish anyone who witnessed it in reality, as it represented an ability from the Forsaken game manifesting in the real world for the first time. At this moment, other players were entirely unaware that the capabilities from the Forsaken game could be extracted into reality, which meant that Song Fei was completely unprepared for Qin Feng's assassination. At Dajiang Square in Jianghai City, at 4 in the afternoon, many female fans of Song Fei had gathered, having learned of the news through Weibo. Among them were several who had acquired lifespans from the Forsaken game and were eager to sell them to Song Fei for a chance at close interaction. Within the crowd, surrounded by over 20 security personnel and temporary barriers, Song Fei sat in the center of the indoor venue, clad in a white vest and sunglasses, casually resting with his legs crossed. Beside him sat a girl with a ponytail, dressed in a pink short-sleeved top and a black skirt, her legs adorned with black stockings. Exuding youthful vibrance, she was none other than Jiang Li, the daughter of the chairman of Dajiang Industries. Jiang Li had always been a fan of Song Fei, though not as fervently as some of the other female admirers. Upon learning of Song Fei's plans to acquire lifespans, she took the initiative to contact him and offer Dajiang Square as the venue. This arrangement allowed her to engage closely with Song Fei while assisting him in his acquisition efforts. Furthermore, once Song Fei's funds were depleted, she could also procure some lifespans herself, leveraging Song Fei's fame to attract more sellers. At this moment, Jiang Li was nestled closely beside Song Fei, chatting and laughing. The young lady playfully asked, "Brother Song Fei, how many lifespans have you received?" Song Fei glanced at his attributes. Miss Jiang. He had already acquired over 2,000 days of lifespan, having spent 20 million. Jiang Li pouted, saying, "There are still many fans willing to give you lifespans for free. I'm so envious." Song Fei waved his hand with a smile, responding, "I can't compare to your Dajiang Industries, which is vast and prosperous. I'm merely dabbling in small matters." Jiang Li modestly gestured, "Not at all. I've heard you were killed by shadows 3 times in the Forsaken game. Rest assured, I have people investigating the true identity of those shadows." Song Fei furrowed his brow, replying, "That could be quite challenging. Currently, all we know is that he's a male located in Jianghai City. Beyond that, we possess no further information." Jiang Li chuckled softly, Every individual has their weaknesses. Is it wealth? Or beauty? I have already dispatched someone to Firefly Town to make contact with him and present a figure. I am confident he will acquiesce. Once he agrees, he must come to collect the money, and when he does, he will have no choice but to reveal himself. Song Fei smiled. Indeed, it is a viable strategy. I have heard that your Dajiang Enterprises has managed to control several players through this method, compelling them to work for you free of charge. Jiangli covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. They are all fools, utterly incompetent, barely extending their lifespans. If we could capture that shadow, our efficiency would undoubtedly improve significantly. Song Fei nodded. When that time comes, be sure to inform me. Jiangli giggled. Rest assured, once we capture him, I will call upon Brother Song Fei to exact our vengeance. Suddenly, Jiangli Smila froze. She beheld Song Fei before her, where an ominous blood hole had abruptly manifested on his forehead. A dark green, enigmatic dart had silently pierced through his brow from an unknown origin. With a thud, Song Fei collapsed, blood pooling around him, and to her horror, a grayish-white orb of lifespan materialized beside his lifeless form, reminiscent of a scene from a Forsaken game. Jiangli screamed in terror, scrambling backward. Initially, the crowd fell into a shocked silence, which quickly erupted into a cacophony of screams, plunging the scene into chaos. Protect the young lady. The security personnel of Dajiang Enterprises sprang into action, rushing towards Jiangli. The security captain glanced at Song Fei, who lay sprawled on the ground. His sunglasses askew, eyes wide with disbelief, blood gushing from the wound on his forehead. Suddenly, the orb of lifespan vanished from his corpse, evidently absorbed by some unseen force. Yet no shadow was present nearby. The security team gasped in shock. Could it be that he was invisible? Move, move, move. Protect the young lady and retreat. Did anyone spot any suspicious individuals? No. Then hurry and check the surveillance. The scene descended into further disarray. Under the protection of over 20 security personnel, Jiangli swiftly evacuated through a nearby fire exit, soon arriving outside Dajiang Plaza. Just as she was about to enter a black sedan, a dart suddenly struck from above, penetrating her skull with deadly precision. With a thud, the heiress of Dajiang Enterprises collapsed at the entrance of her own establishment. Unbeknownst to her, it turned out to be a 2-for-1 deal. Qin Feng, maintaining his invisible state, was somewhat taken aback. He had overheard the conversation between Jiangli and Song Fei. Now that Jiangli had set her sights on him, he could hardly allow her to escape. After all, she was not a virtuous character. It was only fitting to deal with her as well. Regrettably, she possessed several hundred days of lifespan, but with the security nearby, he could not acquire it. In death, a portion of tradable lifespan would also be released. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos and his invisibility, Qin Feng absorbed the 1,046 days of tradable lifespan that had erupted from Song Fei. The individual could never have anticipated that the lifespan he had just purchased would so inexplicably benefit Qin Feng. If only there existed a blooming curse that could extract the other half as well. Qin Feng shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. The Emerald Tier blooming curse skill could, when manifested in reality, yield over 10,000 days of life. Alas, he was unable to extract it at present and had to abandon the thought. Once everything was settled, Qin Feng departed silently, leaving behind a scene of chaos. This assassination, occurring in broad daylight, rapidly spread across the nation and even the globe. Chapter 46, The Collapse of Worldviews. In Jianghai City, at the Grand River Square, the female fans of Song Fei, along with the citizens selling their lifespans, were engulfed in a state of terror and confusion. Some brandished their phones to capture the moment, while others screamed in panic. A few took to their heels in a frenzied escape. Among the crowd, Qin Xiaoyou and Chu Yan were completely stunned by the unfolding spectacle. Originally, Qin Xiaoyou had intended to sell her lifespan to Song Fei, only to witness the shocking moment of his sudden demise. In that instant, Qin Xiaoyou's worldview crumbled. Xiaoyou, we must go, hurry. Chu Yan reacted swiftly, urgently pulling Qin Xiaoyou away amidst the turmoil. The entire Grand River Square descended into chaos, with images from numerous live broadcasts and recordings quickly disseminating. Minutes later, official law enforcement arrived on the scene. Some officers cordoned off the area, while others reviewed surveillance footage. Additionally, a team began analyzing the dark green dart left behind at the site. This dart's material and origin were unknown, presenting a perplexing mystery. Rather than seeming like a product of our reality, it resembled an artifact from a Forsaken game. The style was indeed reminiscent. Yet how could an object from a Forsaken game manifest in reality? The surveillance department reported no results. The attack had originated from a blind spot, making it impossible to identify the assailant. Have you questioned the witnesses present? Yes, those nearby claim they saw no one. Review the footage. There was a lifespan orb that appeared on Song Fei's body and then vanished. Could it be that someone invisible nearby absorbed it? How could a person possibly become invisible? Wait, the assassins in the Forsaken game can indeed become invisible. The officials in Jianghai City were utterly bewildered. However, after thorough investigation, they arrived at the most plausible conclusion. The assailant who targeted Song Fei, Jiang Li, was likely in a state of invisibility. Could it be that the abilities from the Forsaken game could be manifested in reality? That's absurd. If I can turn invisible in the game, why not in reality? Are there specific conditions that must be met? Given the overwhelming number of eyewitnesses, the Jianghai authorities found it impossible to suppress the information, especially as chaos erupted globally. The news of Song Fei's death quickly spread. Across the world, various governments, after reviewing some footage, arrived at the same conjecture. The abilities from the Forsaken game could potentially be employed in real life. In light of this, Qin Feng remained unfazed. After all, night would soon fall, and others would ascend to level 10. The secret will no longer remain a secret. Just at the time when the death of Song Fei was making waves, and the authorities in Jianghai City were on high alert, countless citizens were engulfed in fear and anxiety. Qin Feng had returned to the Shanshui impression community. He changed into a nondescript outfit of ordinary athletic pants and a short-sleeved shirt, took his phone, and headed to a noodle shop across the street, ordering a bowl of noodles. In the game of God Abandoned, although players are invincible in reality, they still expend energy. When hunger strikes, sustenance becomes a necessity. This was a bothersome aspect for Qin Feng. Consequently, players cannot remain in the game indefinitely. They must return to reality to replenish energy and hydration. For even with an extended lifespan, one can succumb to starvation. While enjoying his meal, Qin Feng overheard patrons engaging in conversation about the game of God Abandoned and the death of Song Fei. Little did they realize that the one who had taken Song Fei's life was right before them. After finishing his meal, he planned to continue his quest for survival in the game. Achieving level 10 in God Abandoned was merely the beginning. At that moment, in a moving taxi, Qin Xiaoyou and Chu Yin appeared somewhat distracted. The harrowing image of Song Fei suddenly bleeding from his forehead echoed in their minds. They could hardly fathom that just yesterday they had attended his concert, and today they had witnessed his tragic demise. Chu Yin rapidly scrolled through her phone, trembling uncontrollably. A dart? Invisibility? How reminiscent of the abilities in God Abandoned. Xiaoyu, could it be that the shadow killed Song Fei? Qin Xiaoyu remained silent. Song Fei's death had drained her world of color. Upon arriving at school, her expression became blank as she exited the taxi. Song Fei was dead. In this world, strength was paramount. Shadow, I must get close to him. No one can stop me. Zhang Wei, take me to the Qin group. I want to sell 200 days of lifespan. I intend to purchase another apartment and move out to avoid being hindered by Qin Feng. Also, do you have an assassin skill book? Give it to me. I want to present it to the shadow. With Song Fei's passing, Qin Xiaoyou no longer had to agonize over her choices. But the crucial question remained, was this truly a matter of choice? Approximately half an hour later, after Qin Feng finished his meal and took a shower, he intended to lie down and re-enter the game of God Abandoned. However, his phone incessantly pinged with notifications. Glancing at it, he saw a message from a female colleague named Yang Xiaoya. Xiaoya, Qin Feng, Fatty who is furious, claiming you blocked his calls and messages. If you don't show up, you'll be fired, and you won't receive your salary for this month. This girl had a pleasant disposition, but was often bullied due to her timid nature. In his previous life, she was also a member of the God-slaying guild. After some contemplation, Qin Feng replied, "Don't worry about him. You should skip work and level up in God Abandoned instead." Upon reading Qin Feng's response, Yang Xiaoyou was taken aback and tentatively typed back, "Oh, Qin Feng, have you been into the game of God Abandoned? I have heard that it is quite challenging within. Many individuals are swiftly depleting their lifespans." Qin Feng replied, "Regardless of your profession, simply prioritize agility from the outset." Xiao Yaya exclaimed, "Wonderful." She continued, "I've heard that the lifespan produced in the game is exceedingly valuable now. Qin Feng, how is your development progressing? How much have you earned?" Qin Feng casually responded, "Not much. It's nearly all spent." Xiao Yaya replied, "Wow, have you purchased a car or a house? No wonder you've blocked Hu Pengzi he." This girl mistakenly believed that Qin Feng had made a fortune but squandered all. In reality, Qin Feng had no interest in trading his lifespan for money. He directly consumed it to extract abilities into the real world. Furthermore, Yang Xiaoyou was unaware that Hu Qibin's furious outburst was not due to Qin Feng's absence from work, but rather because Qin Feng had refused to acquiesce to the unwritten rules imposed by a certain young lady in the company. Chapter 47. Severing Ties? Such a fortunate occurrence. Qian Group? Qian Sure. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. The media company where he worked was a subsidiary of the Qian Group, and Qian Sure was the daughter of the group's chairman. One day, upon seeing Qin Feng, Qian Sure subtly suggested that she wanted to spend the night with him. For others, this might have been a source of great excitement. Although Qian Sure was not particularly beautiful and her figure was rather flat, she could undoubtedly be classified as an affluent beauty. However, Qin Feng had seen the spade tattoo on her calf. Regarding this woman, Qin Feng could only think traditional virtues. He felt not the slightest interest, but rather a sense of disgust. In fact, there had circulated some gossip about Qian Sure within the company. Tales of her entering hotels with 6 foreign middle-aged men and driving sports cars with 3 African men had reached his ears. Upon encountering Qin Feng, attracted by his good looks, she wished to engage with him. Had it not been for the arrival of the abandoned god game, the consequences of offending Qian Sure would have been unpredictable. However, in his previous life, the onset of the abandoned god game compelled Qian Sure to abandon her intentions of applying such rules to Qin Feng. She ceased her pursuit of him, departing from Daxia to North America, where she spearheaded the establishment of the top 3 guild, Alice's Wonderland. The Alice Guild was a formidable adversary of Daxia. The Qian Group, to which Qian Sure belonged, was indeed a shareholder of the Alice Guild. Over time, Qin Feng learned that Qian Sure had always idolized foreign men, considering them the epitome of masculinity, while looking down upon Daxia men. Even towards Qin Feng, she maintained a playful attitude. At this moment, Qian Sure should be trapped at the airport in Modu. Qin Feng reflected. The arrival of the abandoned god game had caused global transportation to come to a brief standstill. Flights at the airport were grounded. It was only after several days that Qian Sure was able to board a plane to North America. Had she been in Shanghai, he could have dealt with her today. However, there was no need to wait long. Once he extracted higher attributes, he could easily head to Modu and eliminate her before she departed, thus preventing future troubles. Otherwise, once she reached North America, it would not be as simple to handle her. Qin Feng has designated Qian Sure as his next target. Should Qian Sure perish, the Wonderland Guild, which had caused tremendous trouble for the Zhanshun Guild, and even the entire Great Xia in his previous life, may very well never come into existence. After all, Qin Feng had once heard whispers that all the founders of the Wonderland Guild had been romantically entwined with Qian Sure. With her demise, the bonds among those founders would undoubtedly dissipate. As he pondered these thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he was astonished to see it was Qin Xiaoyou calling him. Was she really reaching out first? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. In his memory, it was inconceivable for her to initiate contact. In his previous life, he had relentlessly apologized, seeking her forgiveness, even visiting her school to bring her back into the Forsaken game alongside him. And now, Qin Xiaoyou had unexpectedly taken the initiative to call him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to answer. However, his tone was somewhat frosty. "Hello?" Qin Xiaoyou's voice came through coldly from the other end. "Qin Feng, I thought you might have perished in the Forsaken game. Since you are alive, I want to inform you that I have earned enough to buy my own apartment, so don't bother with me anymore." Upon hearing her tone, Qin Feng immediately sensed her distress. Was it due to Wang Meng's dismissal, or perhaps because of Song Fei's death? Regardless of the reason, it was inconsequential. He was utterly disinclined to concern himself with her. Whatever you choose to do is of no consequence to me. Qin Xiaoyou. Haven't you always felt that I restricted your freedom? Rest assured, I shall no longer interfere in your affairs. You are free to do as you please. Qin Xiaoyou was momentarily taken aback by his words. She had not anticipated that her brother, who had always treated her with such kindness, would speak to her in such a detached manner. Nevertheless, she had resolved to sever ties with Qin Feng, eager to forge connections with the shadow. She was unconcerned with anything else. Therefore, she replied coldly, "You're aware of how stifling you make me feel, right? This is your own admission. From this moment forward, there will be no relationship between us. Do not interfere in my life, and I shall not seek you out either. We are cutting ties. Do not inquire about my whereabouts." Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng chuckled. Cutting ties? What a delightful prospect. He responded with a single word and promptly hung up the phone. Subsequently, he powered down his device and reclined on the sofa. As his form gradually transformed into a semi-transparent state, he once again entered the forsaken game. On the other end, as Qin Xiaoyou heard the call disconnect, she experienced a whirlwind of complex emotions. Initially, she felt a sense of relief. She had always believed that Qin Feng's oversight was stifling and restrictive, and now she felt liberated. With her own capabilities, she had secured a 3-bedroom apartment alongside Chu Yan, and they had moved in directly. Although the formalities had yet to be completed, it was merely a matter of time. From this point onward, she could live independently of Qin Feng. No one would hold her back now. She could do whatever she wished. The sensation of freedom was truly exhilarating. Moving forward, her sole focus would be to find a way to connect with the shadow and cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Qin Xiaoyou glanced at her phone. The news of Song Fei's death had already spread across the globe. Many speculate that he was likely assassinated by the shadow. However, it remains a mystery how the shadow could wield the powers of the abandoned game in reality. Chu Yan, standing beside her, expressed her concern. Is it really wise for Xiaoyou to sever ties with your brother? Perhaps you could apologize. He seems genuinely upset this time. Qin Xiaoyou shook her head defiantly. Apologize to him? Absolutely not. Let us go. Once I meet the shadow, what does he matter? Soon, Qin Xiaoyou and Chu Yan entered the abandoned game, converging at Shell Town. Qin Xiaoyou acquired a bronze-level assassin skill book, Stun, from Zhang Wei. Filled with anticipation, she opened a private chat with Wang Meng. Brother Wang, I have an assassin skill book here. Could you please ask the shadow if he needs it? If he does, I will be happy to give it to him. Qin Xiaoyou felt a mix of anxiety and pride. She was anxious because this was her first attempt to communicate with the shadow, yet proud as very few had the opportunity to befriend him, and she was among them. If she could foster a good relationship with the shadow, she would undoubtedly surpass countless others in the new era ushered in by the abandoned game. However, after sending the message to Wang Meng, she quickly received a reply. The boss said he doesn't need it. You can keep it to sell. Qin Xiaoyou was left dumbfounded. She never expected that the shadow would refuse such a controlling skill book. Was the rejection so abrupt? Chapter 48, Golden Arthropod. Astonishing speed. Qin Xiaoyou had never anticipated such an outcome. What is happening? I offer him a skill book, and he declines? She felt bewildered and struggled to comprehend it. Was there truly someone who would refuse a gift? Beside her, Chu Yan noticed her dazed expression and couldn't help but inquire. Xiaoyou, what is going on? Qin Xiaoyou explained the situation, leaving both Chu Yan and Zhang Wei astonished. Zhang Wei exclaimed, What the hell? Refusing a skill book for free? Is this person out of their mind? Chu Yan pondered for a moment before offering consolation. Perhaps he has already learned that skill? Let us defeat more monsters and see if we can obtain other skill books. Qin Xiaoyou sighed. I suppose that is all we can do. A few moments earlier, Qin Feng had returned to the game ahead of them. Before he could fully grasp his surroundings, he was startled by a series of piercing screams. I logged off by the seaside. Surely, the monsters cannot respawn this quickly? Qin Feng was taken aback. As the darkness receded, he discovered several players fleeing in panic along the coastline. Behind them loomed a bizarre creature, approximately 3 meters tall, relentlessly pursuing them. Golden arthropod 8. Grade. Gold. The creature was adorned in a pale golden hue, its lower half resembling a horse with 8 legs. Strangely, its upper body resembled a centipede, boasting dozens of arms, each wielding a rusted iron dagger or sword. Its head resembled that of a spider, adorned with hundreds of multifaceted eyes, fixating on several fleeing players in a manner that was utterly eerie. The golden arthropod moved with astonishing speed, swiftly catching up to a warrior player. With a flurry of strikes from its iron blade and sword, it dismembered the warrior into countless fragments in less than a second. In the midst of the chaos, one player, known as the Shadow, was fleeing when suddenly a figure appeared before him, igniting a surge of hope within him. Qin Feng turned to the source of the voice, only to behold a mature and alluring woman clad in a fiery red robe. Her flowing black wavy hair framed her face, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as they met his gaze. It was none other than the enchanting Grey Rose, who had previously purchased the Frostspike spell from him. Upon spotting Qin Feng, Grey Rose's initial joy morphed into a slight anxiety. Shadow, this creature can detect stealth. Our team's assassin has been taken down. If you wish to engage, you must tread carefully. Qin Feng remained silent. The golden tier monster was a foe he could not ignore, for it represented a significant opportunity for 28 evolution points. If memory served him right, this golden arthropod possessed a detection level of 2. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, but this did not deter him from utilizing his stealth, as his ability to break through invisibility would yield greater damage. With a swift motion, Qin Feng vanished from sight. Grey Rose observed this scene, her beautiful eyes reflecting her tension. Their team had been scattered by the golden creature, leaving them with no option but to flee. She could not ascertain whether Qin Feng intended to fight or escape, thus she opted to retreat. Maintaining his stealth, Qin Feng brushed past Grey Rose. As they crossed paths, her eyes conveyed concern, yet he paid no heed and charged toward the golden arthropod. In an instant, he executed a shadow slash. His figure flickered into existence before disappearing once more, passing through the golden arthropod. 1013. 3042, weak point attack. 1013. Indeed, level 2 invisibility was susceptible to detection. My shadow class effect did not activate. When attacking outside the target's line of sight, damage is doubled. However, this effect fails against foes capable of perceiving stealth, resulting in a notable decrease in Qin Feng's damage output. Yet simultaneously, thanks to the legendary gift of liberation, the creature's head and heart's weak points were magnified by 200. During his 9 strikes from the shadow slash, 3 were deemed to have struck the target's weak point, inflicting triple the weak point damage. Truly, it was a legendary skill. I must also express my gratitude to Lin Liu. Without her guidance, I might not have discovered that temple of faith. With a single shadow slash, Qin Feng obliterated over 13,000 health points from the golden arthropod, causing its health bar to plummet by approximately 1/6. Immediately thereafter, he pivoted and launched a toxic throwing dart, aiming for the creature's head. The golden arthropod attempted to evade, but Qin Feng's agility was too high, and the dart struck true. 1785, weak point attack. 223. 223. The toxic dart was only of silver tier, and its damage output was insufficient to keep pace. Certainly, the most crucial aspect lies in the fact that before the golden arthropod, Qin Feng lacked double the professional damage bonus. Presently, he could not even benefit from the 50 backstab damage facing him. He pondered silently that he still needed to advance his profession to attain a higher level of stealth. As he executed his 2 skills, the 8 limbs of the golden arthropod surged forward at an astonishing speed to attack him. When it reached full speed, it was racing at least 30 meters per second. In an instant, dozens of iron knives and swords rained down upon Qin Feng like a tempest. "Be careful!" The distant Grey Rose instinctively shouted, her brows furrowed with concern. But soon, not only she but also the scattered teammates around her widened their eyes in disbelief. They witnessed a scene that defied credulity. Under the onslaught, Qin Feng deftly sidestepped, retreated, and rolled, executing a series of movements seamlessly. In a matter of moments, he evaded dozens of attacks. Holy smokes, what speed is this? It wasn't just about speed. His reflexes were astonishingly quick, and he seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the attack patterns. Indeed, in terms of velocity, he was comparable, yet he managed to evade every single attack, as if he had rehearsed this countless times. What they were unaware of was that these are the foundational skills Qin Feng had honed over 9 years in his previous life. In his former existence, he was a warrior, and being a warrior was not merely about withstanding blows. A truly elite warrior must dodge critical skills, often avoiding even a single attack, lest they jeopardize the entire team, especially when the healer in the party was Qin Xiaoyou. Executing strategies against epic-level, wide-area skills was no small feat. Qin Xiaoyou struggled to evade those skills while also finding time to heal Qin Feng, an impossible task. Thus, in his previous life, Qin Feng often bore the brunt alone. If one assumed that Qin Feng relied solely on stealth to dominate, that would be a grave misunderstanding. With sufficient agility, even when his stealth failed, Qin Feng's agility could effortlessly toy with the vast majority. Chapter 49. Can this double standard be any more evident? Slash, charge, stomp. The golden arthropod, equipped with hundreds of compound eyes, could see through all targets with a stealth level not exceeding 2. Even Qin Feng could not escape its grasp. However, no matter the nature of its attacks, the golden arthropod could not land a hit on Qin Feng. In comparison to the peculiar golden ghost ship, dealing with this golden arthropod was evidently much easier. Those attacks were something Qin Feng could evade with remarkable ease. Once his skills cooled down, he retaliated, inflicting 1/6 of the health with each strike. In just over a minute, under the astonished and incredulous gazes of Grey Rose and her companions, the golden creature unexpectedly turned to flee. But Qin Feng was too swift. The golden arthropod had barely sprinted over 200 meters into the woods before Qin Feng caught up and utterly vanquished it. You have slain the golden arthropod, level 8. You have gained 400 experience points. You have received 7 evolution points. You have acquired 497 days of lifespan, tradable. Seizing the opportunity before the Grey Roses and others could catch up, Qin Feng promptly unleashed his greedy hand. You have obtained 7 evolution points. You have obtained 7 evolution points. You have obtained 7 evolution points. You have acquired 497 days of lifespan, tradable. A series of system notifications flooded in, bestowing upon Qin Feng a sensation of exhilaration. A golden entity granted him 28 evolution points, along with nearly 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. The combined effects of Greedy Hand and the Ghost Fire Bell significantly accelerated Qin Feng's development, far surpassing that of an average player. As for experience, ascending from level 9 to level 10 requires merely 10,000 experience points. However, progressing from level 10 to level 11 demands a staggering 100,000 experience points. The 6,400 experience points he possessed were ample, yet insufficient for leveling up. Upon inspecting his spoils, Qin Feng was immediately captivated. Blacklight Shield, Platinum Assassin Skill. Upon active use, it converts all of one's evasion rate into a damage-absorbing shield, lasting for 8 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Required level, 8. Conversion rate. Every 20 evasion converts into 1 layer of damage-absorbing shield. Once the shield is breached or its duration expires, the evasion rate returns to normal. To discover such a skill book was astonishing. Acquiring this skill would enable him to tackle many challenges without sustaining damage, especially in the abandoned continent of the gods. Qin Feng was greatly elated. He learned the skill without hesitation. Considering he had already learned Shadow Blur and evolved it to an epic level, he possessed a passive 75 evasion probability. By utilizing the Blacklight Shield, he would gain 3 layers of damage-absorbing shield. This meant that regardless of the opponent's damage, Qin Feng could immunize himself from the first 3 attacks. This skill was not only advantageous in combat, but also invaluable when exploring ruins and maps. With it, he could venture into many high-level areas ahead of time. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng expended 123 evolution points, totaling 6 points, to evolve this skill to the epic level. Blacklight Shield, Epic Platinum Assassin Skill. The damage-absorbing shield lasts 8 1,101,214 seconds. Conversion rate. Every 201,51210 evasion converts into one layer of damage-absorbing shield. The epic black light shield, upon use, could transform Qin Feng's 75 evasion into 7 layers of damage-absorbing shield. To continue evolving the black light shield required 50 evolution points, which was sufficient for now. Qin Feng retained 22 evolution points. He first utilized 358 points, a total of 16 evolution points, to evolve Poison Dart 3 times. Poison Dart, Silver Emerald, maximum range of 1,417 meters. Upon hit, it inflicts an additional 120,240 points of damage. Poison inflicts 50-80 damage per second as a continuous effect, without weak point bonuses, lasting 5 seconds, and cannot stack. Evolving Poison Dart 3 times had at least double the skill's damage. With a base cooldown of merely 5 seconds, its sustained output rivaled that of Shadow Strike. With 6 evolution points remaining, he decided to hold on to them for the time being. In addition to skills, the Golden Arthropod had also yielded 2 usable pieces of equipment for Qin Feng. Lightness Ring, Platinum Assassin Accessory. Agility 20. With a mobility speed of 20, an attack speed of 20, and a cooldown speed of 20. The equipment requirements stand at level 8. Heavy red leather gloves, golden grade assassin type armor. Physical defense 18, all element resistance 15. Constitution 12, health 588. Equipment requirement, level 6. Upon exchanging these 2 pieces of equipment, Qin Feng's cooldown speed reached an impressive 55. The previously 12-second cooldown for Shadow Slash now only requires 7 seconds. Furthermore, Qin Feng's constitution, defense, and health have all seen a significant increase. 51 points of constitution, 106 points of physical defense, and 17 points of health. With such attributes, even the recent attack from the Golden Limbs could withstand 2 or 3 hits without succumbing. Moreover, the full-screen skill from the level 5 Golden Ghost ship couldn't take me down even at half health. Not to mention, I possess a passive 75 evasion rate. Qin Feng stowed away his backpack, which was now half filled with items. It was at this moment that Grey Rose, accompanied by her remaining 3 teammates, caught up with him. Upon seeing the corpse of the Golden Limbs lying before Qin Feng, she was struck with an indescribable shock. Truly, a powerhouse indeed. He single-handedly took it down. Admiration and anticipation gleamed in Grey Rose's beautiful eyes. So, Great One, do you have any equipment or skills I could acquire? I would like to purchase something. The mage interjected, mentioning a golden skill book, Frost Bounce. Qin Feng glanced at his backpack and retrieved a skill book with an icy blue cover, presenting it before her. A group skill that releases ice orbs, capable of bouncing up to 10 times, priced at 800 days. This loot, dropped at level 8, has a usage requirement between levels 6 and 8. This Frost Bounce skill book is classified as a level 7 skill. Naturally, higher level skill equipment boasts superior statistics. A level 7 Frost Bounce inflicts over 40 more damage than its level 5 counterpart. However, the same skill cannot be learned twice. Only higher levels can override lower ones. 800 days? That is rather steep, Grey Rose remarked with a wry smile. Yet, gazing at the attributes of the skill book presented by Qin Feng, she hesitated to relinquish the opportunity, realizing that this Frost Bounce skill would significantly expedite her leveling process. When faced with a horde of minor foes, this skill would unleash explosive damage. Ultimately, after deliberating for half a minute, Grey Rose approached her teammates once more to borrow their lifespans. 800 days, it's a deal. You have lost Frost Bounce, Golden Great Skill Book. You have gained 800 days of lifespan, tradable. With the system notification echoing, Qin Feng turned to leave. He intended to return to the town to post a message, seeking information on the locations of silver and golden grade items. Silver would yield 30 days, while gold would provide 100 days. This way, Qin Feng would have a continuous stream of targets to eliminate, maximizing his growth rate. It was only after Qin Feng had dispatched the Golden Limbs and sold the Frost Bounce that he received a private message from Wang Meng. What on earth? Qin Xiaoyou wants to give me a bronze skill book? Qin Feng was speechless and promptly declined. Outside, Most were speculating that the shadow had killed Song Fei. According to Qin Xiaoyou's character, had Qin Feng been the one to slay Song Fei, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance against him. Yet, when it was the shadow who committed the act, not only did she refrain from anger, but she even offered a skill book. Can this double standard be any more evident? In Chapter 50, she displays her consistent disposition. No matter how kind Qin Feng is to her, she perceives it as her due entitlement. In her previous life, any slight dissatisfaction would provoke her ire, leading to fierce quarrels with Qin Feng. He cared for her for 9 years, providing her with equipment, skills, longevity, sustenance, and shelter, all of which she took for granted. Ultimately, for Song Fei, she callously gouged out Qin Feng's eyes. The most absurd part is that she wore a blissful expression while doing so. One can cherish even the smallest kindness from others for a lifetime. Yet no matter how well I treat you, you remain indifferent, Qin Feng mused with a faint, cold smile. Though Song Fei is now deceased, he could never accept Qin Xiaoyou again. After all, her character remains unchanged. Without Song Fei, there will still be Lin Fei, Li Fei, and Zhang Fei. Qin Feng would not stumble twice over the same individual. Treating her any differently than he handled Song Fei would already be a concession for the sake of their deceased parents. If you were to discover that I am the shadow, the one who killed Song Fei, you would likely curse me for 3 days and nights without respite. Yet, for the shadow, you are capable of bestowing a skill book? Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing the thought. His backpack was already brimming with items, and he planned to return to the town to sell them, and also issue a bounty. He then opened a private chat with Wang Ming, typing a message that read, Wang Ming, return to the town, sell your items, and prepare for longevity. Wang Ming promptly replied, all right. He was currently leading a team outside Firefly Town, hunting monsters for experience. Upon receiving Qin Feng's message, he immediately led his team back. Along the way, Wang Ming suddenly inquired, by the way, you killed Song Fei, right? This unexpected question might have left others pondering their response. But Qin Feng did not hesitate and directly admitted, yes. Wang Ming, being a close friend, had not logged off, so he was aware that the shadow had been offline at the time of Song Fei's murder. The motive and the timing of the crime were both well substantiated. Now that Wang Ming had posed a question, it indicated he had already deduced a significant part of the truth. Qin Feng could have chosen to deny it, as there was no evidence against him, but he saw no need to do so. It was an opportune moment to gauge the official response from the Daxia authorities regarding this matter. Upon hearing Qin Feng's decisive confirmation, Wang Ming appeared a bit taken aback. After a brief pause, he replied, all right, we are a bit far from the town. It will take us about 10 minutes to return. So I would appreciate it if you could wait a moment. Qin Feng chuckled, no problem, I'm even farther away. To expedite his leveling, he had ventured all the way to the coastline, over 20 kilometers from the town. At his pace, it would take approximately 15 minutes to return. Along the way, Qin Feng encountered various monsters, effortlessly dispatching them. He also acquired over 2,000 experience points, 5 evolution points, a mix of inferior and standard equipment, and several skill books, filling his backpack completely upon returning to the town. Subsequently, Qin Feng arranged a meeting with Wang Ming and others at a designated location. In the basement of the abandoned church in Firefly Town, they gathered. The big shot has arrived. Wang Ming and his companions have been waiting for about 2 minutes. Upon seeing Qin Feng, who was veiled and donned in armor that shimmered with a subtle golden hue, a palpable tension enveloped the group. The dragon swordsman, and you, clad in silver light armor, showcased her slender waist adorned with a silver longsword, her long legs accentuated beneath the metallic garb, evoking an air of elegance and resilience. After donning this set of swordsman armor, her exquisite figure was magnificently highlighted. With a graceful demeanor, she swiftly approached Qin Feng, her eyes widening as she scrutinized him from head to toe. Big shot, do you admit to killing Song Fei? Inhaling the sweet fragrance that wafted toward him, Qin Feng smiled softly. What, do you wish to apprehend me? And you pointed to the code name above her head. Look at my title. Her designation in the godforsaken game was Justice Enforcer. Qin Feng glanced at her code name and then assessed her charming figure, playfully inquiring, so, who do you think embodies justice more, Song Fei or myself? Initially, and Yu held a serious demeanor. But at Qin Feng's question, the beautiful policewoman suddenly laughed. Rest assured. We reviewed the surveillance recordings and are aware that both Song Fei and Jiang Li conspired against you. Moreover, the Jiang Industries has detained several players to work for them, which constitutes illegal confinement. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng grasped the current stance of the authorities. Clearly, in the absence of any means to uncover his true identity, the officials, despite their intentions, would find it impossible to capture him. For now, they could only maintain a cooperative relationship with him. As for what might unfold next, Qin Feng was uncertain. After all, in his previous life, he had collaborated with the authorities without any blemishes. Yet this time, having directly eliminated Song Fei and Jiang Li, he anticipated some unforeseen variables. The officials could hardly encourage rampant killings in reality, could they? He mused on how his rebirth might alter the landscape of the godforsaken game era. The next phase was a trade. Qin Feng showcased all the golden and platinum level equipment from his backpack. Given Wang Ming and Yu's official backgrounds, they desired equipment and skill books of any profession. Selling these items to them was not only convenient, but also expedited the process. Most importantly, the officials had ample resources, platinum-level equipment, and skill books. Wang Ming and Yu and the others were taken aback upon seeing what Qin Feng had produced. They knew he was formidable, having achieved the first kill of a golden-level creature. However, the first kills for platinum level had yet to be reported. How could he possibly possess several items of such caliber? Platinum-level equipment and skills? Let me see if there's something I can use. The beautiful priestess Gu Ishua leaned in with a look of astonishment on her face. She adorned herself in a pristine white pastor's robe, radiating a gentle silver luminescence. Her voluptuous figure evoked an aura of purity and sanctity, starkly contrasting with Yu's distinct style. It was evident that during this time, Wang Ming's team had indeed vanquished several silver-tier foes. Otherwise, they would not possess such an abundance of silver-tier equipment. Yet, in comparison to Qin Feng's amassed treasures, their gear appeared utterly paltry. For a moment, Wang Ming and his companions were left in astonishment. How had they come to acquire platinum-tier equipment and skill books? Chapter 51. As an assassin, you expect me to rescue others? In response to Wang Ming's inquiries, Qin Feng casually remarked, I had a stroke of luck and discovered a few treasure chests. He turned to the curious Gu Ishua, saying, Little Snow, I even managed to open an emerald-tier skill book myself. Gu Ishua nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. Yes, I witnessed the esteemed one open an emerald treasure chest with my own eyes. But several platinum-tier items? Is that merely luck? This young beauty was enviously moved to tears. At that moment, a striking spellcaster clad in a black robe, the prophet Lin Liu, leaned against a crumbling stone pillar. Her long, graceful legs crossed, exuding an enticing silhouette. She chuckled, If you call her Little Snow, then why must you call me Little Black? Qin Feng glanced at her, retorting, Who told you to be Black Plum-de-Lis? If not Little Black, then perhaps Little Blacksea will suffice. Lin Liu. Wang Ming's team comprised 3 charming young women, all of whom shared a close rapport with Qin Feng. Among them, Gu Ishua had joined the group solely because of him. Besides Wang Ming and the 3 ladies, there was a keen-eyed archer youth and a middle-aged cardmaster. Both men were awestruck by the golden and platinum-tier resources Qin Feng had revealed, reflecting on the vast chasm between individuals. Indeed, while they had exerted immense effort to defeat a single silver-tier adversary, the esteemed one effortlessly opened platinum and emerald-tier treasure chests. Soon, discussions on pricing ensued. Wang Ming was merely a member of the armed police, while Yu held the position of team leader. However, due to her somewhat naive personality and her tendency to charge in a battle without thought, Wang Ming had become the core combatant in the godforsaken game, with Yu managing other aspects of the team. The Platinum-tier Archer skill book was priced at a firm 2,500 days of lifespan. The Platinum-tier Berserker weapon was set at 1,500 days. Qin Feng, having navigated the nuances of pricing over 9 arduous years, quoted prices for each item. The costs associated with the Platinum-tier items left Wang Ming and his companions gasping in disbelief. At current market rates, A mere 1 or 2,000 days of lifespan equated to tens of millions in cash. Shadow truly dared to set such prices. However, it must be noted that platinum-tier items were exceedingly rare worldwide. Even if someone were fortunate enough to encounter the ancient god's blessings in the wild and manage to craft platinum or emerald-tier treasure chests, such occurrences were exceedingly scarce. Tens of millions in cash could procure a platinum-tier skill book or a piece of platinum-tier equipment. And at this juncture, numerous corporations and even officials would be eager to acquire them. In this forsaken era, where the game of divine abandonment has descended, the rules of the world are on the verge of transformation. Every nation and faction seeks to promptly consolidate greater military might within their grasp. In the previous life, why did cash collapse? It was due to the intervention of various nations, which engaged in rampant acquisition of lifespans. Once cash crumbled, lifespan emerged as the new global hard currency, providing nations with a foundation to establish themselves in this new epoch. Qin Feng was unaware of how much lifespan you possessed. However, to procure those platinum and gold tier items from him, it was undoubtedly sufficient. After marking the prices, Qin Feng calculated and stated a total of 25 items. The total price is 16,500 days. I will offer you a discount. Let us say 16,000. Agreed? And you nodded in agreement, leaving Wang Meng beside them feeling quite disheartened. Captain, and he stated a price, and you just accepted it without bargaining? And U.S. beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Huh, we can bargain? I think the price is quite reasonable. With that, she promptly initiated the transaction with Qin Feng. Moreover, she generously cleared the debts owed by Wang Meng and Gu Yixue from before, much to their astonishment, causing their mouths to twitch slightly. Qin Feng had not anticipated that this girl would be so straightforward. He had actually left some room for negotiation, yet she accepted without hesitation. Certainly, the price they paid for these items would not be a loss, as equipment could always be resold later. Furthermore, how much could the skill books accelerate leveling speed? In this era of divine abandonment, levels and strength are everything. Moments later, the transaction was completed. Gu Yixue acquired 2 pieces of gold-tier priest equipment, her smile radiant. Initially, she had intended a solo play and was reluctant to team up. Now, however, she found it delightful. The equipment she needed was directly funded by the officials for her acquisition. Naturally, she would only have a right to use these 2 gold-tier items, which would need to be returned to the officials upon being replaced, but such a situation was already quite satisfying. As for Qin Feng, acquiring 160,000 days of lifespan was indeed a significant harvest. When the transferable lifespan exceeded 10,000 days, the default display unit for lifespan changed to years. If one wished to view the specific number of days, they could check the details. With 60 years of transferable lifespan, that translates to 220,000 days. This can be regarded as a substantial fortune. If converted to cash now, it would amount to several hundred million, even for the Jianghai city officials. This represents a considerable expenditure. Yet, the hidden benefits of this transaction for the officials far exceed 300 million. With this batch of equipment and skill books, how many teams in Jianghai city could achieve accelerated development? As Qin Feng prepared to depart, and you reached out her small hand and tugged at his sleeve. Wait a moment. Over at Dajiang Industries, several players have been detained. We are planning a rescue operation. Would you like to join us, esteemed one? Qin Feng was taken aback by her words. Was this the officials' attempt to recruit him? Did they intend to absolve him of his involvement in eliminating Song Fei? However, Qin Feng was not inclined to rescue anyone, especially at this stage when revealing his true identity was out of the question. I am but an assassin. You expect me to save lives? Qin Feng shook his head. Nevertheless, I offer you a piece of advice. If you intend to act, do so swiftly. Once the God's Abandonment game reaches level 10, the abilities will be extractable to the real world. You should comprehend the implications of this. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yu's expression shifted, her face reflecting a hint of anxiety as she nodded understood. Jianjiang Industries is also acquiring lifespans. Once their players reach level 10 and extract their game abilities, our efforts will face significantly greater obstacles. As long as you understand, I shall take my leave," Qin Feng stated before turning to depart. In a couple of hours, the entire world would be aware of the situation, and informing the authorities in advance was merely a matter of courtesy, without any detriment. As he exited, and you gazed at the spot where he had vanished, her beautiful face now displaying a serious demeanor. "Wang Ming, we must practice separately from now on. Our team is at a high level, and together we annihilate minor foes with ease, resulting in overflowing damage. However, if we split up, each leading a team, we can significantly enhance our overall leveling efficiency. Should we encounter challenges, we can regroup for strategies. In any case, let's all aim for level 10. Despite her seemingly naive disposition, and you proved to be quite capable in her endeavors. Under her direction, the prowess of the official players in Zhanghai City would escalate at a rapid pace, allowing for better control over the situation. Qin Feng exited the dilapidated church basement and arrived at the square of Firefly Town, setting up his stall. Named, coordinates for 30 days of silver, 100 days of gold. No sooner had he seated himself than a somewhat familiar player approached him. Chapter 52. Mo Du's Qian Shi. Hiring the shadow assassin Qin Feng. The newcomer was a marksman player. Qin Feng had encountered him once before in Shell Town, alongside Jiang Li. The young archer was codenamed Lao Mao. Initially, Jiang Li had offered 10 million for Qin Feng's assistance in leveling, which Qin Feng declined. Consequently, Lao Mao contacted Jiang Li and helped her level up, hoping to secure a hefty sum of 5 million. However, when he went to claim his payment, he was forcibly captured by Jiang Industries henchmen and taken to a basement in a villa. Thus, Mao Lijun found himself coerced into providing lifespans to Jiang Industries. If he failed to deliver enough, he would be deprived of food and water. Tears streamed down his face as he realized why the Shadows had initially refused a mere 10 million. They possessed remarkable foresight. This was a matter of life and death. After being kidnapped by Jiang Industries, Mao Lijun capitulated and even offered to become Jiang Li's subordinate, bringing 2 more individuals into her fold. At this moment, he awaited the Shadows in Firefly Town, having accepted Jiang Li's task. Clad in green leather armor, Lao Mao approached Qin Feng's stall, glanced at him, and smiled. "Our young lady has stated that if you are willing to assist her in leveling, she can offer you 3 billion, along with shares in Jiang Industries. In life, how many such opportunities can one encounter? I urge you to cherish them." Upon hearing Mao Lijun's words, Qin Feng looked at him as though he were a fool. This fellow likely remains oblivious to the fact that Jiang Li has already met her demise. He uttered a single word, "Get lost." Mao Lijun stood frozen in place. Taken aback, he had not anticipated that 300 million, along with shares of Dajiang Industrial, would fail to sway the shadow. Though he felt a deep sense of reluctance, he slinked away in defeat. He had just learned that the shadow had silently eliminated Song Fei in reality. How could he dare linger and waste time? However, he was only aware of Song Fei's death and remained ignorant of Jiang Li's fate. After all, he was imprisoned in reality and had no access to external information. Within the Forsaken game, the only whispers he heard were about Song Fei's demise. As for Jiang Li, who was she? After Mao Lijun's departure, he did not completely abandon hope. He still sought an opportunity to invite the shadow over. Otherwise, he would fail the task and face punishment. At that moment, he overheard a few individuals engaged in hushed discussion nearby. What the hell? The shadow has actually appeared. Did he not just eliminate Song Fei? Not just Song Fei. It's rumored he also killed a lovely young woman, directly ending her life. Huh. Isn't that a tremendous waste? Waste. Supposedly, that girl was the heiress of Dajiang Industrial, named Jiang Li. He initially planned to capture the shadow in reality to extend her lifespan, yet he was killed on the spot. How did the shadow manage that? Who knows? It must be a flaw in the Forsaken game. This world is about to change. We should level up quickly. What? Jiang Li is dead. Upon hearing their conversation, Mao Lijun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He stood there in disbelief. Song Fei's death had little effect on him. After all, he shared no significant ties with him. However, Jiang Li was a woman who instilled fear in Mao Lijun. Within such a short span, the shadow had killed both Song Fei and Jiang Li. Was it an assassination? A chill ran down Mao Lijun's spine. The shadow. He had once mocked the shadow for being foolish, for rejecting a million given freely. Yet the true fool was he. Thankfully, he had not provoked the shadow. Mao Lijun felt a wave of dread wash over him. Death had always seemed so distant. Yet he never imagined that the imposing Jiang Li, who had looked down on him, could be so swiftly eliminated. He cast one last glance at Qin Feng's figure, trembling slightly, and hurried away. Qin Feng paid no heed to Mao Lijun's presence. To him, it was merely a trivial episode. As he set up his stall, he noticed that the players in Firefly Town regarded him with fear and trepidation. Some young women even hesitated to pass by him, wary of attracting his attention. It appeared that many had already learned of Song Fei's death at his hands. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained unfazed. At this juncture, elderly players had begun entering the game, though they were all assigned to the smaller towns at the back, where he would certainly not encounter them. In 2 hours, more individuals would reach level 10, at which point preparations could commence for their journey to the mainland. Qin Feng was in no rush. Before venturing to the forsaken land of deities, one can first gather a complete set of golden and platinum gear in the initial small town. After all, once he crosses over, the opportunities for Qin Feng will be boundless. Shortly thereafter, 2 players cloaked in black robes approached Qin Feng's stall. I possessed the coordinates for silver, just as Qin Feng was preparing to grind a bit more. In the neighboring city of Jianghai lies the magical metropolis. The total population of Jianghai City exceeds 8 million, while that of the magical metropolis reaches a staggering 35 million. Thus far, the initial small towns within the Jianghai region number over 700, with more than 700,000 individuals having entered the Forsaken game. This figure is expected to surge dramatically in the evening, swiftly surpassing 5 million as all adults join the game. In comparison, the magical metropolis boasts an even larger population. The initial small towns within the magical metropolis have surpassed 4,000 and are increasing at a rapid pace. In one of the small towns within the magical metropolis, a team has drawn considerable attention. A woman clad in fire-burnt leather armor stands amidst 5 foreign men, 3 of whom are fair-skinned and 2 dark-skinned. The woman appears quite intimate with them, sharing laughter and conversation. She is none other than Qin Xiaoyou, the daughter of the chairman of the Qin group. Originally, Qin Xiaoyou intended to fly to North America, but with the advent of the Forsaken game, her flight was cancelled. Thus, she contacted 5 foreign men within a magical metropolis and entered the Forsaken game together. Before long, she spent her family's wealth to acquire a multitude of lifespans, which she then exchanged for equipment and skill books, significantly enhancing her own and her companion's prowess. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyou walked through the town with the 5 men, observing the players around her who kept their distance, and scoffed. "Look at these men from Daxia. They're as weak as cockroaches." "Tony, you North Americans are indeed more charming," remarked a white man with a pompadour hairstyle, who laughed in response. "Miss Qian, you have a discerning eye. We are undoubtedly superior to these Daxia men. On another note, we are quite formidable ourselves. Once we return to reality, you'll have a chance to truly experience it." Qin Xiaoyou giggled. "I am eagerly anticipating that." At that moment, she thought of someone. "Oh, by the way," she said nonchalantly, "I just heard that useless Song Fei was killed. I played with him once, and he was gone in a minute. What a waste. If the shadows of Jianghai can slay Song Fei, then surely it would be even easier to eliminate an ordinary person. Everyone, I shall log off for a moment to make a call. Please contact the shadows and have them assist me in Jianghai to eliminate someone." The target of her ire is, of course, Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had repeatedly rebuffed her invitations to play, showing her no regard, which left her quite displeased. In her view, it was a privilege for a Daxia man to be noticed by her. Just a mere employee of a subsidiary company dared to refuse her? Since he offered her no respect, then he deserved to perish. Certainly, spending a fortune to eliminate you is rather extravagant. The key lies in establishing a connection with the shadow. Though he is a man of the great Xia, he is nonetheless the foremost figure globally, and I can begrudgingly make his acquaintance. Qin Xiaoyou's lips curved into a subtle smile, believing herself to be the master strategist. However, She remained oblivious to the fact that the person she aimed to assassinate, Qin Feng, was indeed the Shadow. Hiring the Shadow to eliminate Qin Feng was akin to orchestrating one's own demise. Naturally, Qin Feng was unaware of this, as he prepared to embark on his hunt. On the other side, Qin Xiaoyou, having been rebuffed in her attempts to present gifts, found herself in a dire predicament. Initially intending to sever ties with Qin Feng and then align herself with the Shadow, the reality diverged drastically from her expectations. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyou's spirits were quite low. Ironically, when she decided to cut ties with Qin Feng, she had not felt as wretched as she did now. Eventually, the game God's Abandonment alerted her that her physical hunger level had reached 90, indicating it was time to eat. It was only then that she realized she should log off and called upon Chu Yin to join her. She had intended to order takeout, but the arrival of God's Abandonment had caused many establishments to close their doors, and there were no delivery personnel available. It was only at this juncture that Qin Xiaoyou recalled Qin Feng. Back in the days when they cohabited, Qin Feng would always prepare her favorite meals. Requiring no effort from her, she merely had to eat. However, now that they had severed ties, she found herself somewhat disoriented. Yet, she quickly steeled herself. It was merely a matter of sustenance. In comparison to freedom, it was inconsequential. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already cast Qin Xiaoyou from his thoughts. Within a little over an hour, he had received coordinates for 4 silver tier targets, systematically hunting them down and eliminating each in turn. Each kill granted him 16 evolution points, including the spoils obtained through his greedy hand. Selling everything to the authorities would yield an average profit of 3,000 to 4,000 days of tradable lifespan per silver tier target. An hour later, Qin Feng returned triumphantly to Firefly Town. He contacted the liaison arranged by the authorities and sold the silver and gold tier equipment and skill books from his inventory. Upon reviewing his stock, tradable lifespan, 105 years. This amounted to nearly 40,000 days of tradable lifespan. He could extract a considerable amount of resources. However, there was no rush. Qin Feng took a moment to inspect his entire gear. He was now clad in equipment of at least gold tier. His weaponry included the platinum tier Ghost Ship twin daggers. His armor was a gold tier Ghost Fire leather armor, and his bracers were the gold tier heavy red leather gloves. He wore a necklace, the pendant of the Believer, gold, and 2 rings, the Ring of Curses, gold, and the Ring of Agility, platinum. After defeating the 4 silver tier foes, Qin Feng replaced his previously bronze tier leg guards and inferior footwear. Momentary skin leg guards, gold assassin class armor. Physical defense, 15. All elemental resistance, 12. Cooldown speed, 35. Equipment requirement, level 8. Stealth boots, gold assassin class armor. Stealth duration, 20. Movement speed during stealth, 30. Stealth breaking attack, 35. Equipment requirement, level 9. With these 2 pieces of equipment exchanged, Qin Feng's stealth capabilities have significantly enhanced. The cooldown rate has escalated from 55 to 75. Originally, the cooldown for Shadow Slash was 12 seconds. It now requires merely 8 seconds, resulting in a substantial increase in offensive prowess. Presently, he has accumulated 28,000 experience points. Upon reaching 50,000 experience, he will achieve his first profession advancement. Prior to embarking on his journey to the mainland, it is imperative to advance in his profession, elevating his stealth level to 3. This is a plan that Qin Feng harbors in his mind. The initial town lacks platinum level challenges. However, upon reaching the mainland, Qin Feng is determined to secure the first kill at the platinum level. Platinum level adversaries typically possess at least a level 2 anti-stealth capability. Thus, without enhancing his stealth level by 1, Qin Feng would encounter considerable difficulty confronting such foes. After all, platinum level targets are designed for team raids, generally requiring a group of 30 to 40 individuals to consider facing them. At that moment, as Qin Feng returned to the town square, a shifty-eyed youth approached him hurriedly. "Are you the Shadow? I have an assassination contract for you. Will you accept it? Rest assured, the reward will be substantial." The youth whispered conspiratorially. Qin Feng glanced at him before turning to leave. The anxious youth called out, "Wait, don't go. It's just to kill an ordinary person named Qin Feng. I'll provide you with the address. You could even take down Song Fei. This task should be a cinch for you." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng halted. "Kill Qin Feng? How interesting." He regarded the youth with curiosity and inquired, "What has this person done to you to warrant such a hefty sum for his demise?" The youth glanced around furtively and whispered, "That's not your concern. Regardless, the reward is yours as long as you complete the task. 3,000 days of lifespan. 3,000 days at present equates to approximately 50 million. The offer was indeed generous. Clearly, it was not because Qin Feng was particularly difficult to eliminate, but rather due to his reputation as the foremost assassin in the world. Intrigued, Qin Feng pondered, "Who seeks my demise? Who would hire an assassin to eliminate me?" A faint smile threatened to cross his lips, yet the situation was evidently grim. Someone was plotting against him. He could ascertain that he had never encountered this shifty-eyed youth before, suggesting that he was merely a messenger. The true orchestrator behind the assassination was someone else entirely. At this moment, given the few individuals with whom he had crossed paths who could afford such a high bounty, it became apparent that if this was indeed tied to his identity as the Shadow, he had undoubtedly made enemies. However, as for his real-world identity, it should not have attracted attention so soon. Thus, this must be a grudge that predates the arrival of the Forsaken Game. Could it be Qin Xiaoyou? The thought struck Qin Feng swiftly. She was the daughter of the chairman of the Qian group, a woman known for her extravagant parties and wild escapades with foreigners. After contemplating, he concluded that only she had both the motive and the means to hire someone to eliminate him. "Goodness, I haven't even sought you out yet. And here you're looking for me." Qin Feng found the situation absurd. He understood her intentions all too well. This contract was merely a means to establish a connection with the Shadow, with the elimination of Qin Feng being a mere afterthought. Otherwise, if I truly intend to eliminate him, even before the arrival of the Forsaken Game, with Qin Xiaoyou's capabilities, there would have been no need to wait until now, nor to expend such a substantial sum of 50 million. Contemplating these thoughts, Qin Feng cast a glance at the young man with triangular eyes and stated, "Very well. I shall accept this task, but I require half of the payment up front. Furthermore, the timing of my actions will be at my discretion." The triangular-eyed youth, upon hearing this, expressed his delight. "You have agreed? However, I must consult with my superiors regarding the initial payment." Shortly thereafter, the triangular-eyed youth initiated a transaction invitation, indeed offering up one. 500 days of lifespan. To Qin Feng, this amount of lifespan was of little consequence, yet one should never refuse a gift. The transaction was swiftly completed. A playful smile spread across Qin Feng's face as he mused silently. "I have accepted the deposit, but the target of my wrath is not Qin Feng. It is you, Qin Xiaoyou. Despicable? Shameless?" Qin Feng was indifferent to such labels. For him, there were only two tasks to accomplish. First, to grow stronger. Second, to send all enemies to hell. Chapter 54. The Plague Enchanter. I have laid my cards on the table. After receiving the 500 days of lifespan, the triangular-eyed youth promptly sent Qin Feng his address. The impression of mountains and rivers was indeed his residence. Qin Feng, maintaining his composure, turned and left. Qin Xiaoyou was already his next target. It appeared that it was time to eliminate this woman sooner than anticipated, as she was the sole threat to Qin Feng in the real world. He then resumed his stall, acquiring coordinates. The time was around 6 in the evening. Many players in various locations had already reached level 9, just a step away from level 10. Once the number of level 10 players in the Jianghai City region reached 7, Qin Feng would immediately depart from the starting town and venture into the continent. Compared to the daytime, the atmosphere in the town was markedly different now. Since Firefly Town was one of the earlier locales, the local players had attained relatively high levels, and numerous established small teams had formed. A female player clad in silver armor approached Qin Feng with long strides, her legs elegantly long. "Hey, I have a golden coordinate. Are you interested?" Her voice was quite pleasant, with a hint of allure. Qin Feng looked up to see an attractive female player, likely of the warrior class. She was tall and fair, with a typical oval face, Particularly striking were her eyes that seemed to sparkle with energy. However, what stood out most was her code name, Milk White Snow. One could only say she was a remarkable talent. Qin Feng remained composed and replied, 100 days, payment upon meeting. The female player gestured toward the northern direction of the town. All right. Follow me. It's a bit of a trek. Qin Feng stood up first. May I ask your name? After a moment's thought, she responded, I go by the name Plague Enchanter. Does that work? Qin Feng nodded. Very well. The Plague Enchanter was indeed of golden rank and quite challenging to defeat. Particularly for a lone wolf like Qin Feng, it posed additional difficulties, as it possessed a toxic aura that would continuously drain health points as long as one remained within its vicinity. For Qin Feng, attempting to solo it without any means of recovery would be a daunting task. To confront this, it is imperative to act with utmost swiftness. Naturally, Qin Feng possesses this confidence. Upon hearing Qin Feng's assurance, the tall girl hesitated momentarily and inquired, Can you manage alone? Should we bring a healer? There are area poison damage effects. Qin Feng shook his head. No need, just guide me. If a healer were necessary, he could simply summon Gouged. The healing support capabilities of the White Bird Priest far surpassed those of a typical cleric. However, as long as the damage output is sufficiently high to eliminate the threat swiftly, what need is there for a healer? The damage from the Plague Wielder posed little substantial threat to Qin Feng. As long as he avoided its single-target abilities, he would be fine. Soon, the pale white girl led the way, with Qin Feng following closely behind. It must be said that her gait was quite enchanting. One might even describe it as captivating. They traversed along the river that bordered the outskirts of the town until they arrived at the entrance of a cave. The pale girl pointed inside, stating, It's right in there. My team has cleared out the minor monsters, but I can't defeat it alone. She continued to lead the way. Inside the cave, stones emitting a faint glow were embedded in the walls, allowing for a dim visibility of the path. Shortly thereafter, they entered a spacious cavern, roughly the size of a football field. In the center, Qin Feng observed a segment of a gray-brown, withered tree trunk, surrounded by a 50-meter radius of grayish gas that inflicted poison damage of 1 health point per second upon approach. If memory served, this poison damage could be evaded. Thus, the ghostly figure's 75 evasion would prove advantageous. Qin Feng briefly recalled the skills at hand. He traded with the pale girl, bestowing upon her 100 days of life before preparing to take action. However, at that moment, the pale girl hesitated and called out to him, Hey, big brother. I need to warn you that this is a trap. Once you initiate combat, others will swiftly come to eliminate you. I recall they possess level 2 anti-invisibility items. Qin Feng had already concealed his form. Upon hearing her words, his voice echoed from within the cave, It matters not. The pale girl, resigned, replied, That's not the point. The key is that in the plan, I will intercept those individuals, allowing me to get to know you better. Ultimately, I'll seek an opportunity to uncover your real-life information. Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. What absurd plan was this? The pale girl continued, Big brother, I'm being frank with you. Please don't hold it against me. Just go after the person behind me. It seemed that Qin Feng's elimination of Song Fei had indeed instilled a measure of intimidation. At the very least, this woman dared not provoke him, opting instead to candidly explain the situation. Qin Feng returned to her side and inquired, Who is behind you? The female warrior, wielding a long blade, appeared conflicted but ultimately resolved. It's Dongfang Xian. The godforsaken game, Xian Yun, mentioned that you have already slain him once. Big brother, if you can eliminate Song Fei, you can surely deal with him as well, right? I'm revealing this to you. Please don't betray me. It would be best if you could dispose of Dongfang Xian. Otherwise, I'm doomed. Dongfang Xian? Xian Yun? Qin Feng recalled with slight recognition. Isn't this the group of player leaders attempting to seize his golden ghost ship? They even pretended to seek forgiveness by gifting him a skill book on carving, only to engage in such underhanded tactics behind his back. In my previous life, it seems I never heard of this individual. Either he failed to develop or was eliminated early on. It is quite understandable, as in this game, one is constantly vying for monsters in the early stages, provoking others, and it would be strange not to be eliminated. Another name has been added to Qin Feng's death list. He said to Milk White Snow, Then you shall play along and let them come. Qin Feng had not taken a life in the game for quite some time. He hadn't even utilized the flower bloom curse. The more players that come, the more longevity Qin Feng could accumulate. Understood, big brother. Milk White Snow quickly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Qin Feng charged toward the level 10 golden grade Plague Wielder. In order to swiftly conclude the battle, Qin Feng directly activated the active effect of the Gift of Liberation. With a swift shadow slash, countless blades of light erupted in an instant upon the decayed tree trunk, blooming forth. 2118, 2118, 6345, weak point attack. At the center of the Plague Wielder's trunk, an eerie smiling face appeared, with two eye marks that were weaknesses, due to the weakness amplification effect of the Gift of Liberation. 1/3 of the strikes from this shadow slash struck true against the weak points. Moreover, the legendary active effect of the Gift of Liberation was a throat slit, inflicting an additional 150 damage per second for a duration of 3 seconds. This amounted to a total of 450 additional damage. After one shadow slash from the Gift of Liberation, the health bar had dwindled to a mere 1/3, dealing over 80,000 total damage. Witnessing this scene, the female warrior Milk White Snow's pupils instantly constricted. What on earth? One skill knocked off 2/3 of the Golden Grade's health? Is this even human? Chapter 55. This man is utterly terrifying. Observing this explosive spectacle, the girl could scarcely believe her eyes. Golden Grade. It was said that when they were located, 3 teams from the Eastern Sage, comprising 18 individuals, came over. Yet just half a minute into the fight, they were completely annihilated. The tank couldn't withstand it, and the healer couldn't keep up. The sustained poison damage was simply too high. Most importantly, even with 3 squads of 18 attacking together, they barely managed to deplete less than 5 of its health before being wiped out. And now, with a single strike from the shadow, the health plummeted by 2/3? Are we even playing the same game? Milk White Snow couldn't help but utter expletives as she stared at the health bar, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, unbeknownst to her, after casting one skill, Qin Feng had already retreated from her side within a brief 3 seconds, distancing himself 50 meters away. The active effect of the Gift of Liberation currently had a cooldown of 25 seconds, and with a cooldown speed enhancement of 75, the final cooldown was 143 seconds. In other words, after waiting 143 seconds, Qin Feng would be able to eliminate that foe. However, Qin Feng was in no rush. He remained concealed nearby, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Eastern Sage's individuals to meet their demise. As for that, it was merely a section of tree trunk. In the absence of a target, Qin Feng remained cloaked, continuously releasing toxic fumes. Various shades of green and gray mist emanated from the trunk, spreading outward into the surroundings. Additionally, bursts of venom splattered in puddles around. The damage inflicted was such that even Qin Feng would either perish or sustain grievous injuries if caught. Not to mention the other players. To truly vanquish the Plague Wielder, a complete squad equipped with silver gear was essential, along with ample healing skills. Otherwise, direct confrontation was utterly impossible. Yet now, those players lacked even a handful of silver equipment, let alone bronze. The majority were still without complete basic gear. With such inadequacies, how could they dare to challenge a golden tier foe? Soon, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed outside the cave passage. It seemed the opposing party had arrived, prepared for confrontation. Everyone get ready, enter the cave, and slay. Spare no one who obstructs us. The voice of their leader sounded somewhat familiar. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Feng peered into the dim light within the cave and couldn't help but smile. It was Iron Man. This fellow had even allied with Eastern Sage. It appeared he was still unsatisfied after being defeated by me multiple times. However, their strategy involved having the Pale Snow Maiden assist in blocking this group, allowing them to approach me. Qin Feng found this puzzling. Was the Pale Snow Maiden truly that formidable? Iron Man had brought over a dozen comrades. Could she genuinely hold them at bay? Soon, Qin Feng had his answer. The woman produced a large shield, positioning it before Iron Man and his entourage. A golden tier shield? That level of defense was astonishing, and Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. At this stage, it was improbable for her to eliminate a golden tier foe. She must have encountered an ancient divine blessing in the wild, unlocking a golden tier treasure chest. As Iron Man and his crew charged forward, they encountered the pale, snow maiden blocking their path. Their attacks were thwarted by her golden tier shield. Each strike could barely deplete a maximum of 5 hit points, with most attacks failing to breach her defenses. Currently at level 7, her warrior status granted her over 2,000 health points. Iron Man and the others would require at least 1 or 2 minutes to defeat her. The narrowness of the passage further limited the number of attackers able to engage her simultaneously. With little time for contemplation, as Iron Man and his group appeared, Qin Feng materialized behind the pale snow maiden. From his concealed state, he unleashed a shadow slash. At present, the cooldown for his shadow slash was just over 6 seconds, and by the time Iron Man and his group arrived, it had long since reset. Instantly, countless blades gleamed within the passage. The 10 or so opponents, tightly packed within the narrow corridor, were caught entirely unawares by Qin Feng's singular skill. 2,412, 6597, critical hit, 1978. Qin Feng glanced back, witnessing a flurry of damage, numbers flashing across the screen. Yet, the majority of opponents perished after merely 1 hit. Only Iron Man, with his higher health and defense, managed to survive a single strike from the shadow slash, but Qin Feng's skill comprised a total of 9 slashes. In an instant, Iron Man and his comrades were annihilated. The flowers bloomed with a curse. At this stage, Qin Feng is utterly invincible within the game. After dealing with his adversaries, he raised his hand to unleash the blooming curse upon the Iron Man and his companions. Vivid crimson flowers bloomed from the corpses scattered across the battlefield, beginning to siphon their tradable lifespans. Brother, let's add each other as friends. Later, I will inform Dongfang Xian, pleaded the milky white Yuki, her shield stowed away, panting slightly. She surveyed the ground covered with scarlet blossoms, a chill running down her spine. The unseen man before her was terrifying. At that moment, she felt a twinge of relief. Had she heeded Dongfang Xian's advice to approach the shadow and attempt to investigate his real-world information, the outcome could have been dire. Initially, she had been prepared to follow Dongfang Xian's guidance, but witnessing Song Fei's brutal demise had caused her to falter. The Forsaken game, if it merely conferred lifespan to players, would not have alarmed her so profoundly. Yet, rumors now circulated that the abilities of the Forsaken game might extend into the real world. Who could remain unafraid in the presence of the world's foremost assassin, who appeared and vanished without a trace? All right, Qin Feng agreed to the friend request. Later, I will inquire about Dongfang Xian's location in reality. You can inform me privately. Yuki breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, I will await your message. If you require any services, feel free to reach out to me, complimentary. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nearly lost his composure. So, this woman was a Cohen? No wonder she was so alluring. However, it must be said, for certain reclusive men, such women possess an unparalleled lethal charm, striking and deadly. Gift of liberation. Shadow slash. Qin Feng returned to his chamber, deftly avoiding several puddles of green venom spewed by the plague bearer, initiating a series of swift attacks. With only 1/3 of its health remaining, the plague bearer continued to spew poison while Qin Feng remained cloaked in invisibility. The toxic mist and liquid engulfed a 50-meter radius around him. Fortunately, Qin Feng's output was explosive. With 2 consecutive shadow slashes, he swiftly dispatched the creature. You have slain the plague bearer, 10 gold tier. You have gained 10,000 experience points. You have acquired 7 evolution points. You have received 555 days of tradable lifespan. A segment of gray-brown root collapsed to the ground, spilling forth a bounty of loot. What a miser! Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff. Of course, he was not referring to the loot itself, but rather the more than 10 individuals under Iron Man. For a gold tier encounter, they had not even utilized greedy hands, yet had yielded 555 days of tradable lifespan. In contrast, Qin Feng had extracted the lifespans of Iron Man's group using the blooming curse, totaling merely over 300 days. As for their non-tradable lifespans, They too were likely nearing depletion. Given the circumstances, it was absurd for them to venture out and cause trouble instead of contentedly farming monsters. Qin Feng felt no pity for them whatsoever. After sending Yuki on her way, he returned to the vicinity of the corpses and activated Greedy Hands. He eagerly anticipated the gold-tier loot, as it almost guaranteed the acquisition of platinum-tier items. When a multitude of treasures was revealed, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. It had been quite some time since he had encountered an assassin skill book, and at last, another one had appeared. Chapter 56. The Advancement of Shadow Professions. The Continental Passage opens. Qin Feng examined the skill book in his possession. Darkest Hour, Platinum Assassin Skill. Erupts a dark radiance from the blade in hand, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown, 343 seconds. Required level, 10. Range, 20 meters. Base duration, 10 seconds. The higher the target's mental attributes, the shorter the duration. In essence, this is a blinding skill. Does it not perfectly align with my professional characteristics? By rendering the enemy blind, even when I'm not cloaked in invisibility, I can still trigger double damage. Of course, this blindness can be dispelled. If so, I must be wary of whether the opponent has a healer or support class, such as a paladin or priest with group dispel abilities. It proves to be quite useful for combat, even if the mental attributes are relatively high against foes of equal level. A duration of 3 to 5 seconds should pose no issue. One point to note, resistance to the same negative effect diminishes over time. If the first instance of blindness lasts 5 seconds, the second may only endure for 3, with the third being even shorter. Learning. Qin Feng proceeded to learn the Darkest Hour skill. Additionally, he retrieved a higher-tier platinum assassin weapon from the corpse of the Plague Wielder. Blade of Plague, platinum assassin weapon. Attack power, 216, agility, 42. Weak point attack multiplier, 0.3. Equipment requirement, level 10, unique effect. Any attack you make will inflict poison, which will explode after 3 seconds, dealing 50 damage from that attack. This unique effect essentially amplifies any damage by 50. However, the calculation occurs only after 3 seconds. In contrast, Qin Feng's previous ghost ship twin daggers had a unique effect of dealing double damage with each regular attack, but currently, I am not focusing on regular attacks. He promptly equipped the Blade of Plague. As for the platinum ghost ship twin daggers, they are considered artifact-level weapons for other assassins. At this stage, possessing a platinum weapon will enable other assassins to at least double or even triple their output. Selling it for 3,000 would be no trouble at all. Qin Feng glanced at the remaining loot. There were no items usable by assassins, so he collected everything. Next came the evolution points. Previously, he had accumulated 4 silver level points. And with the golden level Plague Wielder, along with occasionally defeating minor creatures along the way, Qin Feng's evolution points had reached a total of 98. His damage output is currently sufficient, and there is no rush to evolve Darkest Hour. He can save the points and continue to evolve the epic Greedy Hand into a legendary level. Qin Feng reviewed his skill list. Shadow Step, Platinum Evolution requires 13 points. Backstab Enhancement, Emerald Evolution requires 21 points. Greedy Hand, Epic Evolution requires 210 points. Venomous Darts, Emerald Evolution requires 13 points. Shadow Slash, Epic Evolution requires 210 points. Ghostly Blur, Epic Evolution requires 80 points. Gift of Liberation, Legendary Evolution requires 200 points. The Shield of Darkness, Epic Evolution requires 50 points. Additionally, there are 3 skills yet to evolve: Blooming Curse, Chisel Strike, and Moment of Darkest. Continue hunting monsters. The number of initial towns is quite limited. Qin Feng has also ceased collecting coordinates. The fiery town has been nearly cleared, and it will be a long wait for respawns. With just over 10,000 experience points needed, it's time to grind lesser monsters. Qin Feng equipped the Plague Blade, enhancing his agility and speed. And in a mere 10 minutes, he arrived at the coastline. He continued to hunt level 10 monsters. Each minor creature grants 100 experience points. So defeating a little over 100 would suffice to accumulate 50,000 experience points, enough for his first-class advancement. Unfortunately, The monsters in this Forsaken game do not respawn at the rapid pace typical of ordinary online games. Otherwise, he could level up in no time. Locating monsters on the map proves to be quite a challenge. For instance, the lobster-shaped crimson armored behemoth is difficult to spot with the naked eye, often buried in the sand. Thus, Qin Feng remains alone. To these monsters, he is an easy target. As he passes nearby, they stealthily approach. Once they draw near, they cannot escape, falling victim to Qin Feng's swift blade. Thus, time passed until 8:30 in the evening. Qin Feng finally gathered 50,000 experience points. To reach level 11, he requires 100,000 experience points, so there is no rush. In contrast, this 50,000 experience points will significantly enhance his power for the first class advancement. Your Shadow class has advanced. Current 0 Tier 1. Class attribute bonus. Strength 39, Constitution 39, Agility 824, Spirit 515. Class passive 1. Stealth duration doubled. New. Can use stealth skills while in stealth. Class passive 2. Stealth level 12. Class passive 3. If an attack is launched while not in the enemy's line of sight, the damage of that attack is doubled. 2x damage, 3x damage. Simply leveling up and enhancing equipment and skills will not suffice in this Forsaken game. Progressing in levels is challenging, and there are significant limitations on equipment and skills. After reaching level 10, class advancement is a crucial step in enhancing strength. Originally, Qin Feng's Shadow class attribute bonuses were Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 8, and Spirit 5. Upon advancing to Tier 1, these bonuses increased to 3 times their original values. More importantly, the enhancements to the 3 class passives are significant. He can now seamlessly become invisible. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised by the new effect of the first class passive. Previously, all stealth skills could not be used during the duration of invisibility. This meant that even if the invisibility duration exceeded the cooldown time, one had to wait until invisibility ended to cast stealth skills again. But now, Qin Feng can activate stealth skills while in invisibility. In other words, as long as he does not attack, he can remain permanently invisible. As the only hidden class, the Shadow may seem relatively ordinary in the early stages, but its capabilities in the later stages are undeniably formidable. Qin Feng holds a rather optimistic view regarding the prospects of his profession. Following a recent advancement, his stealth level has notably increased by 1, and the damage inflicted while attacking from outside of vision has surged from double to triple the original amount. With this enhanced capability, he intends to venture to the mainland in search of a platinum-level first kill. Upon checking the time, he notes that it is 8:30 in the evening, a moment when many players have already reached level 10. However, to Qin Feng's surprise, the initial players to achieve this milestone were not the North American gamers he remembered from his past life, but rather players from Jianghai City. Moreover, several players reached level 10 simultaneously. These familiar faces indicate that his efforts in selling equipment and skill books have indeed benefited him. The quicker the players from Jianghai City level up, the sooner he can journey to the mainland. With a smile, Qin Feng acknowledges that as he completes his profession advancement, the system announces that the number of level 10 players in Jianghai City has reached 7, thus unlocking the passage to the Forsaken Continent. All players who have attained level 10 can return to the town and be teleported unidirectionally to the Forsaken Continent. Chapter 57. Arrival at the Continent. Ruins of Jianghai City. While Qin Feng is on his way back to the town, the world around him has undergone a remarkable transformation in this brief span of time, including Qin Feng. There are precisely 7 players who have reached level 10 within Jianghai City. While it appears that Qin Feng is at the same level as them, he possesses an additional 50,000 experience points for his profession advancement. This amount of experience is something that many players might take a day or 2 to accumulate. Thus, Qin Feng's development is, in fact, several times superior to that of the other players. Simultaneously, players across various regions globally have also attained level 10. In North America, a former shooter game professional in Los Angeles has become the first to reach level 10 and has announced a shocking revelation. The equipment, skills, and levels in the Forsaken game can be converted into tradable lifespan and extracted into reality. Shortly thereafter, A blonde singer from the Western countries also reached level 10 and disclosed the same information. Furthermore, similar reports emerged from India, Sakura Country, the Great Cold Country, Kangaroo Country, and Bear Country, igniting a global frenzy. The notion that the abilities from a Forsaken game could be extracted into reality? What a remarkable opportunity. Once I reach level 10, I will immediately initiate zero-cost purchases. This confirms that the celebrity known as Song Fei from Daxia was indeed killed by the Shadow. It is evident that the Shadow, being the first to reach level 10, must have extracted the stealth skill. How terrifying. If he intends to kill, it would be as effortless as a walk in the park. We must quickly acquire the counter-stealth skill. Without such abilities, this world is destined to become the domain of assassins. Is it feasible for everyone to possess counter-stealth capabilities? We must band together. But wait, why did the Shadow kill Song Fei? It is rumored that conflict arose due to competition in the game. In an instant, billions around the globe have descended into a state of anxiety and unease. Governments worldwide have initiated emergency measures. Most importantly, it is essential for the official police and military to engage in the abandoned game, rapidly advancing their levels. With the substantial amount of tradable lifespan acquired in the early stages, various national authorities still possess a degree of control, preventing a complete loss of order in the short term. Amidst this global panic, a piece of news has emerged from the Great Xiao region. Shanghai City's Dajiang Industries has been legally targeted for alleged illegal detention, operating a gambling establishment, and organ trafficking. Simultaneously, Song Fei has been implicated for engaging with underage female fans and even inciting them to attract more followers. The reason behind the decision to eliminate Song Fei and Jiang Li stems from official commission. On his way back to the town, Qin Feng had a brief conversation with Milk White Snow, who informed him about these developments, leaving him somewhat speechless. The authorities truly know how to clear one's name. Is this to facilitate future cooperation with me? Qin Feng mourned for Song Fei and Jiang Li. However, it must be noted that the charges leveled against them by the authorities may not be entirely unfounded. It is quite likely they had indeed engaged in such activities, albeit previously undisclosed. In any case, both have now become a thing of the past, whether it be Song Fei or the once powerful Dajiang Industries. They have both faded into history at the onset of this new era. Remarkably, the authorities have even taken the initiative to vindicate Qin Feng. Dongfang Xian is currently at level 7 and shows no intention of logging off. Fine, once he does, contact me and inform me of his location. After concluding his private chat with Milk White Snow, Qin Feng closed the window, maintaining his stealth mode. He returned to the town and arrived at the teleportation room beneath the square. His invisibility now felt remarkably smooth. Unlike before, there was no need to search for a specific location. He would simply wait for the cooldown of his shadowy skill to conclude, using it to refresh the duration of his invisibility and achieve a state of permanent stealth with ease. Upon entering the teleportation room, he observed numerous players coming and going, but did not spot any other level 10 players. Currently, there are 7 individuals in Shanghai City who have reached level 10: Gray Rose, Gu Yixue, Lin Liu, and the sharpshooter of Wang Meng's team, the Cardmaster. As for Wang Meng and Yu, these official personnel have been delayed due to various matters, but it is likely they will reach level 10 soon. Once they do, they will need to return from their leveling points, certainly taking longer than he would. Qin Feng had no intention of waiting for these individuals. Instead, he directly approached the teleportation array and selected the destination, the abandoned land of the gods. He still had numerous items unsold, but that was of little concern. Upon arrival at the continent, he could seek refuge and store his belongings, making things much more convenient. In the teleportation room, a special teleportation array had appeared. In addition to the town's teleportation array, there was one reserved solely for level 10 players, the continent teleportation array. The town's teleportation array had many players queuing, while the continent teleportation array was, naturally, devoid of interest. Qin Feng stepped forward and activated it. Do you wish to proceed to the abandoned land of the gods? Yes. Qin Feng selected yes. As a burst of white light enveloped him, the teleportation array activated, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around. Goodness, the continental teleportation array has been activated. But where are the people? Who has been teleported? Needless to say, it must be the Shadow Lord. Wait, I have a level 2 stealth detection skill, so why can't I see him? Fool. That indicates the Lord's stealth skill exceeds level 2. Amidst the envious gazes of the players, the Continental Teleportation Array whisked away the invisible Qin Feng. It is noteworthy that the vast majority of players currently hover around level 35, with only a select few reaching level 68. As for those who have attained level 10, there are barely over 100 worldwide. To the average person, even levels 6 or 7 are regarded as extraordinary. The forsaken land of the gods, an expansive, desolate world. In the ruins of a city to the east, a flash of white light signaled the arrival of an imperceptible presence. This was a city ruin spanning over 100 kilometers. Indeed, just as in my previous life, it was the familiar ruins of Zhanghai City. Maintaining his invisibility, Qin Feng materialized at the center of these ruins. As he surveyed his surroundings, nostalgia washed over him. The remnants of crumbled buildings lay scattered, with wandering monsters barely visible amidst the debris. At the center stood a colossal statue, over 10 meters tall, depicting a stone figure without eyes. In fact, this was an epic-level entity, though it had yet to meet the activation criteria. Every player arriving in the forsaken land of the gods would find themselves in the ruins of their respective cities, with the geographical locations of these ruins strikingly aligned with real-world city placements. Over the 9 years of my previous life, countless speculations arose regarding the nature of the forsaken land, yet none could be substantiated. Zhanghai City ruins. This would be the stronghold for millions of players in the coming 9 years, serving as the base for countless Zhanghai City players. In this forsaken game, there were no warehouses, and such sites were rare. To store items and develop guilds, a stronghold or sanctuary was essential. The best sanctuary within the Zhanghai City ruins belonged to my god-slaying guild. Without lingering, Qin Feng swiftly made his way toward the northwest of the city ruins. In this life, he intended to claim the most advantageous and spacious sanctuary for himself. Shortly after his departure, several beams of white light illuminated the area beside the eyeless stone statue at the center of the ruins. Gu Yixue, Lin Liu, and others had arrived together. Wow, these ruins are vast. I heard that just a few minutes ago, Shadow Brother had already teleported here. I wonder where he went. Be careful, Xiaoyou. There's a monster beside you. Chapter 58. Knowing he is formidable, I did not anticipate it to be this extraordinary. Unfamiliar with the circumstances of the forsaken land, Gu Yixue, Lin Liu, Wang Ming, and the others had arranged to teleport together, and indeed, they had arrived as expected. As the 6-member team materialized at the heart of the ruins, 2 grotesque, stone-like creatures emerged behind them, lunging ferociously. Earthshaker, 11, rank, common. Though they were merely minor foes, Wang Ming and his companions dared not underestimate the threat. Razor shields, clad in golden armor and wielding a silver shield, Wang Ming positioned himself defiantly before the approaching Earthshakers, while the others formed a line behind him. The white owl perched on Gu Yixue's shoulder took flight, emitting a radiant beam that enveloped Wang Ming, bestowing upon him an additional layer of defense. Boom! Boom! The 2 humanoid Earthshakers charged forward, and as they closed in on Wang Ming, they stomped the ground, sending him hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, their powerful fists landed upon him. 512. 498. Astonishing damage figures erupted from Wang Ming, prompting a furrow of concern upon Gu Yixue's brow. She raised her hand slightly, her golden staff glowing as she began to heal Wang Ming. Concurrently, Lin Liu unleashed a fiery area attack, launching a fireball that descended from the heavens, striking both Earthshakers. 428. 428. Lin Liu's damage output ranked among the elite players, bolstered by a significant portion of her gear being golden or even platinum, courtesy of Qin Feng. Yet, when compared to Qin Feng, she still fell short by considerable margins. One skill barely depleted 1/10 of the creature's health. I'll control them, the card master in the team asserted with a grave tone. Gu, let your owl soar and scout the surrounding terrain to ensure there are no other monsters nearby. Gu Yixue nodded, and the snow-white owl swiftly ascended. After more than a minute, they managed to defeat the two minor foes with difficulty. Gu Yixue's reconnaissance revealed a disconcerting truth. Was there truly no safe zone in this place? Were monsters lurking everywhere? Moreover, had their recent skirmish garnered the attention of other creatures? In an instant, Wang Meng and his companions grasped the harsh reality. This game, The Forsaken, was nothing like conventional online games. It was a survival game. In stark contrast to Wang Meng and his team, Qin Feng found himself at ease. With a level 3 stealth skill, he effortlessly navigated through swarms of monsters. The creatures within the ruins of Jianghaishi were not overwhelmingly strong. Their anti-stealth levels maxed out at only 2. He intended to establish a foothold within the ruins, locate a safe haven, and then explore to eliminate some foes. Of course, Qin Feng did not squander his skills. As he passed through various monster clusters, he unleashed a shadow slash. Even without the active effects of his blessing of liberation, the cumulative damage from 9 strikes of shadow slash could reach upwards of 20 to 30,000. Against these minor foes, it was akin to instant annihilation. Currently, the entire expanse of the ruins was devoid of other players, teeming instead with monsters. For Qin Feng, it was nothing short of paradise. He advanced towards his destination, effortlessly dispatching ordinary monsters along the way, his greedy hand hardly pausing. By the time he arrived at the target location, over 20 kilometers away, his evolution points had surged from 98 to 115. Additionally, he had acquired a higher-tier skill book for Shadow Step. Skills bearing the same name possess fixed grades. For instance, Shadow Step is inherently of inferior quality. However, skills of the same type can vary in levels. The Shadow Step he had just obtained was of level 10. Learning this skill book would supersede his original level 1 Shadow Step. Correspondingly, to elevate the real-world Shadow Step to level 10, he would need to trade in more of his lifespan. With a spirit of experimentation, he decided to learn the skill book. You have learned Shadow Step level 10. Your Shadow Step level 1 has been overridden. Shadow Step Platinum. Required level 110. Grants a stealth state lasting 2,436 seconds. Stealth break attack 150300. Cooldown 126 seconds. Although the cooldown remained unchanged, both the duration of stealth and the stealth break attack had seen significant enhancements. Fortunately, despite being a subpar skill book, his Shadow Step had already evolved to platinum level, so after the override, the skill remained at platinum. Qin Feng glanced at his attribute panel, noting he now possessed 110 years of lifespan, which equated to a little over 40,000 days. He planned to extract his abilities all at once when he dealt with Dongfang Xian. Closing the attribute panel, he concealed his form, observing the desolate ruins of a once thriving community before him. Little did anyone know, beneath this wasteland lay an underground palace sprawling over 1,200 acres. This subterranean palace was roughly the size of Jianghai Normal University, featuring over 1,000 rooms for rest and numerous grand halls. If he could seize this underground palace, it would accommodate boundless equipment and wealth. In the Forsaken game, there existed many such ready-made sanctuaries, formerly known as hideouts. Of course, players could also endeavor to construct their own, though the materials required were exceedingly abundant. To build a hideout spanning over 1,000 acres was a Herculean task. Moreover, the larger the hideout one wished to conquer, the mightier the guardians one would have to defeat. He recalled that in his previous life, after establishing the God-slaying guild, he had gathered 3 teams of 18 members and reached level 15 before successfully claiming this palace. Without hesitation, Qin Feng sought out a staircase within the ruins and descended. His target was a level 15 Platinum Guardian. Along the way, he encountered several small monsters ranging from levels 12 to 15, all intended for a formidable team. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was determined to explore the underground palace alone. As he descended the staircase, turning for approximately 15 meters, darkness enveloped him. Suddenly, a stone door ahead creaked open. When a hideout remains unclaimed, this stone door shall open for any who approach. However, once a player occupies the area, others seeking to open the stone door must resort to brute force. Summoning a devout believer, Qin Feng stood at the threshold. utilizing a golden tier pendant to summon a silver tier acolyte to guard the entrance. This silver tier devotee, as a summoned entity, possessed an indefinite duration of existence, remaining as long as it was not vanquished, a perfect sentinel. Subsequently, Qin Feng stealthily entered through the stone door, only to be greeted by a system notification. You have arrived at the Soul Purification Grounds, hideout. Defeating the area guardian will allow you to claim this territory. Before Qin Feng's eyes unfolded a spacious hall, where over a dozen level 12 ordinary monsters wandered. The spirits of elemental energies, Raging Spirit, Overload Spirit, Annihilation Spirit, materialized as conscious entities. In this moment of darkness, Qin Feng unleashed his skills, and his plague blade emitted a black flash, plunging the surrounding creatures into blindness. With a swift shadow slash, he dispatched 7 or 8 of them in a single line, taking advantage of their blindness as they flailed about in confusion. Qin Feng deftly evaded their attacks while wielding his plague blade to deliver regular strikes. With the enhancement from his class, weaknesses, and backstabs, even a standard attack could inflict nearly 3,000 damage, effortlessly dispatching these level 12 creatures. Were it any other player, even an elite team like Wang Ming's, encountering such a multitude of elemental monsters in a confined space would spell dire peril. Yet in the blink of an eye, Qin Feng flawlessly eliminated a total of 15 elemental adversaries. The spoils, including lifespan orbs, littered the hall. Given the number of monsters in this hideout, once he cleared this area of fiends, his evolution points would likely suffice for another upgrade of his Greed's Hand ability. Qin Feng was filled with anticipation, pondering the transformative leap from epic to legendary. What new effects could Greed's Hand acquire upon reaching the legendary tier? Just as Qin Feng prepared to delve deeper into the subterranean palace, outside, Wang Ming and his companions found themselves beleaguered by a horde of monsters in the urban ruins. This way, follow me. It seems there are fewer creatures here. Let us hide and remain silent. Suddenly, they noticed a multitude of monster corpses scattered across the courtyard. Guided by Gu Ishue's white owl, the 6 of them quickly arrived at the area Qin Feng had just traversed. The monsters in this vicinity had recently been vanquished by Qin Feng. From above, the area appeared remarkably clean. As Wang Ming and his team fled into the ruins, they were met with a shocking sight: piles of monster corpses. Instantly, they were taken aback. The very creatures that had driven them away lay slaughtered before the shadows, akin to chicks before a predator. They had known of the shadow's strength, yet never anticipated such an exaggerated display of power. There are no monsters nearby for now. Let's take a moment to breathe, Gu Ishue remarked, allowing the group to exhale in relief. And you gaze at the sea of monster remains, reflecting, truly, the Shadow Lord is formidable. I once believed we were formidable enough, yet here we find ourselves trembling beneath the shadow of a formidable presence. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the other 5 turned peculiar. Wang Ming cleared his throat. Captain, and ahem, please mind your language. And you widened her beautiful eyes. Ah? Is my description not fitting? Chapter 59. Platinum Level, Soul Purger Phaser. After Qin Feng had cleared this area, Wang Ming and the others finally caught their breath. It was utterly absurd. How could there be so many monsters in this forsaken land? Fortunately, the Great One had cleared this region. Otherwise, we might have met our demise. I believe it would be prudent for our 6 to refrain from venturing forth until our respective teammates reach level 10, so we can act together. I am rather curious about where we would respawn if we were to perish here. The group conversed for a while, developing a sense of reverence for the ruins of this city. Just moments ago, dozens of monstrous creatures had surged forth. Had they not fled swiftly, they would have surely become corpses. Initially, the 6 had split up to lead their teams, assisting numerous official players in leveling up. Now that they were on this continent, it seemed wise to regroup and scout the area. They had not anticipated such peril. At this moment, Gu Ishue switched perspectives to her white owl. The owl soared into the sky, meticulously surveying the surrounding region, causing Gu Ishue to gasp in astonishment. The monsters truly lay in heaps, utterly overwhelming. Wait, over there. Beneath those corpses, there glimmers a gray light. Could there be loot that the Great One overlooked? Gu Ishue exclaimed in surprise. And you, hearing this, speculated. Perhaps the inventory slots are full? Since Shadow only has one person, the efficiency of monster slaying must mean there are numerous items that cannot be accommodated. Ishua nodded. There are a few gray items left uncollected. Should we venture over? Wang Ming interjected. Hold on. Let me contact Shadow. Qin Feng was diligently clearing monsters in the land of purification. Just as he reached the fourth chamber, he received a private message from Wang Ming. Brother, we've noticed some items outside that you haven't collected. Shall we gather them and pay you accordingly? Qin Feng quickly replied, sure. Thanks to a spatial ring, he had acquired an additional 7-slot backpack, granting him a total of 34 slots. Yet, for someone as avaricious as Qin Feng, even 34 slots felt insufficient. Throughout his journey, he had left behind 5 pieces of subpar, grayish equipment. In truth, anyone who had reached level 10 and arrived in the Forsaken Land would not lack inferior gear. As for the inferior skill books, Qin Feng had picked them all up, as some of them were indeed useful. Since Wang Ming desired the 5 pieces of inferior equipment and was willing to pay, he might as well let him have them. I will contact you again in an hour. I have a batch of equipment to sell, Qin Feng concluded, closing the private chat window and resuming his quest in the land of purification. His backpack was already full, and the spoils of the monsters lay scattered around him. Yet he paid them no mind. After all, once he vanquished that platinum-level foe, the entire underground palace would be his. As for what transpired before that, should anyone approach the palace entrance, Qin Feng would receive ample warning. After all, there are devout silver-tier believers guarding the entrance. Even if an invisible player approaches, they must first unlock the stone door to enter the realm of purity, where they will inevitably be detected by the faithful. As Qin Feng continued to eliminate monsters, Wang Ming and the others logged off first. Regarding the situation of the abandoned continent by the deities, they needed to report to higher authorities, not only to the officials of Jianghai City, but also to the upper echelons of the Great Xia Kingdom. Half an hour later, not just Jianghai City, but numerous cities worldwide had also opened portals to the abandoned continent of the deities. However, the news transmitted by the players arriving on the continent was not one of triumph, but rather a series of grim tidings. The players from Magic Capital arrived to find a city in ruins. Our players from Chaos Han experienced the same, yet not in the same city ruins. It seemed that each city's players landed at different points on the continent. The ruins were teeming with monsters, and I had already perished twice. This was unbearable. Forcing me to log off. We must wait until more players gather before we can commence our explorations. Otherwise, we would simply be prey to the monsters. I was rather curious about the situation of the world's top shadow player. Seeing him still at level 10 surely indicated he was facing difficulties too. At this moment, Qin Feng had cleared all the minor monsters within the underground palace of the realm of purity. He had meticulously traversed over 40 grand halls and more than 1,000 small chambers, defeating over 400 minor creatures in the process. Alongside 4 bronze tier and 2 silver tier beasts, this cumulative effort not only granted Qin Feng over 80,000 experience points, but also propelled his evolution points to an impressive 205. Such a vast amount of experience is something an ordinary player could scarcely amass over several days and nights. After all, typical players would not dare to provoke numerous magical beings, instead opting to slowly hunt down solitary foes, making their efficiency painfully obvious. With just 5 more points, he could evolve his greedy hand ability. It was perfect timing to eliminate that platinum tier guardian. Qin Feng heard the resonating sounds of elemental convergence, akin to the crackling of electricity emanating from the center of the underground palace. This place was one Qin Feng had intimately known for 9 years in his previous life. Navigating through familiar corridors with ease, he advanced toward the center. Soon, he arrived at a previously sealed grand chamber. This room measured approximately 30 meters in both length and width, and in the center stood an altar upon which rested an elemental creature enveloped in crackling lightning, taking on a humanoid form, entirely composed of violet electricity. Purifier Phasar 15. Grade, Platinum. Description, Guardian of the Realm of Purity. Upon defeating it, you shall become the master of this realm. Within the city ruins, The highest level monsters were capped at level 15. This purifier phasar represented the pinnacle of strength and grade among the monsters in the ruins. Now, at level 10, I would face it with a certain degree of damage reduction, albeit not significantly. If memory serves, its total health was 750,000, divided into 3 phases. Most crucially, it possessed a level 2 ability of anti-invisibility. Thus, before seeking this foe, Qin Feng needed to elevate his stealth level to 3. In my previous life, the single target lightning damage here was excessively high. Even fully equipped in golden armor, my warrior nearly succumbed. Yet now, I find myself utterly unconcerned about withstanding its solitary skills. With a swift turn of the plague blade in Qin Feng's hand, he transformed into a specter, instantly entering the room. Bestowal of Liberation. Shadow Slash. 3,576. 3,549. 9669. Critical hit. As Qin Feng unleashed this skill, he became a fleeting shadow, passing through his adversary before vanishing into invisibility once more. Before him, the thunderous Soul Reaper, Faisal, with its electrifying blue eyes crackling with energy, barely had time to react before 9 damage numbers erupted from above its head. In an instant, its entire form was enveloped in a verdant hue. The next moment, 5,364, 5,323, 14,503. Another 9, even greater damage figures burst forth. This was the active effect of Bestowal of Liberation, inflicting a throat-cutting damage that would persist for 3 seconds. Chapter 60, A First Kill Again. Qin Xiaoyou lamented, "Why is this game so arduous?" The Soul Reaper Faisal, with its body crackling with lightning, was bombarded by a cascade of blade lights, damage numbers incessantly materializing above its head. In its immediate attempt to retaliate, it could not discern the location of its assailant. The singular high-damage lightning attack it intended to unleash could not be executed due to the absence of a target, forcing it to raise its electrically charged arms and unleash a vast area attack. Hundreds of bolts of lightning coalesced from the ceiling, descending toward the ground in less than 0.3 seconds. Should they strike, given Qin Feng's current defenses and lightning resistance, his demise would be inevitable. Moreover, in the face of these lightning strikes, Qin Feng's 75 evasion would prove ineffective. For any skill or attack of platinum rank or higher, a hit correction applies. The Soul Reaper's hit correction surely exceeds 100, meaning its accuracy against any foe is at least doubled. For instance, with Qin Feng's 75 evasion, standard monsters would have a mere 25 chance to hit him. However, against the Soul Reaper, that chance escalates to 50 or even higher. After all, in my previous life, I had only faced this creature once, and my understanding of its attributes was merely a rough estimate. Fortunately, Qin Feng's agility attribute, bolstered by his class advancement and the acquisition of the Plague Blade, now reached an impressive 182 points. His full-speed sprints surpassed 40 meters per second. With careful observation, if he could evade before the lightning fully coalesced, he could avoid being struck. This technique, at this stage, would be nearly impossible for any player. Even with doubled agility, it would be implausible to evade this onslaught of thunder without error. Yet for Qin Feng, 9 years of combat experience had ingrained in him the reflexes to evade skills. There were far more outrageous challenges to come. This assault was hardly daunting. In my past life, we had relied on luck and the priest's shields to barely withstand such an onslaught. However, this time, I shall grant no opportunities. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. On the 3rd second of battle, the throat-slitting damage, coupled with the explosive effect of the Plague Blade, obliterated the first phase, depleting 250,000 health points. As the health of the Soul Reaver dropped to a third, a layer of thunderous shield enveloped it, while 3 orbs of lightning materialized in the sky, continuously swirling around. 3 chains of thunder linked from these orbs to the Soul Reaver. Bloodlock. It was imperative to eliminate those 3 lightning orbs first. In the previous life, this phase had led to the annihilation of the team led by Qin Feng. After their defeat, Qin Xiaoyou threw a tantrum, insisting she did not wish to continue. leading Qin Feng to proceed without her. Remarkably, they succeeded on the next attempt. Although experience played a part, Qin Xiaoyou was undeniably of little assistance. Dodging skills was already a matter of life and death for her. Healing? Did she possess hands? Toxic dagger. Qin Feng awaited the cooldown of Shadow Step before effortlessly hurling a toxic dagger, striking true at the swirling lightning orb in midair. Following the throw, Qin Feng maintained his invisibility. While he was concealed, the Soul Reaver relentlessly unleashed area attacks. Yet for Qin Feng, evading those bolts of lightning was an instinctive reaction, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Darts flew forth, and shadow slashes erupted in succession, swiftly dismantling the 3 darting lightning orbs. On to the second phase, Divine Liberation. Shadow Slash. The blades glimmer, like a shadow, erupted from the thunder-wreathed figure, each strike generating a flurry of damage numbers. 3 seconds later, it plunged into the third phase. Waves of thunderous circles expanded outward from the center. In the previous life, this skill had compelled all members to don a set of thunder elemental resistance gear, supplemented by 4 priestly shields, barely allowing them to endure. However, this time, Qin Feng executed a shadow slash, teleporting to the ceiling of the hall, grasping a beam with one hand, perfectly evading all thunder circles. It must be said, the difficulty remained high. Yet Qin Feng had meticulously prepared countermeasures before the onset of battle. A mere 5 minutes into the conflict, amidst a frenzied release of thunderous attacks, Qin Feng activated the Black Light Shield, converting his evasion into a 7-layer damage reduction barrier. Then, with a Divine Liberation followed by a Shadow Slash, he cleaved through the last third of the Soul Reaver's health in an instant. The thunderous strikes that rained upon him were flawlessly deflected by the Black Light Shield. 3 seconds later, the thunderous form of the Soul Reaver, Faisal, disintegrated into scattered electric orbs upon ground. A system notification resonated in the minds of all players worldwide. Player Shadow, Jiang Haishi, achieves global first kill of platinum level, earning 10 points of prestige. As this system announcement spread, players around the globe were taken aback. Just moments ago, many had been discussing Shadow, presuming his progress was less than smooth. Yet, here he was, achieving a platinum-level first kill. Incredible. A solo kill? This is absurd. I have just arrived on the continent, still battling endlessly in the ruined city, and he has single-handedly slain a platinum-level foe. We besieged a gold-tier player, having been wiped out 3 times. How could a Shadow Overlord single-handedly eliminate a platinum? What level of talent is required to play like this? Damn, is it yet another shadow from the Great Xia? Who knows their true identity? I propose we launch a nuclear strike on Jiang Haishi in Great Xia. A splendid suggestion, but let us refrain from proposing such things in the future. Do you really think Great Xia is easy to provoke? Ha! You throw one, I'll throw one, and let us all descend into ruin together. Just as the system notification announced Qin Feng's first kill of a platinum in Shell Town, Qin Xiaoyou was met with a devastating blow from a silver-tier player wielding a massive axe, cleaving her in 2. You have died, losing 14 years of life, non-tradable. You have died, losing 2 days of life, tradable. Upon reviving in Shell Town, Qin Xiaoyou was dazed. Again, she had perished? In the team channel, a teammate's vitriol echoed. You useless healer. With such a huge axe, couldn't you dodge? Qin Xiaoyou, already displeased, retorted, Who are you calling useless? If you don't tank properly, how is it my fault for not dodging the skill? I'll dodge you. The teammate was enraged. How am I supposed to tank a range attack skill? Player level 8 Gale has exited the team. Soon, only 3 remained. Qin Xiaoyou, Chu Yan, and Zhang Wei. They had encountered another silver tier while leveling up, and this was the second time they had been defeated. Zhang Wei, unable to endure further, declared, The system says I'm hungry. I'm logging off to eat. Left alone, Chu Yan and Qin Xiaoyou soon met their demise again, reviving at the town square. Chu Yan, a short-haired archer, navigated through the crowd to Qin Xiaoyou's side, saying with resignation, Xiaoyou, shall we level up first? Otherwise, we'll lose all our life. Qin Xiaoyou was on the verge of tears. Why was this game so difficult? Then, witnessing the Shadow achieving a platinum kill, Her heart grew even more discontented. Why was it that all the teammates she encountered were so incompetent? Chapter 61. The Legendary Hand of Greed. The Bloodline of the Soul Devourer. The Land of Pure Souls. While other players merely heard a single announcement of a first kill, Qin Feng's notifications came in a flurry. You have slain the Soul Purger Faisal, Platinum. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 11. Your four-dimensional attributes have increased by 4. You have acquired 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have earned 20 evolution points. You have received 520 days of life, tradable. You have achieved the global first kill of a platinum, earning 10 points of reputation. Congratulations, you have become the master of the land of pure souls. This series of system notifications brought a sigh of relief to Qin Feng. After an hour's labor, he had finally succeeded. From this moment forward, Qin Feng had established a stronghold in this forsaken land of deities. Furthermore, and most importantly, this sanctuary could also yield tangible rewards in the real world. When Qin Feng became the master of the pure soul realm, he had the ability to extract it into reality and activate its magical defensive barrier. With the existence of this barrier, not even aircraft or tanks could breach the pure soul realm. As for the nuclear eggs, while others may be oblivious, Qin Feng was acutely aware of their status. When the Forsaken game descended, the large-scale weapons of mass destruction in reality began to succumb to corruption. Particularly, the most devastating nuclear eggs had become inoperable by the very first day. Aircraft and tanks might barely function for a month or two. Yet extracting the pure soul realm into the real world required over 300 years of tradable lifespan. In his previous life, Qin Feng had already accomplished this feat, using it as the stronghold for the God-slaying guild in reality. Familiar with the pure soul realm, Qin Feng did not dwell on it for long, and instead turned his attention to his latest gains. Firstly, he had leveled up to level 11. After reaching level 10, each level up granted him 4 points in all attributes and 10 points in free attribute points, which he continued to allocate to agility. Qin Feng intended to focus on agility until he reached level 20. Under the cloak of infinite invisibility, many challenges in the Forsaken game could be tackled without harm, provided his speed and reflexes were sufficiently swift. Thus, agility remained paramount for Qin Feng in the early stages. The golden rewards offered him 7 evolution points, but to his surprise, the platinum rewards granted a staggering 20 evolution points. With the greedy hand skill, Qin Feng noted that his total evolution points now amounted to 225, ample for 1 evolution of greedy hand. Before unleashing the skill on the pure soul keeper, Qin Feng chose to evolve it first. You have consumed 210 evolution points, remaining 15 points. Greedy Hand, epic legend skill of the assassin class, has a 300 to 500 probability of granting an additional loot reward. The additional loot obtained has a 100 chance of being upgraded by 1 tier. New passive effect. You gain 100 slots of greedy space for item storage. The results of the evolution dazzled Qin Feng. The additional loot had increased from 3 to 5 pieces, and he was unexpectedly granted a 100-slot storage space. This latter effect was something he had not anticipated and would undoubtedly facilitate his future monster hunting endeavors. After the advancement of Greedy Hand, Qin Feng cast the skill upon the corpse of the pure soul keeper. Instantly, 5 additional pieces of loot burst forth from the shattered body, with the most basic items being of platinum grade, intermingled with several emerald grade treasures. Among these were an emerald grade assassin's leather armor, an emerald grade assassin's necklace, with equipment requirements of level 13 and 15 respectively, as well as an emerald grade assassin skillbook requiring level 14 to learn. For the moment, he could not equip them, so he decided to store them at home. These loot items, ranging from levels 13 to 15, Qin Feng chose not to process immediately, intending to revisit them later. After all, the entire expanse of over 200 acres of the Pure Soul Realm Palace belonged to him, allowing him to store items without fear of them being taken or lost. As his followers entered, they gathered all the loot within the palace and piled it together. Qin Feng had just cleared the elemental monsters from the palace, which had dropped a considerable amount of items. Regardless of whether it pertains to equipment or skill books, he neither collected nor even glanced at them. At this moment, a devout follower conveniently arrived to gather all those items together. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already devised his subsequent developmental strategy. Upon arriving in the continent, he could seek out certain bloodline creatures to acquire his first bloodline. This element is a crucial component of player strength within the Forsaken game. Various bloodline creatures exist, and upon vanquishing them, players can obtain different bloodlines, each possessing unique effects. In this life, the bloodline most suited for me is undoubtedly the Soul Devourer. Upon acquiring this bloodline, I will gain the ability to absorb my own skills, with the potency of the absorbed skills directly correlating to the attributes and effects provided by the bloodline. In this lifetime, I can infinitely evolve my skills. Many low-tier skills hold no value for me. However, should I evolve them to the epic level and subsequently absorb them with the Soul Devourer bloodline, the attributes derived from my bloodline will reach an extraordinarily formidable level. It is worth noting that in the Forsaken game, each epic skill is exceedingly precious. Under normal circumstances, who would dare to utilize the Soul Devourer bloodline to consume an epic skill? Once a skill is absorbed, it becomes unusable and cannot be learned again. Yet, Qin Feng's situation in this life is different. Many inferior skills, or those with redundant effects, even when evolved to the epic level, are still inferior to initially epic skills. There are countless assassin skills. Among them, Qin Feng cannot possibly utilize all active attack skills. It suffices to retain only the most effective ones. Once he attains the Soul Devourer bloodline, he can fervently acquire skill books and significantly enhance his capabilities. At this moment, his private chat lit up. Nai Bai's Shuezi. Congratulations on your first kill of the platinum level. I also have good news. Dongfang Xian has finally logged off due to hunger. It is said that he is dining at a restaurant in Jiangnan, accompanied by several members of his family. Their family has acquired a substantial amount of lifespan and is preparing to transfer their strength into the game. Hearing this, Qin Feng finally smiled. Excellent. It seems that the Dongfang family's acquisition of lifespan is quite considerable. Upon returning to reality, I can extract the lifespan from those individuals afflicted by the blooming curse without wasting a single day. Chapter 62. Captain, please don't be like this. Of course, the Dongfang family's dining engagement will not conclude swiftly. Qin Feng is in no rush. Before returning to reality, he intends to address his spoils and consume the evolution points he had recently acquired through greedy hands. This will enable him to extract even more abilities into reality. From a Soul Reaper, Qin Feng had amassed a total of 100 evolution points. Adding the leftover points, he now had 115. Most skills that had yet to reach the epic level could be evolved accordingly. Qin Feng glanced over the skill list. There was nothing to deliberate. He proceeded to evolve each skill. He expended 42 evolution points to evolve the Shadow Cloak 3 times to the epic level. The duration of invisibility is now 36 seconds and 60 seconds. The concealed attack reaches an impressive figure of 300, 500. With a cooldown period of 22 seconds and an additional 15 seconds, it consumes 34 evolution points, enhancing the backstab ability twice to an epic level, increasing damage from 50 to 75. After this, 39 evolution points remain. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and decided against evolving the currently emerald-level venomous dart. Instead, he opted to expend 3 evolution points to enhance the blooming curse twice, evolving from emerald to diamond, and then to epic level. This spell can now be cast on the corpses of players who have died within the last 60 seconds, and it has gained an additional effect, the ability to obliterate the remains. Qin Feng was taken aback. This effect seemed rather useless within the game. It might hold some utility beyond it. He brushed aside such thoughts and proceeded to evolve the Dark Hour 3 times. You have consumed 123 evolution points, remaining 30 points. Dark Hour, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Epic erupts with dark radiance, blinding all enemies within the area. Cooldown 60, 343 seconds. Range 20, 30, 40. 50 meters. Base duration 10, 12, 14, 16 seconds. The higher the target's mental attribute, the shorter the duration, with 30 evolution points remaining. Qin Feng had just enough to elevate the blooming curse from epic to legendary. Should he proceed with the evolution? He contemplated. This skill had been acquired from an emerald chest bestowed by an ancient deity. In his previous life, he had never even heard of its name, only vaguely aware of its effects, underscoring its rarity. After all, such skill books were non-existent in the market. Given its unique nature, he decided to further evolve it. Every legendary skill possesses distinctive characteristics. Perhaps it would unveil some invaluable special effect. Ultimately, Qin Feng resolved to proceed with the evolution. You have consumed 30 evolution points. Remaining 0 points. Blooming Curse. Epic, legendary, a universal skill. Can be used on the corpses of players who have died within 60 to 300 seconds. Continuously siphoning their transferable lifespan. No. Simultaneously siphons 50 of the target's non-transferable lifespan. No. Can absorb scattered non-transferable lifespan orbs. In disbelief, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This was outrageous. Not only could he absorb all of the target's transferable lifespan, but he could also siphon 50 of their non-transferable lifespan. Even scattered orbs of non-transferable lifespan could be absorbed, while non-transferable lifespan couldn't be utilized to enhance skills in reality. In high-level zones, where the erosion of lifespan could accelerate 100-fold or even 1,000-fold, it would primarily consume non-transferable lifespan. With his skill, he would never lack for non-transferable lifespan. Having exhausted his evolution points, Qin Feng promptly informed Wang Ming and provided him with a nearby coordinate. Of course, it was not near the entrance to the soul cleansing grounds, but rather 500 meters away, where there were currently no monsters. The items for sale included loot dropped by the plague in circular and minor drops from within the soul cleansing grounds. The 100-slot backpack that came with a greedy hand proved to be exceptionally useful. All these items are on my person, and there is still ample space available. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction as he set off alone towards the designated coordinates. Soon, in the bedroom of a dilapidated residential building, Wang Ming and you and their 6 companions encountered Qin Feng, still veiled. As per tradition, I will state my price. If you find it unacceptable, you may decline. Qin Feng began to enumerate the items, starting with those of silver, gold, and platinum grades. This batch of goods held a total value of 180,000 days of tradable lifespan. And you, as always, was forthright. I'll take everything. After all, Qin Feng's prices were quite reasonable. Upon receiving the items, the Dragon Knight girl smiled so broadly that her eyes resembled crescent moons. Our development in Jianghai City will accelerate once again. In truth, many official military factions, including the Air Force of the Demon City and the 46th Artillery Corps, have been requesting equipment from us. However, we currently lack trading channels between cities. Thank you, Shadow Brother. And you gazed at Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes glimmering with joy. It's nothing. We help each other. Furthermore, do you wish to have some inferior, ordinary, and bronze items? Qin Feng inquired as he continued to produce more items. As he began to unveil even more, and you and the others were left astounded. How do you have so much space in your backpack? The silver, gold, and platinum materials that Qin Feng had just produced were already too much for you to carry alone. She needed Wang Ming's assistance to manage them. Yet, Qin Feng astonishingly retrieved over 30 ordinary and bronze items. Are you like Doraemon? Gu Yixue inquired curiously, approaching to touch Qin Feng's belly. Qin Feng looked puzzled. Ultimately, not just in you and Wang Ming, but even Gu Yixue, Lin Liu, the sharp-eyed archer, and the cardmaster uncle ended up with their bags filled to the brim. Fortunately, in this forsaken game, death does not cause one to lose items from their backpack. A friendly reminder, beneath the statue in the city ruins, there is a staircase leading down to a teleportation array that returns to the initial town. However, returning the first time will cost 500 days of lifespan. While subsequent returns incur no cost, please consider this wisely. Noticing their hesitance to confront monsters in this area, Qin Feng offered a gentle warning. With that, he turned and departed. Having concluded the transaction, it was time to return to reality. As he left, and you gazed at his fading silhouette, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. In a hushed voice within the team channel, she exclaimed, "Look, I told you the big shot might be a reincarnator. Otherwise, how could he possess such concealed information?" Wang Ming smacked his forehead. "Captain, and please don't say that. It gives me chills." The card master uncle chuckled. "Indeed, let us not be overly sensitive. We were merely driven away by the monsters. Otherwise, we could have surely found something nearby. Shadow merely has the ability to become invisible, so he is more familiar with the terrain, which is quite normal." Upon hearing this, and you fell in a deep thought. Suddenly, she asked, "Do you think my chances of learning Shadow would be high?" The group was left speechless. Chapter 63. The Ambitious Eastern Sage. A reliable woman? Just as in you and the others were devising a way to return to the initial town, Qin Feng has returned to the sanctum of cleansing souls. He firmly sealed the stone door at the entrance. To any approaching players, this stone door appeared as an impenetrable wall, rendering the entrance to the underground palace nearly undetectable. Even if a prodigy were to assault the stone door, its durability stood at an astounding 1 million, making it virtually impossible to breach in the short term. Later, he could procure some materials and scrolls to fortify the door. Upon entering the sanctum of cleansing souls, Qin Feng observed the familiar palace scene without much emotional stir. Instead, he opted to go offline. "Would you like to expend tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality?" "Confirm." Qin Feng selected yes. At this moment, he possessed a total of 203 years of tradable lifespan, which would afford him a significant enhancement in reality. Converted into days, this amounted to 304 days. He first extracted his level and class advancement abilities. This time, Qin Feng did not face much hassle. With an ample amount of tradable lifespan, he directly chose to synchronize in bulk. Level synchronization. Class advancement synchronization. A total of 27,000 days of lifespan was consumed, allowing Qin Feng's real-world level and class advancement to align seamlessly with his in-game status. Next came the skills. Previously, he had extracted Shadow Step, albeit at level 1. To elevate it to level 10, he needed slightly over 946 days. Qin Feng began selecting skills for extraction from the list. He expended 946 days to elevate Shadow Step to level 10. He spent 900 days extracting Backstab Enhancement. He consumed 1,000 days to acquire Greedy Hands. He utilized 200 days to extract Instant Shadow Slash. He spent 366 days to acquire Phantom Blur. He expended 16,099 days to extract the Blooming Curse. Lastly, he used 313 days to obtain the Shield of Blacklight. Note, the costs are calculated based on skill level and initial quality, as per the formula, not arbitrary figures. After these extractions, Qin Feng's tradable lifespan dwindled to just 480 days. He still fell short of the required lifespan for direct synchronization. He shook his head, reflecting on the skills he had yet to extract. Darkest Moment. Extraction requirement of 649 days. Grace of Liberation. Extraction requirement of 59,032 days. And a rather useless skill strike. The reason for the exorbitant requirement for Grace of Liberation was its initial status as an epic level skill. Gazing at his remaining lifespan, Qin Feng chose to extract 2 pieces of equipment. The first was a pair of golden grade stealth boots that enhanced both the duration of invisibility and the speed while cloaked, costing 600 days to extract. The second was a golden grade pendant of the devotee, which accelerated cooldowns and could summon a silver grade devotee, potentially proving useful. Extracting this cost him 394 days. The lifespan consumption for equipment extraction was half that of skills at the same level and quality, as equipment is consumable, while skills possess a permanent existence, justifying the greater expenditure. Ultimately, he was left with 486 days of tradable lifespan. However, his current combat strength in reality was now nearly on par with that in the game. He needed to accumulate more lifespan to ensure that during his next offline session, he could achieve complete synchronization. Once Qin Feng completed the extraction, his figure materialized within the confines of his modest bedroom. Technically speaking, this residence imbued with the essence of mountain and water, still belonged to Qin Xiaoyou. The goal of amassing over 1,300 years of life to extract the pure soul land seemed rather distant. Qin Xiaoyou was aware of this place. Prudence dictated that she should depart without delay. Qin Feng surveyed the familiar surroundings of his bedroom without a hint of nostalgia. He raised his hand and activated the greedy hand. Do not misconstrue. There were no corpses in this room. Qin Feng merely engaged the greedy hand's inherent 100-slot storage space. In the current reality devoid of monsters, the greedy hand held little utility, yet the 100 slots of storage remained exceedingly gratifying. Within the game, the 100 slots translated into a capacity of 100 cubic meters in reality and were calculated separately from the in-game space. Qin Feng proceeded to deposit all his belongings from the room into this space, even the bed, before making his exit. He activated his invisibility. Still without his phone, he ventured to the window, leaping from the 11th floor. Under the cover of night, no one discerned the presence of an invisible figure soaring through the darkness. As he neared the ground, Qin Feng executed a shadow slash, darting towards a roadside flower bed without attracting any attention. Although he had not retrieved all his equipment, his running speed in reality reached over 30 meters per second. The Jiangnan Hotel lay 15 kilometers from this community, easily reachable in under 10 minutes. Naturally, Qin Feng had no intention of hailing a taxi. In fact, his current speed far surpassed that of any vehicle. At this moment, the Jiangnan Hotel had been entirely booked by the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family, one of the indigenous clans of Jianghai City, had risen over several decades, spanning 3 generations, with Dongfang Xian being the most favored of the younger generation. In the hotel's largest private room, Dongfang Xian, along with several elder members of the family, gathered together. They dined while discussing matters concerning the Forsaken game. Previously, Dongfang Xian held little sway within the family, being merely a junior. However, with the advent of the Forsaken game, he now possessed the highest level, equipment, and combat prowess among the core members of the family. Many elders, although they had entered the Forsaken game, remained utterly bewildered by its mechanics, let alone the intricacies of combat. Several had been eliminated by monsters on 2 occasions, nearly suffering heart attacks. Ultimately, they had to pay exorbitant sums to be guided to level 3, allowing them to log out of the game. It is evident that many elderly players, once they succumbed to slumber and entered the Forsaken game, faced insurmountable odds of survival. Even if they remained indoors, trapped in a small town, within 2 or 3 days, their physical forms would succumb to starvation or dehydration. This encapsulates the true brutality of the Forsaken game. It was still the first day, and many had yet to grasp its severity. Yet, in reality, even among the youth and middle-aged individuals, numerous souls had already spiraled into despair. For instance, individuals like Iron Man, who had perished beyond hope, with but a few days left to live, had resorted to begging for lifespan in Beaktown. At this moment, Dongfang Xian felt a sense of smug satisfaction at the dining table. The game of divine abandonment has arrived. It is indeed an era belonging to young individuals like him. Moreover, the Dongfang family possesses assets worth hundreds of billions in Jianghai City, spanning various industries. They have now converted most of their liquid assets into tradable lifespans. Dongfang Xian carries with him a remarkable 250,000 days of tradable lifespan, embodying youthful exuberance. My intention is to have the family's offspring enter the game, acquire equipment and skill books, and ascend to level 10 at the swiftest pace possible, thereby securing a competitive advantage to carve out a place in this forthcoming era. Additionally, there is another matter at hand. Regarding Shadow, I have dispatched a reliable woman to approach him, and she has successfully added him as a friend. Once an opportunity arises to extract Shadow's true identity, we can set our plans into motion. If we can control Shadow in reality, making him an asset to the Dongfang family, our rise will be truly formidable. As Dongfang Xian passionately articulated his vision, 2 security guards clad in black suits stationed outside the private room suddenly unleashed a flurry of blades, their blood splattering as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 64. Release the Hounds. A bloody hunt. The bodies of the two slain guards lay grotesquely at the entrance of Jiangnan Hotel's largest private room. The soundproofing of the room was remarkably effective. Those inside remained oblivious to the commotion outside. After swiftly eliminating the two with a fleeting strike, Qin Feng stood concealed at the doorway. His agility was unparalleled. He could even hear Dongfang Xian's fervent speech within. A reliable woman? Qin Feng couldn't suppress a smile. Little did Dongfang Xian know that the so-called dependable woman had long since betrayed him. However, they surprisingly possessed firearms. Qin Feng examined the two corpses, choosing to bide his time. Although he had the skills of Shadowy Mirage and the Blacklight Shield, evasion was not guaranteed. He had also refrained from extracting armor into the real world. A bullet to the heart or head would spell certain death. What was the situation inside the room? Even with my invisibility, I could easily fall victim to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, ending up shot by a stray bullet. Caution was the better part of valor. Returning to reality, Qin Feng found himself equipped with an array of tactics. He raised his hand and summoned a devout follower through his equipment's special effect. A gaunt, gray figure crawled forth, appearing at the entrance of Jiangnan Hotel. A silver-tier devout follower, equipped with sharp claws for melee and green flames for ranged attacks. As a silver-tier entity, the devout follower boasted formidable damage resistance, capable of withstanding gunfire for a considerable duration. Enter, Qin Feng commanded. He then stealthily retreated to a corner where a camera had already been destroyed. The core members of the Dongfang family, spanning from the elder generation to the middle-aged and the younger, totaled over 40 individuals, most of whom were gathered here. Their levels range from 3 to 8, with none having reached level 10, and thus none could extract abilities into the real world. The emaciated and devout believer burst through the ornate wooden doors, shattering them with a single forceful entry, instantly eliciting a cacophony of screams. The terrified cries were a medley of male and female voices, young and old, all caught off guard by the sudden intrusion. How outrageous! Who dares? What is this creature? Stay back. Could this possibly be a monster from the Forsaken game? Oh my heavens, help! Help! A series of gunshots erupted from within the grand room. Yet all that echoed through the air were the anguished wails of humanity. In reality, even armed, these individuals possessed incredibly feeble defensive capabilities, rendered utterly vulnerable. For the silver-tier believers, a mere swipe of their claws could extinguish a life. A breath of green flame would incinerate an entire area. Since Qin Feng had decided to act, he harbored no intentions of leaving any survivors. As the gunfire resonated through the room, the bodyguards of the Dongfang family, stationed outside the Jiangnan restaurant, were finally stirred. However, it was evident that their numbers were quite limited. Typically, such a gathering of the Dongfang family would require the protection of at least 30 to 50 individuals. Yet now, only a scant dozen remained, all fiercely loyal. As for the other bodyguards, who would serve as a protector when the Forsaken game had descended, the remaining dozen were seasoned veterans. Their loyalty compensated with lifespans traded by the Dongfang family. They were reluctant to stay, and their skills were not particularly exceptional. Those with high professional talents had long since entered the game to hunt monsters, needing not the charity of family enterprises. As the dozen bodyguards charged forward, armed with machetes and iron rods rather than firearms, they approached the door and peered inside, only to be struck dumb with terror. Some were even compelled to vomit. What is that abomination? Everyone is dead. Wait, there's a vast amount of lifespan inside. At least 10,000. We must flee. There's that monster. Do you value your life so little? Just as this group had ascended the stairs and caught a glimpse of the scene within, they immediately turned to escape in a panic. However, in that moment, Shadow Slash, Qin Feng, concealed in the shadows, struck decisively. A figure darted across the room, blades flashing. Even the shattered lens of a surveillance camera was splattered with crimson blood. In the span of merely 2 minutes, this elegant Jiangnan restaurant had transformed into a hellish landscape. Yet, soon after, as the devout believer returned to Qin Feng's side, he raised his hand and dismissed it. The gaunt and eerie gray figure gradually dissipated until it vanished entirely. Then, crimson flowers bloomed throughout the scene. Qin Feng moved stealthily through the sea of corpses, as if strolling through a garden. Wherever he tread, The flowers of death blossomed. These deathly blooms not only absorbed all the tradable lifespans of those present, but also possessed the ability to obliterate evidence. The blood splattered throughout the venue, along with the corpses, transformed into wisps of pale white smoke during the absorption process of the flower of death, a truly bountiful harvest. A subtle smile graced Qin Feng's lips. The esteemed Dongfang Xian possessed a tradable lifespan of 250,000 days, of which only half had initially manifested. However, as the crimson petals blossomed upon his lifeless form, the remainder of his tradable lifespan was drawn into Qin Feng's essence. As Qin Feng slowly entered the private room, he beheld the dismembered Dongfang Xian, his head removed and cast aside next to a plate of Australian lobsters, resting alongside the head of one of the lobsters. His eyes remained wide open, unyielding in death. This individual left the mortal coil without ever comprehending which aspect had gone awry, oblivious to the fact that he had fallen victim to the shadows. Few had encountered the devout believer. Perhaps only the Grey Rose and her companions could recall anything related to Qin Feng. As for the others, who could fathom what manner of entity this was? In his final moments, Dongfang Xian's last thought lingered. How could the monsters from the Forsaken Game infiltrate reality? Merely 2 minutes later, the flower of death dissipated from the Jiangnan Hotel. The staff, initially occupied in the kitchen, had vaguely heard the commotion outside, but refrained from venturing out, for it was a gathering of the Dongfang family, and they dared not intrude. However, as time passed, an eerie sense of unease enveloped them. Upon emerging, their expressions were one of utter bewilderment. The private room lay in shambles, with tables, chairs, and vases shattered and strewn about. Meanwhile, pale white smoke swirled slowly in the corridor, gradually dissipating. Where had everyone gone? What had become of the multitude from the Dongfang family? The curse of the blooming flower had obliterated all traces of the bodies, leaving no evidence behind. As for the orchestrator, Qin Feng had long since departed the Jiangnan Hotel. This time, it was a grand harvest. The tradable lifespans of all had been absorbed, along with an additional 50 days of non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng realized that he had wisely spent 30 evolution points to upgrade the blooming curse to legendary status. Truly a fortuitous evolution. Chapter 65, A True Talent. No wonder he is a koi. After leaving the Jiangnan Hotel, Qin Feng sought refuge in a secluded corner, where he assessed the fruits of his labor. He had acquired a total of 74 years of tradable lifespan, equivalent to 270,000 days. Additionally, through the blooming curse, he had extracted over 480 years of non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng felt that the non-tradable lifespan acquired from these individuals was rather meager. It is worth noting that he had dispatched nearly 50 individuals in this endeavor. However, considering that a portion of them were elderly and had emerged from the Forsaken Game at level 3, they had already perished numerous times during their ascent, depleting most of their non-tradable lifespan. Even so, the gains from this venture were immense. Just previously, he had engaged in trade with Yu, selling a plethora of equipment for less than 20,000 days. Yet, this excursion yielded an astonishing 270,000 days, a remarkable cost-effectiveness that far surpassed his expectations. As for the non-transferable lifespan he possessed, it had accumulated to an astonishing 327 years. Truly a harbinger of wealth. Qin Feng chuckled. He cast one last glance at the Jiangnan Hotel, faintly hearing the distant wail of police sirens, and departed silently. This time, the curse of blooming flowers had proven to be remarkably effective. Not only did he reap immense rewards, but with the crimson blossoms, he also obliterated all traces of the corpses and bloodstains in the vicinity, evaporating them into a dense white mist. All the core members of the Dongfang family, along with more than a dozen bodyguards, seemed to have vanished without a trace. Even when the police arrived, they could find no evidence whatsoever. As for the repercussions of the Dongfang family's disappearance, Qin Feng paid them no mind. Such occurrences would become increasingly common in the future. For the police of the Great Xia, it would likely be classified as a disappearance and subsequently ignored, even if they suspected a connection to the shadows. They had no evidence. Qin Feng recalled that the initial chaos lasted several days. Many individuals dared not leave the game, fearing to venture out to slay monsters. Instead, opting to huddle in the safety zone, hurriedly logging off only to eat and relieve themselves. It wasn't until the official investigators, either cultivated or recruited by the Great Xia, extracted their occupational abilities into reality that they could barely manage to apprehend the criminals, allowing the situation to stabilize somewhat. Of course, against Qin Feng's thorough methods of obliterating evidence, even the investigators' abilities yielded no clues. Unless they obtained skills with retroactive capabilities later on, they would be unable to discern what had transpired. However, such skills involving time and space were nearly impossible to manifest in recent years. The next target, Qin Xiaoyou. The headquarters of the Qin Group had relocated to North America long before the arrival of the Forsaken game, and the board of directors was also based there. Currently, the only one he could address was Qin Xiaoyou. Eliminating her would suffice. However, the journey from Jianhai City to Modu City spanned nearly 300 kilometers, and walking would take 2 or 3 hours. Too much time wasted. He needed to find a way to acquire a mount. Qin Feng mused. He moved stealthily through the streets of Jianhai City, the cold night wind blowing as he encountered few souls along the way. Many restaurants had already closed their doors, and there wasn't a single delivery rider in sight. Instead of seeking a grand hotel, Qin Feng opted for a humble guest house to check in. Given the sluggish operation of the economic system in larger hotels, the guest house offered more convenient transactions. Naturally, Qin Feng had no mobile phone and could only pay with his lifespan, directly relinquishing 1 hour. It seemed a paltry amount, yet it thrilled the guest house owner to no end. "Please come in, sir." 1 hour of lifespan, at the current value of 130,000, is equivalent to 250 yuan. At this juncture, the authorities had already begun printing money, leading to a steady decline in the value of cash until a new economic system centered on lifespan was established. Qin Feng settled into the guest house, casually consuming a bowl of instant noodles and refreshing himself. Qin Feng re-entered the game. He was not particularly anxious about food, as he anticipated a special source of sustenance would soon become available. Until then, a simple meal would suffice. After closing his eyes for 10 seconds, his corporeal form sitting on the sofa gradually faded, becoming semi-transparent. Welcome back to the Forsaken game. A notification resonated in his mind. He opened his eyes to find himself within the palace of his own pure soul domain. The dimly lit underground chamber echoed with the faint sound of dripping water, lending an eerie and damp atmosphere. His plan was to take advantage of the many monsters still lingering in the ruins, particularly in Jianhai City, to expedite his leveling up. Furthermore, the remnants contained valuable silver and gold tier loot, which could be exchanged for additional lifespan. However, upon logging in, an unexpected private message disrupted his strategy. "And you, hey, big boss." Just now, Xiaohei discovered the entrance to a tomb in the city ruins, but there's a gold-tier vengeful spirit guarding the entrance, and we can't defeat it. We've noted the coordinates. Do you want to give it a try? Qin Feng was taken aback. "Xiaohei? Oh, you mean Lin Liu, whom the big shot calls Xiaohei. So we all call her that too, haha." And you chuckled as she spoke. It was indeed her. Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. How did she find it? And you sighed. "Didn't the boss tell us to return to the initial town?" On our way back, we took a slightly longer route to avoid some minor monsters, and suddenly noticed someone was missing. After searching for a while, we found Xiaohei had stepped into a pit and fallen in. Since it was a special area of the tomb, we couldn't use team chat. Following the pit inward, we encountered a level 12 gold tier monster chasing us. Thankfully, we managed to escape quickly. We've returned to Shell Town now. If you wish to explore the tomb, I can send you the coordinates. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Fortune indeed favors the fortunate. To stumble upon a tomb just by stepping into a hole in the city ruins. It's worth noting that tombs, like the shrines of worship and cursed relics, are random outdoor opportunities. If one can conquer it and slay the final boss, the rewards are substantial. There may even be special rewards, including the mounts Qin Feng currently desires. Thus, Qin Feng replied, "All right, please send me the coordinates." And you responded with enthusiasm, "Sure. If any items drop that you can't use, remember to sell them to us." That was indeed her true intention. She had ample lifespan to trade. The more equipment and skill books Qin Feng acquired, the faster their progress would be. Therefore, she generously offered the tomb's coordinates to Qin Feng without considering any exchange in return. Surprised by Yu's generosity, Qin Feng felt a fondness for such friendships. He then departed from the pure soul domain, heading stealthily towards the coordinates provided, located 14 kilometers away in the city ruins. Along the way, he eliminated several waves of monsters, collecting spoils as he went. Soon, he arrived at the designated coordinates and noticed a well situated within the dilapidated courtyard. Is this entrance a well? Can one truly fall into this well while walking? Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. He couldn't help but marvel at Lin Liu, that woman. Truly a remarkable talent. Chapter 66. Instant Kill of the Vengeful Spirit. Platinum Skill, Shadow Blade of the Night. With a leap, Qin Feng plunged into the well. He observed that the well was not particularly deep, and there were protruding bricks at the edge that could aid in climbing back up. However, once inside, he had crossed into the realm of the tomb. You have entered the tomb of resentment. Your long-range communication will be disrupted. Qin Feng paid it no mind. Upon reaching the bottom of the well, he discovered a 3-meter wide passage ahead, illuminated by faintly glowing night stones on either side. Maintaining his stealth, he advanced silently. After progressing 100 meters, he encountered a grotesque, rotund creature wielding a massive cleaver, standing guard before a dilapidated door. Vengeful Spirit, 12, grade, gold, towering over 2 meters. Its imposing figure was accompanied by rusted cleavers that reeked of decay, resembling a grotesque mass of flesh. This very guardian had caused Yu and her companions to flee in terror. Qin Feng was certain that, given their personalities, they must have attempted to confront it. After all, they possessed golden equipment and skills. It was unlikely they would retreat at the mere sight of it. Yet, it was evident that their attempts had ended in failure. The Vengeful Spirit was an entity he had little experience with. However, judging by its form, it seemed to be a physical attacker with formidable power and an extensive range. Could Wang Ming withstand such an assault? Qin Feng speculated briefly. The equipment and skill books he had sold did not offer much in terms of defense. If Wang Ming lacked adequate defense and suffered rapid health loss from the attacks, even the strongest healer would be powerless to save him. Of course, being instantly killed was unlikely. After all, Wang Ming, as a Holy Shield warrior, currently boasted a health pool of at least 4,000 to 5,000. He must have lost more than half his health from a single strike, prompting him to flee in haste. Yet for Qin Feng, the question of endurance was moot, because of the blessing of liberation. Shadow Slash. Activating the active effect of Blessing of Liberation, Qin Feng gripped the Blade of Plague and surged forth. The golden grade Vengeful Spirit, with its putrid, bloated form, was met with a flurry of dazzling blade lights. 3,987. 13555 weakness attack. 3,987. A total of 9 blade lights erupted, accompanied by 9 damage figures appearing above the decayed behemoth's head. Qin Feng glanced at the results with a hint of surprise. Its defenses were remarkably high. His shadow skill had now reached the epic level, with a breach attack of 535 points, significantly higher than before, even against a platinum-grade pure soul. His shadow slash could inflict nearly 5,000 points of damage in a single strike. Yet, this corpulent creature only took less than 4,000. Fortunately, it had little impact on his overall strategy. Now, with nearly all of his skills at the epic level, their cumulative effect was explosive. An epic skill against a gold-grade opponent was akin to slicing through vegetables. With a single shadow slash executed, Qin Feng maintained his stealth and retreated to a safe distance. Its total health was approximately 120,000 from the severing harm bestowed by liberation. After merely 2 leaps, the frenzied wraith, wildly slashing about, was vanquished on the spot. A multitude of decaying flesh fragments erupted, littering the ground. Qin Feng remained cloaked in invisibility, maintaining a distance of over 30 meters from the corpse. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that he cautiously approached. Having suffered greatly in his previous life, he was exceedingly prudent in all his actions. Some foes would self-destruct upon death, a pitfall many had encountered. Entire teams had painstakingly triumphed only to be annihilated by the explosion of a corpse. The hard-won spoils were often snatched away by passing players, their greedy hands eager for riches. Qin Feng directed his gaze towards the wraith's lifeless form and activated greedy hands. A golden hand seemed to extend from the void, grasping at the scattered remnants of the wraith's body. Instantly, 5 additional spoils erupted forth. 7 beams of platinum light radiated from the bounty. Among them was a skill book and an item suitable for Qin Feng's use. Dark Knight Ring Blade, Platinum Level Assassin Class Skill. Infuses the blade with dark power, dealing dark elemental damage to all enemies within a radius of 5 meters, adding 500 points of dark elemental attack. Cooldown, 57 seconds. Required level, 11. This was an elemental output skill for the assassin profession. My shadow class possesses base attribute bonuses of 3, 8, and 5 points respectively. The mental enhancement surpasses even that of strength. Therefore, my current base spell attack power exceeds my base physical attack. However, the Plague Blade is a standard physical weapon, augmenting physical attack power. Should I attempt to unleash a spell attack with the Plague Blade, the damage would be considerably diminished. Nevertheless, this skill, being level 11 and initially of platinum quality, offers a remarkable enhancement. Let us evolve it into the epic tier, Qin Feng commanded. You have consumed 123 evolution points. 36 points remaining. Dark Knight Ring Blade, Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic inflicts dark elemental damage on all enemies within a radius of 57,912 meters. Adding 50075010001,300 points of dark elemental attack. Cooldown, 57 seconds. Required level, 11. After the skill's evolution, the range expanded from 5 meters to 12 meters, a true transformation. Moreover, the additional attack surged from 500 points to 1,300 points. Given that this is a ranged attack rather than a single target one, the added damage is not overly formidable. The total damage from a single release still pales in comparison to Shadow Slash. However, it proves to be a divine skill for clearing minor foes. Although Shadow Slash boasts a 5-meter cutting range, it ultimately functions in a linear fashion. Frequently, it fails to cleanse an entire area of lesser enemies. In contrast, the Dark Knight Ring Blade envelopes a 12-meter radius of dark elemental damage, equivalent to a circular area with a diameter of 24 meters. Had Qin Feng learned this skill earlier, his efficiency in purging the soul purge grounds would have doubled. Upon mastering this skill, Qin Feng then turned his attention to the next platinum tier assassin equipment. Wrath Leather Armor, Platinum Physical Defense 55, All Elemental Resistance 45. Damage Block 42, Health 777. Equipment Requirement, Level 12. Resentment. After being attacked, gain 30 points of base attack power. Once reaching level 12, Qin Feng can finally replace the 5-level golden grade Ghostfire Leather Armor he currently possesses. Although the resentment effect may not have significant impact, it is better than nothing, especially considering the armor's high base defense, resistance, and blocking capabilities. As for the other spoils dropped, there are about 20 items in total. Selling them all could net over 10,000 days of lifespan. It is worth noting that the golden grade Vengeful Spear he defeated only granted him a little over 1,000 days of lifespan. Even after using the greedy hand to obtain 5 additional rewards, it only amounted to 300 days. He is now prepared to enter the tomb. Ideally, he hopes to find something valuable, perhaps even a mount. Standing before the dilapidated stone door, Qin Feng reached out and pushed it open. At that very moment, in Shell Town, Qin Xiaoyou found herself engulfed in confusion and despair. Chapter 67. Has your mind been consumed by the crawlers? As time in the game progressed, many players in the initial towns faced increasingly dire situations. Even in Shell Town, where thousands of players congregated, many were plunged into existential doubt. Qin Xiaoyou was among them. Awakening in the town center, she listened to the cacophony of frustrated players around her. I've died again. How are there so many in this starting town? One lamented. I heard the wild monsters absorb our lifespan to level up. Aren't they just evolved from lesser creatures? Our team was on the verge of defeating a silver grade monster, but it ran away, and to make matters worse, it summoned 2 more silver ones, leading to our annihilation. Crying out, "Is there any expert who can help? I have only 1 day of lifespan left. If I die again, it's truly over, and I'm just 20 points away from leveling up." Another pleaded, "Boss Wong. It's me, the Iron Man. Don't you remember me? I've done work for you before. I'm out of lifespan, and I know you've bought plenty. Could you lend me a few days? Recruiting elite teams. Let us teleport for free to the new town after midnight to hunt lesser monsters." Inside the town, players came and went, yet almost everyone wore a dejected expression, shadows of despair clouding their faces. With so many players in Shell Town, countless lesser monsters have been exterminated. Yet for some inexplicable reason, a plethora of silver and even golden tier monsters appeared. These were far beyond the capabilities of average players to handle. Normal crawlers granted 3 days of lifespan upon defeat, making it seem as though the game was generous in gifting lifespan to players. However, in reality, players perished repeatedly, losing over half of their once valuable lifespan that was deemed non-tradable. Qin Xiaoyou faced a similar fate. She had perished once more, with her tradable lifespan at 0 and only 2.5 years of non-tradable lifespan remaining. A few more deaths, and she would be on the brink of demise. In desperation, she had logged off earlier and reached out to many of her former acquaintances. "What? You didn't respond to my advances before, but now you want me to help you level up? Helping you level up? That is not impossible, but if you spend a night with me, I'll assist you for an hour. Come find me. The address is laughable. I'm a platinum tier talent now. I've taken flight. What woman can I have in the future? Get lost." Those who flatter her either reject her outright or even berate her. Alternatively, they choose to remain silent, seemingly still engrossed in the game. This left Qin Xiaoyou questioning her very existence. In truth, she possessed a hidden profession and a golden level talent, which should have guaranteed her survival. However, her skills were woefully inadequate. Aside from the previous life as Qin Feng, who would guide her, who also would be willing to team up with her. In a typical online game, she would have been pursued by many eager players. Yet in this forsaken game, where life expectancy was at stake and abilities could be extracted into reality, who would want to carry a burden? Thus, Qin Xiaoyou realized that at such a critical juncture of life and death, she seemed to have no one to rely on. Zhang Wei, who had previously assisted her, had already formed another team. Even her close friend, Chu Yin, opted to log off, preferring to wait until after midnight to transport to her parents' town. Seeking safety in slaying minor monsters, the wilderness of Beak Town was no longer a realm for the average player to traverse. What about Qin Feng? At this moment, Qin Xiaoyou finally recalled her brother. No matter the circumstances, he would certainly not abandon her. With no other options available, she resolved to return to their home in Shanghai Impression and seek him out. While most players were embroiled in turmoil, Qin Feng surged forth with unstoppable momentum. Within the tomb of resentment, he fought his way deep into the crypt. Numerous minor monsters lurked within the tomb, including skeletal remains reduced to mere bones, half-bodied crawlers, and grotesque amalgamations of flesh known as stitchers, all ranging from levels 10 to 12. Qin Feng continued his onslaught, rapidly accumulating experience points. Although the experience required to ascend from level 11 to 12 was considerable, as long as there were enough minor monsters, his leveling speed remained unhampered. Moreover, he had learned the expansive attack skill, Nightblade. The efficiency in clearing minor monsters increased dramatically. Upon entering each new chamber of the crypt, he would activate his stealth, wielding the Plague Blade to cleave through the darkness, sending waves of lethal energy radiating outward in a 12-meter radius. Those level 10 to 12 monsters were vanquished with a single strike. At this pace, he had likely completed half of the exploration. He summoned a devout follower to investigate an alternate path. The tomb was riddled with numerous forks, most of which led to dead ends. Each time he encountered such a situation, Qin Feng directed his follower down another route, commanding it to eliminate any monsters encountered. Although the follower was merely an 8-level creature, it was a silver grade summon and capable of dispatching some minor foes with ease. At this rate, within another 10 minutes, he would successfully navigate the entirety of the tomb. He hoped for a platinum reward at the end that would yield a platinum-grade treasure chest. With anticipation, Qin Feng pressed onward. Meanwhile, outside Beak Town, over 10 kilometers away, a devilish muscle-bound crawler, having undergone enhancement to achieve golden status, fell to the ground, slain by a swift strike of sword energy. Before the lifeless body stood the silhouettes of 6 individuals. It was none other than Wang Ming and Ning Yu, along with their companions. Truly, Captain An's prowess is formidable. At once, a youth bearing a longbow, a police officer named Ma Niaoyang, approached with an ingratiating grin, eager to flatter Yu. He was the son of a director from a certain bureau in Jianghai City and had always been Yu's sycophant. Following the arrival of the godforsaken game, Ma Niaoyang had opted for a random profession, yet failed to acquire a hidden class, instead being assigned the role of an archer, which left him quite vexed. Upon discovering that Yu was a hidden class dragon sword master, his obsequiousness intensified considerably. Disregarding his flattery, Yu turned to Wang Ming and remarked, "This gold is merely at level 8, and we've been battling for over 10 minutes. I truly wonder how a powerhouse like you managed to vanquish a platinum alone." Before Wang Ming could respond, Ma Niaoyang interjected, "He's merely a lecherous assassin, relying on stealth to wear down his opponents. He is destined to remain inconspicuous." Without turning back, Yu retorted, "You know nothing." Unfazed, Ma Niaoyang pondered for a moment before continuing. "I have heard that the police in Magic City have a hunter who has achieved level 3 in anti-invisibility. In my opinion, we should devise a trap to uncover the identity of the shadow in reality and then restrain him. Such individuals can only be secured for our official use to ensure safety. Otherwise, incidents like those involving Song Fei and Jiang Li will recur. Are we to clean up after him every time?" At this, Yu furrowed his brow and glanced at him. "Have you lost your mind? Currently, it is not he who seeks our assistance. Rather, we must ensure we provide it to align our interests with his, thereby enabling collaboration. The global gold first kill and platinum first kill were both achieved solo. Individuals of such caliber cannot be antagonized. Are you out of your wits?" After being chastised by Yu, Ma Niaoyang wore a sullen expression, grappling with confusion. Was he not merely a fragile assassin? If only the anti-invisibility level was sufficient. Why would they fear the shadow? Yu, however, paid him no mind. "Disperse and continue the search," he commanded, gesturing for the other officials, including Ma Niaoyang, to scatter. Once they departed, Yu stepped forward to collect the dropped items: a piece of golden equipment for a priest, a silver piece, and a silver skill book. Alas, the powerhouse, with a mere flick of his hand, had bestowed upon them several golden and even platinum items. How many had he slain? Or was his talent akin to treasure hunting? Were these treasures procured from chests? Yu was utterly perplexed. At that moment, Wang Ming approached, hesitantly inquiring, "Actually, we still lack an understanding of the Shadow's character. What if he continues to kill? Shall we continue to clean up after him? There may be dissent from above." Yu shook his head. "Regardless of how they perceive it, I am resolute in my cooperation with the Shadow. Even if they refuse to assist him, I will personally ensure he is taken care of." Wang Ming, Lin Liu, Gu Yixue, the keen-eyed archer and the card master uncle. A profound resentment dwells deep within the tomb. Qin Feng pressed onward, vanquishing over 200 lesser foes, among which were several bronze and silver adversaries. His experience surged to level 11.5, with the 12th level now within reach. At last, he arrived at the innermost sanctum of the tomb, where he beheld a golden coffin, the ultimate reward for exploring this crypt concealed within that very casket. However, opening it would surely summon some form of peril. With resolve, Qin Feng summoned his faithful acolyte, directing it to advance and lift the coffin lid. A chilling white mist surged forth, coalescing into a mummified corpse ensconced in bandages. Son of Resentment, 12. Rank, golden level, curse it. Qin Feng muttered upon realizing it was merely a golden level entity, his frustration mounting. Without waiting for its form to fully materialize, he brandished the blade of pestilence, bestowing an instant liberation, augmented by a swift shadow slash. The mummified figure erupted in a flurry of 9 glimmering blades. 9 damage numbers erupted forth. Roar! The sun of resentment was struck, losing half its health in an instant. Merely a second later, 9 even greater damage numbers erupted above its head, leading to its swift demise. Curse it! Qin Feng exclaimed. After all this effort, was this creature even more fragile than the specters at the entrance? He shook his head knowingly. He understood that such seemingly frail beings often posed a greater threat to players. For this suggested they wielded a greater array of attacks and inflicted higher damage. Yet, to him, it mattered little. Golden-level entities were easily dispatched. Upon eliminating the Sun of Resentment, he did not hurry, but instead patiently awaited further developments. With the Sun of Resentment present, who could claim that the Father of Resentment did not exist? This forsaken game was rife with pitfalls. Oftentimes, what appeared to be the final monster was merely an appetizer. Having never encountered this tomb in his previous life, Qin Feng was uncertain what further surprises awaited him. After approximately half a minute of silence within the crypt, he instructed his acolyte to drag the Son of Resentment's corpse to a corner. Greed's hand, he reached forth, successfully uncovering a trove of spoils. Alas! As he surveyed the 6 platinum items, none were suited for an assassin. The Son of Resentment, what a disappointment, Qin Feng sighed. He promptly commanded his acolyte to inspect the coffin. Just as the acolyte reached out, peering inside, a blinding white beam erupted from the coffin, obliterating the acolyte's head. 12988, weak point attack. Your summoned acolyte, silver level, has been slain. Receiving the system notification, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had sent his acolyte to investigate. Otherwise, it would have been his own head that met such a fate. Regrettably, after the beam's eruption, silence reigned once more. The anticipated platinum-level Father of Resentment did not materialize, leaving him profoundly disappointed. It seemed he was left with no choice but to claim the golden-level reward. After a brief wait, once the summoning cooldown for the acolyte had elapsed, he summoned another. In this realm, identical summons, barring special conditions, could exist no more than one at a time. After Qin Feng summoned the devout follower, he beckoned the faithful to step forward once more. The frail, grayish figure obediently approached the coffin and reached out to open it. Boom! A blinding pillar of white light erupted, and yet another devout follower was vanquished. Enough is enough. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched. If this had been someone else, they would have perished multiple times by now. Qin Feng never anticipated that while the monster summoning phase would proceed smoothly, he would become ensnared at the treasure chest, a situation he could not afford to waste time on. He had to find a way to claim the chest. Even if it meant dying once, he had the ghostly bell and would suffer no loss. Without waiting for the devout follower's summons, Qin Feng activated the black light shield and approached the coffin himself. He reached out, but there was no reaction. Just twice? He pondered. It seemed absurd for the initial traps to trigger more than that. Cautiously, he peered into the trap. A golden-grade treasure chest awaited. He extended his hand to open it. A gentle golden light radiated from within, revealing a grayish bell before Qin Feng. Is this a mount bell? Has a mount truly appeared? Qin Feng was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had wished for a mount to emerge from this tomb. And indeed it had. Was this sheer luck on his part? Or perhaps influenced by Lin Liu? After all, it was she who had stumbled upon this crypt. Qin Feng had to concede that there was a hint of mysticism surrounding her. Regardless, he had successfully acquired his first mount. Although the specifics remained uncertain, any mount would surely expedite his travels significantly. Coolme. Qin Feng reached out and grasped the mount bell. Mount bell, Phantom Nightwalker Wolf upon use. Summons a Phantom Nightwalker Wolf, level 12, which can assist in combat and be ridden. Level requirement, 12. A Phantom Nightwalker Wolf? Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. This creature was among the fastest mounts obtainable in the early stages. What a remarkable stroke of luck. Alas, he needed to reach level 12 to utilize it. So he must first eliminate some monsters to level up. Qin Feng retraced his steps. Meanwhile, at the Mountain Water Impression Community, Building 11, 11th floor, Qin Xiaoyou hurriedly returned home, hoping to find Qin Feng to save her. However, Upon entering and searching frantically, she was left dumbfounded. Qin Feng was nowhere to be found. Not only was he missing, but so were his bed, desk, clothes, and everything else. Chapter 69. Clearing the Colosseum Ruins. The Nightwalker Wolf. Where is he? Qin Xiaoyou stood frozen. Gazing at the empty room that belonged to Qin Feng, she found it hard to believe. After a few seconds of shock, she quickly pulled out her phone, but upon dialing, the system informed her that it was powered off. After searching for a while, she discovered Qin Feng's phone in the trash, utterly smashed and rendered unusable. She realized she had to accept a harsh reality. She had completely lost contact with Qin Feng. He had departed from the accursed tomb. From the depths of the well, a swift shadow emerged, leaping back to the surface. He glanced at his experience bar, noting that he was still a small fraction away from reaching level 12. The immediate goal was to gain experience. A significant advancement awaited him, the discovery of the bloodline devourer monster. However, Qin Feng recalled that these creatures did not spawn around the ruins of Zhanghai City. He resolved to level up to 15, unlock intercity teleportation, and venture to the ruins of the Demon City for further exploration. In his previous life as a warrior, he had not delved deeply into the specifics of the bloodline devourer. He merely remembered that such creatures had appeared around the Demon City ruins, particularly near the terrifying sea ship just outside the ruins. If he failed to locate them there, he would have to enlist official assistance in gathering information. Of course, at this stage, other players could hardly survive within the city ruins, let alone escape them. Qin Feng made his way towards what he remembered as the largest gathering of monsters within the Zhanghai City ruins. It was a Colosseum ruin, situated to the north of the Zhanghai City ruins, sprawling over an area equivalent to 4 or 5 football fields. Even beneath the surface, 2 additional layers of arena existed, characterized by a convoluted environment teeming with monsters. For other players, venturing into this place would likely spell doom. However, for Qin Feng, cloaked in his state of infinite invisibility, there was no threat whatsoever. This was a haven for the strong. As he journeyed, Qin Feng vanquished several waves of monsters and, within minutes, arrived at the Colosseum ruins. He looked up to see several limbless wanderers meandering among the crumbling walls, scavenging through the debris. Suddenly, a dark and sharp blade of energy sliced through the area. 4,728, 4,697, 4,712. The dark elemental energy attached to the blade cleaved the limbless wanderers in two, causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Qin Feng emerged from the shadows, only to vanish again moments later. Multiple glimmers of light emanated from the corpses of the limbless wanderers, revealing scattered loot. These level 11 and 12 creatures yielded a mere 100 experience points each. Fortunately, the abundance of monsters in this area meant that no one was competing with Qin Feng for kills. He promptly activated his exhilarating farming mode. He began by clearing the monsters on the surface of the Colosseum ruins, then proceeded to the first underground level and finally to the second underground level. Like a dancer in the darkness, Qin Feng became the nightmare of all creatures in this domain, effortlessly dispatching even bronze, silver, and gold-tier foes with a single strike. Experience, lifespan, and evolution points were greedily amassed into his possession. As time flowed, the external sun rose over the world, yet the forsaken continent remained shrouded in gloom. There was neither sun nor moon, only a grayish mist of light cascading upon the earth, casting a veil of desolation over the entire realm. Emerging from the ruins of the Colosseum in Zhanghai City, Qin Feng rode his phantom Nightstalker wolf, having single-handedly cleared all the monsters from the Colosseum ruins. The subsequent refresh of monsters took a considerable amount of time. At that moment, a group of players arrived in the area. 6 players, both male and female, were vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, the scene that unfolded before their eyes left them astounded. What on earth? Why are there so many corpses of minor monsters here? A team had evidently gotten there first. Goodness, this is astonishing. Just a glance reveals hundreds of monster remains. The 6 widened their eyes, their breaths quickening as they rushed past Qin Feng without a single one acknowledging his presence. This was due to Qin Feng's spectral night-stalking wolf, which possessed the ability to become invisible. Spectral Night Stalking Wolf, 13. Grade, Gold, Strength, 168. Vitality, 175. Agility, 211. Mentality, 155. The mount will gain the same experience as its master, enabling it to level up. Should the mount's bell be traded, its level will revert to the initial state. Dash, activated while mounted, increasing movement speed by 245. Night Stalk, permanently invisible at night. Attacking will break the invisibility, inflicting an additional 120 points of piercing damage. After revealing itself, a 60-second cooldown is required before it can become invisible again. Leap, strikes a single target 3 times consecutively, each attack inflicting an additional 267 points of physical damage. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Wolf Howl, grants allied units an additional 35 points of attack power, physical defense, and elemental resistance for 1800 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. When Qin Feng first summoned this mount, its level was 12. After battling in the Colosseum ruins, it had now risen to level 13, with both attributes and combat power enhanced. The crucial aspect was its ability to become invisible. Although it could only do so at night, it could remain permanently hidden as long as it refrained from attacking, an effect that was nothing short of extraordinary. While this night stalking skill had a moderate impact within the game, its real-world implications were monumental. Qin Feng was determined to extract this mount's bell into reality. However, as a special item, the extraction of this gold-grade mount's bell required a lifespan tenfold that of equipment of the same grade, approximately 30 to 50,000 days. As night approached, he envisioned riding the spectral wolf into the demon city. With its current attributes, it could reach a maximum speed of 150 meters per second. Even at a normal running speed of 100 meters per second, it could easily achieve this. Qin Feng paid no heed to the astonished players who rushed by him. Instead, he continued riding his invisible spectral night-stalking wolf toward the cleansing soul area, visible only to himself. Beneath him was a semi-transparent wolf. Standing at 1.5 meters tall, its fur a dark gray, with wild and murderous intent gleaming from its azure eyes. This spectral, night-stalking wolf alone could effortlessly slay players at the current stage. Qin Feng glanced at the level leaderboard. Upon reaching level 12, he had unlocked the leaderboard for the Jianghai City area. At that moment, he stood alone in first place at level 13, while even the second-place player languished at a mere level 10. It may seem that there is merely a 3-level disparity, yet in reality, others are unable to catch up for several days. Meanwhile, Qin Feng has been diligently progressing since last night, achieving remarkable results. His level has ascended from 11 to 13, while his trading lifespan has surged from over 30,000 days to nearly 90,000 days, equivalent to an astonishing 245 years. Additionally, his evolution points have reached a total of 255. As for his equipment and skill books, there have also been enhancements. Just as Qin Feng intended to access his skill panel to evolve his abilities, a tremendous commotion suddenly erupted from the eastern ruins of the city. The very ground beneath him quaked several times. Qin Feng glanced over from a distance, taken aback. Who possesses such audacity to summon the Iron Maiden? Chapter 70. The Mythical Gift of Liberation. You are entirely vulnerable. The Iron Maiden, a title of platinum prestige, is actually known as the Saintess of Steel. This formidable entity left an indelible impression on all players in Jianghai City during the previous incarnation. Its difficulty of conquest is comparable to that of the Soul Purger, Faisal. However, due to the public nature of the battle, many sought to claim it. In the last iteration, it took an entire half-day before someone could finally subdue it. Of course, Qin Feng had discreetly conquered the Soul Purger at that time, thus abstaining from the onslaught against the Saintess of Steel. Other players in Jianghai City suffered thousands of fatalities collectively. A few were vanquished by the entity itself, while the majority fell victim to one another. Defeating the Saintess of Steel promised a reward of sanctuary known as the Church's Hideout. If memory serves correctly, numerous guilds should have been established by now. However, in the last cycle, the Iron Maiden was only unleashed on the third day. From afar, Qin Feng beheld a towering steel statue standing amidst the ruins, though he could not discern its lower half due to the distance. Her upper body was entirely forged from steel, with hands that lacked fingers, replaced instead by two razor-sharp iron blades exuding a murderous intent. The female visage, sculpted from metal, bore a sinister and cruel smile that seemed eternally fixed. On her chest, two flame-throwing devices were affixed, yet these would only be employed in the second phase of the Saintess of Steel's abilities. Since she has been summoned, I shall claim her for myself, Qin Feng thought, a smirk gracing his lips. He promptly altered his course, riding his Phantom Night Stalker at full speed toward the location of the Saintess of Steel. Along the way, Qin Feng remained industrious. He opened his skill interface and began evolving his abilities. In the process of clearing the Colosseum ruins, he dispatched two golden entities, one of which dropped a commendable golden skill book. Qin Feng immediately expended 11 evolution points to elevate this skill to the epic tier. Silent Concealment, Golden, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond. Epic enters a state of invisibility while remaining stationary. As long as no attacks are initiated or movement occurs, one remains permanently invisible. If an attack is launched, it inflicts an additional 300-, 400-, 500-, 600-, 800 points of piercing damage. Cooldown, 120-, 110-, 100-, 80-, 60, 387 seconds. Required level, 13. Thus, yet another stealth skill has been acquired. The distinction lies in the fact that this stealth skill allows for invisibility without any movement. As long as one remains still, they are permanently concealed. This ability grants Qin Feng an additional means of unleashing his potential. During combat, he can first strike while in a state of invisibility, then activate the quiet concealment, followed by another attack, inflicting 800 points of breakthrough damage. It is noteworthy that this 800-point breakthrough damage, after various enhancements, can culminate in final damage ranging from 2 to 3,000. The sole drawback is the relatively lengthy cooldown period of this skill. Nevertheless, in the realm of reality, this ability is virtually invincible. Upon entering the game, as long as he does not log out, he remains in a state of invisibility indefinitely, coupled with his real-world body being unselectable upon entering the game. This means that with this skill, whenever Qin Feng enters the game, he effectively vanishes from the physical world. In addition to quiet concealment, Qin Feng also acquired several low-tier assassin skill books. However, only one, the foot kick, which can interrupt the target's casting, proves somewhat useful. The others are largely ineffective. Naturally, Qin Feng learned them all, as these skills can be upgraded to epic level once he attains the bloodline of the Devourer, enhancing his bloodline attributes even further. After evolving Quiet Concealment, Qin Feng proceeded to enhance two additional skills. Venomous Dart, Emerald Diamond, epic maximum range of 171,820 meters. Upon hitting, it inflicts an additional 400 points of attack damage and applies a venomous status. Venom inflicts continuous damage of 809,100 per second, with no weakness bonuses, lasting for 5 seconds and not stackable. The Venomous Dart was upgraded to epic level, consuming 34 evolution points. Ultimately, he expended 200 evolution points to upgrade the originally legendary Gift of Liberation to mythic level. Gift of Liberation, legendary mythic weak point attack correction of 200,300, with a doubling of weak point attack multiplier. Level 5, active use, causes the next attack to inflict a throat-cutting effect, dealing 150,200 damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown of 222 seconds to 97 seconds. Although the changes may seem minimal, Qin Feng understands that this skill has finally undergone a transformation. With a 300-point correction for weak point attacks, aside from certain unique magical creatures, any target will reveal vulnerabilities. For instance, in players, the weak points are the heart and head. Once amplified by 300, these vulnerabilities encompass the entirety of their bodies. Qin Feng's shadow / skill does not inherently rely on weak points. However, with weaknesses magnified to 4 times their original size, any strike will land on a weak point. Under the legendary Gift of Liberation, Qin Feng Shadow Slash has an average 1/3 probability of hitting a target's weak point. The precise location of this strike is beyond his control, subject to the system's random calculations. However, with the mythic level gift of liberation, his Shadow Slash now ensures that at least 8 out of 9 strikes will deal weak point damage. This marks a qualitative transformation. After completing the evolution and attaining liberation, Qin Feng found himself with a remainder of 10 evolution points, which he decided to temporarily set aside. He then proceeded to examine his equipment. First, he inspected the white bone necklace adorning his neck. Trickster pendant, platinum, a piece of jewelry for assassins. Physical attack power, 45, strength, 20, constitution, 20. Equipment requirement, level 13. Unique effect, 1 stealth level. Upon donning this pendant, Qin Feng had to remove the disciple pendant. However, the disciple pendant was a summoning type equipment. When the need arose, he could simply switch back to it, and the devout disciples already summoned would not vanish upon its removal. The trickster pendant directly enhanced Qin Feng's stealth by granting him an additional level, elevating his stealth to a total of level 4. With his skill providing a base stealth level of 1, the trickster pendant adding 1, and his shadow profession contributing 2 levels, he achieved a formidable total of 4 levels of stealth. Nonetheless, a drawback existed. The trickster pendant did not enhance cooldown speed. After replacing the previously worn disciple pendant, which provided a 20 increase in cooldown speed, Qin Feng noticed a slight reduction in his cooldown speed, although it was not significantly detrimental. In comparison, the additional level of stealth was undoubtedly of greater importance, especially since the necklace's boost to physical attack power and strength would enhance his damage output. Another piece of equipment he possessed was a helmet. Shadow Veil, gold equipment for assassins. Constitution, 5, Spirit, 5, Evasion rate, 32. Equipment requirement, level 12. This piece did not augment defense or elemental resistance, but merely added 5 points to Constitution and Spirit, serving as a token enhancement. However, the 32 points of evasion were commendable. With his ghostly shadow skill, which inherently provided a 75 evasion rate, stacking it with the Shadow Veil's 32 would result in a remarkable total of 83 evasion. In the game Godforsaken, evasion probabilities from different sources do not simply add up. Instead, they multiply final evasion rate 1 evasion, 1 evasion, 1 evasion. The evasion rate from a single source cannot exceed 100, meaning no matter how much evasion is accumulated, it will never reach 100, barring certain special skill effects. Additionally, the skill Blacklight Shield can convert evasion rates into damage mitigation layers. Qin Feng discovered that this skill computes the damage mitigation shield layers separately for each skill, which pleasantly surprised him. If calculated based on the final evasion rate, 83 evasion could translate into 8 layers of damage mitigation shield. However, if calculated separately for each skill, it could yield a total of 10 layers, 7 from one skill and 3 from another. This revelation indicated that the potential of the Blacklight Shield skill was remarkably high. Of course, regardless of its high upper limit, skills with damage mitigation are countered by various means. Many classes such as archers, mages, swordsmen, and warriors possess numerous high-frequency attack methods. In later stages of the game, a single skill could obliterate dozens of layers of damage mitigation. Nevertheless, at this stage, Qin Feng primarily utilized the Blacklight Shield for strategies, reserving it for special one-on-one encounters in the future. In a scenario of 1 against many, the effectiveness of damage-absorbing shields pales in comparison to evasion. After Qin Feng had evolved his skills and inspected his gear, he found himself riding the stealthy Phantom Nightwolf. Approaching within mere hundreds of meters of the towering Steel Maiden, this formidable figure, standing over 10 meters high, wielded massive iron wheels in her hands, relentlessly cleaving through the surrounding players. A cacophony of curses, chaos, and commands echoed from the front lines. The Phantom Nightwolf, bearing Qin Feng, leapt onto the rooftop of a neighboring ruin. From this vantage, he observed a group of 30 to 40 players besieging the Steel Maiden in the plaza below. Was it wise to challenge the Iron Maiden now? Such audacity! Qin Feng chose not to engage immediately. Instead, he resolved to observe. The Steel Maiden was a level 15 Platinum tier entity. In terms of difficulty, she posed a challenge to teams slightly less daunting than the Soul Reaper, Phaser. However, at this stage, aside from Qin Feng, no other players possessed the necessary hardware to conquer a Platinum tier foe. Only Wang Meng's team, having benefited from the equipment Qin Feng had previously sold, could barely meet the requirements. Yet for ordinary players, a 6-member team stood no chance against a Platinum tier adversary. Entities above the Platinum tier were designed as challenges for player teams. Thus, it would take at least 6 or 7 elite squads akin to Wang Meng's to have any hope of confronting a Platinum-level opponent. At this moment, there simply weren't enough elites globally to mount such a challenge. Is that him? At this juncture, Qin Feng caught sight of a knight player wielding a lance. Positioned directly beneath the Steel Maiden, astride a beast resembling a leopard, bravely enduring her attacks with a shield. Due to the distance, Qin Feng couldn't discern the player's in-game name or features, but he immediately recognized the individual's identity, Chen Wuming, known by the moniker Radiant Martial Virtue. He was the leader of the Knights' Sanctuary Guild. Qin Feng felt a sense of familiarity, having battled this individual for 9 years in his previous life. With neither side emerging victorious, their guilds had clashed in the wilderness, competing fiercely, and they had slain each other countless times. Chen Wuming's vocation was the hidden class of Sanctuary Knight, which allowed him to create a guild named Knight's Sanctuary, after reaching level 10 at the cost of 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. In the previous life, the Iron Maiden had been claimed by the Sanctuary Knight Guild, which thus secured the second largest stronghold in the ruins of Jianghai City, the Sanctuary Cathedral. In Jianghai City, there is a saying about the Western Slayers and the Eastern Church, denoting the control of the western and eastern regions of the ruins. The Knights' Sanctuary Guild, to be precise, was propped up in later stages by a few top-tier combatants, while its members were largely subservient to these elites. This was because during the initial recruitment of members, the guild had bound them with a membership contract. The guild guaranteed the basic survival needs of its members, yet imposed a staggering lifespan tax rate of 50. In essence, the members of the Knights Templar Guild, upon attaining a lifespan of 100 days in the outside world, are required to remit 50 days to the guild. Generally, it is those with potential yet initial frailty, struggling for survival, who opt to join this guild. Furthermore, the criteria for admission are rather stringent. Ordinary players often find themselves unqualified to join. After all, this guild guarantees the basic survival of its members, which incurs substantial expenses in the early stages, potentially leading to a financial shortfall. Were it not for such guarantees, a guild with such a high tax rate would hardly attract members. Once admitted, one must sign an agreement binding them to the guild for a minimum of 3 years. It can be said that they exploit their members to the utmost. Since it is you, allow me to save some time for you. After all, it's impossible to defeat the Iron Maiden and send you home swiftly. The Phantom Nightwalker, bearing Qin Feng, leaped down towards the plaza below, concealed in shadows. He swiftly arrived at the center, drawing his blade, the Blade of Plague, which emanated a dark radiance. Nightfall Ringblade, 17014, weak point attack. 15788, weak point attack. The mythic gift of liberation allowed the Nightfall Ring Blade to benefit from weak point strikes. With a single skill, a surge of white light erupted around him. Warriors, mages, and priests fell in droves. You have slain the player self-destructing. You have slain the player Su Jiujio. You have slain the player Xiao Yuya. You have slain the player not eating cheese. You have slain the player Tulip, where his sister's bath towel fragrance. This sudden turn of events left Chen Wuming, who was holding the front line, utterly astonished. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly. He had withstood the attacks. Yet after a single arc of blade light, half of his team lay defeated. Who was it? Shadows? We have no enmity with you. Why must you slay our comrades? Chen Wuming, riding atop a leopard beast, surveyed the surroundings in shock, failing to spot any suspicious figures. A chill running down his spine. Due to the distance, he had not been struck by Qin Feng's attack, and thus remained alive. As he called out, a faint voice echoed in his ears. I do not consume beef. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than Chen Wuming, along with his leopard, was cleaved asunder by a flash of blade light, blood splattering as he was severed into 8 segments. Chapter 72. Let go of the desire to assist. Respect the fate of others. Alongside Chen Wuming, other members of the Knights Templar Guild met their demise. However, their positions during the assault were somewhat scattered. Qin Feng did not eliminate everyone. 3 or 4 players, upon witnessing the chaos, immediately dispersed in flight. Qin Feng made no pursuit, for it was unnecessary. His primary target loomed before him, a platinum-tier colossus, the Steel Holy Maiden. This colossal entity was forged entirely of steel, lacking legs, and instead resting upon a base of iron, upheld by magical energy and suspended in midair. That eerie and merciless grin was enough to make a child weep. The bloom of a curse. Qin Feng raised his hand and unleashed the blooming curse upon all the corpses in his vicinity, including that of Chen Wuming, the remnants of their tradable lifespans. Even a non-tradable portion amounting to 50 began to be siphoned away by the cursed flowers. Within the realm of the Forsaken game, only the consciousness of the players entered. Thus, their physical forms were mere constructs of the system. Even upon resurrection, their bodies would persist for a limited duration. Chen Wuming, resurrected amidst the ruins of Jianghai City, wore an expression of fury and frustration. He understood that the shadow's words conveyed a chilling message: I kill you without reason. The location of his resurrection was over 10 kilometers away from the Steel Maiden. Given their pace, reaching her swiftly was nearly impossible, and even if they did, what could they achieve? A single skill had obliterated them all, inflicting damage exceeding 10,000. Each of them had been annihilated, leaving them indebted to the shadow for several lives. Initially, Chen Wuming and his companions believed their misfortune had reached its zenith, only to discover that greater calamity awaited them. As Qin Feng activated the blooming curse, a notification regarding the depletion of their lifespans echoed in their minds. This revelation rendered Chen Wuming and his guild members' faces ashen. They had not only lost half of their tradable lifespan upon death, but were now subject to a terrifying skill that continued to drain their lifespans, including the non-tradable portion. After a brief moment, the siphoning ceased, and they realized that their tradable lifespans had vanished entirely, alongside a staggering 75% of their non-tradable lifespan. Observations relayed from guild members who had not yet perished revealed that bizarre, blood-red flowers had sprouted from their corpses. This sight incited a chorus of wails and curses within the Knights Sanctuary guild channel. Yet, confronted with the shadow, they found themselves utterly powerless. Despite their numbers, they had been dispatched without even glimpsing the shadow, let alone seeking vengeance. To pursue revenge would only result in repeated deaths, countless times over. In Chen Wuming's mind, thoughts of revenge found no purchase. Conversely, Qin Feng, during the process of siphoning lifespans, casually glanced at the system notification and was struck by a familiar codename, Xiaoyou. She had joined the Knights Sanctuary? Qin Feng regarded the system prompt with an impassive expression. Through the blooming curse, he had absorbed 4 days of her tradable lifespan and over a year of her non-tradable lifespan. This indicated that her remaining lifespan was alarmingly scant. It seemed she had reached a point of desperation, choosing to align herself with the Knights Sanctuary as a subordinate. In doing so, her survival was assured, yet, with 50% of her lifespan's gains now owed to the guild, her aspirations for growth would become nearly unattainable. As for Qin Feng, he harbored no particular sentiments regarding this fate. He set aside any inclination to assist, choosing instead to respect the destiny of others. Qin Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at the codename before redirecting his focus to the Steel Saintess before him. The initial phase posed no significant challenge. The true difficulty lay in the second phase, particularly when her health dipped below half. After Qin Feng eliminated Chen Wuming and others, he rendered himself invisible, maintaining a distance of 10 meters. Despite the substantial casualties among the surrounding players, the Steel Saintess did not disengage from combat. Instead, upon losing her primary target, she initiated a series of area attacks. Her arms, resembling iron wheels, began to rotate, causing her head and upper body to spin in a circular motion. The dual-arm iron wheels sliced through the vicinity, carving out a circular ring within a 10-meter radius, completing 3 rotations consecutively. This skill, once unleashed, would have overwhelmed even the likes of Chun Wuming, the Holy Knight. However, Qin Feng had retreated early. When the cooldown for Shadow / concluded, he seized the opportunity, while the Steel Saintess was temporarily out of combat, to switch his weapon to the Ghost Ship Twin Daggers and unleash Shadow Slash. With a swift motion, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly gliding past the towering figure of the Steel Saintess. The blades shimmered, erupting in a dazzling flash upon striking her. 75-51 weakness attack. 75-27 weakness attack. 75-36 weakness attack. Truly, the Iron Maiden possessed defenses that far exceeded those of her peers of the same level. Qin Feng maintained a composed observation of her health. 1 shadow slash and 9 consecutive strikes, all targeting her weak spots, depleted over 60,000 health points. To Qin Feng, this represented approximately 15% of her total health, indicating that the Steel Saintess boasted around 400,000 health points. While this was significantly lower than that of the Soul Purger Faisal, her superior defenses rendered her resilience comparable. The crux of the challenge lay in the fact that upon her health falling below 50%, the Steel Saintess would gain a near-constant reflection damage ability, inflicting 100% retaliation. This aspect posed the greatest difficulty in facing her. Thus, Qin Feng had no intention of utilizing the active effect of the Grace of Liberation. This skill's throat-cutting damage could currently amplify his output by 6 times. However, should his damage exceed a certain threshold, it would trigger the second phase, activating the reflection damage and potentially leading to his own demise. With 9 strikes from Shadow Slash, each triggering throat-cutting damage, he would suffer 9 instances of reflection damage. The Blacklight Shield could barely withstand the onslaught, but its cooldown proved inadequate. This was precisely why Qin Feng had opted to equip the Ghost Ship Twin Daggers prior to engaging. Had he chosen the Plague Blade, any attack would have resulted in an additional toxic explosion after 3 seconds, which would reflect the full damage back onto Qin Feng himself. Fortunately, the Ghost Ship Twin Daggers did not carry this burden. Even the throat-cutting damage from the Grace of Liberation had to be forsaken during this encounter. Nonetheless, during the second phase, each time the Iron Maiden executed a skill, the reflection effect would momentarily dissipate. Seizing the opportunity between her attacks to strike would allow him to evade the retaliation. Qin Feng meticulously devised his strategy, remaining utterly unperturbed. Following a Shadow Slash, he faded into the shadows, quietly observing as she unleashed various area skills, patiently awaiting the next moment to strike. At that moment, more players were drawn to the commotion caused by the Steel Saintess. Chapter 73. The Steel Saintess. Soulbound players. As Qin Feng was leveling up amidst the ruins of the Colosseum, an increasing number of players within Jiang High City reached level 10 and ventured into the forsaken cities of the Divine Realm. With their rising numbers, they gradually cleared a significant number of monsters from the city ruins. The ruckus created by the Iron Maiden attracted dozens of players nearby. They dared not approach, instead dispersing across the ruins, hundreds of meters away, to observe her actions, fully aware that revealing themselves would make them targets of the Steel Saintess's wrath. Who's fighting? I can't see a single shadow. One player exclaimed. I heard it's a shadow. This was unleashed by the Night Sanctuary, and suddenly, the shadow wiped them all out. Is it the shadow striking now? Wow, did one skill take down so much health? That must be around 15, right? If so, wouldn't T6 or 7 skills be enough to eliminate this platinum tier opponent? It must be an incredible talent. If only I had such a gift, I could soar too. Amidst the chatter, Qin Feng occasionally emerged to strike the Steel Saintess. Within a mere 10 seconds, 2 swift shadow strikes reduced her health to 51. Should I use another shadow strike next, I would face a counterattack. However, I can first employ the Darklight Shield to absorb 1 hit. Qin Feng remained calm. Once the cooldown for the shadow strike expired, he activated the Darklight Shield. The action of activating the shield rendered him visible, but he promptly cast Silent Concealment to re-enter stealth. Launching his attack, he executed the Shadow Strike. 79-75, weak point attack. 80-31, weak point attack. 0, counterattack. 8055. After landing 2 strikes, thorns and iron spikes erupted from the steel Saintess's iron body. Due to the heightened damage from the silent concealment's breaking attack, this shadow strike inflicted several hundred more points of damage than before. Unfortunately, upon entering her second phase at half health, the subsequent 7 strikes failed to deal any damage and were fully reflected back to Qin Feng. Fortunately, the 10 layers of damage reduction from the Dark Light shield spared him from calamity. Immediately thereafter, the steel Saintess's eerie and cruel smile twisted into an expression of agony. Thorns and iron spikes burst forth from her entire being, and 2 fiery cannon tubes extended from her chest, poised to unleash flames at any moment. However, after undergoing these transformations, she suddenly became motionless. In this state of immobility, her counterattack ability remained perpetually active. Qin Feng, exercising patience, concealed himself nearby, waiting. If she remained stationary, he would have to reveal himself and gradually chip away at her health with the damage reduction. Yet, should any other players provoke her, he could expedite the conclusion of the battle. No one was privy to Qin Feng's thoughts. Observing her stillness, the surrounding players began to murmur, filled with confusion. Why has she stopped moving? Could it be that the shadow has perished? It is indeed possible, especially since there have just been some changes. Perhaps certain methods have eliminated the shadow. However, if he is dead, what has become of his body? And what about the lifespan that was revealed? Could it be that the corpse is also invisible? One must admit, the imagination of these players is quite rich. At this moment, a 6-member team has arrived near the Steel Saintess. Leading them is a masked samurai player wielding a katana, adorned in golden grade chainmail. His gaze is sharp, exuding vitality and an imposing confidence. Alongside him, 3 other players who have been lying in wait for some time respectfully approach him, exclaiming, "Safety brother, you have arrived. We have been observing for a long time and have noted those few skills. Furthermore, there has been a sudden stillness, and the body has undergone some changes. New skills may be forthcoming." The masked samurai player nods slightly. Was the shadow previously engaged in this? The player, codenamed Safety First, snaps his fingers and commands, "Little rabbit, activate your red eyes and see if the shadow is still present." A young female player behind him nods in acknowledgement. She raises her hand to summon a rabbit, which stealthily hops onto the rooftop of the residential ruins, its eyes glowing a blood red as it scans the surroundings. After a minute, the summoner, clad in a robe and wielding a staff, reports, "I could not locate the shadow. He is likely no longer here." The masked samurai exhales in relief. Little Rabbit's anti-invisibility level is at 3. If she cannot find him, he is most probably gone. Nonetheless, remain vigilant. If the shadow appears, alert me immediately. An anti-invisibility level of 3 is indeed quite impressive. The young summoner, known as Little Rabbit, has summoned a tracking blood rabbit that possesses a level 1 anti-invisibility ability, enhanced by a necklace granting an additional level, along with a passive skill for keen detection that adds yet another level. Originally, they had intended to acquire more anti-invisibility items, but such items have become exceedingly rare in the current market. That necklace was procured at a steep price. After all, in this environment, no one wishes to meet their demise. The threat posed by invisible assassins is substantial, prompting every team to include a specialized counter-invisibility member. Yet, they remain unaware that Qin Feng's invisibility level has already reached 4. Before long, the masked samurai, codenamed Safety First, emerges from the ruins, katana in hand, advancing towards the Steel Saintess. This scene leaves several players around in astonishment. Goodness, that fellow is courting death. Surely, he does not intend to challenge her alone? Wait a moment, I have seen him before. He effortlessly dispatched a golden grade foe back in the starting town. My word, is that the illustrious Safety First? I heard he is a soul warrior. They say he can dodge with a perfect evasion every time he rolls. Rumor has it that this esteemed player was once a top-tier Soul Games streamer globally, with reflexes that are unparalleled, under the astonished and expectant gazes of the crowd. The Soul Warrior, Safety First, has approached the Steel Saintess, standing defiantly before the towering platinum-grade terror. Before the Soul Warrior can draw closer, the Steel Saintess wielded her iron wheels with both hands, delivering formidable blows towards the Soul Warrior. Meanwhile, in the ruins behind, the young summoner Little Rabbit, along with her companions, eagerly watched the masked Soul Warrior. Surely, this platinum-level guardian could handle the situation. Indeed, the movements were sluggish, with the guardian's prowess. He could easily respond. As long as he could evade by rolling, the next attack would bypass 50 defense, and victory would not take long. In the forefront, the Soul Warrior faced the assault of the Iron Maiden, performing evasive rolls. Roll, evade, roll, evade. After dodging 2 of the Iron Maiden's wheel strikes, the Soul Warrior's gaze remained composed as he gripped a silver-grade katana, launching a fierce counterattack. Taste my Moon Shadow Strike. With the katana in hand and various enhancements in effect, he unleashed 3 consecutive slashes towards the Iron Maiden. The 3 strikes, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, landed upon the Iron Maiden's metallic base. 0. Reflect damage 988. 0. Reflect damage 976. 0. Reflect damage 1002. Before the Soul Warrior could even process the situation, his health bar plummeted to 0, resulting in an instant demise. What? This scene left the surrounding players utterly astonished. Chapter 74. This is a true master. At the hidden sanctuary of the church, as the Soul Warrior met his untimely end due to the Iron Maiden's reflect damage, Qin Feng had already made his move. However, the surrounding players could only perceive a fleeting shadow darting across the field, followed by a series of slashes that struck his core, causing his health bar to drop by approximately 15 points. As the Soul Warrior perished, the Steel Saintess returned to a state of calm, refraining from further attacks. Not only that, but she also began to slowly advance towards the sanctuary behind her. Clearly, when confronted with an enemy she could not perceive, she refrained from unleashing her area skills. As long as she did not attack, the Steel Saintess remained in an invulnerable state with 100 reflect damage. Maintaining his stealth, Qin Feng followed closely. This Soul Warrior had managed to self-destruct in a single combo, dealing considerable damage. After all, the passive ability of the Soul Warrior allowed him to ignore 50 defense upon dodging, which was particularly effective against the Iron Maiden. Yet, the inherent characteristics of his class rendered him incapable of inflicting damage on her. Qin Feng shook his head inwardly. He understood that the Soul Warrior possessed a class ability that granted him a 100 evasion window for 0.3 seconds after each roll. Furthermore, after a successful dodge, his next attack would bypass 50 defense. However, it was evident that this individual was at a severe disadvantage against the Iron Maiden. When the Iron Maiden initiated her attack, he could only roll and evade, leaving no opportunity for a counterstrike. When the Iron Maiden ceased her assault, any attempt by him to retaliate would result in full reflect damage. It was a most excruciating predicament. What? The boss is dead? Damn, it seems like reflect damage? This doesn't feel right. The shadow is still there, and it just dealt a significant amount of damage. In the team channel, the Soul Warrior, safety first, immediately exclaimed in shock, "Impossible. Why do my strikes deal no damage? Was all the damage reflected? Can that shadow truly recover an entire health bar in a single hit?" The young summoner, Little Rabbit, was taken aback. "My tracking Blood Rabbit has not encountered anyone. Its stealth level is at least level 4. At that moment, Qin Feng's skill had cooled down. He no longer waited for other players to take action, for it seemed that none dared to engage. He had to reveal himself and tempt his foes into attacking. With a flourish, Qin Feng activated the Blacklight Shield, his ghostly figure clad in vengeful leather armor finally materializing before all the surrounding players. This also caught the attention of the Steel Saintess. Crack! Crack! The Steel Saintess swiftly turned, her arms wielding iron wheels, striking down towards Qin Feng. Just as she launched her attack, Qin Feng brandished his ghostly twin daggers and executed a night ring blade. The dark blades swept around him, landing on the critical weak point of the Steel Saintess. 9,000 weak point damage. Immediately following this, he unleashed a shadow slash, unleashing a fierce offensive while deftly evading her strike. The Steel Saintess's health bar plummeted once more. However, at the same time, from the point where Qin Feng had vanished, the fiery cannon on her chest sprang to life, unleashing 2 jets of black flames. Even in his hidden state, Qin Feng was struck. Fortunately, he was shielded by the 10 layers of damage reduction granted by the blacklight shield. After 7 layers were depleted, Qin Feng swiftly retreated beyond the range of her attack. The frequency of her fiery assault was relentless. Even a delay of half a second would have rendered his remaining shield layers insufficient. Thankfully, his speed was commendable. Qin Feng patiently awaited the cooldown of the blacklight shield. The cooldown lasted over 30 seconds, meaning he would have to wait that long before launching another attack. At that moment, he suddenly noticed someone sneaking toward the spot where the soul warrior had just perished. Clearly, this individual intended to seize the lifespan orb dropped by the soul warrior. Just as the person was about to reach the orb, a venomous dart unexpectedly flew in from the side, piercing through his skull. 11989, weak point damage. He was instantly slain. Following this, 2 blood-red cursed flowers blossomed above the 2 corpses. Anyone who Qin Feng saw attempting to steal a lifespan orb would never succeed. He swiftly dealt with the intruder and became invisible once more. In the next instant, Qin Feng's figure reappeared before the Steel Saintess, employing the same tactic again. When she initiated her fiery assault, his shadow slash struck fully upon her. All the surrounding players were left in awe at this spectacle. They witnessed the shadowy figure appearing and disappearing throughout the arena, flickering with incredible speed. Whenever he manifested, it either meant death for his foes or a significant portion of their health was stripped away. Goodness, this shadow is astonishingly powerful. What on earth is this technique? I initially couldn't comprehend how the shadow secured the first kill, but now I am convinced. I thought our leader, the Soul Warrior, was formidable for being able to solo a golden tier foe in half an hour. But it turns out there are even greater powers at play. Not just greater, this is beyond fierce. This is the true master. Regardless of whether they were players under the command of the Soul Warrior, other onlookers, or the few members of the Knights' Sanctuary Guild who had managed to hide, all were utterly astonished. Initially, people were aware of the formidable nature of the shadow. However, the extent of its strength remained a mystery. Few had the privilege of witnessing Qin Feng's prowess firsthand. Among them was the Grey Rose. But that encounter occurred back in a novice town. The Milk-White Snow had also seen him, yet that plague wielder was merely of gold rank. As for others, even Wang Meng and his companions had seldom witnessed Qin Feng in action. Thus, when they beheld Qin Feng single-handedly confronting the Steel Maiden, the surrounding players gazed in awe as if witnessing a celestial being, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Steel Maiden, along with even a mere silver or gold creature, could easily annihilate ordinary players. Even for the Soul Warrior, who prioritized safety and could take down a gold-level foe without injury. Facing the Steel Maiden would result in instantaneous defeat. Yet this terrifying platinum creature was utterly powerless against the shadow. The players around could only marvel at the spectacle. And naturally, none dared to disrupt Qin Feng. When Qin Feng appeared again, with the Iron Maiden unleashing her iron wheel slash and black flames erupting from her chest, he withstood the inferno with the blacklight shield, armed with dual blades. A swift shadow slash obliterated her final sliver of health. You have slain the Steel Maiden, platinum level. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have become the master of the Sanctuary Church. You have simultaneously become the master of the Purified Soul Realm and the Sanctuary Church. Please choose one to retain. Note, the master identity of the unretained hideout will convert into a hideout key, tradable. Other players using the hideout key will become the master of that hideout. As the Iron Maiden collapsed, crashing into nearby residences, a series of system notifications echoed in Qin Feng's mind. A single player cannot simultaneously possess 2 hideouts. Thus, Qin Feng had to select one to maintain his mastery. The other would transform into a tradable hideout key. At this stage, only the official entities could afford such a key. Swapping it for a mere 2,000 years of life seemed reasonable, did it not? Naturally, Qin Feng opted to preserve his identity as the master of the Purified Soul Realm, relinquishing his claim over the Sanctuary Church and acquiring the Sanctuary Church hideout key. Simultaneously, he approached the colossal form of the Iron Maiden, unleashing his greedy hand. Due to its immense size, the view of all surrounding players was obstructed. None could see the radiant plumes of platinum light emerging beneath the body, interspersed with several emerald glimmers. Chapter 75. The Gift of Black Flame. Bone-piercing leather armor. Assassin's Intuition. Qin Feng had already acquired several emerald-level items. Previously, when he achieved the first kill of the platinum-level purified soul wielder, Fei Cao, 3 items pertaining to assassins had dropped. However, at that time, Qin Feng's level was insufficient to utilize them. Now, the Steel Maiden had bestowed upon him 2 more assassin-related items. Black Flame, Gift Bone Armor, Emerald Assassin-type equipment. Physical Defense, 95. All Elemental Resistance, 120. Damage Absorption, 77. Constitution, 77. Equipment Requirement, Level 13. Black Flame Gift. When attacking or being attacked, inflicts 1 layer of Black Flame status on the target, stacking up to 5 layers. Each layer of Black Flame reduces the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7. Note: the weakening effect is reduced for Emerald Grade and above. Emerald Grade equipment represents a paradigm shift compared to previous gear. Its fundamental attributes surpass those of Platinum Grade equipment by over 70, even at the same level. This physical defense, this elemental resistance, coupled with 77 points of damage absorption and constitution. This single piece of armor offers superior protection compared to the entire set of armor worn by others. Moreover, it bestows the Black Flame Gift effect, diminishing the target's defense and elemental resistance. Without hesitation, Qin Feng replaced his Wraith armor with this Black Flame Gift armor, as it proved far more effective than the previous one. The Wraith's level 13 assassin armor had a special effect of increasing lightning elemental resistance by 200 points, which might be useful in specific circumstances, but on the whole, the Black Flame Gift is more suitable. Next, he discovered an Emerald Grade skill book. Assassin S. Intuition. Emerald, you can perceive the outlines of invisible units to a certain degree. Gain 2 levels of anti-invisibility. Requirement, level 13. This skill book grants anti-invisibility capabilities. After learning it, Qin Feng immediately upgraded it to legendary level. After emerging from the Colosseum ruins, he had previously evolved skills such as Divine Liberation, leaving him with 10 evolution points. Defeating the Steel Saintus provided him with 120 additional evolution points, totaling 130. You have consumed 1230 evolution points, leaving 97 remaining. Assassin S. Intuition, Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary. You can perceive the outlines of invisible units to a certain degree. Gain 2,345 levels of anti-invisibility. New effect at legendary level. You can more acutely discern the weaknesses of your target. Weak point attack modifier 50. Upon evolving this skill to legendary level, Qin Feng's anti-invisibility level soared to 5. This left him feeling somewhat vexed. As an assassin, how could his anti-invisibility level surpass his invisibility level? It seemed necessary to learn a skill that enhances invisibility levels and evolve it further. Most astonishingly, this skill, upon reaching legendary level, introduced an additional effect, a heightened sensitivity to the weaknesses of targets, adding another 50 to the weak point attack modifier. Previously, almost all targets before Qin Feng were akin to sitting ducks. Now, with the additional 50, combined with the passive effect of Divine Liberation, the total amounted to 350. Was the weak point now magnified 35 times? It felt as though he could strike at the enemy's vulnerabilities even with his eyes closed. Qin Feng couldn't help but ponder the existence of various skills that enhance weak point attack modifiers. If he were to acquire them all, could he amplify the weaknesses of his opponents tenfold, or even 100-fold? At that point, could a thrown dart find its way to the enemy's weak spot? This was akin to having a lock-on feature. Without the talent for infinite evolution, Qin Feng could scarcely imagine such possibilities. The correction of the weakness attack attribute can indeed accumulate to such astonishing heights. Just contemplating the final outcome is quite preposterous. There remain 97 evolution points. First, let us elevate the Phantom Blur to legendary status. Qin Feng chooses to evolve the already epic Phantom Blur. You have consumed 80 evolution points, leaving you with 17. Phantom Blur, Epic Legend passively gains a 7,585 evasion rate. Triggering evasion can immunize all damage. Level 5. It appears that only 10 evasion rate has been added. In reality, this effect reduces the opponent's base hit rate from 25 to 15 when facing low-tier monsters and typical players. Such a high evasion rate is sufficient to render Qin Feng invincible, coupled with the formidable defense of the Emerald Grade Frostbite armor. Players and monsters below Platinum Grade pose no threat to him at this stage. Beyond this, the Steel Maiden has also dropped various pieces of equipment from other classes, some of which are of Emerald and Platinum Grade. However, at present, no one can equip them, as they are all level 13-15 items. It will be quite some time before others reach this level. Qin Feng is not in a hurry to deal with these items. He first stows away all the spoils and, with the key to the sanctuary of the church, vanishes from sight and departs the scene. He contacts Wang Ming. I have a batch of equipment and skill books to sell you, along with something rather special. When are you free? Wang Ming quickly replies. If you have something, we are free at any time, haha. Please hold on, send us the coordinates, and we will arrive immediately. Qin Feng sends Wang Ming the coordinates, mounts his phantom Nightwalker wolf, and, along with his steed, becomes invisible as he heads to the destination. It is a concealed spot outside the sanctuary of the church. Upon arrival, Qin Feng observed a narrow alley where 7 or 8 gatherers are clustered together. Gatherers are level 12 minions, each a grotesquely plump creature. Piled together, they resemble a mountain of flesh. Moreover, they possess an effect of stacked defense, making each gatherer 2 to 3 times more resilient than typical monsters of the same level. Should an ordinary player team encounter them, it would undoubtedly result in a bloody disaster. However, for Qin Feng, a single shadow slash effortlessly dispatches them all. After eliminating this horde of monsters, Qin Feng does not linger, but instead clears the surrounding area of other minions. It is not until over 10 minutes later that Wang Ming and you and the others arrive together. Although it is merely a transaction, they are aware of Qin Feng's ample inventory space from past experiences, so they all come along to avoid the inconvenience of purchasing items that cannot fit in their bags. Upon reuniting, Qin Feng notices that Wang Ming and his companions have significantly enhanced their equipment and combat prowess. Wang Ming, at the forefront, wears 2 pieces of platinum-grade equipment acquired from Qin Feng, while the rest of his gear is predominantly gold-grade. Of course, Qin Feng understands that their gold equipment was obtained from the novice town, thus possessing a relatively low level. The disparity in attributes compared to those on Qin Feng is still considerable. When their equipment is combined, the gap becomes even more pronounced. Master, you have ascended to level 13 in just one night. That is truly astonishing. Upon spotting Qin Feng, and you hurried over, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration. Chapter 76, The 800 Acres Hideout. The Ancient Divine Stone Tablet. Qin Feng glanced at the seemingly innocent female officer and smiled. It was evident that her admiration for him had grown. As the sole concealed class dragon swordsman, his class passive ability allowed each ordinary attack to have a certain probability of triggering Dragon Flame. Furthermore, upon subsequent class advancements, he could trigger Dragon Roar, Dragon Armor, and Dragon's reverse scale through regular attacks. Ultimately, he could even summon various dragon phantoms with ordinary strikes. She donned a piece of golden-grade battle armor, enhancing her already extraordinary presence, exuding the valiance and composure of a general on the battlefield. However, the silver-grade long sword hanging from her slender waist seemed somewhat incongruous amidst her golden attire. It was evident that her luck had taken a peculiar turn. Wang Ming sighed, a look of lamentation on his face. We have been grinding all night and are still halfway to level 11. Your speed is simply too remarkable. Before he could finish, and you immediately interrupted him, raising her hand. Don't speak carelessly. How can one say that a man is fast? The others were taken aback, and you turned to Qin Feng with a smile. Master, do you not agree? Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. He did not engage in idle chatter, but instead laid out the equipment and skill books he intended to sell. I marked the prices. Feel free to take what you desire. Additionally, I have a valuable item for sale. Are you familiar with hideouts? Hiding places? And you nodded eagerly. We have heard about them. In the ruins of Jianhai City, there are no safe zones, but player groups can occupy hideouts as bases. We can store equipment and other resources there, and the hideout can also activate a magical defensive barrier in critical moments to fend off intruders. Her eyes suddenly sparkled. Master, you're not implying that you have a hideout for sale, are you? Qin Feng nodded. The hideout I possess is quite substantial. I just acquired it after defeating a platinum-level opponent. You've probably heard about smaller hideouts obtained by others who defeated a golden-level opponent, and you nodded vigorously yes. However, our official Jianhai City has yet to discover any hideouts, while the officials in Magic City have already secured a medium-sized one, so we are aware of its significance. Qin Feng continued. If that is the case, you should understand the value of a hideout. This is the key to the church sanctuary hideout. Upon use, you will become its master. This hideout spans an impressive 800 acres. You may confer amongst yourselves regarding a price, and I will consider whether to sell it to you. At his words, Wang Ming and you and the others were left wide-eyed. 800 acres. They were utterly stunned. It is known that the hideouts secured by the officials of Magic City are merely the size of a football field, translating to just over 10 acres. They were already envious of that. But here, Shadow had actually secured a hideout of 800 acres. The larger the hideout, the stronger its defensive capabilities, and the infrastructure within is equally robust. An area of 800 acres would suffice for every member of our Jianhai City officials to have their own room, and you and the others were completely taken aback. However, upon reflection, it made sense that the Shadow, having eliminated a platinum-level adversary, would possess such an expansive hideout. But how much are you planning to sell this vast sanctuary for? And you carefully pondered her words before asking cautiously. She understood that this hideout was not only desired by the officials, but was also sought after by numerous other factions. Qin Feng did not provide a direct answer, but suggested, you should return and discuss what price you can offer. I will await your proposal. In truth, Qin Feng had merely estimated based on the circumstances of his previous life, calculating that the hideout could fetch around 2,000 years of lifespan, which translates to approximately 730,000 days. However, such hideouts are rarely available for sale, as they serve as a safe haven and a base of operations for an organization, especially in the early stages, making them impenetrable fortresses. The significance of a hideout in the desolate remnants of a city without a safe zone is self-evident. Understood, and you replied with a serious demeanor, before proceeding to examine Qin Feng's other offerings. Ultimately, she purchased the equipment and supplies Qin Feng was selling for the price of 450,000 days of lifespan. Qin Feng sold off all equipment skill books below level 13, while he retained those of levels 13 to 15 for the time being. After all, he could store everything in the realm of pure souls without worrying about space constraints. His current tradable lifespan stood at 372 years, while his non-tradable lifespan amounted to 724 years. Qin Feng felt relatively satisfied with his current rate of development. However, the tradable lifespan likely would not suffice for extracting all his abilities from the game into reality. The Grace of Liberation required over 50,000 days, and Mount Bell would demand 30 to 50,000 days. In total, that amounts to around 80 to 90,000 days. Additionally, the lifespan required to extract emerald-level equipment into reality was significant. Nevertheless, should he sell the church sanctum, Qin Feng would have enough lifespan, even sufficient to extract the hideout from the realm of pure souls into reality. A hideout extracted into the real world would possess formidable defensive capabilities, ensuring safety. However, living in a hideout would necessitate the addition of essential amenities such as lighting, appliances, beds, cabinets, and the like. These do not require external assistance. Qin Feng simply needs to locate one and invest some lifespan to accomplish it. By the way, esteemed one, and you suddenly recalled something and inquired. We just received news that 7 golden-level beings have gathered in a novice town within Jianhai City, and many have already been slain. I wanted to ask if you would like to intervene. Our officials are willing to offer 10 years of lifespan as a reward. The notion of 7 golden-level beings congregating was unexpected and quickened Qin Feng's heartbeat. Could it be related to the ancient Godstone tablet? Generally speaking, creatures of varying ranks are mutually exclusive and seldom coexist. The congregation of 7 golden tier beings strongly suggests the presence of an ancient deity's stone tablet nearby. If it truly is an ancient stone tablet, it would be immensely beneficial. This artifact significantly enhances a player's combat prowess, and each tablet remains usable well into the later stages of the game. It is imperative to investigate. Qin Feng resolved to do so. He nodded at Yu and inquired, "Which town?" Chapter 77. The Charitable Organization of Dark Moon Town. Upon hearing Qin Feng's inquiry, Yu promptly responded, "Dark Moon Town." She also initiated a trade request. Life granted without cost should not be disregarded. Observing the decade of lifespan Yu offered, Qin Feng felt a sense of gratitude. After all, if he were to eliminate the 7 golden tier beings, he could potentially reap substantial rewards, perhaps selling for 40 to 50 years of lifespan. Yu's generous offer of 10 years as compensation was exceedingly gracious. Of course, this decade of life was likely a mandate from the authorities of Jianghai City, necessitating the elimination of those 7 golden creatures for the safety of Dark Moon Town's inhabitants who trained outside was at stake. "I shall proceed." Qin Feng accepted the 10 years of lifespan, nodded to Yu, and then vanished from sight, making his way toward the center of the Jianghai City ruins. Under the dim sky, the Night Stalker carried Qin Feng, maintaining its cloaked state and hurtling forward at a terrifying speed of 400 to 500 kilometers per hour. Within minutes, he arrived at the heart of the ruins. At the center stood a towering, eyeless stone statue, over 10 meters high. Surrounding the statue were numerous level 10 players from Jianghai City, forming parties and even larger groups, preparing to embark on a quest to cleanse the ruins of monsters and level up. This location served as the default resurrection point for players above level 10, hence the abundance of players. Moreover, it was a non-safe zone. The atmosphere was tinged with wariness as players kept a vigilant watch on one another. As Qin Feng passed through, he spotted the Knight's Sanctuary Guild members he had previously vanquished. Among the crowd, he indeed recognized a familiar figure. Qin Xiaoyou had joined the Knight's Sanctuary and, after being defeated, now bore a look of deep concern. Regrettably, Qin Feng did not spare her a second glance. He merely scanned the crowd before stealthily slipping by. Teleporting back to the town from the city ruins incurred a lifespan cost that doubled with each successive attempt. 500 days on the first, 1,000 on the second, 2,000 on the third, and after 10 attempts, it would escalate to a staggering 1024 times. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, returning was ill-advised. This was precisely why Qin Feng had refrained from returning earlier. He understood that as time progressed, many initial town monsters would evolve, increasing their numbers. While returning to slaughter those creatures might hasten the accumulation of evolution points, it was ultimately unnecessary. For if he continually returned to the town in the early stages, the true necessity of returning later could result in the consumption of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of days of lifespan. In the quaint initial town, there occasionally emerges something truly valuable, something irreplaceable. For instance, this time, there is the potential existence of an ancient god's stone tablet. While evolution points can be amassed elsewhere on the continent, artifacts like the ancient godstone tablet are opportunities not to be missed. To conserve the lifespan consumed during teleportation back to the town, Qin Feng finds himself only able to return to the novice town during such exceptional moments. Furthermore, within the realm of the Forsaken game, defeating monsters that are 5 levels below one's own results in diminishing experience and lifespan. As for evolution points, he has previously dispatched several creatures that were over 5 levels beneath him, yet he has never garnered any evolution points. This suggests that when the level of a monster is excessively low, the evolution points awarded also diminish. Under these circumstances, it becomes even less necessary for Qin Feng to return to the novice town to grind for monsters. Dark Moon Town, a settlement that appears later in the game, is not one Qin Feng recalls vividly. He swiftly ascends the stairs to the teleportation array located underground, steps into it, and inputs Dark Moon into the dialog box that appears. With a cost of 500 days of lifespan, he initiates the teleportation. After a flash of white light, Qin Feng materializes in Dark Moon Town. Upon exiting the teleportation room, he observes that the town is bustling with activity. Officials from Shanghai City are setting up stalls to purchase lifespan at a rate of 150,000. Other companies are similarly acquiring lifespan at comparable rates. Players are seeking teams, some are begging, while others are embroiled in arguments. The safety zone of the town is remarkably lively. There are even charitable organizations assisting elderly individuals with low combat power, helping them level up to level 3 so they can log out, preventing them from perishing within the game due to starvation or thirst. Of course, this assistance is not entirely free of charge. Granny, as per our agreement, we have helped you reach level 3. During the leveling process, you have accrued 72 days of lifespan. Now, please trade it to us. A few young individuals are escorting an elderly woman back from outside the town. However, upon her return to the safety zone, the old woman lets out a sigh of relief, only to erupt in anger. I know nothing of this ridiculous agreement. Aren't you a charity organization helping us level up? Yet you still demand money from an old woman. How shameless. With that, she abruptly logs off, leaving the young man bewildered. We help her reach level 3, and she refuses to honor the agreement regarding her lifespan. Yet she berates us? They think, astonished. This old crone pretended to be so sweet, only to turn on us in an instant. From now on, we should ascertain their real-life addresses. If they refuse to pay, we might as well confront them directly. 72 days of lifespan, at the current rate, translates to a staggering 3.6 million in cash. It is hardly surprising that some would attempt to renege on their debts. However, the current cash's purchasing power is far diminished compared to times past. Qin Feng, naturally, pays them no mind. The arrival of the Forsaken game has utterly transformed the lifestyles of people worldwide. A myriad of outrageous occurrences can unfold. Casting a glance at the coordinates sent by Yu, he maintains his invisibility, mounts his night-walking wolf, and, like a gust of wind, races northward from the town. Meanwhile, in the northern part of Dark Moon Town, Qin Xiaoyou's close friend, the short-haired girl Chu Yin, along with 3 companions, including her father and mother, was cautiously searching for monsters by a river. Chu Yin and her friends were members of the charity organization Dream Sand River. Has Xiaoyou truly joined the Knight's Sanctuary Guild? I've heard that their membership taxes are quite steep, inquired of a spectacled girl in the group, who shared a dormitory with Chu Yin and Qin Xiaoyou. Upon hearing this question, the short-haired beauty Chu Yin sighed. Yes, I encouraged her to join us in Dream Sand River, but she was reluctant. However, she has reached level 10 now, thanks to the Knight's Sanctuary. A young man in the group scoffed at this remark. Even if they've taken her to level 10, they merely regard her as a tool. The Guild's entry contract binds you for 3 years, essentially a 3-year servitude. Lacking capability means one should focus on slaying minor creatures and gradually accumulating experience. Just like us, we only engage small monsters, retreating and calling for help when necessary. Isn't that quite satisfactory? At least our lifespan and experience points can steadily grow without being constrained by guild obligations. Chu Yin, hearing this, smiled wryly. But Xiaoyou believes she is extraordinary. After all, she possesses a hidden profession, which indeed surpasses our abilities. A silence enveloped the group. Wait, there's a chain warden ahead. Chu Yin, slow it down. A faceless, chain-wrapped creature appeared not far in front of them. Chu Yin, who was an archer, quickly stepped forward, drew her bow, and released an arrow enveloped in frost towards the chain warden. Although she did not strike its head, she successfully hit its body, inflicting a 30 slowing effect. Instantly, the group surged forward to attack the chain warden. Behind them stood Chu Yan's parents, their faces marked with concern. Having toiled through middle age, they had not anticipated encountering the Forsaken game. Chu Yan, worried for their safety, had advised them to stay in town and not venture out before bringing others to assist them. To her surprise, Dark Moon Town had a charity guild, Dream Sand River, which she promptly joined. Chu Yin understood that for ordinary individuals like herself, surviving in the Forsaken game by gradually defeating minor monsters to regain health was already commendable. Additionally, She could help other, less experienced individuals, including elderly players with minimal combat power, level up. However, Qin Xiaoyou was unwilling to do so, leading to their divergence. At this moment, among the four, there was a physical damage dealer, a magic damage dealer, a tank, and a healer. Their collaboration made dealing with an ordinary monster, the Chain Warden, relatively effortless. Soon, they dispatched the creature. Just as a young man in the group stepped forward to absorb the lifespan dropped by the monster, suddenly, a flurry of shadow arrows shot from the nearby woods, striking the young man squarely in the head. 429, weak point attack. The young man fell to the ground, lifeless, having not only failed to acquire the lifespan dropped by the creature, but also having lost his own. Immediately, a chorus of arrogant laughter erupted. Wow, this fool is so fragile. A single arrow took him down. What did you expect? Who in Dreamsand River is truly formidable? They're all weaklings. Indeed, who among the capable would wish to associate with such decrepit beings? 6 players clad in silver and bronze armor emerged from the forest, their faces obscured, gazing mockingly at the remaining 5, including Chu Yin. You lot, surrender your lifespans. The expressions of Chu Yin and her companions grew grim as they realized they had encountered robbers. They faced a choice, either forfeit all their tradable lifespans or lose half of both their tradable and non-tradable lifespans. The crux of the matter was that they had no means to demonstrate how much tradable lifespan they possessed. If they offered too little, the assailants would suspect them of withholding, leading to their demise regardless. Chu Yin cast a glance at the robbers and frowned. The authorities have explicitly forbidden killing in the wild. Aren't you afraid of being wanted? The leader of the group, a young man adorned with a black dragon tattoo on his arm, scoffed at her words. To hell with the authorities. Do you know who I am? Do they know who I am? Enough chatter. You have 3 seconds. However, before he could finish his sentence, a shadowy blade sliced through the air, swiftly encircling and severing the heads of the tattooed man and his companions, sending them soaring into the sky. The 6 robbers collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Moments later, Chu Yin and her group observed blood-red flowers blooming upon the corpses, creating an eerie and terrifying sight. Who just eliminated them so swiftly? Someone gasped. This is too intense. Chu Yan's mother retched in disgust, while everyone trembled in fear. Thank you. Chu Yin summoned her courage to shout into the air. After a prolonged silence, no one responded. The blood-red flowers gradually dissipated after draining the lifeless bodies. Could it be the shadows? Chu Yin speculated in the team channel. They seem rather formidable. A bespectacled girl expressed her admiration and excitement. The shadows? Why would they come to our small town? The portly young man trembled with exhilaration. It makes sense. Only a shadow could be this powerful. I can't believe I've encountered one. Chu Yin, exasperated, retorted, What are you talking about? Where did you see them? They didn't even reveal themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had long distanced himself from them, having merely passed by. His intervention was not prompted by recognition of Chu Yin. In fact, he hadn't even taken a good look at the group. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the Night Stalker had carried him over 100 meters away. Along the way, he merely noticed several players ahead, adorned with the emblem of the Slayer, and casually struck, treating them as mere minions to eliminate. My Slayer status was perilously close to reaching 5 tiers. Should it attain that level, it would attract the attention of that entity, whom I certainly wish to avoid at this stage. 4 Slayers. Eliminating fellow Slayers diminishes one's own kill value. Thus, Qin Feng's sole intent was to reduce his own kill value, evading attention from that figure in the early game. Even after he had dispatched his foes and discreetly departed from the scene, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had just rescued a certain Chu Yin from the town of Anyue. The young man with the black dragon tattoo and his 5 companions revived in the town center. The expressions of these 6 individuals turned exceedingly grim. This was due to their possession of the Slayer status. Additionally, having been drained by Qin Feng's blooming curse, all their tradable lifespans had been reduced to 0. Furthermore, being killed while under a 2-tier Slayer status meant their non-tradable lifespans would be halved, and then halved again, ultimately resulting in another half being siphoned off by Qin Feng. The young man with the black dragon tattoo, who originally had 8 years of non-tradable lifespan remaining, trembled upon his revival, discovering that he had less than 6 months left. Damn it, the system just notified us that we were slain by the shadow. Why would the world's #1 shadow appear in this remote town? This is disastrous. How did I lose so much lifespan? All my tradable lifespan is gone. Wait, we have a Slayer status. Log off, quickly log off. By the time they realized it, it was far too late. Within the town, an official team, upon noticing their Slayer insignia, approached with mocking sneers. Remember their code names. Black Dragon is still a dragon, and Turkey-flavored crunch. Though their real identities remained unknown for the time being, they were promptly noted for a bounty within the game. The officials forbade player skirmishes in the town, and thus would surely take action. Once marked for a bounty, encountering official personnel would inevitably lead to a hunt. Moreover, the officials had some special hidden classes that could assist in pursuing targets within the game. This posed a certain deterrent to players. However, currently, the overwhelming number of players far exceeded the officials, resulting in many offenders remaining audaciously unrestrained. For Qin Feng, this was of no consequence whatsoever. Given his prowess, he was beyond the reach of official constraints. A mere 2 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived beside a stagnant lake surrounded by mountains, the very location of the 7 golden tier entities. As he stepped into the valley, a distant and enigmatic whisper resonated in his ears. It was indeed the whisper of the ancient god's stone tablet. Yet, it appeared to be a cursed stone tablet. Chapter 79. Kill? Isn't that merely a matter of skill? At the entrance of the valley, 6 official players lay in wait. They had initially stationed themselves there to warn other players, preventing any from inadvertently wandering into the valley and being annihilated by the 7 golden tier beings gathered together, thus incurring losses. As Qin Feng rode past on his Phantom Nightwolf, the group remained utterly oblivious to his presence. It was indeed a lamentable fate to be assigned to such a forsaken locale, wasting valuable time that could have been spent leveling up. Do you think the shadows can handle those creatures inside? One of them mused. I doubt it. Didn't Director die and the others just try their hand at it? They barely managed to take one down, only for it to be resurrected. It matters not. We've granted the shadows a decade of life to resolve this. If they fail, that is their burden, another chimed in, chuckling at the thought of facing an infinitely resurrecting foe. Qin Feng, however, paid them no heed. He strode directly into the valley, not sparing them even a glance. Along the way, and you had briefed him on the general circumstances. An unnamed director die from the official ranks, a fellow enthusiast of gaming, led the strongest team in Jianhai City, second only to Wang Meng's crew. Before seeking Qin Feng's assistance, Director Dai had ventured into this valley with his team. They had dispatched a swift night rider to draw the attention of 6 foes, ultimately managing to eliminate a solitary golden creature after nearly half an hour of concentrated fire. Yet, as fate would have it, the defeated adversary was swiftly resurrected, and upon its revival, the combat prowess of the remaining 7 surged dramatically, resulting in the annihilation of their party. And Yu's exact words were, to minimize losses, they have decided against further attempts. So if you feel uncertain, great master, you may decline. Naturally, Qin Feng would not refuse. The ancient god slate was not something easily acquired. If it were merely a matter of confronting 7 golden-level foes, the official forces, given time and a willingness to bear losses, could undoubtedly devise a strategy for success. However, the issue lay in the fact that the single creature they had managed to vanquish had returned to life. Clearly, there were hidden mechanisms at play. The specifics could only be discerned upon arrival. Qin Feng understood well that the ancient god slate produced creatures that were inherently communal. Often, these beings could be cloaked in invisibility, their stealth levels exceedingly high, allowing them to eliminate unsuspecting players without revealing their presence. Occasionally, what appeared on the surface was merely a ruse, with the true threat lurking as a summoning wizard hidden away, leading to a scenario where players faced infinite respawns. Soon enough, Qin Feng entered the valley, arriving beside the stagnant waters of the dead lake, where he beheld the 7 golden creatures. Each emanated a dark aura. As if engulfed in black flames, their sinister forms shrouded in ominous mist. Their names bore the prefix of cursed. The cursed headswapper, golden level. The cursed flat rat man, golden level. And the cursed burrower, golden level. These grotesque beings, 5 of which were humanoid and 2 bestial, possessed emaciated bodies with twisted limbs and skin marked by layers of wrinkles, evoking both physiological and psychological discomfort. They were indeed the communal creations of the ancient god slate. Presently, the slate itself was nowhere in sight. Perhaps it lay at the bottom of the lake. Regardless, the immediate concern was to deal with these formidable foes. Qin Feng observed for a moment. It failed to discern any useful clues. He resolved to attempt to eliminate these foes simultaneously. The cursed golden-level entities possessed strength surpassing that of ordinary gold. However, due to their cursed nature, while they were enhanced in certain aspects, they were undoubtedly weakened in others. At present, Qin Feng remained oblivious to the specifics of these 7 beings. Nonetheless, his combat prowess dwarfed that of this tier of gold, even with augmented health and defense. Their strength was unlikely to be formidable. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant against the possibility of retaliatory attributes. Maintaining his stealth, Qin Feng refrained from approaching directly. Instead, he took refuge in a concealed corner, donned the disciple pendant, and summoned forth a silver-level devout disciple. Once the devout disciple was summoned, Qin Feng switched back to the higher attribute trickster pendant. Go, he commanded, and the devout disciple charged towards the 7 entities. From a distance, it hurled green flames at them. The damage numbers flashed overhead. 229, 233, 267. A series of burn damage values emerged, revealing that the 7 bore no retaliatory attributes. Boom! Boom! As the devout disciple launched its attack, the 7 retaliated. 2 of the cursed golden-level beings merely spat out blobs of black goo from afar, instantly dispatching the silver-level devout disciple. However, since there was no retaliation, Qin Feng seized the opportunity. He declared, moving forward in stealth, becoming a fleeting shadow that swept past the 7. Blades of light blossomed upon their twisted, desiccated forms. Shadow Slash. 14, 297, weak point attack. 14, 519, weak point attack. 13, 888, weak point attack. Under the effect of the mythical grade gift of liberation, each of these entities appeared to Qin Feng as mere trifles. Regardless of how he unleashed his skills, they all resulted in weak point attacks. The exceptionally high damage of Shadow Slash obliterated the health bars of the 7. Yet, Qin Feng did not grow complacent. After all, and you had mentioned that these beings seemed capable of resurrection, with at least one among them able to revive. Sure enough, as Qin Feng withdrew to a safe distance, he witnessed the 7 dissipating in a black mist upon being vanquished, leaving neither corpses nor spoils behind. The most terrifying aspect was that the 7 clouds of black mist swiftly coalesced, reforming into the 7 golden-level entities. Had it been another player, such as Director Dai, witnessing this scenario would have likely chilled their heart. After struggling to defeat them, not only did they drop nothing, but they also resurrected. Who could withstand such a predicament? However, upon meticulous observation, Qin Feng discerned that these revived entities bore subtle differences from their earlier forms. Each bore a distinctive new symbol in various locations on their bodies, totaling 7 symbols. They represented the concepts of heaven, disaster, ancient, divine, crow, Thoth, and S. These symbols were, in fact, characters from the language of the ancient gods. Even Qin Feng was not familiar with all of them. However, the name of the ancient god of calamity, Euthos, was one that he had encountered numerous times in his previous life. He was a formidable ancient deity in the annals of the Forsaken gaming history. Thus, he instantly recognized the meaning behind those 7 symbols. It suggested that these 7 must be defeated in a specific order. Yet, Qin Feng remained uncertain. After all, the communal mechanisms created by each ancient god stone tablet varied significantly. Fortunately for Qin Feng, the challenge of vanquishing them was not overly demanding, allowing him the freedom to experiment. For other players, however, the arduous journey to acquire an ancient god stone tablet and decipher its mechanisms was fraught with immense difficulty. Often, they would find themselves repeating the same tasks countless times. A slight deficiency in strength or a stroke of bad luck could result in weeks of fruitless research. But for Qin Feng, the act of slaying, wasn't that merely a matter of skill? 1 minute later, Qin Feng had already slain 2 golden tier creatures, following the sequence dictated by the symbols of the ancient god ethos. However, the 2 golden beasts quickly revived, leaving Qin Feng somewhat puzzled. It seemed that the order was not the key. Regardless, he could render himself invisible. With his initial attempt failing, he decided to explore the surrounding map while cloaked in stealth. After a thorough search around the Deadwater Lake, he discovered nothing suspicious. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait. He had yet to explore the depths of the lake itself. Approaching the lake's edge, he noticed the water's surface was as smooth as glass, completely obscuring whatever lay beneath. With no other option, Qin Feng summoned a shield of dark light. As he raised his hand, a 10-layered black barrier enveloped him, providing protection. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water. There, at the center of the lake's bottom, he spotted an ancient stone tablet, locked away, resembling the ancient god stone tablet. Surrounding it were 7 additional stone tablets, each adorned with symbols identical to those of the 7 creatures. The task was clear: to defeat the golden beasts corresponding to each symbol near their respective stone tablets in order to lift the seals upon them. With a newfound resolve, Qin Feng set about his task. Swiftly, he lured the first golden creature into the lake, positioning it beside the corresponding stone tablet. It was a cursed rat man, its emaciated form spewing forth a black-green viscous substance as it launched ranged attacks at Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Feng directed his spectral night-walking wolf to distract the others, drawing them away for the time being. This was the moment. Slay! Qin Feng executed a swift shadow strike, cleaving the cursed rat man once more. This time, he was rewarded with spoils of battle, along with experience points and evolution points. Excellent. It seemed his strategy was sound. As the creature fell, the symbol upon its body ignited with a black luminescence, resonating with the corresponding symbol on the submerged stone tablet. This interaction shattered the stone tablet, breaking one segment of the chain that bound the ancient god stone tablet. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Feng replicated the process, luring the remaining 6 creatures to their respective stone tablets and dispatching them. At this point, he could confirm the mechanism of the ancient god stone tablet. One must first eliminate the 7 heads simultaneously for the symbols of the cataclysmic ancient god to manifest upon their bodies. Subsequently, they must be drawn near these stone tablets for the corresponding kills. Should this be left to official research, it would take no less than 10 days to a month, with exceedingly grave losses as a consequence. Qin Feng shook his head. The paramount issue was that the difficulty level for other players was exceedingly high. Even the challenge of defeating a single golden-level adversary was formidable, with no more than 10 teams in the entire Jianghai city currently capable of such feats. To confront 7 simultaneously, while fulfilling various conditions, was an even greater challenge. Yet, for Qin Feng, since his arrival in this valley, he had accomplished all the unraveling of mysteries in merely about 15 minutes. These 7 were all level 10 golden tier beings. After vanquishing them, he reaped a substantial bounty of experience, lifespan, and evolution points. He ascended directly to level 14. His evolution points surged by a remarkable 294 points in one go. Taking into account the remainder from before, he now possessed a total of 325 evolution points. Presently, Shadow Slash was his primary offensive skill. Thus, he decided to invest 210 evolution points to elevate this skill to its legendary tier. Currently, the epic level Shadow Slash, in conjunction with the active effect of graceful liberation for throat slitting, was already capable of inflicting a base damage of around 5 to 600,000. What new effects might arise from further evolution? You have consumed 210 evolution points, remaining 115 points. Shadow Slash, epic legendary flash in a specified direction, up to 3,040 meters, entering a state of invisibility, lasting 1,215 seconds, dealing 9 slashes to all enemies in its path. Cooldown 12, 88 seconds. Level 4. Width of the slashes, 56 meters. Each slash adds 500 to 700 points of attack power. New addition, each successful slash hit grants the user a shield equivalent to 100 times their maximum health, stacking up to 9 layers. The shield lasts a maximum of 60 seconds. The distance increased, the width expanded, and the range broadened. The number of slashes remained unchanged. However, a new effect was added. Each successful hit grants the user a layer of shield, effectively doubling their health. Qin Feng was astounded. He understood that legendary skills in the game of godforsaken bore unique effects. The effect of shadow slash significantly amplified his survivability. Of course, some skills in godforsaken provide additional damage to shields, and a rare few can even penetrate them. However, the former has little impact, while the latter is unlikely to manifest in ordinary skills and is generally reserved for epic tier skills at the very least. This greatly enhanced his margin for error. Qin Feng was quite pleased with this effect. The only lament was that the damage increase from epic to legendary tier was not substantial. Yet at this moment, Qin Feng's combat prowess was not lacking in damage. With over 100 evolution points remaining, he decided to conserve them for a more significant evolution in the future. With his current strength sufficient, he resolved to always retain some evolution points on hand, allowing for flexible responses to various situations as needed. After evolving Shadow Slash, Qin Feng's attention was drawn to the ancient God stone tablet, which was gradually unraveling its seal. As the surrounding 7 stone tablets were unsealed, the dark chains entwining the central ancient stone tablet began to disintegrate. After a brief moment, Qin Feng reached out and grasped the archaic tablet, roughly the size of a laptop. The instant he made contact, a cacophony of chaotic whispers and murmurs echoed in his mind. Congratulations. You have acquired the cursed tablet of the cataclysmic ancient god. Cursed tablet of the cataclysmic ancient god. This tablet harbors the cursed power derived from the cataclysmic ancient god. Ethos. Active use. Imbue any equipment with a curse. The curse will randomly provide a beneficial affix based on the equipment and your class characteristics, while simultaneously imposing a detrimental affix. After defeating a certain number of monsters while carrying the ancient stone tablet, the usage count will reset. It can be reapplied to any equipment, but a single curse tablet can only curse one piece of equipment at a time. Upon reapplication, you may choose to retain the old effect or the new effect. The ancient stone tablets are categorized into blessing tablets and curse tablets. The former purely enhances equipment with beneficial affixes, albeit with relatively weaker effects, while the latter curses the equipment, resulting in both a beneficial affix and a detrimental one. The effect of a single ancient stone tablet can even double the attributes of equipment affixes, and if fortune smiles, it could yield powerful affixes that alter class characteristics. Furthermore, as long as one carries it while slaying monsters, it can be reused indefinitely, allowing for endless refreshing of unsatisfactory affixes. Having acquired the ancient stone tablet, Qin Feng immediately opened his equipment list to test its effects. Chapter 81. Codename Spade? The end approaches. Qin Feng focused on the Black Flame Gift Bone Armor. This was an emerald-grade piece of equipment, which bestowed the effect of the Black Flame Gift, capable of diminishing the target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35. He commanded the use of the cursed tablet. Instantly, a surge of black mist emanated from the ancient stone tablet in his hand, and within the mist, whispers entwined with the pale white power of catastrophe surrounded the emerald-grade leather armor on Qin Feng's body. You have imbued the Black Flame Gift Bone Armor with Euthos' Curse. Euthos' Curse beneficial affix. Maximum stat count of Black Flame status increased to 15 layers. Detrimental affix. Base attributes of the equipment reduced by 31. Would you like to retain this curse? Yes or no? Upon glancing at the results, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. The maximum stat count of the Black Flame status increased to 15 layers. Each layer diminishes defense and elemental resistance by 7, meaning that at 15 layers, it totals 105. In other words, with this effect, I could reduce defense and elemental resistance to negative values. Truly, the beneficial affix of the ancient stone tablet is remarkable. What was originally a maximum reduction of 35 in defense has now transformed into 105. The difference in effect is utterly incomparable. However, the detrimental affix is somewhat concerning. The foundational attributes of this equipment consist of a physical defense of 95, an overall resistance of 120 points, along with 77 points of damage mitigation and vitality, all of which would diminish by 31. After contemplating, Qin Feng resolved to retain it, for he is an assassin. At this stage, with the protection of the black light shield, his defensive attributes are not of paramount importance. Moreover, he possesses the newly evolved legendary instant Shadow Slash, which can bestow a shield providing up to 900 health points, alleviating any concerns regarding his survival. Upon utilizing the ancient Godstone tablet once, it transformed into an ordinary stone, seemingly unremarkable. However, by carrying the tablet while slaying monsters, he could continuously siphon the deathly power of the magical creatures to replenish the tablet. Approximately 300 monsters would need to be defeated before it could be utilized again. At that juncture, he could test whether he could procure superior enhancement affixes. Originally, the defensive debuff of 35 could be elevated to 105. Such an effect would astound all players, yet Qin Feng felt only a modicum of satisfaction. This illustrates the significant enhancement the ancient Godstone tablet can provide to a player. Of course, a Cursed Stone tablet can only afflict a single piece of equipment. If Qin Feng were to use it on other gear and retain it, the curse on the Black Flame gift would dissipate. That being said, there are no stipulations preventing a single piece of equipment from harboring multiple curses or blessings. In other words, each additional ancient Godstone tablet grants the player another potent affix from the ancient deities without any limitations. Hence, it is evident that the more ancient Godstone tablets one possesses, the better. However, it is essential to note that some ancient gods harbor discord amongst themselves, which may lead to conflicts between certain stone tablets, resulting in compromised effects. Naturally, this is a matter that will need to be addressed as more ancient Godstone tablets are acquired. For the time being, the benefits Qin Feng has gained from the ancient Godstone tablet are immeasurable. Having concluded his endeavors, Qin Feng gathered all the spoils from the battlefield and sent a message to Enyu. I have eliminated all foes. I will now level up. Feel free to do as you wish. Qin Feng had devised a plan. He intended to grind levels until nightfall, when the phantom Nightstalker wolf would become invisible in reality. At that moment, he would ride towards the demon city to confront Qin Xiaoyou, the woman who had set her sights on him and was the only one posing a threat to his existence in the real world. She could not be allowed to escape. By the time he finished grinding in the ruins of Jianghai City, he should reach level 15. Qin Feng estimated this with satisfaction, for by that time, according to the pace of his previous life, no one globally had even reached level 11 in the godforsaken game. As the game progresses, leveling up becomes increasingly arduous. Sometimes, it may appear that only a single level separates players, yet the experience required can diverge vastly. Calculating by experience, the total experience Qin Feng has amassed thus far is already several dozen times that of most level 10 players. Upon receiving Qin Feng's message, Enyu promptly informed the 6 official players stationed at the valley's entrance. As the 6 players ventured forth to investigate, they were utterly astonished to discover that the 7 golden entities in the valley had vanished, leaving no trace of their corpses. Just moments ago, they had been pondering whether the shadow could eliminate these 7 foes. Yet, within the span of merely 10 minutes, they had completely disappeared. Incredible. They hadn't even sensed his presence. Moreover, weren't these beings supposed to respawn? How had he accomplished such a feat? In that instant, the 6 official players were engulfed by profound shock. The term shadow took on an entirely new significance in their minds. Time flew by. Amid the global upheaval brought about by the arrival of the Forsaken game, night fell upon the Great Xia. In the forsaken lands of the divine, amidst the ruins of the demonic metropolis, a female player codenamed Spade was concealed within the remnants of a dwelling, observing a fierce battle unfolding before her. This clash involved 18 players from the Great Xia, besieging a golden-level creature. Spade, clad in revealing attire, bore a spade tattoo on her calf. With a mocking gaze, she scrutinized the 3 squads of Great Xia players. Had Qin Feng been present, he would have instantly recognized her as Qin Xiaoyou. Naturally, Both Qin Xiaoyou and the 5 foreign men had activated their facial concealment features, rendering them unrecognizable to those unfamiliar with them. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyou gazed at the golden battlefield, chuckling. The men of Great Xia are truly feeble. They've mobilized 18 individuals to tackle a mere golden creature. Their fear has reached an extraordinary level. Her beloved Qian interjected, "Please, do not speak so harshly." The fair-haired, gentlemanly man named Tony responded with a warm smile. "They're striving for our sake. We ought to express our gratitude for their efforts in delivering this bounty to us." Qin Xiaoyou giggled in response. "Oh, you're just too polite. Given that the population of the demonic metropolis surpassed that of Jianghai City, the ruins of the former had already amassed thousands of level 10 players. The area of these ruins was several times larger than that of Jianghai City. These players were diligently working towards achieving level 11. Nevertheless, even among them, only a handful had reached halfway through level 10, and none had yet undergone class advancement. One could not blame them for their slow progression. It was not merely due to a scarcity of monsters. Rather, the creatures in this forsaken game possessed intelligence and would not idly await their demise. They fled when they could not win. They would run at the sight of a large group. Often, they would execute ambushes and even form teams to hunt players. All of this presented immense challenges to the players striving to level up efficiently, rendering such aspirations nearly impossible. Approximately 10 minutes later, in a concealed area within the ruins of the demonic metropolis, Qin Xiaoyou frowned as she observed, "The output from these great Xia swine is woefully inadequate. They have been battling this pitiful golden creature for so long." Tony, clad in heavy armor and wielding a long spear, chuckled and remarked, "It will soon be over. Let's prepare to receive their gift." With those words, Tony and the other 5, a total of 6 individuals, emerged from their hiding place. With the advantages bestowed by Qin Xiaoyou in terms of equipment and skills, they swiftly overwhelmed the remaining 10 or so players from the Great Xia, dispatching them with ruthless efficiency. "Goodness, it's the Spade Guild. We're doomed. How did they end up beside us? Run, everyone who can. Damn it, this is infuriating. How could such savagery exist, bringing foreigners to slay our own kind?" The battlefield was shrouded in chaos, as bodies continued to fall. The worthless deserve their fate. After all, they are Great Xia people, echoed a mocking laughter. Qin Xiaoyou strolled leisurely among the carnage, her expression one of disdain as she observed the slaughter of the Great Xia players. Backed by the wealth of the Qian group, she had amassed considerable longevity, perpetually remaining at the forefront in terms of equipment and skill books. "Let us enjoy our time in the Magic City for now. I've heard that the Great Xia authorities are hunting us down, although our real identities remain undisclosed. It would be wise to leave Great Xia early and head to North America. There, we can form a guild dedicated to hunting down Great Xia as swine." Yet, little did the complacent Qin Xiaoyou realize that her demise was imminent. Chapter 82, The Divine Bestowal Book. The Heart of Faisal. Finally, he had reached level 15. It was probably already night outside. Amidst the ruins of Jianghai City, at the northern city gate, Qin Feng rode his phantom night wolf, slowly emerging from the debris. Behind him lay the vast ruins of Jianghai City, spanning over 100 kilometers, nearly mirroring its real-world counterpart. In front of him stretched an endless expanse of desolate wilderness. It was time to prepare for the Magic City. However, before that, he needed to acquire the Divine Bestowal Book. The Divine Bestowal Book was a necessity for everyone in the aftermath of the godforsaken game's arrival. Qin Feng, having reincarnated, was acutely aware of the impending apocalypse and the significant upheaval in the order of life. Yet, why had he not stockpiled essential supplies like food and water in advance? This was due to the existence of the Divine Bestowal Book. In the Forsaken Lands, outside every abandoned city, stood a tower of divine authority, each manned by a guardian. By overcoming challenges, one could exchange their longevity for various kinds of Divine Bestowal Books. The simplest understanding of the Divine Bestowal Book is that it functions like a 3D printer. Input longevity, output resources. Each type of Divine Bestowal Book offers a different list of resources, including food, living materials, crafting materials, and medicinal supplies, among others. All resources available in Blue Star can be printed using the Divine Bestowal book, provided one is willing to expend their lifespan. For Qin Feng, the most crucial types were those pertaining to food and living materials. He couldn't rely solely on instant noodles for sustenance, nor could he trust the safety of outside food. Moreover, once he extracted the hiding place of the pure soul realm into reality, he would need the Divine Bestowal book to generate essential items such as generators, lamps, tables, chairs, and beds. As Qin Feng gazed into the boundless wilderness ahead, he fell into a contemplative silence. This tool consumed the players' lifespans, yet it was indispensable to them. In the span of 9 years in the previous life, countless speculations arose regarding the existence of the Divinely Bestowal Tome, believed to be a mere tool employed by deities to harvest or expend the lifespans of players. By utilizing life force as a medium, they fabricated various resources essential to humanity. Indeed, such a method could only be wielded by the divine. Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. He accessed his friend's list, preparing to summon companions for the challenge of the Tower of Divine Authority. The motive for gathering allies was not due to his inability to conquer the challenge alone, but rather because the guardian of the tower, lurking in the ruins outside Jianghai City, was exceedingly cunning. If the challenge was too easily surmounted, the cost of acquiring the divine tome from him would be exorbitant. Conversely, if the challenge proved overly arduous, the variety of divine tomes available for purchase would diminish. It was imperative to exhibit a level of competence that would allow him to procure the most diverse selection of tomes at the most reasonable price. Reflecting on his previous endeavor at the Tower of Divine Authority, Qin Feng recalled that he had not brought Qin Xiaoyou along. The guardian was not only devious, but also had a twisted nature. The presence of any female players among the challengers would cause the difficulty to escalate dramatically. The six-fingered warlock, Vickery, was notorious. Based on the research conducted by certain players in the last life, Qin Feng gleaned some insights into this individual's background. In Vickery's world, having 6 fingers was regarded as a harbinger of misfortune, leading to his discrimination by those around him from a young age, particularly by women, who viewed him as a monstrous threat. After being publicly scorned by the woman he admired, his psyche became deranged. What transpired thereafter remained shrouded in mystery. Now, Vickery harbored an intense loathing for women, deriving pleasure from witnessing their brutal demise. Thus, the inclusion of any female challengers would more than double the difficulty of the trial. Even if the challenge was completed, female players would have to pay a steep price to purchase the divine tome from him. Consequently, in the previous life, the vast majority of female players in Jianghai City sought tomes from the Tower of Divine Authority in other city ruins. Therefore, it was essential for Qin Feng not to undertake the challenge alone, lest he face exorbitant prices for the tomes later. Furthermore, he resolved not to bring any female players along. He opened a private chat with Wang Ming. Wang Ming, are you free? I'll take you to acquire something valuable. Besides you, please arrange for 4 male players to join me. I will be waiting at the northern city gate ruins. Wang Ming replied promptly, when the boss calls, I'm always free. However, Captain, can't Xiaohei and Snowy go? Qin Feng responded, no, I need only males, no females. This peculiar request left Wang Ming somewhat perplexed. What is the situation? Nevertheless, he complied. All right, boss, please wait a moment. I'll recruit 2 from Director Dai. It will take about 20 minutes to get there. Sorry, it's a bit far. No problem, Qin Feng concluded, shutting the chat window. He mounted his phantom Nightwolf and commenced his journey across the scorched earth nearby. The other party would take 20 minutes to arrive, and naturally, Qin Feng would not squander this time. He intended to seek out some magical creatures to vanquish in the meantime. Simultaneously, having reached level 15, Qin Feng was finally able to don the emerald necklace that had previously dropped from the Soul Purger. Heart of Faisal, Emerald Assassin type accessory. Grants 25 to all attributes, 180 to lightning resistance, and 50 to cooldown speed. Equipment requirement, level 15. Blade of the Soul Purger. Unique effect, any attack you make will drain 125 mana points from the target, inflicting the same amount as additional damage. The attributes of this necklace were quite commendable, particularly the 50 cooldown speed, which was remarkably beneficial for Qin Feng. As for the unique effect of the blade of the Soul Purger, it was of little consequence at the moment, for he could eliminate any foe in an instant. The mana drain seemed rather superfluous. However, for other players, the additional 125 points of damage per attack would undoubtedly represent a significant enhancement. Yet for Qin Feng, a base attack of 125 was not particularly impressive, especially considering that his skill-enhanced attacks range from 7 to 800 or even over 1,000 points. He replaced the Thief's Pendant, sacrificing 1 level of stealth. Fortunately, he had a skill book to learn from. Qin Feng gazed at a new skill in his skill bar. In the Depths of Darkness, Emerald level passive skill for assassins. When you enter a stealth state, you gain 1 stealth level, and every 5 seconds, your stealth level increases by 1. This skill can provide a maximum of 3 stealth levels. Required level, 14. This was a passive skill that the Soul Purger, Faisal, had bestowed upon Qin Feng. After reaching level 15, he had just returned to the Land of Souls to learn it. He pondered the evolution of the skill, curious about how high the stealth level could be elevated. With 188 evolution points remaining, Qin Feng proceeded to evolve this Emerald level passive skill. Chapter 83. Evolution. Legendary Depths of Darkness. You have consumed 33 evolution points, 155 points remaining. In the Depths of Darkness, Emerald Diamond epic legendary passive skill that grants 11-12 stealth levels and every 5,443 seconds increases stealth level by 1. This skill can provide a maximum of 3,345 stealth levels. Required level, 14. Legendary level new effect. For each 1 stealth level, an additional 200 points of stealth-breaking damage will be applied upon revealing yourself. When this skill reached the legendary level, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. A maximum of 5 stealth levels? How astonishing, considering his class passive providing 2 stealth levels, alongside the inherent one from the skill itself. His stealth level could potentially reach 8, under normal circumstances, disregarding combat strength. A pure accumulation of stealth levels to 8 would require a level 30 assassin player, at the very least, to have a sliver of possibility to achieve. Yet Qin Feng, with just this single skill, the Depths of Darkness, could offer a maximum of 5 stealth levels. With an additional 2 stealth levels from his passive, he would gain 1 stealth level every 3 seconds, reaching the maximum of 5 in just 9 seconds. At this moment, I will possess an invisibility level of 8, augmented by an additional 600 points of stealth-breaking attack. The newly added effects of the legendary tier are indeed exhilarating. It is worth noting that Qin Feng currently wields 3 invisibility skills. The epic level Shadow skill, which grants an additional 500 points of stealth-breaking attack. The epic level Serene Concealment skill, which adds 800 points of stealth-breaking attack, and the instant Shadow Slash, which provides mere invisibility without any stealth-breaking attack enhancement. The stealth-breaking attack of the skill Dark Depths can be compounded with these 3 invisibility skills. Thus, the stealth-breaking attack of the Shadow skill escalates from 500 points to 100 points, while the Serene Concealment stealth-breaking attack rises from 800 points to 400 points. Even the instant Shadow Slash, which initially lacked any stealth-breaking attack, now receives an enhancement of 600 points. My damage output has significantly increased. Furthermore, having attained level 15, once I address the issue with Mo Du's Qian Shi, I can contemplate further career advancement. The first career advancement has notably strengthened all 3 passive effects of Qin Feng's shadow profession. How much change will the second career advancement bring? This is a mystery even to Qin Feng himself, as he had not encountered the shadow profession in his previous life. Following the coordinates provided by Qin Feng, Wang Ming, accompanied by 4 official male players, journeyed to the ruins of the northern city gate. As they neared their destination, the sight of piles of demonic corpses within the ruins left them astonished. Truly, the prowess of a shadow master is evident. These demons would take us several minutes to defeat, even if they were to be given to us. Indeed, these demons, when faced with true strength, would flee. The shadow master need not concern himself with such matters, as it is a one-hit kill for him. The speed of his leveling is nothing short of extraordinary. We have yet to reach level 11, and he has already attained level 15. However, with such formidable strength, Why has he summoned us? Enough chatter. We shall follow his commands. Wang Ming guided the group, which included 2 members from his team, a keen-eyed archer and a middle-aged cardmaster. The other 2 were brought over from Director Dai's team for safety, both being priests. Although these priests are not hidden professions, their levels and skills are commendable, cultivated as elite players in the official realm. One of them, towering at nearly 9 meters, despite being a priest wielding a staff, possesses a more imposing demeanor than Wang Ming himself. He is codenamed Steady as an old dog. Captain Wang, have we arrived? I do not see the shadow, he inquired. Wang Ming raised a hand to signal him to remain patient. After consulting Qin Feng in private chat, he soon lifted his gaze toward the northwest. The shadow directs us to proceed that way. Do you see the spire atop that mountain? Our destination lies at that spire. Steady as an old dog gasped in astonishment. That spire is at least 3 kilometers away. I assent it. I have heard that the demons outside the city are quite ferocious. Can the 5 of us make it through? Wang Ming patted his shoulder reassuringly. With your sturdy build, why are you the most timid among us? Fear not. The shadow has assured us that he has cleared the way of demons. The group advanced onward, with Steady as an old dog bringing up the rear, glancing around cautiously, his expression serious and vigilant. Wang Ming paid him no mind. They pressed onward, and indeed, amidst the thorns of the forest, they encountered grotesque corpses of twisted beasts, all of which were level 15 or higher. At times, dozens of these monstrous remains lay heaped together, instilling a profound sense of dread in Wang Ming and his companions. Had they traversed this thorny expanse, they likely would have been utterly devoured by those creatures. Yet, as they continued their journey, they astonishingly encountered no living monsters, leaving Wang Ming and the others in a state of curious bewilderment. Eventually, they ascended the thorny forest and soon arrived at the ancient, quaint tower perched atop a small hill. Player Shadow has requested to join the party. Captain Wang Ming received a system notification that caught him off guard. Wasn't he the esteemed Shadow known for his solitary ventures? Why would he wish to join a party now? Upon clicking to accept, Qin Feng's obscured avatar appeared in their roster. Qin Feng addressed the party in the team channel. What lies ahead is somewhat treacherous. The stronger I appear, the more exorbitant the wares he offers. In short, I shall feign mediocrity in combat. Your task is simply to eliminate a golden creature. If we succeed in the challenge, we shall procure valuable items that will not disappoint. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming and his companions felt a surge of anxiety. It was no wonder the esteemed figure had joined their ranks. His intent was to mask his true strength. However, they pondered the nature of this forsaken game. They had yet to witness its true form, but there was no need to dwell on such matters. They would heed the expert's guidance and proceed with the task at hand. Eager and restless, Wang Ming and his companions readied themselves for action. Only Steady as a rock, cautious by nature, nervously inquired, "Wait a moment, esteemed one. What skill should we anticipate? Do I need to evade any abilities? What if it charges at me?" Shadow replied, "It's a ranged spellcaster that remains stationary. It possesses a fire-breathing skill. When it unleashes this attack, simply circle around it in a clockwise manner to avoid the flames. Additionally, beware of the black oil. The other skills will target the main combatant, and I shall guide Wang Ming on how to handle those." Steady as a rock pressed on. "By the way, how long will the battle last? I need to ascertain whether my mana will suffice. And what if someone falls in an unforeseen incident?" In response, Shadow calmly reassured him. Wang Ming, feeling a bit embarrassed, privately messaged Qin Feng, "Esteemed one, please forgive my companion. Despite his imposing stature, he has become exceedingly cautious after a past incident where 2 of his teammates perished unexpectedly." "Not a problem, I understand. It's only prudent to exercise caution, especially in this forsaken game," Qin Feng acknowledged. Thus, in the team channel, Qin Feng meticulously elucidated the strategy for confronting the Golden Tier challenge. Once he completed his explanation, Wang Ming and his companions finally arrived at the entrance of the tower's base, the Tower of Divine Authority. With Qin Feng now part of their team, as they approached, they beheld him clad in emerald-grade black flame leather armor. His semi-transparent, cloaked figure stood at the entrance, wielding a platinum-grade assassin-esque dagger, exuding an aura of chilling ruthlessness. The sight sent an involuntary shiver down steady as a rock-esque spine. He had always heard whispers of the shadows, but this was the first time he truly beheld their form. Chapter 84. Qin Xiaoyou is attacked. The obsidian cranium puppet. After Qin Feng joined forces with Wang Meng and the others, he first instructed the Phantom Knight Stalker Wolf to conceal itself nearby and unleashed a howl, bestowing an additional 35 points to both attack and defense for the 6 of them. Subsequently, under Wang Meng's leadership, the group of 6 ventured into the Tower of Divine Authority. Upon entering a circular hall approximately 50 meters in diameter, a chilling, sinister voice echoed from all directions. Welcome, welcome, friends of Blue Star. I trust the arrival of the Forsaken God game has left you in a state of trepidation. Hith. This is the Tower of Divine Authority. Should you succeed in the challenges I have set, you shall earn the privilege to trade with me. Now, let the enjoyment begin. As these ominous words faded, a black humanoid puppet materialized at the center of the hall. Obsidian cranium puppet 20, grade, gold, goodness level 20. The moment the golden figure emerged, the sturdy old dog was taken aback, clutching his priest's staff tightly in anxiety. This was a black humanoid puppet statue. It appeared human, yet its cranium was split in twain, and its surface was coated in a viscous black liquid, emanating a fearsome aura. During combat, this black liquid splattered around, igniting when skills were cast. Should anyone be struck by it, they must dispel it promptly or risk being incinerated, as the burning damage was beyond the current priest's capacity to heal. Fortunately, the priest class inherently possessed dispelling skills. To be on the safe side, Wang Meng summoned 2 additional priests. If utilized correctly, defeating the obsidian cranium puppet should pose no significant issue. With a swift motion, Wang Meng charged forward, wielding a large shield in one hand and a massive axe in the other, leaping to strike at the puppet's gaping visage. Meanwhile, in the heart of the ruins of Jianghai City, in a concealed alleyway, a sharp slap resounded as Qin Xiaoyou was left dazed. Before her stood 3 disdainful female players, looking down on her with contempt. What gives you the right to approach President Chen? If it weren't for President Chen taking you in, you'd be at death's door? They sneered. Keep your distance from President Chen, or every time we see you, we will teach you a lesson. With that, the trio strutted away, leaving Qin Xiaoyou alone in the alley, gritting her teeth with tears welling in her eyes. She had believed that joining the Knights Holy Temple Guild would ensure her survival and allow her to strive for a longer life. Yet within the guild, factions were rampant, and numerous cliques thrived. President Chen Wuming merely regarded her as a tool, aiming to cultivate her for the guild's benefit. After exchanging just a few words with Chen Wuming, she had already drawn the ire of other female players. She was forcibly taken to a narrow alley and slapped twice as a warning. This brought to her mind a singular word: bullying. In the past, Qin Xiaoyou knew that Qin Feng would undoubtedly come to her aid. However, now that their relationship had been severed, she found herself utterly alone. Looking around, she realized that no one was there to assist her. Previously, she could consult Chu Yin in times of trouble, but now, Chu Yin had remained in the town to join a charitable guild and could not help her against the players of the warring guild. She watched the 3 female players strut away with an air of arrogance and felt a twinge of regret. The most critical issue was that she had signed a 3-year membership contract with a Knight's Sanctuary Guild. The good news was that she could ensure her survival for those 3 years. The bad news was that she had to endure this environment for the same duration. In a state of despair, Qin Xiaoyou opened her friend list and saw a name: Wang Meng. Remembering this affable official, she clung to the hope that he could be her savior and sent him several messages detailing her plight. She was unsure of their efficacy, but she thought it worth a try. Perhaps Wang Meng would come to her aid. However, after sending multiple messages and waiting several minutes, she received no reply, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. It was all Qin Feng's fault. When I said to sever ties, did you truly sever them? Don't you know that what girls say is often the opposite? Thankfully, I can survive for the next 3 years and will have someone to help me grind monsters. Although I must surrender 50 years of my life to the guild, I will still have some remaining, surely developing faster than Chu Yin and the others. Once I become stronger, no one will dare to approach me. Qin Feng, stay as far away from me as possible. I just need to keep a low profile and avoid provoking those crazy women. Qin Xiaoyou gritted her teeth. Yet she remained unaware that bullying is often a manifestation of the weak being preyed upon by the stronger. If forbearance could truly eliminate bullying, then the world would be devoid of it. Meanwhile, Wang Ming was in the midst of a crucial battle when he received the private messages from Qin Xiaoyou. This was a golden level encounter, and not just any golden level. It was a level 20 golden opponent, far more formidable than any he had faced before. Annoyed by the barrage of messages, he swiftly opened his friend list and blocked her. At last, tranquility returned. Wang Ming recognized that. Despite Qin Feng having informed them of the mechanics in advance, they were still struggling. Qin Feng, in an effort to not display overwhelming strength, had essentially been slacking off on the sidelines. Yet even while slacking, his casual use of subpar skills accounted for 40 of the team's damage. This was already him exercising considerable restraint. In fact, had he been anywhere else, a single shadow slash from Qin Feng could have obliterated the opponent in an instant. Throughout the majority of the time, Qin Feng deliberately positioned himself in a corner, feigning being trapped by skills and unable to attack. This performance astonished Wang Ming and his companions. In disbelief, one might assume that the esteemed expert possessed only such minimal power. The expert proclaimed that after this encounter, something extraordinary would manifest, raising the question of the extent of their capabilities in discerning the weaknesses of others. Is it true that as players grow stronger, the prices of their wares escalate correspondingly? Indeed, this notion seems rather peculiar. However, I find myself intrigued by how the expert came to this conclusion. In response, Qin Feng could only remark in the team channel, "The secrets of the Forsaken game are numerous, with much knowledge concealed amidst the ruins. Have you taken the time to inquire within yourself whether you have endeavored to explore? Has your reservoir of knowledge expanded?" "Ah, I see now," Wang Ming mused. "Listening to your words is akin to receiving profound wisdom." As the middle-aged card master unleashed a thunderous card, it struck the cracked cranium of the obsidian puppet, unleashing a torrent of electricity that engulfed its entire form. A resounding 12-27 weak point attack. At last, the final sliver of health was eradicated. The viscous black liquid sprayed across the arena, evaporating into a dark mist that swirled around the hall. The black flames that had pervaded the space were extinguished entirely. Under Qin Feng's flawless performance, he exhibited no signs of anything out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, witnessing the health bar deplete to 0, finally exhaled in relief, his earlier tension causing him to completely forget that he had set a private chat block for someone. If he were to forget this, he would never receive any messages from that individual. Nevertheless, this detail was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that when the obsidian puppet was vanquished, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed from all directions, followed by the apparition of a gaunt, cloaked elder materializing before them.